the writers, each and every one of you, except for that one arsehole. You know who you are. Whether you're just starting your journey or well down the road, keep fighting and keep putting pen to paper. The world needs your work. Except for the aforementioned arsehole. Feel free to quit any time. He who holds the pen tells the truth. Arthur Fletch. Once upon a time. The author's photo fills the screen. The world-famous Arthur Fletch sitting in an office that looks bigger than Kate's flat, surrounded by hundreds of his books, name flashing on every spine like a chorus, a stadium of fans. The profile ran last year, one of dozens of articles that sprang up when the fifth and final Petrarch novel was announced, fiction's holy grail. The long-awaited finale and, according to this piece, the last book Arthur Fletch will ever write. She scrolls through the article, past the interviewer's praise, the talk of creative genius, the tallying of his accomplishments, beginning back with the Ashbolt books before she was even born. Then the films, the TV adaptations, the exponential growth. 50 million book sales, which is more than the Bible in some countries. And now, this. The most anticipated novel of all time, which is kind of hard to believe, but then again, maybe it's not. Everyone she knows has read at least one of his books, even her flatmate, which was surprising, considering Kate has never seen her lay eyes on anything longer than a listicle. She keeps skimming the profile, past the parts she knows by heart. How Arthur Fletch came from nothing. How he built his fandom, word by word, book by book. His increasing reclusiveness, broken only by the occasional salons hosted on the Scottish island of Skel, Bray. She pauses at the photos. Arthur Fletch, gazing out over the cliffs, wind in his white hair, tipping the brim of a wide-brimmed red hat, sitting in a high-backed chair, with a leather notebook in his lap and a pen to his lips. Standing in the open doorway of his house, which is practically a castle, one hand extended in a gesture that could either be welcome or goodbye. In each picture, he has that same enigmatic look, mouth quirking to the right, not quite a smile. No one ever tells the men to smile, but like he's got a secret. And then, toward the end of the article, she hits her favourite part, where he talks about spending half his fortune on a book made of actual gold. The first time she read about it, she couldn't believe it was real. And it's probably not, but she wants it to be. According to the interviewer, there's a twinkle in the author's eye when he mentions it, which could mean he's full of shit, or that it's totally true. And what else is Arthur Fletch gonna spend it on? He's already got the mansion, and his very own island. Meanwhile, Kate Newhouse can barely afford new underwear. Kate Newhouse has pulled as many shifts as they'll give her in the cafe 2 doors down, and currently exists on a diet of day-old pastries and pilfered tea. Kate Newhouse just got dumped by her girlfriend of 2 years and had to move into a shitty shared flat over a butcher shop, where a horrid smell wafts up on warm days, and the walls are too thin, and her roommates are always either fucking or fighting, and they're constantly running out of loo roll because she's the only one who ever buys it. Kate Newhouse could really use a break. And the wildest thing is, she might have just been given one. Kate taps out of the article and back to her inbox, to the email at the top, the one forwarded by her literary agent, the impressive and terrifying Eleanor Vandenberg, who also happens to represent the one and only Arthur Fletch, which still blows Kate's mind. When her agent's name popped up in her inbox that morning, she'd hoped it was news. Eleanor, there to say her book was ready to go out to publishers, or that somehow she'd already sold it. The last time she'd asked, Eleanor had given her a light verbal pat on the shoulder and said, "Soon." Soon. That had to be one of the most infuriating words in the English language. But this email was something else entirely. Kate, you've so much potential. It's time to let others see it too. Do us both a favor and say yes. Eleanor. Attached was a message from Arthur Fletch himself. She opens it again now, just to make sure it's real. And it is. Not just a message, but an invitation, summoning her to one of his exclusive and legendary literary salons, on his private island, Skel Bray, in Scotland, in less than 3 weeks. Kate's knee bobs as she reads it for the 100th time, excitement washing over her all over again, followed quickly by terror. The fear that Arthur Fletch, and whoever else he's invited, will take one look at Kate Newhouse, 22 years old and plucked out of a slush pile by one of Eleanor Vandenberg's assistants, and know she doesn't belong. She folds forward, head resting on her knees, and tries to remind herself what Eleanor said when she first signed her. "You've a rare talent, Miss Newhouse. With a bit of work, I think you could be the next Arthur Fletch." Kate lifts her head off her knees, takes a deep breath, and opens her drafted reply, deleting a block of text about what an honor it is, and how she doesn't feel worthy, and there must be some mistake. Instead, she types 5 short words. "Wouldn't miss it. Thanks. Kate." She forces the air from her lungs and hits send. A fist bangs on the bathroom door, and she shouts back that she'll be just a minute, as if her legs haven't gone to sleep from sitting on the porcelain for nearly half an hour. She sets the phone on the sink and goes to wipe, only to realize, of course, there's no fucking loo roll. Part 1. The Players. The Thriller Writers. The boat skips like a stone across the choppy water. Sienna leans her elbows on the rail, squinting into the distance. She's of the mind that no trip should ever require 3 forms of transportation, and yet here they are, on the far side of a red-eye flight, plus a layover, a 3-hour drive, and 30 minutes at sea, and thanks to the fog, the end isn't even in sight. The boat hits a swell, and somewhere behind her, Malcolm groans and heaves his guts over the side. It is a wretched sound, as if with enough force he might successfully turn himself inside out. Sienna lifts her chin, lets the damp air mist her tired face. She hasn't been on a speedboat since spring break her junior year. She vividly remembers standing at the bow, her arms aloft, reenacting her favourite part of Titanic with her college boyfriend, Brody, which was great until he went and ruined it by sticking his hand down her pants. No chance of that happening today, thank goodness. Malcolm's hands are otherwise occupied, clutching the railing as he loses what's left of his breakfast. To be fair to Malcolm, not that Sienna has any great desire to be fair to Malcolm right now, the North Sea is a lot rougher than the Gulf of Mexico. She's been in Scotland for approximately 4 hours, and so far her first impressions amount to grey, windy, and the kind of cold that paws at her clothes with about as much tact as Brody, all those years ago. Malcolm, however, stepped off the plane, breathed in, and proceeded to let out a strange kind of roar before bounding down the stairs and kissing the asphalt, just like the Pope. The boat skips like a stone across the choppy water. Sienna repeats the words to herself, pleased with the turn of phrase. Description has always been her forte. That, and plot, and pacing. Which begs the question, of course, of what Malcolm contributes. A quippy line of dialogue, here and there, perhaps. The occasional twist. But she knows. Of course she knows. If she's the mind behind Pen Stoneleigh, he's the face. Not that Sienna has ever been considered unattractive, but Malcolm's photo was always the one at the back of their books, satisfying the public's expectation of a crime writer. Equal parts gravitas, mystery, and charm. He's always had a power over people, including her. She used to shiver when he so much as looked at her with those dark eyes tucked beneath his brow. His voice, like rucked velvet, accent smooth until it snagged on the corner of a word, and the Scottish brogue peeked out. A brogue that had grown thicker over the course of the 3-hour car ride north, as Malcolm crooned about being back where his bones belonged, in the old country. As if he missed it every day, as if he hadn't sworn off his entire homeland 15 years ago after the Edinburgh incident. Ever since they'd met, Sienna had been trying to convince Malcolm to swallow his pride and take her to Scotland. To no avail. And yet, a single email from Arthur Fletch, and here they are. The past apparently forgotten at the first sight of heather and gorse, Malcolm waxing poetic over the hills and the glens, and every sighting of a Highland coo. The cows, with their majestic horns and shaggy reddish-brown fur, were in fact disarmingly cute. But Sienna resisted the urge to snap a photo. He didn't need any more encouragement. "Skel, Bray, ahead!" the captain barks, his voice at once low and wind-whipped, less a caw than a hiss, like cold water over hot coals. Another good line. Sienna tugs out her phone, swipes open the Notes app to write it down. Her notebook is somewhere in her bag, but that's fine. She keeps a running file, capturing little snippets. Turns of phrase to use in future scenes, though she always lets Malcolm think the lines come off the cuff. Just as the weak sun chooses that exact moment to break through the clouds, illuminating the island up ahead. A jagged chunk of moss-lined rock surging out of the white-capped water. At first glance, it looks like a sinking ship, one side jutting up into a cliff, the other sloping down into the sea. A dark stone house. No, house isn't the right word. More a fortress, a man's, a miniature castle, perches precariously at the top. So near the cliff's edge, it looks like a strong wind would topple the whole thing into the churning water. "Is that not the most beautiful sight you've ever seen?" The stench of vomit wafts toward her with her husband. Sienna grimaces. "It's certainly dramatic," she says, "but who would want to live there?" The answer, of course, is Arthur Fletch. Arthur Fletch, who went and bought not just the house, but the entire island on which it sits, christening it the house that Petrarch built, after his most famous series, and proving once again that few things are as bottomless as the male ego, especially considering the house itself has clearly been here for centuries. Malcolm wraps an arm around her shoulders. "Oh, come on, admit it," he says, flashing her a cheeky smirk. "You're a wee bit excited." Sienna is feeling many things right now, but excitement isn't at the top of the list. She's tired from the flight and the car and the boat, and the fact that she didn't sleep for 2 nights before they left. She's nervous about this whole weekend, though she'd never admit it to Malcolm. She's worried about her dog. Edgar has really always been hers, not theirs, even if Malcolm insisted on naming him. A geriatric chihuahua who's been at death's door no less than 4 times in the last year, and will probably give up the mortal coil out of spite while she's away. And somewhere beneath those 3 pervasive feelings, as well as hunger and thirst and a nausea that clearly pales compared to Malcolm's, sure, she's just a little excited. "Cece," he murmurs, that pet name she's always hated. We are on the same page, aren't we? Sienna turns in his arms and looks up, studying her husband of 13 years. The way his grey hair curls across his temples, in desperate need of a cut. He refuses, insisting it makes him look 10 years younger like this. And the infuriating thing is that he's right. No one ever seems to notice the wrinkles around his eyes, the slight sag under his chin. They don't even seem to care that his teeth are crooked and several shades off-white. He's a notorious flirt, always has been. Sienna has watched women and even a few men proposition him at writing conventions and conferences when she's standing right next to him. His co-author, his wife. She never minded much. In truth, at times, she even took some pleasure in it, knowing that for all that flirting, he was hers. When she doesn't answer the question, his voice goes gravel low. You promised me. Which is true. She did promise. Or at least, she agreed. And she's already beginning to regret it. She says, forcing herself to smile, a thin, tight-lipped thing, as she runs down one of her many mental lists. This one titled, Ways to Dispose of a Body. It soothes her more than meditation ever could. And as the boat slices toward the island, and Malcolm squeezes her close and begins to hum a Scottish tune, Sienna wonders, not for the first time, whether she's capable of murder. Sienna turns her back on him. Annoyance flickers through Malcolm. She knows how much he hates that, but then she points to a figure on the cliff. Is that him? Malcolm squints, trying to make out the shape. He knows he needs glasses, now that 50's in the rear-view mirror, but it seems like such an acquiescence, a surrendering to age, and he's not about to go gently into that good night. To trade words like handsome for distinguished. He can make out the man's long coat, the wide-brimmed red hat on his head, one hand raised to keep it from being torn away by the wind. Hard to tell for sure at this distance, but who else would it be? Yep, he says. That'll be Artie. Malcolm waves up at the figure as the captain guides the speedboat toward the jetty. But the man on the cliff doesn't wave back. He simply turns and trudges back in the direction of the house. Must not have seen us. As Malcolm's hand falls, he feels a fresh swell of nerves, rising like bile, an anxiety that's been slowly mounting since they took off from JFK. He's vaguely terrified of being back, not that he'd tell Sienna. As the familiar greens and greys of the Scottish countryside slid by the car window and Cece oohed and ahed over the long-haired coos, he kept replaying the incident that had precipitated his departure all those years before. One that had started with a bottle of Macallan smuggled into the author yurt at the Edinburgh International Book Festival, and somehow progressed to trading drunken insults with a Booker Prize winner, swinging a punch at said Booker Prize winner, then being manhandled out of the tent by a poet laureate before being permanently and unceremoniously banned from the festival. For life. It had been a mortifying end to a terrible week, a poorly attended talk, a derisive comment about the state of Scottish fiction, his pride grievously wounded and his reputation in tatters. But it's time to put the whole affair to rest, to move on, to move forward. And he can't think of a better way to close that old chapter and start this new one than in the company of Arthur Fletch, a man famous for several things. The first, of course, is his books, a mix of thriller and crime with his signature twists. But the second, at least in bookish circles, is his salons. Not for their frequency, he sometimes goes months or years between, but for the list of names that have come out of them. Who else do you think he's invited? asks Malcolm. My money's on that Pulitzer woman. Sienna stares at him blankly. You know, the one with the hair. Probably a National Book Award winner or two. Maybe he's thrown in a poet, just for kicks. He shakes his head. Bloody poets, always thinking they're better, simply for using fewer words. And when was the last time you met a poet? Chides Sienna as the boat docks. For a moment he assumes she's trying to taunt him, before remembering he never actually told her about the laureate's involvement in the Edinburgh incident. The captain doesn't kill the engine, only idles long enough for Malcolm to hoist their luggage onto the dock, which he insists on doing himself. Sienna's always found him unfailingly chivalrous. His back twinges with the effort, but he doesn't let on. Nothing a hot bath and a wee dram won't fix, he thinks as the boat pulls away, having deposited the two of them on Skel Bray. All those fancy famous writers, murmurs Sienna. None of them are going to have the first clue who we are. Hey now, we deserve to be here, says Malcolm. Penn Stoneley has won awards. No, we haven't. Of course we did. The Black Road Home won Stack Attack's Thriller of the Year. Fine. It wasn't the Edgars or the Daggers, but it was something to be chosen. And by readers, no less. Sienna wouldn't shut up about the fact it was only a blog with 327 subscribers, especially when they asked for a video acceptance speech. He'd stepped up to the plate while she sat seething at his side like a feral cat, not even attempting to muster a smile for the fans. Last time he checked, which he doesn't do often, the video had 29 views and 4 comments, only 3 of which were positive. Sienna nods. Right, she says dryly. How could I forget? Malcolm hoists up their bags and sets off down the jetty, shouldering the burden the way he did that day, the way he so often does as Penn Stoneley, when Sienna refuses to do her bit. There's one other boat moored at the jetty, though it's about as fitting to call the vessel in question a boat as the castle overhead a house. Ha! Says Malcolm. Classic Fletch. The yacht's name is inscribed on the side in a font he recognizes as American typewriter. The royalty check. Sienna rolls her eyes. Wow. Classy, she says, and Malcolm catches the sarcasm. He always does, but he refuses to take the bait. Then they reach the edge of the dock, and the real work starts. He can't tell if the path ahead used to be a set of stone stairs and has since decayed into a rocky slope, or a rocky hill from which someone has chiselled out steps. Either way, it's treacherous. As they make their way up the slope, bits of rock and shale crumble under their feet, skittering back down the hill. Not exactly safe, is it? Says Sienna. But Malcolm doesn't answer. It's taking all his focus to keep his balance, and not let on that he's already feeling winded. In fact, his chest is getting tight, and his left arm is tingling, and oh God, he cannot have a heart attack. Not here, not now, on the cusp of everything he's worked so hard for. The doors to the inner sanctum of publishing in sight, if not in reach. Are you okay? Asks Sienna, looking genuinely worried, and he musters a brave smile as sweat runs down his neck. Peachy, he says, as they trek upward toward the waiting house. At last the hellish ascent is over, giving way to a flat pebbled drive. He stops mostly to catch his breath and looks up, basking in the view. Some great hand has swept the fog away, exposing a blue expanse of sea, the Scottish mainland in the distance. From here, he can see not only the castle, but a quaint little cottage across the drive, and a path, not a proper road, but a swath of dirt wide enough for a cart, or 2 bodies walking side by side, unspooling like a ribbon down the gentler slope before curving out of sight. The surrounding grass is overgrown, throwing runners across the path, and he catches a flash of movement, a small animal darting through the tangled green, a rabbit, Or maybe a stoat. There and then gone, swallowed again by the grass. Before Malcolm thinks to mention it, Sienna has a fondness for small creatures, hence the bloody chihuahua, which, as far as he's concerned, doesn't deserve to be called a dog. His eye is drawn up to the castle. My God, the castle. It looked so impressive at a distance, Malcolm honestly feared it might lose some of its grandeur up close and be revealed as a modest, if oversized house, locked in a battle with age and elements, sinking and, like a body, slowly losing. But he needn't have worried. Up close it is even grander, all turrets and peaked roofs, 2 wings and a dozen windows, and a stained glass transom over the doorway, one of those ornate thresholds where the door parts in the middle, swinging open like a pair of gates. Malcolm shakes his head in wonder. So this is what 50 million copies sold will buy you. Not how I'd spend the money, says Sienna as they cross the drive. Speak for yourself, says Malcolm, lifting the bags and trailing in her wake. I was, she mutters, climbing the steps. Fletch's initials are carved into the wooden door, along with the same words that appear at the front of every book. He who holds the pen tells the truth. Magnificent, thinks Malcolm, as he rings the bell, the sound echoing through the cavernous house. He shifts the luggage to one hand and clasps Sienna's with the other, a silent reminder that they're in this together. This is going to change everything, he says. Sienna's hand tenses in his. She glances over, clearly about to speak, but to Malcolm's relief, the door swings open first. Welcome to Skel, Bray! Sienna takes an involuntary step back, stunned by the pure force of the enthusiasm coming off the young woman who opens the door. American, obviously, like her, tan skin marked by a smattering of freckles and a mane of blonde curls piled on her head. She's pretty in that Girl Scout sort of way, and she really does seem closer to a girl, with that 1,000-watt smile and boundless energy. Sienna realizes she's frowning, like the young woman is a plot hole, something to be solved. She quickly rearranges her face. Hello, she says brightly. You must be... I'm Millie, says the young woman, as if that explains everything. She's bouncing lightly on her toes, as if she can't contain her energy, and as she turns that high-beam smile on Malcolm, Sienna waits to see which way he'll go, flirty or fatherly. Well, hello, Miss Millie, he says. Fatherly, then. I believe you're expecting us. We're Penn Stoneley. Sienna grits her teeth. Malcolm knows full well that she doesn't like to be introduced like that, as if she's one half of a person. I'm Sienna, she amends, freeing herself from his grip. This is Malcolm. He winks. Maybe not so fatherly, then. Sorry we're late. We missed our connecting flight. Terrible fog. You couldn't see a bloody thing. Not a thing. Anyway, we're here now. Better late than never and all that. You must be Artie's assistant. Artie, as if they're old friends, when the truth is, Malcolm's met Arthur Fletch exactly twice in his life. The first time when Malcolm went to a book signing, and the second time with her, 5 years ago, in a hotel bar where Fletch was holding court mid-conference. The third Petrarch novel had spent a month on the NYT list by then. The first was being filmed. He was surrounded by a dozen sycophantic writers, all hoping some measure of his talent or success would rub off on them. Fame by osmosis, success through sheer proximity. Malcolm had dragged a stool across the bar, and the sound of those metal feet on the tiles made Sienna want to disappear. Fletch had patted Malcolm's arm in an indulgent way, but his eyes had lingered on Sienna as he spoke. No, Arthur Fletch probably wouldn't know Malcolm Buchanan from a sack of sand. And yet he did invite them here, so maybe, she thinks with a little thrill, maybe he remembered her. Assistant? The girl blinks slowly, then suddenly laughs. Ha! No! I'm Millie Mitchell! Malcolm's brow furrows. Right. The Queendom of Solace trilogy? It's YA. Malcolm nods, but Sienna can tell he's not following. Millie stops bouncing. Her smile flickers just a little. Young adult? She adds helpfully, pulling the tie from her hair, shaking it loose and then immediately putting it up again, leaving it exactly as it was before. A gesture Sienna instantly decides to pocket for a future character. Oh, you write for children? She says. How delightful. Millie's head bobbles on her shoulders. Well, teens. But a lot of my readers are actually in their 20s and 30s, so it's really more of a marketing category than a qualifier. She smiles conspiratorially at Sienna. Young is totally just a mindset, right? Totally, Sienna says coolly. Malcolm's still frowning, and she can practically see the gears turning in his head as he tries to work out how Millie Mitchell has scored an invite to this salon. Not that Sienna isn't wondering the same thing, but she has the tact to keep it off her face. For all they know, Millie Mitchell has sold 10 times the number of books as Penn Stoneleigh. The thought sparks a tiny, bitter flicker in her chest, but she douses it. Come on in, Millie's saying, swinging the door wide, gesturing to the hall beyond as if it's hers. Sienna gets a single fleeting glance of the massive staircase at her back before Millie snags her hand and pulls her through, linking their arms like old friends. Malcolm puts the bags down, adding to a pile of mismatched luggage against the wall. A black duffel slumps between a designer weekend bag and a fuchsia hard case she's already decided belongs to Millie, until she spots the sky-blue roller bag covered in stickers with things like, he's a 10 but he's fictional, and #bookboss. I'd give you a tour, declares Millie, but I haven't had one yet. Apparently Fletch's office is this way, and there's a library with a super creepy dollhouse through that door. Sienna glimpses the room in question, the shelves full of books and the dollhouse, which actually looks like a small model of the castle, perched on a stand in the centre of the room. Sienna tries to veer toward it, but Millie doesn't let go. Oh, she continues, not even stopping to draw breath. And I listened to a podcast about famous authors with haunted houses, and Skel Bray was on there. But I think places like this just look haunted, you know? She stops long enough to take a breath before plunging on. You're not that late. I was just about to suggest a little icebreaker, guessing what genres everyone writes. Oh, but I've already told you mine. Oops! You won't tell the others, will you? Sienna says, No, of course not. But she isn't really listening. She's still taking in the large foyer, the ceiling vaulted like a church, the walls to either side covered in trophies, and studded with doors leading to various corners of the house. Straight in front of them sits a polished table with a centerpiece made entirely of interlocking antlers, a giant bone bouquet. Gross, isn't it? Chirps Millie, reaching out to tap a sharpened point with a painted nail. Sienna looks past it to the grand stone staircase sweeping upward, the steps worn smooth by centuries of feet. Halfway to the top it branches like a tree into 2 smaller staircases that twist out of sight. On the landing before the split sits an antique bronze gong as tall as Malcolm. Sienna represses the childish urge to dash up the steps and strike it. But then her attention goes past it, to the window over the landing. A massive roundel of stained glass, like a cathedral rose. There's an image in it, slivers of yellow and green and blue light, coalescing not into a saint or a biblical scene, but a portrait of Julia Petrarch herself, with her famous red bob and her black jacket, hands cupping a golden book and head cocked the way it always is in the books, right before she solves a murder. The house that Petrarch built, indeed. Millie leads them toward an open door in the far corner of the foyer, next to a display of medieval-looking weapons. We're all through here. The drawing room, I guess. Priscilla said we should wait in there. And who, may I ask, is Priscilla? says Malcolm, hurrying to catch up to Millie. "Don't tell me Fletch has finally settled down after all these years. Good for him." He squeezes Sienna's shoulder. "There's nothing like the love of a good woman." Sienna's smile is weaker than the Scottish sun. No, says Millie with a laugh. "Priscilla Renee Fox. She's a romance writer." Malcolm cocks a brow. "Romance, eh? How interesting." They trail Millie down a short hall, the walls of which are lined with framed reference maps of various cities. Venice, Rio, Madrid, all settings from Fletch's backlist, small handwritten notes tacked to rivers and roads, his penmanship almost as illegible as hers. When they reach the door to the drawing room, Sienna recoils. Even from here she can see the trophies mounted on the walls, though she's fairly sure there's nothing to hunt on the little island, which means these were all brought in for show. Arthur Fletch playing dress-up as a Scottish lord when he's as American as she is. Sienna meets the glassy stare of a mounted stag's head before Millie pushes the door wide, revealing 3 writers, all very much alive, scattered across the furniture, and flings out her hands in a grand gesture that's meant to either introduce them to the room or introduce the room to them. "Guys," she says, "this is Penn Stoneleigh." The romance writer. She's heard it said that in life, as in love, chemistry is everything, and chemistry begins with first impressions. The average person takes approximately 10 seconds to form an opinion, which is why the meet-cute holds so much power. A moment of eye contact, a disarming smile, an aura of welcome can set the tone for everything that follows. Unfortunately, the moment Penn Stoneleigh enters the drawing room, Priscilla's mind is somewhere else. Specifically, it's on the collar of her dress and the bit of paper tickling her neck. She can't believe she forgot to take the tag off. It's new, save for the gold flower pin. Everything she's wearing is new, from the fuchsia dress to the matching heels to the polish on her nails. Pink seemed rosy, pink seemed bright, pink seemed confident and approachable and all the things she wants to be. Or at least wants them to think she is. Now, the outfit strikes her as a bit much, but it's too late. Too late to do anything about the colour or the tag, so she tries to ignore it, lacing her hands in her lap to keep from fidgeting as Millie's chipper voice leads the final author into the drawing room. Well, authors. "A writing team," says Millie. "How neat is that?" She offers the 2 with a flourish to the 3 already in the drawing room, as if they're a piece of show and tell. Priscilla only half listens as Millie makes the introductions. She's already sized the other 2 up. There's Jackson, a jockish white guy with a faint Texas twang. He's in his mid-30s, though the sweatpants, cropped brown hair, and hipster glasses say he's trying to pass for younger. And Kenzo, an Asian guy, Japanese if she had to guess, around the same age and the only non-white person aside from herself in attendance. Dressed in black jeans and an AC/DC shirt, he's currently losing a battle with the hungry sofa he made the mistake of sitting on. As for Millie's show and tell, the woman is trim in a Pilates twice-a-week way, flashing a nervous smile. The man beside her is easily a decade older, with salt and pepper hair, radiating the smugness that seems to surround most white men in publishing, the assumption that you already know who he is. Priscilla does, but she allows herself a private smile when Kenzo says, "So, which of you is Penn and which is Stoneleigh?" The man's face falls in a satisfying way, but the woman chuckles good-naturedly. "Neither, I'm afraid," she says. "I'm Sienna. This is my husband, Malcolm." "We're partners in crime, in more ways than one," adds Malcolm, delivering the line with a curious accent, something between English, Scottish, and mid-Atlantic, and a well-practiced air that earns an eye roll from Sienna and a polite chuckle from everyone else. Well, everyone but Millie, who puts her hands on her hips and says, "Don't spoil the game!" Priscilla sighs, wishing she could disappear into her chair, that it might swallow her up the way the Count seems intent on consuming Kenzo. The room is full of furniture, none of it matching. Since she entered the room first, she had her pick and opted for the high-backed chair. It seems like a good idea at the time, compared to the sagging sofa and the stiff little ottoman, but now makes her feel like she's somehow in charge, presiding over this strange assembly, instead of simply part of it. The whole drawing room is aggressive. Hunting trophies decorate the walls, though she doubts anyone would be able to find a moose on Skel Bray, let alone kill and dress it. But atmosphere clearly trumps authenticity, at least in here. Priscilla was actually the first one to arrive at Fletch's house. Her voice echoed through the halls, but no one answered, and she spent the next 20 minutes wandering from room to room, savouring the quiet and Arthur Fletch's other, less morbid trophies, the relics from his work. It was a thrill to see the gun at the heart of Ashbolt's first case, the infamous hatchet used by the killer in the Bellamy books. People are always surprised to find out she's a fan, but that's what she loves about novels. They're not like prescriptions. A good story is a good story, regardless of who it was written by or for. Millie's high voice pulls her back. "Okay, so the game," she says, sinking cross-legged onto the ottoman with the casual limberness that ends at 30. "I thought we could guess what kind of books everyone writes." She talks in a way that adds exclamation points, excitement brightening the end of every sentence. Malcolm and Sienna settle on a love seat that would be big enough for both of them, if Malcolm didn't sit himself squarely in the middle. Sienna ends up squeezing herself into the corner. "Ah," he says. "Tip the cards on that one, then. Penn Stoneley is a thriller writer, but can you guess what kind?" Jackson looks over from inspecting one of the dead animals on the walls and clears his throat. "I'll go with police procedural," he says, levelling a finger gun at the love seat. "I'm thinking a rogue FBI agent. A woman. Doesn't play by the rules, but, man, she gets results." Malcolm shakes his head, laughing. "Always a pleasure to meet a fan." The guy guffaws. "Oh, shit. Was I right?" Malcolm's face falls just a little. Sienna pats his back. "Who's next?" asks Millie, looking around. Kenzo rests himself free of the sofa and stands, cracking his neck. "Let's see," he says, pointing at the jock. "Jackson, was it?" The gym bro bobs his head. "Yeah," he says, crossing his forearms. "With an X." A small bark of a laugh cuts through the room, and Sienna's hand flies to her mouth. Priscilla smiles, stifling her own amusement. "Sorry," says one half of Penn stonily, clearing her throat as if it was a cough. "Jackson with an X," repeats Kenzo, "is clearly sci-fi." Jackson lets the theory hang a moment before he smirks. "What gave me away?" he asks, and if Priscilla felt like wading in, she might say he looks like someone who invests in crypto and reads articles on biohacking and says things like, "Science fiction is the precursor to science fact." But she doesn't, and apparently neither does Kenzo, since he only shrugs and says, "Just a hunch." Jackson nods, clearly taking it as a compliment, before swiveling his blue-eyed gaze on her. "And what about Priscilla here?" She resists the urge to rearrange herself in the high-backed chair. She's always been a fidgeter, much to her parents' chagrin. They could sit still for hours, reading books or grading papers, but she has the kind of energy that bubbles up like steam. A pen tapping restlessly against a notebook, a knee bobbing beneath the desk. Her fingers inch toward the flower-shaped pin above her heart before she forces them back into her lap, trying to exude a calm she doesn't feel as the other writers study her. Their collective gaze, plucking at her pink edges, skating over her brown skin. Kenzo meets her eyes and smiles, almost gently, as he says, "Romance." It's not a question, but at least there's no disdain in it either. "That obvious?" she asks, trying to keep her voice light, even as she spots Malcolm's brows go up and Jackson cocks his head, and she can practically hear the room of writers wondering what she is doing here. Kenzo breezes on, like an unnervingly sedate Poirot. "Millie's young adult, which she's already told each of us by accident." Millie blushes and buries her face in her hands. "And Kate." He looks around, noticing the youngest writer's absence for the first time. It's terrible, but Priscilla nearly forgot about her too. "Well, Kate's not here, but she writes crime, like Fletch," he says, before putting his hand to his own chest. "And I'm Kenzo." He gives a small bow, like a magician's flourish. "Horror, in case it wasn't obvious." "You cheated," declares Millie, even as she applauds. "You've been Googling us." Kenzo drags the phone from his back pocket with an apologetic smile. "No signal," he says. "And I don't have the Wi-Fi yet." "There's no way you just guessed," says Jackson. Kenzo shrugs. "I've got a good eye. Horror, like thriller, comes down to the details. A killer tucked into the cast, a weapon planted and forgotten, danger hidden in plain sight." Jackson snorts. "Maybe that's why I always guess the bad guy in the first chapter." Kenzo cocks his head. "Maybe you need to read better books." "Nah, man," Jackson stretches, lacing his hands behind his head in a way designed to strain the too small shirt. "You can keep your masked slashes and jump scares. You want a real puzzle? Try planning a war between societies in space." Priscilla watches the two bicker, as if it were a tennis match, the conversational ball being swatted back and forth. "You know that the vast majority of science fiction is actually science fantasy," says Kenzo, and Jackson recoils as if slapped. Millie's brow scrunches up. "Hey, what's wrong with fantasy?" she asks. "Nothing," says Kenzo with a one-shouldered shrug. "I've never understood the hostility between genres. They have more in common than people think. Fantasy, horror, thriller, crime. They're all just different versions of the same game, varying backdrops for the characters and the conflict. Constructs for the fear and the need and the suspense." Millie nods brightly. "Totally," she says. "Young adult is all about the suspense." Jackson rolls his eyes. "I'm not sure will they, won't they qualifies." Millie crinkles her nose. "Excuse you. More like the stakes are super high." "Oh, are they now?" he teases, twisting his voice to mimic hers in a way that makes Priscilla's hackles rise, but Millie only sticks out her tongue. They arrived together shortly after she did, their voices crashing through the quiet house, her high squeal and his belly laugh, their arms already linked, even though they just met on the boat. Oh, to be young and have low standards. "Yeah, they are," Millie says with faux outrage. "And the urgency reflects the way everything feels life or death when you're 16. And okay, so what if there's romance in there too? Romance is all about tension, right, Priscilla?" She blinks, and for a horrible second, her mind goes blank. Her fingers twitch toward the flower pin, desperate to hold on to something. But then the moment passes, and she bobs her head. "Absolutely," she says. "Kenzo's right. Every genre uses the same deck of metaphorical cards, even if they use those cards to play a different game." "Ha!" barks Malcolm. "I like that." "Careful," says Sienna. "He'll steal it." "Art is theft," says Jackson, clearly expecting a "hear, hear," and getting only looks. In the short but heady silence, he adds, "You know, in the truest sense. We're always walking in someone else's footsteps." Priscilla clears her throat, eyes drifting to the shallow stack of paper on the coffee table. She and the others have already filled theirs out, but now she offers the last blank form to Sienna and Malcolm. "You'll need to sign one of these." Sienna takes the sheet, frowning when she sees the words printed across the top. Non-disclosure agreement. An NDA? Seriously? She looks around. Isn't that a little much? Everything about this place is a little much, says Kenzo blandly. Malcolm plucks the paper from her hand and gives it a cursory look. Artie's always been notoriously private, he says. Artie, says Jackson, but Malcolm presses on. Besides, these salons of his are secret. A chance to talk through ideas, past, present, and future. Wouldn't want those secrets getting out. I guess, says Sienna, obviously looking around for something to sign with. Priscilla finally lets herself reach for the golden flower pinned to her dress, revealing it for what it is, the decorative cap of a pen. A gift from her mum, and a nod to the fact that even when she was supposed to be off the clock, on a date or home for Christmas, some part of her was always working. Sienna uncaps the pen and frowns. She obviously expected it to be black, but the tip, where the ink shows, is beaded crimson. What kind of serial killer writes in red? Asks Jackson with a nervous chuckle, repeating the same line he gave her when he borrowed it to sign his own paper. Priscilla shrugs. She knows it's a common superstition among writers, had a friend who claimed it was the ink equivalent of a scythe slashing through his work, that he would only accept edits done in a friendly shade of green or blue. But personally, she's never understood the repulsion. Surely what's being written is more important than what colour it's being written in. Sienna and Malcolm sign, neither writing their own name. Instead, he makes two grand flourishes, a P and an S. And then Sienna does the rest, scribbling in N and tonally, their two styles locking together, like hands to form the name. Priscilla doesn't know if it counts as legally binding, but it's rather charming. She's just fastening the filigreed pen back to her dress when Kate appears in the doorway, clutching a tray with a teapot and half a dozen mismatched cups. I found the tea. Priscilla's first thought when she met Kate was that she didn't look old enough to drive, let alone write crime novels. At least one's good enough to publish. She's small and waifish, her dark hair chopped bluntly just above her shoulders. She's dressed in an oversized green cardigan, the sleeves so long that they keep swallowing her hands, and part of the tray, as she beelines for the table, cups and saucers rattling with every step. Kenzo and Malcolm both twitch toward her to help, but she shakes her head. I've got it. I worked in a coffee shop. Never so much as broken a cup. She puts the tray down on the table, careful to avoid the pile of NDAs. I just thought, I didn't know how long we'd be waiting. Hopefully Mr. Fletch won't mind. I raided the biscuits, too. She backs away from the tray of tea and contraband cookies and looks around as if trying to decide where to perch. She ends up on the very edge of Kenzo's sofa. Priscilla notices that none of the men are pouring tea for themselves. She wonders how long they'll wait for one of the women to do it. It's not about to be her, and she's hoping the others will hold the line. But then Sienna makes a show of playing hostess, asking everyone how they take it. Kate takes hers with a splash of milk and a flustered thanks. Millie starts with 3 cubes of sugar, then surreptitiously adds a 4th. She doesn't need to ask Malcolm, just passes him a cup. Priscilla takes hers black. Personally, she prefers coffee, but she's tired enough from the flight that any form of caffeine will do. To her surprise, both Kenzo and Jackson pass, though for very different reasons. I'll stick to espresso, says Kenzo, while Jackson insists that the body's a temple. Gotta worship it. Most temples appreciate offerings, quips Kenzo. Priscilla smiles into her cup. Malcolm, meanwhile, has sidled over to Kate. A fellow Brit, if I'm not mistaken. She bobs her head, tucks a chunk of hair behind her ear. Yorkshire. You? Why, bonny Scotland, of course, he says in a heavy brogue, feigning offence well enough that Kate blushes, clearly embarrassed. Sienna cuts in. He's lived in New York for more than a decade. At this point, no one can tell where he's from. Malcolm shoots her a look, but Sienna seems immune. You must be Kate, she says. I'm Sienna. The lapsed Scot is Malcolm. Just you wait, he mutters. A few days in Skel, Bray, Scottish air in my lungs and Fletch by my side. The old brogue will come right back. No one points out that Arthur Fletch is in fact American, born in the Midwest. Nebraska, she thinks. He's one of those men who always points out that they have a grandfather on their mother's side from somewhere more interesting, who dreams of being from older, wilder places and has the money to make it happen. Priscilla hears the faint rattle of porcelain and frowns when she realizes it's coming from the cup and saucer in Kate's hand. She's actually trembling. Sorry, she whispers. I suppose I'm a bit nervous. Sienna gives her a comforting smile. Kenzo tells us you write crime. Kate's hands disappear into her sleeves. Not really. I mean, yeah, kind of, but... She trails off and Jackson huffs out a breath, clearly impatient. Is this all of us, then? All but Artie, I'd wager, says Malcolm. Given that Cece and I were late, he glances around. Dropping the ball on the hosting gig, isn't he? Has he made an appearance yet? Everyone shakes their head. Pretty rude, if you ask me, says Jackson. Not even being here to greet us. Maybe he's writing, says Millie. It was in one of those profiles, wasn't it? Oh, yeah, Kate adds, brightening. The New Yorker one from last year. I was just rereading it. She flushes as the words come out. You totally have it bookmarked, says Jackson. Kate's flush deepens. I mean, it's kind of inspiring, isn't it? Coming from nothing, building all of this. It's nice to know it can be done. Totally, says Millie with an encouraging nod. I loved the part about his discipline, how he writes every single morning, rain or shine, from 10 to noon. Half a dozen heads turn toward the clock on the wall. It's almost noon. He does it religiously, says Kate. Even at Christmas. Not that religious, then. Jackson laughs at his own joke. But he totally is, counters Millie. He's like a monk. Even locks his phone away to avoid any distractions. Even though she sounds awestruck, she's also clutching her own phone against her chest in sympathetic horror. The minute hand on the clock twitches, hitting 12. It chimes softly, and everyone holds their breath, but nothing happens. Says Priscilla, breaking the silence. Maybe he's planning to make a dramatic entrance. Sienna offers up a nervous laugh. The trip here was dramatic enough. But that would be just like Artie, wouldn't it? Says Malcolm. Jackson shrugs. Wouldn't know. But surely you've met him before. He looks around, expecting everyone to join in. Kate shakes her head. Kenzo looks nonplussed. Millie chews her lip. Priscilla resists the urge to fidget. Malcolm chuckles. Interesting. I wonder what he's playing at. The clock tick-tocks, the seconds passing, each more awkward than the last. At some point, Malcolm and Jackson and Kenzo gather next to the cold fireplace, as if drawn to it by some primal urge. Sienna, Priscilla, Kate, and Millie have settled in the mismatched furniture. Priscilla tips her cup toward Kate. Thanks for the tea. The girl smiles shyly, clutching her own cup. This is all kind of... She shakes her head, then lowers her voice. The way Fletch talked about these salons, I got the sense they were for a certain tier of writers. But then I don't know what I'm doing here. In fact, I feel like a bit of an imposter. Priscilla leans in. If it makes you feel any better, so do I. Kate's expression softens. Really? Millie jumps in. Hey, come on, she says. We've all worked hard to get where we are, to finish stories and get published and see the actual books that we've actually written in actual bookshops. And sure, I was confused for a minute when I got the invite for this weekend. But then I said to myself, Millie Mitchell, you are worthy. Even though she's still sitting cross-legged, she might as well have struck a power pose. Priscilla smiles, lowering her cup. I like that attitude. she says, but at the same time Kate mutters something inaudible. "What was that?" asks Sienna. Kate blushes fiercely, swallows, fingers fluttering around her mug. "I said, I haven't done those things. I haven't seen my book on shelves. I haven't even got a book deal yet. I just signed with my literary agent a couple of months ago." "You're not even published," yelps Millie, her cheerful demeanour slipping for just a second before she recovers. "I mean, not that there's anything wrong with that. Obviously, we all start somewhere." "Kate's right," says Sienna, glancing around. "No disrespect, but none of us seem to be the usual suspects for this sort of thing." Priscilla clears her throat. Perhaps he's decided to branch out, encourage more diverse voices. Or maybe he... Gong! A single deep, rich sound rolls through the room like a tide, and as it retreats, Priscilla mentally follows it, back through the door and down the hall to the foyer, and the grand stairs, and the copper disc on the landing. Everyone falls silent, and in the absence of sound, all she can hear is her own heart hammering inside her chest. She wants to stop time, take a moment to collect herself. Instead, she rises with the rest of them, clutching the high-backed chair for balance as she gets to her feet. "Whatever Arthur Fletch is up to," she says, willing her voice smooth, "I think we're about to find out." And then the room is bubbling over with excitement, bodies surging toward the door. Priscilla lets them pass, stalling for a moment to steady herself. She catches her reflection in the coffee table, awash in pink, eyes wide behind her rosy frames. Well, she thinks, moulding a smile onto her face. No going back now. The young adult writer. Millie Mitchell is going to die. At least that's how it feels. Her heart is a cloud of bees in her chest, so loud she almost can't hear the voice coming from the stairs. "Welcome, everyone. I do hope you've been making yourselves comfortable." The voice comes rolling down the steps, where they've all gathered, staring up at the two figures on the landing. Jackson elbows her in the side, but she doesn't look at him, because she can't tear her gaze from the woman in the spiked red heels. The moment Millie saw her, her whole world slammed to a stop, because it's Eleanor Vandenberg. Not just an agent, but the agent. The most successful literary agent in the world, according to an article in Forbes last month. Though Millie has obviously been following her career for ages, back when she was getting ready to query her first novel. It's standard practice researching agents before you send them your book, and then after, when you're waiting for them to reply. A little light stalking on social media, everybody does it. But Eleanor would never deign to have an Instagram, so Millie had to do her homework, which, incidentally, is something she's always been good at. That's how she knows Eleanor was the head of her class at Brown, and chief editor of the school's Daily Herald. That's how she knows that at 25, Eleanor worked for the oldest and most esteemed literary agency in the States. By 30, her authors made up half the bestsellers list, and by 35, she'd opened her own agency, taking every single client with her. Okay, so in case it's not totally obvious, Millie has always had an agent crush on Eleanor. She queried her back in the beginning, along with everyone else trying to break in, and even though Eleanor passed, she took the time to add a handwritten note to the form rejection letter. "This shows promise. Keep trying." Which may not seem like much, but it meant a lot to Millie back then. Still does. Even though it all worked out and she ended up signing with Dan, who's a totally decent agent. Well, technically he was still an agent's assistant back then, but he was starting to build his own list. She actually submitted a literary novel, a bittersweet portrait of sisters in the vein of Anne Patchett, but he told her she should consider switching to young adult. Not that her writing wasn't good, Phew. But, given her age and her appearance, there was a risk she wouldn't be taken seriously in the literary world. But YA, he explained, was different. Success relied on the whole package, the story, sure, but also the person selling it. It meant shelving that first book and starting over, but Millie was willing to do the work. And she's done fine, aside from the bullying and the constant competition, and the fact that last year there was an actual internet award for Most Popular YA Author, which might as well have been called Hottest Author, and she wasn't even on the long list. Afterward, Dan sent her a text with a sad face emoji and told her to hang in there. But she can't help but think that those things wouldn't happen to one of Eleanor Vandenberg's authors. Dan is a nice guy, but Millie's got plenty of nice on her own. What she wants, what she needs, if she's going to truly break out, is a shark. Welcome, Eleanor says again, her gaze sliding over them. For those of you who don't know, my name is Eleanor Vandenberg. Millie scoffs. How can anyone not know who she is? But judging by the ripple of surprise running through the room, maybe the others didn't recognize her. Now that they do, the air gets a little tighter. It's so nice to put faces to names. Eleanor looks around, making brief but pointed eye contact with each of them. I've been Arthur Fletch's agent for more than 30 years. She runs a hand over her hair, an updo of glossy silver that, paired with her smooth skin, makes her look elegant and ageless, even though Millie knows, thanks to her research, that Eleanor is 57. Arthur was one of my very first clients, she says. And Miss Newhouse here is one of my most recent. Hello, dear. Millie glances at Kate, who's looking equal parts flattered and embarrassed. She manages an awkward wave, and Millie remembers what she said. I just signed with my agent. Jealousy sparks in Millie's chest, but she tamps it down before it can catch fire. Just because Kate is so young, younger even than she was when she was starting out, and just because she somehow managed to sign with Vandenberg, that doesn't mean they can't get along as colleagues, equals. Well, not equals. After all, Millie is several steps ahead. But she could be a mentor, a publishing big sister, the kind she always wanted and never had. Let's be honest, this isn't a business for the faint of heart, not when you have to market yourself as much as your work, and judging by the fact that she's barely said 10 words since they arrived, and the way she's making eye contact with the marble floor, publishing will probably eat Kate whole, and not even bother to spit out the bones. Besides, it would be good to have a writer-friend. Not the fake kind who is nice to your face at festivals and says you should hang out sometime but never invites you to their retreat. Or the kind who insists on taking selfies and then spreads rumours about you having deformed toes just because you don't like to wear sandals. Millie doesn't realise she's been staring at Kate until the girl looks back, eyebrows quirking up in question, and Millie forces her attention back to the landing. Whether or not we've had the pleasure of meeting, Eleanor continues, I do believe you've all queried me at some point, and if you're here, it's because I've continued to follow your careers with interest. Millie's heart flutters in her chest. As the agent's gaze drifts toward her again, she tries to shape her face into eager professionalism, or at least normal human being. She thinks she's doing a decent job until she feels a pair of eyes on her and glances back to find Priscilla staring, a look of bemusement on her face. Millie blushes and bristles at the same time. She has nothing against romance authors. God knows, there's a whole Venn diagram overlap between romance and YA, and they're supposed to support each other against the general snobbishness of the other genres. But something about Priscilla rubs her the wrong way. Millie can't explain why, not yet, but she's gotten very good at reading people, and Jackson nudges her playfully, waggling his eyebrows behind his chunky black hipster glasses, and she wonders if he's as cool as he seems. The heroines in her books always take one look at a boy and know whether or not he can be trusted, whether he's a bad guy or a good one, whether he's an enemy or the one. But in real life, it isn't that simple. She forces her attention back to the landing, hoping she hasn't missed anything important, which is when the second person on the landing clears his throat. Eleanor glances toward him, as if suddenly reminded of his existence. "Oh, yes," she says with a flick of her fingers. "This is Rufus Beaumont, Arthur's editor." Rufus does an odd little salute, tapping one finger against the frame of his glasses, which are thinner than Jackson's and purple, and match the pocket square poking out of his vest. He's kind of hot, not like Jackson, who clearly puts a lot of time and energy into his physique, but in a nerdy way, dark curls tumbling into his face. And now that she's noticed him, Millie can't believe she didn't sooner. He's definitely giving off main character energy. "I thought Fletch's editor was a woman," says Malcolm. "They made a whole fuss about it," he adds, and she's not sure who they are, but she does remember seeing an interview, or at least a headline, that mentioned it. Eleanor's about to answer, but Rufus gets there first. "Indeed," he says in a crisp English accent that instantly makes him 10% hotter. "You're thinking of Ava Paulson. She was very talented, of course, but due to unforeseen circumstances." Eleanor cuts in with a warning look, but Rufus carries on, undeterred. "Yes, nasty business, that," he says, polishing his glasses with his pocket square before carefully folding it and returning it to his vest. "I won't go into details, can't really, for legal reasons, but let's just say I'll be handling Arthur's work from here on out. In fact, we've been working together for almost 6 months, and in that time we've become very close, like father and—" Paper crinkles loudly, and Millie glances over to see Priscilla clutching the NDAs they all signed. She must have grabbed them on the way out of the drawing room. "Ah, yes," Eleanor cuts in, upstaging the editor. "Priscilla, isn't it? Be a dear and pass them up." Rufus jogs down the steps to take them from her, and Millie swears she sees something pass between them, or at least from Rufus to Priscilla. The way his eyes flick toward her, the way they linger, a fraction of a second too long. It's a kind of moment Millie would totally write between two characters who have a history or are going to end up together. Which could be juicy, but Priscilla doesn't strike her as the type to kiss and tell. Rufus turns through each page to make sure they're all there and signed. Kate shifts nervously and whispers, to no one in particular, "Where's Fletch?" Which is a good point. Millie should have been thinking the same thing. His editor and agent are here, so where's the man himself? Rufus returns to Eleanor's side and nods. She takes a deep breath, sighs, and says, "I'm afraid I'm the bearer of terribly unfortunate news." "Terribly unfortunate," echoes Rufus. Back in the drawing room, the grandfather clock finally strikes 12:30. The sound little more than a whispering chime, but it gives Millie a bad feeling. Her therapist says she has a habit of catastrophizing, but the thing is, sometimes she's right. Like the day the cops came to the door, she knew between the moment they knocked and the moment she answered that her world was about to slide off its axis. She has the same bad feeling now, the second stretching long before Eleanor says the words, and it snaps. "Arthur Fletch is dead." The words land as heavy as the mallet on the gong, rolling over all of them, leaving a stunned silence in their wake. Malcolm squeezes Sienna's shoulder, his face a rictus of shock. Kate's hands go to her mouth, Millie sucks in a breath, and Jackson laughs. The group turns on him, horrified. "No, I get it," he says. This is one of those murder mystery deals." A strangled chuckle escapes Millie's throat, a wheeze of relief. Of course, that's what this is. Some kind of game, a bonding activity, where they'll get clues and work together to find the killer. Maybe it's her, or maybe she'll be the one to solve the crime, and this is the part where she notices no one else is laughing. Sienna and Malcolm both look stricken. Kate looks like she wants to crawl inside her emerald cardigan and disappear. Kenzo's frowning, thoughtfully. Priscilla has her arms folded and her head bowed. And when Millie looks back up at Eleanor, her mouth is set, her expression severe. "I'm afraid," she says, "this is not one of those murder mystery deals, Mr. Knight. Arthur Fletch is, in fact, dead. He drowned a month ago, taking his daily swim in the East Bay." Jackson's face falls, replaced by a grimace exactly like the emoji that Millie's mother used to think meant nice teeth. Which would be funny any other time, but now Millie feels her eyes brim with tears. She doesn't want to cry. She never wants to cry, but tell that to her body. Her emotions have always been big and loud and overwhelming. One of her boyfriends literally broke up with her because he said she felt too much. "You're like a 10, he'd told her, which she'd taken for a compliment until he explained that he wasn't talking about hotness. Sienna reaches out and gives Millie's back a tentative rub as her husband says, "I have a question." Eleanor gestures for him to go ahead. "You say Fletch died a month ago, but we received our invitation 3 weeks ago." Malcolm looks around at the others for confirmation. "That's when you all got the email too, I take it." Nods all around. "Yeah," Jackson chimes in. "Besides, Arthur Fletch is a freaking legend. If he were really dead, the press would be all over the story by now." Eleanor nods, clearly expecting the question. "An unfortunate but necessary subterfuge, I'm afraid. Arthur's passing will, of course, be announced to the press in due course. But before it comes to light, well, there are some loose ends that must be tied up first." She hesitates for a moment before gesturing to Rufus. "Mr. Beaumont, would you?" "Ah, yes, thank you, Eleanor." Rufus steps forward, steadies himself, and then begins. "Even though I only became his editor a few months ago, I've been following Arthur Fletcher's career for more than a decade. He was a titan. For the last 30 years, his name has been synonymous with the best the genre has to offer, and the Petrarch series represents a culmination of his efforts and, if you believe Arthur's own statements, his last work of fiction." He smooths the pocket square. "As I'm sure you're all aware, the 5th and final installment of that series is set to hit shelves later this year." Millie nods along with the others. You'd have to be living under a rock on Pluto not to know that. "However," he goes on, "you're probably not aware that Arthur tended to view deadlines more like suggestions. Over the last few years, I've been told, wresting the finished drafts from his hands had become an increasingly difficult process." He manages a wan smile. "And I fear it was only getting worse. These past few months, my poor assistant, Holden, has been on the phone nearly every day trying to get an update." Eleanor clears her throat. "Yes, Rufus, I think this group knows the eccentricities of Arthur's better than most." That's what she says, but her look says, "Rein it in." "The point," she prompts, and he picks up the cue. "The point is, Arthur assured me it would be a truly mind-blowing finale. A worthy conclusion for the indomitable Julia Petrarch. But as for the exact details, well, he kept those to himself." And then, understanding ripples through the room. But it's Jackson who says the words out loud. "Oh my God," he mutters. "You're saying he didn't finish." Rufus looks to Eleanor, who draws herself up even taller as she stares at each of them one by one. "Today is a sad day," she declares. "Arthur Fletch was one of a kind." "Hear, hear," says Malcolm, raising an imaginary glass. Eleanor continues as if she hasn't heard him. "But it is also an exciting day for all of you." "He didn't finish," Jackson says again, a strange electricity in his voice. Millie frowns at him, confused. Eleanor sighs. "Arthur's deadline was 2 years ago. 18 months, corrects Rufus, tucking his head under her withering stare. "And no, Mr. Knight," continues Eleanor, "he did not complete the book. But he did email me the unfinished manuscript the night before he died." "That's not suspicious," murmurs Kenzo. "He sent me his work in progress every night," she continues. So Fletch didn't actually write his books on a typewriter. Millie had just assumed the guy was too old to figure out computers. "It started as a way to save a copy after his hard drive crashed back in 2011, explains Eleanor. "But in recent years it became a method of accountability, and a fortuitous one it turned out to be. For you." Millie can still see the giant foyer, the stained glass portrait of Petrarch, herself glowing behind Eleanor's silver hair, but her mind is racing now. She can practically hear the cogs turning in the other writers' heads. "Fletch was remarkably consistent in terms of word count," continues Eleanor. "He despised authors whose books got longer and longer. Bloated. That's the word he used. As they became more and more successful, each and every Petrarch book ended up within a couple thousand words of 100K. The manuscript he sent to me the night before his death stands at 90K. 10,000 words. That's nothing." Millie's standard is 3,000 a day, rain or shine, but once, on a horrible deadline, she clocked a whopping 17,000. Her hands hurt from typing, and she could hardly bear to look at her screen the next day, but she still got those 3,000 in, even if there were more typos than usual. It's extra sad, really. He was so close to the end. "Which brings us," says Eleanor, "to the reason you have all been invited here this weekend." It's impossible to tell whether her pause is a sign of hesitation or a flair for the dramatic, but Rufus sees it as a green light to jump in. "We're giving one of you the chance to finish Arthur Fletch's final book, to complete Petrarch's arc, to write the end," he says with a flourish. The way he holds that pose, he's clearly expecting applause, or at the very least a whoop, or a whoa, some burst of enthusiasm. Instead, he gets Millie, who raises her hand and says, "Like ghostwriting." Kenzo inclines his head. "Why would we do that?" The editor's flourish collapses. Priscilla snorts under her breath. Eleanor pinches the bridge of her nose. "Because, Mr. Gray, the author who wins this job, and have no doubt you will be competing for it, will be generously compensated. You won't have your name on the book, of course, and no one can know you had a hand in finishing it. But you will receive the remainder of Arthur Fletch's substantial advance, as well as a 3-book deal with Mr. Beaumont and Merriweather Press." Millie's mouth has gone dry. She wasn't allowed to read Fletch's books growing up. To be honest, she hadn't read any of them until the invitation came. But she'd had 3 weeks to correct that problem and plow through all 4 Petrarch novels before she got on the plane. Jackson teased her for it when she told him on the boat. "You gave yourself homework? Did you think there'd be a test?" Now Millie has to bite her bottom lip to keep from smiling. This is her chance to salvage her career, to redefine herself. A fresh start, a fresh genre. Who knows? Maybe if she wins, Eleanor will poach her from Dan, and then, why us? A small voice, a big question. Kate tugs at the hem of her cardigan as soon as the words are out. Eleanor inclines her head. Why you? She echoes. Besides the fact we all queried you at some point, says Sienna. Jackson looks around. It's obviously because we're talented, he offers at the same moment Kenzo says, disposable. Millie flinches. Eleanor doesn't. Her mouth is set in a tactful smile. Miss Newhouse, she says, addressing Kate, you are a promising young writer with uncharted potential. I've told you before, you remind me of a young Arthur Fletch. Patches of red bloom on Kate's cheeks, but before Millie can succumb to a fresh swell of bitterness, Eleanor goes on. And the rest of you, you've all proven that you have the necessary chops for this job. You're good at what you do, not just good. You're among the very best, and yet none of you have received the recognition you deserve. This is your chance. Hate to point this out, says Malcolm, though if anything he looks positively smug. But Cece and I, and Kate, I suppose, are the only ones who even write in Fletch's genre. That is by design. Arthur always knew how to think outside the box, to find the unexpected angle. We, that is Rufus and I, thought the variety could be stimulating. You may all write different things, but you have something in common. You're firmly in the mid-list. Mid-list. Industry speak for books and authors that sell well enough to stay in print, maybe even eke out a living, but not well enough to end up on any bestsellers lists or see big royalty checks. The mid-list is publishing purgatory, full of writers who can't seem to break out, only break even. But it's a constant struggle, and every time a debut author lands a fancy 7-figure deal or a publisher cherry-picks its shiny new champion, it gets a little harder to stay afloat. Called it, says Kenzo amiably. Hey now, says Jackson, hackles rising. I'm not mid-list. Not even close. There have been loads of inquiries about my series being optioned. I'm expecting news any day, especially since Timothy Chalamet was spotted reading The Galactic Trials in a Chipotle in Middleton, Wisconsin, a few months ago. You've probably seen the photo. It's a rope, and Millie clings to it. Oh, I love Timothy Chalamet, she says. I wonder what he was doing in Wisconsin. Perhaps paying a visit to the National Mustard Museum, says Malcolm. Fascinating place. Sienna and I spent a wonderful afternoon there a few years back, didn't we, Cece? Sienna doesn't look so sure about that. What was Chalamet eating? Kenzo asks, barely managing to keep a straight face. He strikes me as a burrito bowl guy. Chicken, I bet. Who cares what he was eating? Jackson's smile is strained. That's not the point, dude. I'm just saying that not all of us are stuck in the gong. Millie jumps. Up on the landing, Eleanor is brandishing the gong mallet. As I was saying, she drawls with all the warmth of an iceberg, none of your books have been given the big marketing budgets or publicity opportunities. Millie frowns. They promised her those things when she debuted, but then she learned promises don't cost them anything. None of you have toured internationally or been reviewed in the Times, Sunday, or New York, or been a bestseller or a media darling, or had adaptations actually made. Jackson opens his mouth again, but she raises a hand. It's hardly your fault. After all, publishing has never been and never will be a meritocracy. So on the rare occasion when chance holds out a hand like this, you should take it. What we're offering today is as close to a guarantee as you'll get in this business. A way out of the mid-list, which brings us, of course, to the size of the deal. A different kind of stillness settles over them, then. A held breath, coiled quiet, a feeling Millie recognizes because she knows it all too well. Desperation. She needs this. And she clearly isn't the only one. For the first time, even cool guy Kenzo stands up straight. Jackson's eyes are saucer-wide behind his thick-framed glasses. Sienna is shifting her weight from foot to foot, and Priscilla's fists are clenched. Her whole body, taut as the editor Rufus, breaks into a grin. The team at Merriweather Press is prepared to offer $1 million for completing the book. A small gasp goes around the room. Millie does some mental math. That's roughly $100 a word, which is crazy enough, but then Rufus continues. And another $1 million for the new deal. It's like he's gone and rung the gong again, the way the room goes still. Everyone sucks in air to speak, but it's Malcolm who gets there first, all his bravado and his British accent slipping as he says, "Holy fucking shit!" And he might as well have taken the words right out of her mouth. Millie stops fighting the smile and lets it bloom across her face. It's tragic, obviously, what happened to Arthur Fletch, but it's not the end of the world. Not for Millie Mitchell. It's a chance at a new life, a brand new chapter, and she'll do whatever it takes to win. You want me to do what? Millie clutches her cell like it's an oxygen mask as she eyes the waiting safe. A few minutes before, they'd migrated from the base of the stairs to Fletch's office, where the writers proceeded to stand around, staring in wonder at the polished mahogany desk, so spotless it looks like it's never been used, at the stained-glass windows behind it, 4 of them, each panel featuring the hero of a different series. Ashbolt, Crestone, Bellamy, and Petrarch. And at the shelves around the office, filled with trinkets, totems, and a row of trophies featuring the head of a weird, sad French-looking guy. Turns out the weird, sad French head trophies weren't French after all. They're meant to be Edgar Allan Poe. So many Edgar Awards, murmured Malcolm as he lifted one almost lovingly from the shelf. He was clearly in heaven, pointing out the bone-white ship in a glass bottle, one of the clues that helped Ashbolt break his first case. That backlit map of London there, he said, shows the underground network Crestone ferreted out. And that's the dagger that finally felled Bellamy and forced his protégé, Petrarch, to carry on his work. His knowledge of Fletch lore is overwhelming and intimidating. It's got to be a major advantage. Wow, Kate said, eyes wide. It's like something out of a movie. I think I read somewhere that he didn't actually write in here, mused Kenzo, running a fingertip along the desk, as if to check for dust. He preferred to work in bed, but that doesn't convey the same gravitas. Millie was thinking about the content she could film in here, the videos she could log sitting at this famous desk, the way it might help shift her stagnant follower count, when Eleanor cleared her throat and ushered them to a tall safe in the corner and instructed them to surrender their devices. The safe is the size of a small wardrobe, glossy black metal with copper hinges that look vintage, a style marred by the clearly high-tech lock. Millie's read about this safe, how Arthur Fletch would lock his phone away for hours while he wrote, setting the timer so even he couldn't break in early, and horror washes over her. They can't possibly expect her to actually give up her lifeline to the outside world. But that's exactly what Eleanor's just told her to do. A matter of discretion, she says, since news of Arthur's death hasn't been made public. Besides, adds Rufus, it'll give you all a chance to focus on the task at hand. Millie shrinks back. But my followers, she pleads, hating the panic in her voice. It's just, I maintain a pretty strict regime of content creation because the algorithm favors regularity, and she trails off when it becomes clear that this isn't negotiable. Beside her, Kate looks similarly ill at the prospect of surrendering her phone. I can't, she murmurs, cradling it against her chest. I really need... She hesitates. My music. All my music is on here. I can't write without it. Millie can't help but feel betrayed. Why can't the girl just admit that she's addicted to socials too? So much for sisterhood. What an excellent opportunity to overcome that dependence, says Eleanor, glancing around. Laptops, tablets, and smartwatches too, she adds, and the room fills with fresh protests. What? No way. Any form of digital technology, she explains, must be sealed in the safe for the duration of your stay. How are we supposed to write? By hand, asks Kate. Millie groans. My handwriting is practically illegible. Which, okay, isn't strictly true. She just hates writing by hand. Her pen can never keep up with her brain, and she ends up losing half her ideas before she can write them down. Malcolm scoffs. Can't be worse than Sienna's. His wife rolls her eyes. I always write by hand, announces Jackson as he tugs a battered moleskin from his back pocket. It's the only way to really get real with the work. It's like going commando for your brain. Kenzo snorts, but he looks a little nervous as he loads his things into the yawning safe. Even Sienna, who probably only uses Facebook, seems stressed by the prospect of giving up her phone. We have a dog, she says, clutching the cell. He's really old. I have to be available in case something happens. Don't worry, says Jackson. If something terrible happens to Sparky, you'd never get back home in time. Millie elbows him in the side as Kenzo says, You don't have to be a dick about it. Jackson shrugs. Not a dick if it's true. According to who? I'm just pointing out basic geography. Eleanor snaps her fingers and points to the waiting safe, and Sienna says, Fine, just let me tell the pet sitter. She types something out, deletes, types again, then hits send, shoves the phone onto the shelf, and backs away. Millie looks down at her screen. She wonders briefly if she should text Freya, but it's been so long that would probably be weird. Priscilla's the only one who doesn't seem bothered. She just deposits a Skel and pink laptop sleeve on the shelf. Might finally break my late-night shopping habit, she muses. And then it's down to Millie and Kate. After a pained moment, Kate surrenders her phone to the safe, along with a laptop and a tablet. And then it's just Millie, and everyone is waiting, and her chest is tightening under the weight of their attention. Okay, she says, coaxing herself. As she sets her laptop and Skel onto the shelf, she remembers the spare phone. It comes in handy for filming content in the bottom of her bag. No one would expect her to have 2 phones. She could probably get away with keeping it. But then Eleanor looks right at her, maybe even through her, and the expression on her face says, Do not disappoint me, Millie Mitchell. And before she knows it, she's digging the secret Skel out of her purse and setting it down with the rest. And then the safe swings shut with a horrible thunk, and Millie feels wrong, too light, like she might float away. Arthur's entire backlist is in the library, Eleanor is saying, and you'll find everything you need to write the ending in your rooms. Millie registers the words, can hear the others moving about, heading for the door, but she can't tear her eyes from the front of the safe as Fletch's editor spins the lock on the front and the time on the screen blurs. Red numbers rushing upward from minutes to hours to days. When he stops, the screen reads 72 hours, 0 minutes, 0 seconds. 72 hours. It's ages, and a blink, a long weekend, a marathon and a sprint. 72 hours in this house, on this island, with no way to access the outside world. No way to check email or socials, Google a synonym, or doom scroll between sessions. 72 hours to finish a book. Not just a book, but the book, the most anticipated one in modern history. 72 hours to earn $2 million and turn her life around. The Thriller Writers. The door swings open with a weary sigh, a sound unique to places long neglected, and secrets waiting to be brought to light. "Ah," says Malcolm, surveying the bedroom. "This'll do." It's smaller than he would have liked, but there was a mad dash for the rooms, Millie and Jackson running around like kids at a sleepover, trying to grab the best one, while Kenzo struck out in search of the one with the least amount of light, and Priscilla looked for the biggest bed. Malcolm's just glad that none of the rooms had 2 beds, since Cece probably would have insisted on taking that one, and then the others would have noticed. Not that it will be a problem anymore. With so much on the line, Sienna will surely understand. They have to work together, which means they have to stay together. The rooms are split between the house's 2 wings, and by the time it all shook out, Kate, Kenzo, and Priscilla had claimed the East Wing, while Millie, Jackson, and Malcolm and Sienna filled the West. The rooms themselves are rather quirky. Each seems to have been designed around a colour, which he supposes isn't that strange on its own. What is strange is the sheer dedication to employing that colour, from the walls to the curtains, the tartan spread on the bed, the decorative cushions on the chair. That's the other thing. Each room has also been given an old-fashioned typewriter, and the paper for it matches the rest of the room. It seems like an awful lot of work, matching the paper to the decor, having coloured paper at all, for that matter. But according to Eleanor, that will be the only way to differentiate them, since this whole affair is being judged blind. That too strikes him as faintly ridiculous. Surely they'll be able to tell the difference between a seasoned thriller writer and a novice. And don't even get him started on the romance author. Priscilla will probably wrap up Petrarch's story in a neat little bow, giving her that formulaic happily ever after, sealed with a kiss. Kenzo's ending will undoubtedly be blood-soaked. Jackson is probably not stupid enough to add extraterrestrials to the world's most successful crime series, but he wouldn't bet on it. Poor Millie's will be overwrought, and Kate, well, she hasn't even cut her teeth yet. No, the rest of them are woefully outmatched. Malcolm takes up a sheet of butter-yellow paper. The room itself is more egg yolk, a shade that reminds him of the gorse that painted the hills around Edinburgh every spring. He tries to dig up the name for the yellow tartan on the bed. Sinclair, he thinks aloud. He's almost certain. But it doesn't really matter. For once, Sienna can't pull up the answer on her phone to prove him wrong. On the desk beside the typewriter is a bottle of whiteout and a printed copy of Arthur's final manuscript, minus the ending, of course. Terrible business, he thinks. If Sienna died, God forbid, he'd be able to muscle through, write an ending worthy of them both. But if he went first, no, it doesn't even bear thinking about. Behind him, Cece is heaving her suitcase up onto the bed. She begins unpacking, sorting clothes into cupboards, and arranging her meds on the bedside table as if she's moving in. She always does that, even when they're only staying for one night. Malcolm leaves her to it and drifts to the window. He hoists it open, letting cool air spill into the room, the sound of the sea crashing against the cliffs below. He inhales deeply, still trying to process the magnitude of the news about Arthur. If he's being honest, he didn't know the man that well. He's looked up to him for years. Hell, he's the reason Malcolm started writing, and he always hoped that Penn Stoneley's eventual success would bring them closer, that Arthur would come to see him as a colleague and a friend. This weekend was meant to be the foundation on which he built that dream. Malcolm and Arthur, together in the drawing room, a bottle of scotch and a roaring fire, trading war stories from the narrative trenches. That dream's gone up in smoke, and he's devastated, he really is. But $2 million? Well, that's quite a silver lining. With a prize like that, Malcolm could afford to make new dreams. Something catches his eye below. It's Rufus, strolling down the path away from the house. Decent chap. And that accent, with its crisp consonants and posh vowels, screams old money. Malcolm makes a mental note to ask about his schooling before remembering Eleanor Vandenberg's words as they left Fletch's study. Arthur's editor will stay with you over the weekend, but he'll be sequestered in the guest cottage across the drive. You will deliver your endings as you finish them, through the mail slot in the cottage door. Other than that, I must insist you have no contact with him whatsoever. Bollocks, he mutters under his breath. It's important to know what kind of man you're working with. Oh, he knows it's not the PC thing to say, but the fact is, an author and his editor should be cut from the same cloth. He's glad that Fletch's old editor got the boot. Ever since he and Sienna got pawned off on River, he has to worry about pronouns as much as plot devices. No, he's convinced that if he did get to chat with Rufus, man to man, he'd have this in the bag. The editor disappears around the corner, no doubt to hole up in his cottage, but the sight of him slipping away reminds Malcolm of the figure on the cliff, the one he'd assumed, erroneously, was Arthur Fletch. "Who do you think it was?" he muses aloud. "What?" asks Sienna, and before he even turns, he knows she's giving him the look. He hates that look, which somehow conveys both disinterest and scorn, an impatient quirk of the brows, an unflattering set of the mouth. And there it is. "The man we saw, on the approach. The one in the hat." Sienna shrugs, clearly more concerned with putting sweaters in the wardrobe. "It was probably the editor." Malcolm shakes his head. "I don't think so." Sienna blows a chunk of hair out of her face. "Maybe it was Artie's ghost, come to welcome you because you're such great friends." Malcolm frowns. "No need to be snarky." She shrugs again. "You're the one who believes in ghosts." He grits his teeth. Just because one time at the Colosseum he felt the undeniable presence of something ancient and angry, and made mention of it to the guide. Sienna looks past him to the window, and he can tell. "You're wondering about it too." Sienna rolls her eyes and reaches for the manuscript. "Forgive me if I'm less interested in solving that mystery than this one." Sienna looks down at the manuscript in her hands. Does paper normally weigh this much? Or is it the pressure, the promise? This isn't just a book after all. It's the book. And in order to win, not only do they have to devise an ending equal parts epic and unexpected, they'll have to do it all while mimicking Fletch's voice. Which is the one thing she isn't worried about. Back in college, she spent an entire semester turning in English papers written in the same style as the work she was critiquing, just for fun, and her professor remarked what a knack she had for imitation. And he was right. After all, she's been mimicking Malcolm for years. As if on cue, he crosses to her, wrapping his arms around her waist and resting his stubbled chin on her shoulder, the way he has so many times. It used to make her feel safe, feel loved. Now she just feels stifled. The weight of him, like a fucking albatross. But she doesn't pull away. He seems genuinely shaken by the news of Arthur's death. For all Malcolm's bravado, he has always been sensitive. Sienna pats him gently on the back. Drowning, she thinks, is a bad way to go. She pulls up the details from another of her mental lists, this one titled Most Unpleasant Deaths, which has come in handy over the years. Drowning entails the aspiration of water, the lack of oxygen, the filling of pleural cavities, the post-mortem bloat. One of their earliest books together centered on a serial killer Malcolm had insisted on naming the bathtub bastard, who snuck into sororities and drowned co-eds in, you guessed it. Back then, Sienna hadn't tried to rein Malcolm in, but she'd still done most of the research, so she knew that despite what people sometimes said, it really wasn't a good way to die. "Can you believe it?" he murmurs, and she thinks he's talking about Fletch, until he says, $2 million, Cece. She stiffens, realizing he's not grieving. He's excited. "I mean, a 3-book deal." The floor feels like it's tilting, because she wants it. Of course she wants it. She just doesn't want it with him. "This could be a game changer for us," he says. And it's that word, us, that makes her snap. "Us," she echoes, pulling free. "I'm sorry. Did you forget something?" She fights to keep her voice low. The walls look like they're made of stone, but in a house this big, noise always finds a way to carry. "There is no us anymore, Malcolm." He stiffens, as if struck by the news, which isn't news at all. It's been a month since she told him she was leaving Penn Stoneleigh, leaving him. A month, and the only reason she's even here is because he asked. Begged, really, got down on one knee in some sordid imitation of a proposal and said, "Please, Cece, one last time, for me." One last time. So much weight in that one phrase, enough to drag a body down. She agreed to come because she loved him once, or maybe just because she's the one upending their life, and maybe in some small part because she was flattered, because it was the kind of chance she'd never gotten, would never get again. Not to schmooze, that was Malcolm's game, simply a chance to peek behind the curtain and in the cupboards, to learn a little more about the most successful writer in the world. But mostly, it was a parting gift, an appeasement. It had seemed at the time like the least she could do. But now... "What do you expect me to do?" whines Malcolm. And Sienna doesn't know. What she does know is that writing with him is going to be excruciating. They can't agree on anything anymore, so how the hell are they going to agree on the best way to end the Petrarch series? And if by some miracle they do manage to agree, and by some other miracle they manage to win, she'll be shackled to Malcolm for years to come. She racks her brain for an answer. "We could talk to the editor, Rufus. Maybe he'd let us write alone." "Not happening," Malcolm sneers. "They invited Penn Stoneleigh, not Sienna Buchanan." "Oh, sorry." "Wood." He practically spits her maiden name back at her, as if he didn't beg her to take his name when they got married. His mouth twists into a smirk that reminds her exactly why she's leaving. Because he's not always charming, not always warm, not always the life of the party. Sometimes he's just an arsehole. If only he had cheated. It would have been easier if some force had come in and carved a chasm between them. But he never did. And she'd know. She's certain she'd know. Or rather, she's certain he'd tell her, unable to keep the secret to himself. And somehow, that makes everything worse, because there's no one else to blame. She looks at Malcolm and wonders when it changed, when the sight and smell and touch of him turned sour, the love spoiling like milk. "Look," he runs a hand through his salt and pepper hair. "The only way we have a shot at this is if we work together. After it's over. If you still want to leave, what do you think's going to happen, Malcolm? That we'll win this contract and I'll suddenly fall madly back in love with you? Are you that fucking dense?" His hand twitches, and for an instant she honestly thinks he might hit her. Not that he's ever done it before, but the air is electric, and in this moment she wouldn't put it past him. She wonders what she'd do, whether she'd strike back, or sob, or feel smug, because he'd finally given her a reason to go. But the moment passes, and his shoulders slump. "I know our book sales haven't been strong enough." Sienna shakes her head. "I'm not leaving you because of sales, Malcolm. I'm leaving because you care more about your face on the book than you ever did about actually writing. I'm leaving because you take me for granted. I'm leaving because you don't listen. I'm leaving because it's been years since you showed me as much interest as you did the stupid invitation from Arthur goddamn Fletch." She sways, feeling empty in the wake of her outburst. Malcolm's face has become a house, windows shuttered against the storm. "You're forgetting, Sienna." She winces and looks down. At some point, his hand wrapped around her wrist. At some point, he started to squeeze. "That we made a deal." Oh, the deal. The deal came after the begging. "The one last time, Cece, please." The deal was that there'd be no ugly, drawn-out divorce, no legal battle over who got what and when and where. That Malcolm would draw the line right down the middle, 50-50, and she'd get half of his dwindling trust fund, of everything they'd ever made. And all she had to do was come, play nice, and keep Penn Stoneleigh alive for one more weekend. The safe flashes up in her mind. 72 hours, glowing on the front. "So I suggest," says Malcolm, taking up the first 50 or so pages of the manuscript and shoving them into Sienna's hands, "you do your part." He takes the rest and retreats to the bed. Sienna looks down at the title printed on the top page. The Last Gasp. How fitting. She's always been a fast reader, so she skims the first few chapters before handing them to Malcolm. He kicks off his shoes and makes himself comfortable, the short stack heaped like a cat on his chest, a pair of glasses he badly needs but almost never wears, perched on his nose. He makes no show of actually reading, just ruffles the paper and hums to himself, a fucking maddening habit that makes Sienna flick through her mental Rolodex of murder methods again. She eyes the pillows on the bed. Smothering him would probably be the simplest. Instead, she turns her face back to the open window, closes her eyes and lets the cold breeze sting her cheeks as she reminds herself that in a few days she will be free, and Penn Stoneleigh will be dead. The sci-fi writer. In the throes of space, he would be weightless. Even aboard the vessel Tourmaline, he would be assisted by a taxon suit. But here, the alien terrain reaches out with every stride, as if determined to remind him of his limitations, make him stumble, even fall. It probably doesn't help that Jackson isn't wearing his glasses, but they get fogged up when he runs, and he can see well enough to make out the contours of the trail, where there is a trail, and the grass where there is none. Skel Bray's not exactly a national park, but it's bigger than it looks. The castle sits up on the cliff, the cottage facing it across the drive, but the island itself is a messy heap of hills, overgrown paths that vanish around bends and cut through groves of trees. It's big enough that, more than once, the massive house vanishes from view, snuffed out between the grey sky and green earth as he loops the island, taking a slightly different route each time. On the first lap, he spots a stone shack sinking into the side of a hill, an embankment, sloping down to a small, secluded beach. On the second, an overgrown greenhouse, a set of rickety steps plunging down toward the sea, a cluster of trees. As he passes the castle again, he spots Kenzo standing on the steps with a cup of coffee. When Jackson goes past, he flashes a sardonic grin, lifts the cup in a small salute, and calls out, "Shouldn't you be working?" Jackson gives him the finger and doesn't look back, as if the time on the front of the safe isn't blinking in his mind. The hours ticking down, 72, 71, 70. But this is work, he tells himself. When he runs, something comes unstuck inside him. His laboured breath becomes a backdrop for his mind, and his mind makes space, and in that space he finds ideas. He's heard other people do their best thinking in the shower, with the white noise and the wet heat, but he needs to have his body in motion. But now, when he runs, it's only a matter of time before his thoughts drag him back to the Lightspeed saga, to the third and final book, sitting half-written on his laptop, to the email from his editor, padded with faint praise as he tried to soften the news, that the sales weren't where they needed to be, that he should be proud of everything he'd done, but, the publisher had decided to cancel the series. Jackson's lungs began to burn just thinking of it. This is why he runs with music, so he can turn it up, drown out the bad thoughts, and lose himself inside the wailing guitar solos. He's always had a soft spot for 80s rock, which his mother used to blast inside their overheated Dallas double-wide. But his phone is locked in the safe, along with his smartwatch, so he can't even check his pace. So he tries to focus on his body instead. The steady beat of his heart, limbs converting energy, the drum of his feet, the way the pieces work together, like a well-oiled machine. Sidebar, Jackson Knight would love to be a machine. Not a clunky old computer, but a piece of higher tech, that elegant intersection of organic material and mechanical efficiency. But Skel Bray seems intent on reminding him he's flesh and blood. Every time he nearly loses his footing on a bit of shale, a grassy tangle, a jutting stone, he has to drop it into lower gear just to keep from going arse up. Kenzo would love that. Disposable, he called them. Mid-list. Jackson picks up his pace. He's not mid-list. He refuses to be mid-list. And even if he is at this moment, well, there's a difference between people passing through, because their publisher didn't put enough money behind their books, didn't even have the decency to let them complete their vision, so their readers had something to champion, and those who seemed resigned, content even, to spend their lives there. Honestly, Jackson should win this competition just to spite his old publisher. Rub it in their faces. Show them they were wrong. Then they'd beg him to come back and finish the Lightspeed saga. He'd consider it, for the reader's sake, of course, not theirs. Unless Merriweather offered to take over the whole series, republish the first two, maybe even rebrand them, with fancy covers and a real marketing plan, a proper lead-up to the third and final book, which they'd do right by if he won. He probably could win, given who he's up against. Malcolm and Sienna have the advantage of teamwork, but they're clearly going through something. Priscilla seems clever, and he has a soft spot for romance writers, not just because they're kinky, but because, like sci-fi, they tend to get short shrift. But as far as genres go, romance is about as far from thriller as you can get. Other than YA and Millie, well, she's cute, but she doesn't have the chops. Same goes for Kate. That leaves the high and mighty horror writer, Kenzo. but Jackson will be damned if he loses to a guy ironically wearing a vintage AC/DC shirt. He could win. The trouble is, he hasn't read any of Fletch's books. He did watch the show, and it had some good action, decent twists. He saw them coming, but the average viewer probably wouldn't. The lead actress would have been great as Mealy in the adaptation of the Lightspeed saga, if it ever happened, which it probably won't now. He doesn't know if it's the reminder or the fact he's on his 4th loop, but his side suddenly cramps. He slows to a stop and tries to stretch, sweat making his shirt cling to his torso. He looks around. He's on the far side of the island, the tip of the castle jutting up over the hills. He should go back. Go back and sit down and start reading Fletch's manuscript. But the sun is warm and the air is cool, and he decides to check out that little beach he spotted on the first loop, the slope leading toward the sandy alcove. On the way, he passes the rickety stairs, the ones that plunge down before twisting out of sight. He leans out, trying to see where they lead, but when his foot lands on the first step, it groans ominously, and curiosity be damned, he's not going out like that. He carries on, shoes sliding on the grass as he makes his way down the embankment to the little beach. Up close, it's even better. A flawless curve of sand, giving way to calm blue sea. Jackson wishes he had his phone so he could take a selfie. He's already trying to come up with a caption, something contemplative but suggestive. Like he has something to share, but isn't ready yet, when he reminds himself, there's no point. He sighs, kicks off his shoes, and stares out at the water. The tide rolls in with a whisper. It goes out with a sigh. He feels his heart slow to match the rhythm, and it's so quiet, so peaceful. It makes him feel small, but in a good way, the way the sky does on clear nights back in Texas. Looking out at the water, it's hard to believe the old man drowned in a place like this. Maybe the weather was bad. Maybe the waves were rough. Maybe he hit his head or his heart gave out. What a shitty way to go, thinks Jackson. All that work, the finish line in sight, and bam, lights out. And people say everything happens for a reason, but it feels wrong, cruel for someone to work so hard, for so long, only to have the universe declare, not you, not this, take everything away, and nope. Jackson shakes his head. That's enough deep thoughts for now. He drags off the sweat-soaked shirt and is about to go for a quick plunge when someone whistles. Jackson turns and sees Millie, ogling him. My kingdom for a camera, she says with a flirtatious grin as she shuffles down the grassy slope. That's another thing that could come out of this weekend. Millie Mitchell is totally his type. He flashes his most charming smile. Was just about to take a dip. Go on then, she says, running a hand through her blonde curls. Don't let me stop you. Jackson stretches once, for show, and then strides straight into the water, and nearly shrieks. He stiffens as the tide washes over his feet. It's cold. Not cool in a refreshing garden hose in summer way, but fucking frigid, like an ice plunge at the gym. And Jackson has to fight the urge to cry out and shuffle back onto the safety of the beach. But Millie's watching, so he sucks in his breath as he wades into the shallows, cold water lapping at his shins, his thighs, nearly loses it when the icy surge skims his nuts, but he manages to hold it in. Jackson turns toward her, smiling through gritted teeth. You coming? He asks. The water's great. I don't believe you. Would I lie to you? Millie considers this, then kicks off her shoes and shuffles forward until the water touches her toes. She shrieks and tries to jump back, but Jackson catches her hand. Don't you fucking dare! She yelps as he sweeps her up into his arms and turns, as if about to dump her in the surf, which he'd never actually do. He's not a total douche. But his heel catches on a stone or shell, and he loses his balance and they both go down screaming, in the icy surf. After, as they walk back up to the house, clothes wet and teeth chattering with cold, Millie shoots him a look and asks if he's okay. "You seemed kind of down," she explains. "Back there on the beach, before I whistled. Not that I was spying." "Stalker." She shoves him playfully. "I mean it," she says. "You can tell me." "I was just thinking," he starts. Jackson considers telling her about the Lightspeed saga, about its cancellation, how it feels like a death he can't grieve, and he's afraid because it was the best thing he'd ever written, and it still wasn't enough. And what does that mean for him? Instead, he just flashes a crooked grin and finishes. "About how I'm going to wipe the floor with all of you." Millie rolls her eyes. "Oh, yeah?" "Oh, yeah," he says, throwing an arm around her shoulders. "Time to stop fucking around and get to work." The thriller writers. Scratch that. Writer. 2 hours later, Sienna is sitting cross-legged on the floor of their yellow room, Fletch's manuscript stacked neatly on the rug. She reclaimed the opening chapters from Malcolm's chest as soon as he started to snore, which was approximately 5 minutes after he started reading. Sienna's annoyed, but unsurprised. She knows she'll end up doing the lion's share of the work. She has been for years. As she goes through the book, Sienna shifts the pages from one stack to the other, the first shrinking as the second grows, the room silent except for the whisper of paper and the steady sound of Malcolm's breathing. Until the pages run out. One moment, Julia Petrarch is in the tunnel, closing in on the killer she's been hunting the last 4 books, surging toward the long-awaited confrontation, when it just stops. Sienna knew it was coming, but the sudden jarring halt still takes her by surprise. She rereads the last line, which isn't the end of a chapter or even a scene, but a sentence. As her eyes adjusted to the dark, the thought that rang through Petrarch's head was this: "I should have known." The line sits halfway down the page, the space below it rendered maddeningly and permanently blank. Sienna runs her fingertip along the phrase, "I should have known." And then she looks up, startled by how dark the room has gotten. She has to hand it to Arthur Fletch. He knows how to spin a gripping tale, but, staring at the stack of paper now, she wonders if he really knew how to end it. There are no clues, or rather, there are too many. A dozen possible red herrings glinting in the narrative net. Sienna stands, stiff from so long hunched over the manuscript. Theories swirl in her head, but there's no way to guess which would have paid off, because she was reading it as, well, a reader, and Fletch was notorious for keeping readers guessing. She'll have to crack it from the other side. Sienna chews her thumb as she thinks. It's a daunting task, sure, but for the first time in years, she feels that familiar flutter in her chest, the excitement that comes not from reading a really good book, but writing one. The fear and the promise, the what if. And Sienna knows that she can do this, even without Malcolm's help, even if he gets half the credit, even if that means binding herself to him for another 3 books. But she's not going to think about that right now. First, she needs to crack this book. Well, actually first, she needs a drink. Apparently, she's not the only one. As she heads down the hall past Jackson's and Millie's rooms, she hears voices drifting up the stairs, the heavy wooden swing of other doors, the sound of footsteps in the corridors below. Jackson's door is closed, but Millie's is ajar, the room beyond awash in shades of blue, matching paper fed into the typewriter on the old-fashioned desk. An open notebook sits on the chair, pages filled with looping script, that she can tell, even from the door, is perfectly legible. It would be easy to slip inside and take a peek, just to see what bright, bubbly Millie has in store for Julia Petrarch, what she would make of that climactic scene. Sienna's foot is halfway through the door when she catches herself. For all she knows, it's a diary, or a snippet of dialogue, undoubtedly overwrought, full of breaths people didn't know they were holding. And even if it isn't, even if every page is somehow full of detailed thoughts on Petrarch's finale, she doubts Millie Mitchell has an idea worth stealing. Sienna makes her way downstairs and hears the crisscross of voices coming from the kitchen, but when she gets there, the word doesn't really do the room justice. Technically, the galley in their New York apartment is a kitchen. It has the component parts, but this is like something out of Downton Abbey, if the downstairs and the upstairs merged into one giant functional yet achingly aesthetic room. There's a range cooker at one end, copper pots hanging from the walls, a marble-topped island that's larger than her living room. Priscilla and Millie are already there, the former popping the cork on a bottle of champagne, the latter perched on the marble island, hair wet from a shower and bare heels tapping against the dark wood cabinets, mid-story about how Jackson stripped down and dunked her in the sea, which Sienna thinks is a bit inappropriate, given how Fletch died. "But oh my God, he's so ripped," adds Millie, blushing as she waves a hand at her midriff. Sienna grimaces. No amount of muscle would make up for the little she's seen of that man's personality. Behind her pink glasses, Priscilla cocks a brow. "Did you find time to read the pages in between your adventures with Mr. Knight?" Annoyance flashes across Millie's face. "Obviously I did that first," she says. "I've always been like a really fast reader." "If I could have any superpower," Kate drifts in, clutching a copy of the first Petrarch novel to her chest like a totem. "Right now it would definitely be that." She tosses the book onto the counter and presses her palms into her eyes. "It's been ages since I read these." "I'm surprised you ever did," says Sienna. "You must have been in kindergarten when the first one came out." Kate smiles shyly. "My mum's always been a big fan, so we had them around." She pulls the sleeves of her cardigan down over her hands, and Sienna mentally pockets the gesture. There's something endearing about it, vulnerable, the sort of thing a character might do to indicate some past trauma. Or maybe she's just cold. It is, in fact, freezing in here. Scotland in March. Who knew? "Anyway," says Kate, "I thought I should reread them, but at this rate it'll take me all weekend just to catch up." Fear lances through Sienna. Should she be doing that? She has a vague memory of the previous books, but it took all afternoon to read the newest, and it's not even done. Besides, 72 hours is barely enough time to come up with an ending. Of course they don't have 72 hours anymore. She checks her watch and flinches as she does the mental math. They're down to 68. She's always hated deadlines. Malcolm would insist he works best under pressure, but that's a crock of shit. He's just not good at managing his time. Sienna's always been the one to keep an eye on the clock. She wonders absently what he'll do when she leaves. Guilt flashes like heartburn in her chest, but she squashes it as Priscilla reaches out and rubs Kate's back. "I'm sure the editor cares more about the cleverness of the idea than whether you can make a callback." And even though the words weren't meant for her, Sienna finds herself clinging to them. Priscilla's right. Surely the editor understands. Writing a book is like building a house. There's a time for putting up walls and a time for decorating rooms. And this right here, what they're being asked to do, it's carpentry. Priscilla pours a glass of champagne for Kate, but she shakes her head and Millie groans and says, "Oh my God, please tell me that you're old enough to drink." Sienna and Priscilla both laugh, and Kate flushes. "I am," she says. "I just turned 22. Millie manages an awkward chuckle. "Oh, God, that makes me feel ancient," she says, which makes Sienna want to crawl out of her skin. She turned 42 last month, which isn't old, but this conversation is making her feel like it is. She remembers her 30th birthday, when Malcolm brought her a cake with all those candles crammed on top, and how she looked into the 30 little flames and burst into tears because she'd never be a prodigy. And Malcolm laughed. He laughed and laughed, but did nothing to console her, because it was true. If you succeed before a certain age, then society deems you extraordinary. But after a point, no matter what you do, you're not special. You're just good at your job. Not that she'd ever want to go back to being 22, especially not 22 in publishing. It might seem fun from the outside, but the industry will eat you alive if you let it. Kate tries to shrink even farther into her green cardigan, and Sienna wants to take her by the shoulders and tell her to stop making herself small, to take up space if she's going to survive. "Maybe a glass of champagne would help you relax a little," says Sienna. "I don't drink," says Kate, "but point me to a bar of chocolate, and I'm a goner." Sienna laughs as Priscilla hands her Kate's untouched glass. Just then Jackson walks in, wearing a pristine white tank top and sweatpants. "Ladies," he says, and Sienna takes a large sip to keep from grimacing. She almost wishes Malcolm were there, just so she'd have someone to share a pointed look with, and is surprised and relieved to catch Priscilla's gaze instead. The romance writer rolls her eyes behind her pink glasses, and Sienna smiles, glad to have a co-conspirator, if not a friend. Sienna could use a few more of those. Friends, not co-conspirators, since the vast majority of the people in her life are in Malcolm's too. Authors they see 3 or 4 times a year on the thriller conference circuit. Bonds forged out of a shared passion for the work and a shared frustration with the industry in which they do it. And she's not actually sure she'd consider any of them actual friends. As for meeting people outside of publishing, she's tried. But it's hard when your whole life is built around the making and selling of stories. The job is all-consuming, and you're constantly surrounded by your colleagues, who are also your competition, or by people who hold your future in their hands. And even if you could find people who aren't somehow connected to the industry, it's hard to feign interest in other things, like children's birthday parties and stock portfolios and summer holidays you can't afford because your husband insisted you live in New York to be closer to the scene. On top of that, she can only handle so many well-meaning but ignorant questions about why her books haven't been turned into movies yet. So yeah, some more friends would be nice. But this isn't the place to make them. Not when they're all gunning for the same prize. Then again, who knows? Maybe it'll be the kind of thing they all look back on and laugh about. Sure, one of them is going to win, hopefully her, but that doesn't mean they have to hate each other. They could meet up at the bar of some big genre con and toast and say, "Remember the island?" And when people ask how they all know each other, they'll share a look. Because of course they can't say anything, thanks to that NDA they had to sign. But maybe they'll find a way to hide the truth inside a lie, tell everyone it was a chance meeting, a prestigious retreat. Sienna blinks, dragging her mind back to the kitchen as Kenzo drifts in, a notebook under one arm. He bypasses the champagne and beelines for the fancy espresso maker on the counter. It grinds to life, filling the kitchen with the scent of roasted beans. "Jet lag?" asks Millie as he throws the espresso back like a shot. Kenzo blinks. "Huh?" he asks, setting the cup in the sink. "Oh, nothing. It's just, if I drank that now, I'd be up all night." Kenzo smirks. "That's when I do my best work," he lowers his voice, "under the cover of darkness while the rest of you sleep." "Goosebumps!" announces Millie. "Creeper," mutters Jackson under his breath as he searches the fridge. "Pretty appropriate for a horror writer," says Sienna. "After all, Things do tend to go bump in the night. Kenzo looks at her and smiles, like she gets it, and Sienna smiles back. She didn't notice before, but he is really good-looking in a pre-makeover way, like those girls in movies who are supposed to be ugly ducklings but are really just some contacts, a hairbrush, and a cute outfit away from total tens. In fact, now that she's looking, really looking, she's pretty sure that if Kenzo swapped out the metal tee for a suit, he'd actually be distractingly hot. His jaw is sharp, and his eyes are bright, and his black hair frames his face in messy tendrils, and Sienna flushes. It's probably just the bubbles going to her head. That and the jet lag, both of which have her buzzing faintly, that strange collision of weary and awake, and she wonders absently if she'll crash the moment her head hits the pillow, or if she'll have to take one of the Ambiens she set on the nightstand. She doesn't like to take the pills, not unless she really needs to. Malcolm made her get them during their trip to Italy last year, when she couldn't seem to adjust her internal clock. She kept falling asleep on tour buses and taking long naps, only to sit up reading all night, and by the third day she was exhausted, and he was in a mood, complaining that he'd planned this whole romantic trip, and she was missing it. Sienna didn't point out that it was, first and foremost, a research trip, and she'd done most of the planning, didn't argue when he shuffled her into a questionable-looking doctor's office, and, in his charming but broken Italian, convinced the man to give her something to help her sleep, clearly forgetting that she's always been very sensitive to medication. She took the pills, and that night she slept like the dead. The problem was, she felt dead the next day too. The pills turned the world to syrup, and her thoughts to sand. But she keeps them in her travel bag, in part to pacify him, and in part because sometimes her brain just won't shut off. But that's fine. She needs it firing on all cylinders this weekend. "Penny for your thoughts?" asks Kenzo, and Sienna blinks. Millie's giggling at something Jackson's just said, and Priscilla's peppering Kate with questions about life in Yorkshire, and Kenzo is still looking at her, and instead of saying, "I'm divorcing my husband and really want to win this prize, so I can leave him knowing I'm running towards something instead of just away," she says, "Have you read the pages yet?" His head bobs once. They're good, but she can see the cogs turning behind his eyes, like he wants to say more, but isn't sure if he should. They are competing, after all. But Sienna's dying to talk it through with someone. "Right?" she says, leaning closer and lowering her voice. "And the way Fletch has laid it all out. There are so many ways it could go." "Yeah," Kenzo shoves his hands in his pockets. "I've got a few ideas." "I don't suppose you want to share?" asks Sienna, lifting the glass to her lips before she realizes that it's empty. "I would," says Kenzo with a crooked smile. "But then, well, you know." "You'd have to kill me?" "Right. And I'd really rather not." Kenzo looks like he's about to say something else when Malcolm comes sweeping in. "There you are," he says, apparently addressing the entire room, but he heads for Sienna, wraps an arm around her waist, pulling her in, as he says through gritted teeth, "Why didn't you wake me?" "Because," she hisses back, putting her mouth right up against his ear, "I'm not a fucking alarm clock." "Aw, couple goals," chirps Millie. "I love when writers are married to each other." Sienna swears she actually looks at Jackson as she says it. "I mean, no one else can really understand what it's like, can they?" Her gaze flicks back to Sienna and Malcolm. "You're so lucky." "We really are," says Malcolm, tightening his fingers in a way Sienna knows too well as shorthand for play along. "I couldn't ask for a better partner in crime." To Sienna's delight, no one laughs this time around. Conversation turns to dinner, and after quite a lengthy debate, they agree on vegetarian chili. Jackson grabs a pot from the wall, and Kenzo starts pulling onions from the cupboard. Sienna slips free of her soon-to-be ex-husband's arm and wipes her hands. "What can I help with? Chopping vegetables?" Now that Malcolm's here, she has the urge to get her hands on a knife. The Horror Writer. The knife slides in. It parts the flesh with ease and bites deep into the meat, a shallow pool of red leaking from the wound as he cuts, and "Kenzo, how are those tomatoes coming?" He looks up from the butcher block. "Right here," he says, dumping the diced beefsteaks into the pot, where Priscilla has the onions and other veg already simmering. Beyond the marble counter, Millie and Kate are setting the table. There is a proper dining room, he knows, on the other side of the house. He found it earlier when he needed a break from reading and took himself on an impromptu tour. But the kitchen is large and welcoming, and by some unspoken agreement they've decided to eat here. Malcolm has appointed himself master of drinks and is opening more wine, while Sienna ferries silverware and plates between the kitchen and the table. And then there's Jackson, who has a tea towel slung over his shoulder and is giving orders like the head chef in a restaurant during busy service. "You gotta cut the pieces smaller," he nags as Kenzo chops a bell pepper. Kenzo looks down at the knife in his hand, flexing his fingers on the polished wooden grip. He's spent a lot of time around weapons, par for the course, between his day job and his night one. At one point, he even considered culinary school, but he quickly discovered he wasn't a fan of being ordered around, especially when he was holding something sharp. "Like this," he says, attacking the pepper. He could have shown off his skills instead. He even knows a few tricks. But Jackson strikes him as the type to turn it into a contest, and as far as he can tell, there's no hospital on the island. So instead he hacks at the pepper as if he's wielding a cleaver and not a santoku. Priscilla's mouth twitches in a smirk, but Jackson gapes in genuine horror, which more than justifies the massacre. Kenzo adds the pepper to the pot, then blocks Jackson's way when he approaches, wielding cumin. "Stop," he says. "That doesn't go into Brooklyn chili." "What the fuck is Brooklyn chili?" demands Jackson. "I've never even heard of it." Kenzo waggles the knife. "Absence of evidence is not evidence of absence." Jackson shakes his head like a wet dog. "What are you even saying?" Kenzo doesn't know. The truth is, he has no strong feelings about chili, but he is developing some pretty strong ones about Jackson. The ironic thing, and the one he won't admit, is that he read the Lightspeed saga, and he loved it, unabashedly, from the world-building to the complicated leads to what he took to be a nuanced portrait of class struggles. When Jackson first introduced himself, Kenzo was excited, even a little nervous. And then the guy kept talking, and Kenzo's enthusiasm collapsed a little more with every subsequent word that came out of Jackson's mouth. Because those books might be amazing, but the author is an arse. So yes, he's a fan. But he'll die before he admits as much to Jackson fucking Knight. He turns his attention back to the chili, savouring the moment when the scent wafting from the pot begins to smell less like a collection of random ingredients and more like a meal. It's a good metaphor for writing. Cooking and craft have a great deal in common. Malcolm sidles over to Priscilla and asks her what it's like, writing romance, with a notable emphasis on the word, condescension buried like a barb. "I've heard it's rather formulaic," he says. Kenzo tenses, but Priscilla seems unfazed. "All genres have a formula," she says, stirring the pot. "Mediocre writers simply follow it. Great ones like Arthur Fletch know how to bend it." "Ah," says Malcolm smugly. "But why bend the mold when you can break it?" "Because," says Priscilla, nesting her pink glasses in her hair so they don't fog, "the readers need something to follow. If you break the mold entirely, you lose their trust and their interest. And then it doesn't matter how clever you are. You're only impressing yourself." "Hear, hear," Sienna murmurs before taking a very large swig of wine. "Indeed." Malcolm manages a brittle smile, and Kenzo can almost hear the man's ego cracking like ice as Priscilla returns her glasses to her face. Malcolm turns to his wife. "More wine." He goes to refill her glass, adds a weak splash before discovering the bottle's spent. "Uh-oh," she says dryly. "Not pulling your weight, are you?" The two halves of Penn stonily consider each other, the air thick with things unsaid. And Kenzo thinks once again how glad he is that he and Sam broke it off before things got like this, before the charm of being with another writer, of merging life and love and work, could wear off. Across the room, Millie is bombarding Kate with questions about how she got her start when Kate stumbles and the bowls balanced in her arms go crashing to the floor. Porcelain shatters against stone, a sound so loud and sudden that everyone else jumps, conversations broken off mid-word as Kate crouches over the mess, collecting the broken shards. Sorry, she murmurs, half to the room and half to the crockery. But the crash has altered something in the room, or maybe Malcolm and Sienna's tension has simply spilled over like a pot. Kenzo clocks the stiffness in Jackson's jaw, the furrow in Priscilla's brow, the nervous way Millie shifts her weight from foot to foot. No one is quite as relaxed as they've been letting on. Millie helps Kate pick up the pieces, patting her shoulder in a big sister way, and Kenzo drifts over to Sienna, who's clutching her still-empty glass so tight that it might crack. Just so we're on the same page, he says. I was joking earlier. About killing you. She brushes the dark hair out of her eyes. Yeah, she says. I kind of figured. Just wanted to clear that up, he says. Sometimes people don't get my jokes. Not that it was a joke, per se. It's just what you say, isn't it? I'd tell you, but I'd have to kill you. Anyway, just to reiterate, I have precisely 0 murderous intent toward you. Well, that's a relief. He tips his head toward Jackson, who's trying to stealthily sneak cumin into the chili. I can't make any promises about him, though. Sienna smiles ruefully. As long as you wait till the food's ready, it's all good with me. Kenzo chuckles, and Sienna laughs too, and Malcolm looks over sharply, as if they're talking about him. Sienna clocks it and smirks, a poke-the-bear smirk, before leaning closer to Kenzo. So, how would you do it? Do what? Murder Jackson Knight? Kenzo considers the man in question, who's now wafting the steam from the pot toward his face in an ostentatious way. How much time do you have? By the time they finally sit down to eat, it's after 9, and almost everyone is on their way to being drunk. Malcolm, Jackson, and Millie are leading the pack, their collective volume climbing with every glass, though the nature of their inebriation has taken different forms. Malcolm seems involved in a one-man name-dropping contest, while Jackson goes on a rant about the subgenre of space epic within the umbrella term of sci-fi, and Millie devolves at random intervals into giggles. Sienna's face has taken on a rosy flush. At the more sober end of the spectrum, Priscilla has been nursing the same glass for the last hour, while Kate sips a soda and has the wide-eyed look of someone who's just glad to be included. Kenzo himself has traded his coffee for scotch and is now in that pleasant lane of social lubrication between sober and sloppy. The chili, for what it's worth, is delicious. Maybe Jackson was right about the cumin after all. Kenzo hates that. We need another icebreaker, announces Millie when the bowls are empty. You know, so we can get to know each other better. Is that really a good idea? Asks Kenzo. Right? Says Jackson in a rare moment of agreement. I mean, no offense, Mill, but this isn't a Girl Scout trip. It's a competition. So? She counters. Doesn't mean we can't be friends. Okay, then, he shoots back. How about fuck, marry, kill, famous authors edition? Kenzo can see the cogs already turning in Millie's mind, but the rest of the table gives a collective groan. What? He continues. I'll go first. Let's start with I have a question. Priscilla cuts in, swirling the inch of wine in her glass as the collective attention shifts toward her. I want to know, what's your why? The table looks at her, confused. Our why? Asks Millie. Yeah, she says. Your reason for writing, for sticking with it even when the deck feels stacked against you. After all, that's why we're here, right? She looks around, making eye contact with each of them. Not just because we're good enough, but because, with the exception of Kate, who hasn't really started, the rest of us haven't given up yet. So, tell me your why. For a moment no one speaks, Kenzo included. Drinks are lifted to mouths. Eyes go down. It's honestly not a question they get asked that often. Where do you get your ideas? Will you put me in your next book? Who hurt you? But that one's specific to him. Why do you write romance? Why do you write crime? Why do you write horror? But not, why do you write? I like playing God, declares Jackson, to no one's surprise. But while half the table rolls their eyes, Millie actually nods. Yeah, she says. I wouldn't exactly put it that way, but at the same time it's kind of true. She looks around. I mean, real life is full of chaos, isn't it? It's messy and unfair. The heroes lose. The girl doesn't get the guy. Or maybe she does, and then he breaks her heart and everything goes to shit. Millie's hand goes to her mouth, as if embarrassed by the word. But it's nice to see the real girl behind the chipper facade. But when I write, she continues, I decide who wins. I get to choose what happens to the girl. I can give her the kind of story she deserves. Heads bob in agreement, and in the ensuing lull, Malcolm weighs in. For me, it's always been a calling. Sienna takes a pointed sip. Nothing to do with fame and glory, then. Well, we all want that, adds Jackson, clearly trying to diffuse the obvious tension. Malcolm swirls his latest glass of wine, his lips stained red, the colour rising in his cheeks as well. What about you, Cece? Why do you do it? Sienna hesitates, looking past everyone for a long moment. The truth is, I don't know. It's something I've always loved. The magic and the mystery, the alchemy of it all. The way you can build something out of nothing. A shared idea that goes from living in your head to living in everyone else's. She meets Malcolm's eyes. But lately, she trails off. Malcolm's face has gone from red to white. The whole room feels taut. Jackson looks around. But lately what? He asks, clueless. Kenzo steps in. What about you, Kate? She shifts in her seat, as if she didn't expect to be asked. Then, I do it because of my mum, she says. I was inspired by her passion, her single-minded dedication to the craft. I'd get up for school, and she'd have been up for hours, writing before work. She always made time for it, no matter what. She blows out a breath. It's the most she's said since they got to the island. Priscilla leans forward. Oh, is your mom an author too? Kate's face falls a little. She shakes her head. She tried. She really did. At one point, she could have papered our whole flat with the rejection letters. It just never happened for her. She must be so proud, though, adds Millie. I mean, you're with Eleanor Vandenberg. And you're here! That's such a huge feat, especially at your age. You must be really good. Kate shrinks in the face of praise, and Jackson rounds on Kenzo. Okay, champ, you're up. Kenzo wraps his fingers on the table. I think for me it's not that deep. And it's not. It probably helps that he's not in it for the money. Writing hasn't made him rich, but he never expected it to. People always say, don't quit your day job, and he never even considered it. Every full-time author he's ever met is miserable, in one way or another. I like writing, he goes on, and I'm pretty good at it. His publishing career is fine, but that's because it's not a career. It's a passion, something he still looks forward to every day. Which is nice, because you can be good at lots of things and not enjoy them. But I enjoy this. It makes him happy. It really is that simple. His parents always encouraged him to make time for things that did, whether that was music or sports or this. His mom hates horror, but she reads everything he writes and comes to his events whenever they're in town. His dad is just glad he's not living at home. They would have supported him if he wanted to do it full-time. They trusted him to make it work. But he likes things the way they are. And a few times a year, there's a line of people waiting for him to sign something he made up. In his head. In his spare time. He can't believe how lucky he is. Plus, I get to kill people for fun. He looks straight at Jackson as he adds, on paper, of course. Priscilla laughs and rises to her feet. On that note, does anyone want dessert? The room descends into yeses and no thanks and two fulls and compliments on the meal before Malcolm says, "Shall I take a bowl of chili down to the cottage for our esteemed editor?" "I'll go," says Jackson a little too eagerly. "I don't know if that's a good idea," says Priscilla. "Eleanor was pretty clear about the rules. I'd hate for anyone to get disqualified on a technicality." "In that case," says Kenzo, "go ahead, Jackson." Jackson flashes him a middle finger as he puts his bowl in the sink. "Fine," he grumbles as Kate breaks out a box of cookies and a gallon of ice cream. "Nothing for the editor, then." He returns to the table and slumps into his chair. "Man sucked anyway." "Sucked?" asks Kenzo, noticing the past tense. A shadow crosses Jackson's face. "Sucks," he says stiffly. "You said sucked." "I said sucks." "You're lucky you only had one," moans Millie. "I've had 3, a different one for every book in the trilogy." "Okay, editor horror stories. Let's have them," says Kenzo. "My latest one leaves me on read, sometimes for days," says Millie. "And I know for a fact she goes out for cocktails with at least 3 of her other authors. And they don't even live in the same city." Sienna sighs and reaches for the nearest wine bottle. "Our editor doesn't even bother to read our books anymore. He palms them off on his assistant." "Mind you," adds Malcolm, "young River's very encouraging when—" He hesitates as if doing a math problem in his head before saying, "when they respond." "I've got you all beat," says Kenzo, topping off his whiskey. "My editor quit in the middle of editing my last novel." "Wow. Was your book that bad?" murmurs Jackson. "Because he sold his own," Kenzo continues. "For a lot of money." A collective groan. "That's the worst," says Millie sympathetically. "Were you jealous?" Kenzo shrugs. He wasn't really. He's never been the jealous type, but the whole table is staring at him, clearly expecting a reaction. So he says, "I mean, it wasn't ideal." Kate chuckles nervously. "And here I thought the hard part would be getting a book deal." Everyone laughs. "Sweet summer child," says Sienna. "Is the industry really that bad?" "You have no idea," says Jackson. "You know, I heard most publishers have a list of which authors they're allowed to spend time on, and if you're not on the list, you're fucked." "The year I debuted," says Millie, "I found out the publisher bought 4 other books exactly like mine because they figured one of us would sell." She scowls at the table. "And one did, but the rest of us were screwed. They never thought about what would happen to the books that didn't win. They didn't care." "Hedging their bets, I suppose," muses Malcolm. "Yeah, well, they gambled with my whole career. They won and I lost, and then they gaslit me. They made me think it was my fault, that my book wasn't special enough to cut through the crowded field, despite the fact that they were the ones who crowded it. They made me feel like I didn't deserve to succeed." Disposable. The word Kenzo said in the foyer now hangs like a pall over the room. "I'm so sorry that happened to you, Millie," says Priscilla. "I'm sorry that happened to all of you," she adds before turning to Kate. "But it's not all bad, I promise. For what it's worth, my experience has been mostly good. Obviously, the industry has problems, not even getting into being a black woman in publishing, but I actually really like my editor. She's super smart and knows the market, and helps me figure out what I'm trying to say, even when I'm not sure myself." She raps a nail against the table. "A bad editor can be awful, but a good one is worth their weight in gold." "How many good ones are there, though?" counters Malcolm. "Half of them don't even do the work, and the other half act as if they're the only reason the books succeed." He leans forward to pluck another cookie from the tin. "Take away the author, and you have nothing. Take away the editor, and you still have a book." "Sure," says Priscilla blithely, "but usually not a good one." Malcolm sets his glass down. "Let me guess," he says, studying Priscilla. "You're the kind of writer who sends your editor gifts on release day." Jackson balks, but Priscilla only nods. "She works hard." "And what does she send you?" asks Sienna. The romance writer purses her lips. She doesn't need to send me anything. Authors get all the credit. It's our name on the cover. Sure, and we're the ones who suffer if the books don't sell, snaps Malcolm. Millie looks at Kate, mustering a smile that's kind, if a little thin. But maybe you'll get lucky. Maybe you'll be the one they pick, says Jackson. Write a good enough ending, and you'll never have to deal with any of this bullshit. You'll have the keys to the publishing kingdom. And what happens to the rest of us? Asks Sienna softly, almost inaudibly. But the words land like a blow. It's weird how easy it is to forget. To get caught up in the company, the ease of being around other people who understand the push-pull of art and business, the only ones who really know what's it like, because they're fighting the same fight. Too easy to lose track of the fact that this weekend, they're fighting against each other. So much of publishing feels like a zero-sum game. They won, so I don't. And while out there, it isn't always like that. Excitement in a genre can open doors, not close them. Here and now, it's actually true. Only one of them is walking out of here with the prize. Only one of them can win. Desperation clouds the air, wafting off the other authors, and Kenzo might not need it, not like they do, but he wants it all the same. Suddenly Malcolm stands, an inch of red left in his wineglass, and Kenzo wonders how many times he's topped it off. One too many, judging by the way he grips the back of Jackson's chair for balance as he lifts his glass. A toast, he declares, looking around the table, to a legend and a friend and an illustrious host, the man without whom none of us would be here. His eyes shine with a mixture of emotion and drink. To Arthur Fletch. The glasses go up, a medley of wine and scotch and soda. To Arthur Fletch, they echo. Malcolm nods somberly and says, May he rest in peace. He downs the last of his wine. Priscilla takes a tasteful sip. The rest have the glasses halfway to their lips when Kenzo looks down into his drink and says, Sure, if he's really dead. The Thriller Writers. Sienna chokes on her drink. Malcolm and Priscilla scowl. Kate and Millie are aghast. Jackson barks a nervous laugh and says, Bullshit. Oh, come on, says Kenzo, looking around. You had to be thinking it. I certainly was not, Malcolm says, glowering. Judging by the faces, neither was anyone else. You're just saying that because you're the horror guy, says Millie. Kenzo shrugs. Maybe. But you have to wonder, right? I mean, sure, he could be dead. But what if? What if? The two words that fuel and plague every creative mind. Sienna and Malcolm share a look. A reminder that there was a time they didn't fight, didn't even need to talk to know what the other was thinking, which at that very moment is about the man on the cliff, the one they saw from the boat, the one Malcolm was so sure was Fletch. We saw someone, she says, up on the cliff, just before we docked. She nods toward Malcolm. You thought it was Fletch. I did, says Malcolm slowly. It certainly looked like him, from a distance. He had that famous hat on, but it must have been someone else. But Eleanor said, squeaks Kate. She said everyone else had left the island. She said we were alone. Kenzo shrugs. Maybe she lied. People have been known to do that. But if he's not dead, says Millie, why would they invite us here? My guess, Kenzo leans forward, crossing his arms on the table. Writer's block. He looks around. Think about it. The pressure on Fletch to deliver the ending to beat all endings. Let's say he starts writing the book and gets stuck. Jackson's nodding now. The pressure's too much, he adds. He's starting to panic, and his agent's breathing down his neck, calling every day to check on his progress. So what does he do? He concocts a plan for someone else to come up with an ending. Several someones, in fact, so he can choose his favorite. Art is theft. Remember? Good writers borrow, great writers steal, echoes Kate. Isn't that how the quote goes? Bollocks, says Malcolm this time. What about the money? Asks Millie. The book deal. A buy-off, says Kenzo. Why else would they make us sign the NDAs? Sienna is suddenly very, very glad she didn't use her real name. I'm sure there's another explanation. Priscilla raps her nails on the table. A ghost? Says Jackson, wagging his fingers. I don't believe in ghosts, announces Millie a little too loudly. Occam's razor, says Malcolm. The simplest answer is usually right. So Arthur's either dead, God rest him, or alive, God damn him. But he's probably not a spectre, haunting us. He's dead, declares Priscilla. 6 heads turn. How do you know? Asks Sienna. Priscilla sighs and smooths a napkin in her lap. I saw it in Eleanor's face when she and Rufus were here. You can't fake that. She's probably right, but there are 6 other writers at the table, their imaginations shoved into motion and picking up speed like stones rolling down a hill. Even if he is dead, says Jackson, how do we know he drowned? I was out there today. That surf isn't exactly brutal. The North Sea can be fickle, counters Malcolm. Millie shakes her head. It's so cold, though. Who in their right mind would go swimming in it? Plenty of people, says Malcolm. Wild swimming is a proud British pastime. You hurled 3 times on the boat, mutters Sienna. I said swimming, not bobbing about like a cork. Maybe he was murdered, says Jackson brightly, as if that's somehow better. By who? Yelps Kate, but Kenzo is actually nodding. Could have been anyone, he says. It's not a secret that he lives here, alone, unprotected. Priscilla and Malcolm are both shaking their heads. But why? Asks Malcolm. Why would anyone want to kill Artie? And maybe it's the wine or the way her soon-to-be ex-husband says the author's name, as if he knew a damned thing about the late Mr. Fletch. But Sienna finds herself chiming in. Why does anyone kill anyone? She says. Money, envy, revenge. Millie turns to Malcolm and Priscilla. Did he have any enemies? He was famous, says Kenzo, as if that's reason enough. And rich, adds Kate, shifting in her seat as if the whole subject makes her deeply uncomfortable. In that case, wouldn't the authorities suspect foul play? Asks Sienna, cogs turning in her mind. Assuming they were notified, says Kenzo. And even then, only if they knew he'd been robbed. But look around. This house is packed with stuff. Jackson snaps his fingers. Oh, what if they killed him for the golden book? The what? Asks Kenzo. You know, says Jackson. The golden book? Saying it more than once won't make me know what you're talking about. Sienna probes her memory, thinking it rings a bell. But there have been so many stories about Arthur Fletch over the years that it's hard to keep up. Jackson huffs, exasperated. The one made of gold and encrusted with jewels. Worth serious dough. I read about that, says Millie. Me too, echoes Kate. I thought it was a joke, says Malcolm. Something Artie made up to pad the coffers of his ego, just because he could. Right, says Priscilla, because no one in their right mind would believe it's real. Kenzo raises his hand. Can someone who's not Jackson please explain? Priscilla sighs. The rumor was that back when the first Petrarch book took off, like stratospheric, chimes in Jackson, as in sold in 100 countries, got option for an eye-watering sum, sat on the Times list for a year. Right, Priscilla cuts back in. The rumor was Arthur wanted to commemorate his success. Sienna waves her hand at their surroundings. The house that Petrarch built wasn't enough. "The name's apocryphal," says Priscilla. Arthur had already bought the house by then, and the island with money from Ashbolt, and Crestone and Bellamy. So, and again, this was a rumor. He was looking for a way to celebrate something truly outlandish, and he decided to commission a book. "The most expensive book ever made," blurts Jackson, who clearly can't keep it to himself. "I heard it was cast in solid gold," whispers Millie, "and the title was written in rubies, and the spine was lined with diamonds." Sienna rolls her eyes. "That sounds ridiculous," she says, and at the same time Malcolm murmurs, "Phenomenal." Kenzo's mouth quirks in amusement. "Sounds like a MacGuffin." "You're a MacGuffin," mutters Jackson. "What's a MacGuffin?" asks Kate. "It's an object that propels the story," explains Kenzo. "The book is a myth." Priscilla slides her palm across the table as if smoothing it, a small but evocative gesture Sienna wants to capture for future use. She wishes she hadn't left her notebook up in the room. She used to tell herself that if the thought was good enough, it would stick around. But that was before 40 came up with a sharpened stick and started jabbing holes in her memory. "It isn't real," Priscilla says calmly. "How can you be sure?" asks Millie. "If it were, someone would have seen it." "Unless," says Jackson, pointing down at the table, "it's here." He throws himself back in his chair and spreads his arms. "They've got us here doing all this work when we could just find the treasure." "You go right ahead," says Kenzo. Jackson studies him, squinting in a way he probably thinks makes him seem intimidating, but really just makes him look like he needs better glasses. "Yeah," he says. "You'd like that, wouldn't you? One less person to compete with?" "That would be true," says Kenzo blandly, "if I saw you as competition." Sienna snorts. Jackson scowls. "Besides," says Kenzo, "according to your story, the killers came here to steal the golden book and murdered Fletch in the process." Jackson deflates a little, then rebounds twice as bright. "Unless they couldn't find it. It could still be here, hidden somewhere." Sienna rolls her eyes. "I'm with Priscilla. It sounds like the kind of thing a man would make up. At least Malcolm would." Her husband is currently leaning back in his chair, eyes glassy and unfocused, no doubt dreaming of a world in which Penn Stoneley's name is written in precious gems. A hush has fallen over the table, and she wonders how many of them are thinking of the golden book, or just the one they have to finish. The wind seems to have gone out of everyone's sails. Probably a combo of jet lag and liquor. "Well," says Jackson with an exaggerated yawn. But he doesn't get up. No one does, as if they're caught in a game of chicken, each waiting to see who will go first. Surely none of them actually plan to write tonight, Sienna thinks. Or rather, hopes. She looks to Kenzo, who's slumped in his chair, making a slow migration to a horizontal state. Millie's rubbing her eyes, and Kate yawns, covering her mouth behind an oversized sleeve. And Sienna has started thinking of the tartan bed, the soft down pillows. And it's silly, isn't it, this odd little contest? She knows it's silly, and yet she doesn't stand. In the end, it's Priscilla who breaks the stalemate. "I don't know about you all," she announces, pushing back her chair, "but I am beat." With that, everyone else seems to come unstuck. A murmur of yeses and yawns, and then chairs scrape across the hardwood floor and dishes are ferried into the kitchen sink, a problem for another day as they trudge toward the stairs. They pass a suit of armor in the hall, a prop, Malcolm informs them all, from the latest TV adaptation. "Good night, Night," says Millie, patting its metal head. They drift past the office and Sienna glances at the numbers on the front of the safe. 61 hours, 34 minutes, 12 seconds. The group climbs the stairs, hits the landing and splits, half to one wing and half to the other. When they reach their room, Malcolm doesn't even get undressed. He goes down like a felled tree, arms and legs stiff as he topples into bed. Sienna briefly considers soldiering on alone, but when she looks at the pages, the words seem to blur. Better to start fresh, she decides, first thing in the morning. Brains are funny little engines, always turning. She doesn't have a solve for the ending, not yet. But who knows? Maybe a good idea will come to her in her sleep. That happens sometimes, doesn't it? Of course, it's never happened to her. Not yet. But it could, she thinks, sliding beneath the duvet. It could. The Debut Writer. The castle has gone quiet. It's late, and in the kitchen, Kate's alone. Just her and the kettle and the light over the stove. The tartan throws from her bed, pulled like a shawl around her shoulders. The only sound's the quiet tick of water heating, the tap of her fingers as she waits. Watched pot, she knows, just like she knows it's probably a bad idea to make herself a cup in the middle of the night. But she might as well, since she's up. Tired but can't sleep. Her room is great. It's like living in a forest with all those shades of green, emerald and moss and mint. It's not the bed's fault either, certainly trumps the shitty mattress at home with its coils poking out. And the walls are thick enough to make her feel like she's alone, which is certainly a nice change of pace. Plus, plenty of loo roll. And biscuits. She nibbles one, relishing the fact that she doesn't even have to put change in the kitchen tin to cover it, as steam begins to seep from the kettle and... something moves. A flicker at the corner of her eye, or a reflection in the nearest glass. Kate startles and turns, expecting to see Millie or Malcolm in search of a snack or a drink. Sienna, trying to find a moment's peace. Kenzo emerging like the killer in a slasher novel. Priscilla, quietly watching. Jackson, ready to jump out and say, boo. But there's no one there. The kettle begins to hiss, the precursor to a boil, and she pulls it off the stove. She holds her breath and listens, suddenly alert. But the kitchen is empty. Kate brews a cup and wraps her fingers around the mug, letting the heat seep into her palms. She carries it to the hall, which is empty too, of course, lit by a single yellow lamp. She pads back toward the foyer, the marble floor cold against her bare feet. But her steps, at least, are soundless. She pulls the tartan blanket tighter, passes Arthur Fletch's office, and slows as if considering, then slips inside. The room is lit only by moonlight and the pale glow of the hall lamp, and the hours on the safe, steady and red. 59 hours, 48 minutes, 31 seconds. She sets her tea on the corner of the desk and approaches the hulking metal shape with its filigreed fitting and high-tech panel. Something new posing as something old, pretending to be something it's not. Like Fletch, all persona, curated, cultivated, fake. Kate steps closer, picturing her devices piled on the other side. Her laptop, her phone, her tablet too. She can't remember the last time she so much as used the loo without her phone for company. Some people say her generation's addicted, but it's not really their fault. They're just using the tools they were given. Amazing that no one's tried to open the safe. Especially Millie, the look on her face when she gave up that second phone. Kate puts her palm to the safe's cold metal door. So close, so far. She knows she should just turn around, take her tea, go back to bed. But her stuff is right there. 6 digits are all that stand between them. She chews her bottom lip and wonders, what would Fletch pick? His birthday? Surely not. She racks her brain, letting her gaze escape to the surrounding shelves, full of Arthur's accolades. She locks eyes with an Edgar Award, a dagger in a shadow box, a glass sculpture, a gift from Merriweather Press, commemorating the first Petrarch novel, and the date it was published, engraved on a neat metal plate. Bingo. Kate feels hope fill her chest as she keys in the date. The safe answers with a single warning chirp, like the buzzer on a quiz show. Kate jumps, afraid someone will hear, as the display flashes red, the hours momentarily replaced by 3 words. 2 attempts left. Her heart drops into her stomach, and then she realizes her mistake. Americans put the month first, not the day. She converted the date to numbers, but put them in the wrong order. Idiot. Idiot, she thinks, keying in the 6 digits, month, then day, then year. But instead of the satisfying sound of a lock being turned, the bloody thing emits another warning chirp before declaring 1 attempt left. Kate stands there, frustrated, stunned, and then she hears another sound. Beyond the office, the shuffle of feet in the foyer and the unmistakable creak of a wooden door. Hide. That's her first thought, but her second is that she's already been spotted. The question is, by who? She's halfway to the office door when she remembers the tea on the desk and ducks back for it, dumping the contents in the nearest empty pot as she rushes into the hall. She reaches the foyer, half expecting to see one of the others racing up the stairs. But the foyer is empty, just the table with its grim antler sculpture and the gong on the landing. And Kate. And a draft. A gust of cold air that has her turning toward the front door just in time to see a flash of red vanishing through the gap, the heavy door groaning shut before closing with an audible thunk. Kate stares, trying to convince herself that it was nothing, and no one, and definitely not a ghost. But nonetheless, a bad feeling is crawling over her, and she's seen enough films to know that you don't follow the bad feeling out into the dark. She hurries up the stairs and back into the safety of her 2-green room, locking the door before slumping back against it, heart hammering in her chest. Relieved, but painfully awake. It was nothing, she tells herself, her mind playing tricks in a spooky old house. This is real life, not some shitty horror film. She's almost convinced herself when someone screams. Part 2. Main character energy. Sienna. Chapter 1. The sound pierces the night. One moment Sienna's wrapped in sleep, and the next she's upright, looking for Edgar, grasping in the darkness with a lamp on the table beside her bed, and finding only air, before remembering this isn't her bed, her room, her house. Somewhere a door slams open, footsteps pound down the hall, voices shouting, and somehow Malcolm is still asleep. She shoves him, saying, "Get up! Get up!" until he finally groans and rolls over, lets out a groggy blur of expletives as Sienna lurches through the pitch-black room, hissing in pain as her hip collides with the corner of the desk before she finds the door. She plunges out into the hall, trading the heady darkness for the thin light of moonlight glass and a handful of lamps left on below. Jackson is stumbling out of his room too, wearing nothing but boxers and an open robe, clutching a closed umbrella as if it were a sword, which is ironic considering there are weapons everywhere. Malcolm shuffles up behind Sienna. "What the devil is going on?" he growls. "Someone screamed." Sienna is sure the sound was coming from their wing, which means Millie. They round the corner and find Millie sitting on the runner, her back against her door and her knees to her chest, looking shaken. "Who did it?" she whimpers. Sienna sinks to her knees beside the girl as Priscilla arrives, hair in a pink bonnet, followed by Kenzo, who looks like he never went to bed. Kate appears last, wide-eyed and worried, a green tartan throw around her shoulders. Concern ripples through the gathering. "What's going on? What is it? Who's hurt?" "This isn't funny," says Millie, clutching her legs as her gaze scrapes across the group. "I want to know who did it." "Did what, Millie?" asks Malcolm gently. Millie sniffles. I couldn't sleep, she says. I thought, screw it, right? Might as well get up and work. But when I got to my desk, it was there. Sienna coaxes Millie to her feet, and Malcolm puffs up his chest and brings his hand to the doorknob, glancing back at them all before leading the charge into the room. The lights are on, and it takes a second for Sienna's eyes to adjust. She turns toward the desk, half expecting to find a dead animal, or blood, some gruesome scene painted on the desktop or the walls. But the only things cluttering the surface are a sleeve of multicoloured pens, a journal, and the typewriter, a sheet of pale blue paper, Millie's designated colour, fed into the roller. At first, Sienna thinks it's blank, but when she leans closer, she sees the neat black type. 2 words in the centre of the page. Get out. Sienna rolls her eyes. All this fuss over what's obviously a stupid prank. She pulls the paper out and passes it around, studying their faces as they see what's printed. Priscilla frowns. Kate says, "Creepy." Kenzo cocks his head. But Sienna notices the corner of Jackson's mouth twitch upward in a smirk. Arsehole, she thinks. "Jesus, Mill," he says, passing the paper on. "We thought something was actually wrong." "It is!" snaps Millie from the doorway. "Maybe this place is haunted," says Kate. Kenzo and Priscilla exchange a look. "I think the far more likely answer," ventures Priscilla, "is that this is just a tasteless prank." "But how did they get in?" Millie wraps her arms around her ribs. "The door was locked." A nervous shiver runs through the room. "Are you sure?" asks Malcolm. "We were all tired. It would have been easy to forget." Millie shakes her head as she drifts step by cautious step into the room. "When you grow up with a little sister, you learn to keep your things secure. I always lock my bedroom door, even at home. It's just habit. I didn't forget." That does make it weird, but half the people in this house have written mysteries set in locked rooms, and the answer is never ghosts. It's Occam's razor, like Malcolm said. The simplest answer is usually right. Sienna looks around, thinking about all the strange things she's learned to do over the years in the name of research. Surely more than one of them knows how to pick a lock. "In that case," says Sienna, "someone broke in. Obviously, someone—" She pauses long enough to glare at Jackson, who lifts his hands as if to say, "Don't shoot." "Is trying to rattle you." "Which means," adds Kenzo cheerfully, "they see you as a threat." "Stiff upper lip, dear Millie," offers Malcolm with a yawn. "All right," says Priscilla with a tired sigh. "It's late, and we have a lot of work to do. So, I think we should all go back to bed." "I can't sleep in here," yelps Millie. "Look at it this way," says Jackson. "If there is a ghost, they'll find you wherever you go. But you're welcome to share my bed." He grins, adding, "I'll protect you." The whole room turns on him then, tempers kicking off, from Malcolm, who looks ready to box his ears, to Kate, who's shaking her head in disgust, Priscilla, who's pinching the bridge of her nose, and Kenzo, who simply mutters, "Dick." "It was a joke," Jackson says, shoving his hands in the pockets of his robe. "Get out," says Sienna, pointing at the door. "Just trying to lighten the mood," Jackson mutters, as Kenzo grabs his shoulders and ushers him back into the hall. Priscilla pauses in the doorway. "There are plenty of places to sleep," she says. "You're welcome to find one." Kate lingers. "You can share my room," she offers. "It's very green, aggressively so, but as far as I can tell, no ghosts." Millie sniffles and shakes her head, gathering her nerve. "No," she says, wiping her nose. "It's fine. I'll stay." "That's our girl," says Malcolm, patting her shoulder. Millie's gaze flicks back to the typewriter. "I don't know how I didn't hear it," she murmurs. "I should have heard it, right?" Sienna frowns. "That's true." "Could it have been there when you went to bed?" asks Priscilla, but Millie shakes her head, on the verge of tears again. "A mystery." Malcolm scratches his chin as he drifts toward the device. He feeds a fresh sheet of blue paper onto the roll and types the message out again. The sound is loud and crisp. He ejects the sheet and studies it, alongside the original note. "Huh," he says, donning the air of a classic detective. "Have a look at this." He hands the original sheet of pale blue paper to Sienna. "What do you see?" Millie and Kate both lean in, peering over her shoulder. It takes her tired brain a moment, but then the penny drops. Or rather, the letter. The G in Get Out is offset, the bottom edge landing below the other 5 letters. The crookedness stands out. Typewriters aren't like fingerprints. They're not meant to be unique. "Whoever wrote this," says Sienna, "they didn't do it in here. Their typewriter has a fault, and yours doesn't." "What if we got samples from the other rooms?" asks Kate. "Bright girl," says Malcolm, beaming like a proud father. "That's an excellent idea. After all, humans lie, but machines do not." "I mean, they do," says Kenzo. "Just look at AI. But this is analog equipment. Old-fashioned honest. I say we test it." "Count me out," says Jackson. "What happened to the right to privacy? I don't need you all snooping in my shit." "You sound pretty defensive," says Kenzo. "Care to confess?" "I would if it were me, but it's not. Besides, if the culprit broke into Millie's room, they could break into anyone's. One of you could be trying to set me up." It's not a terrible point, but the way Jackson says it isn't doing him any favors. Besides, he strikes Sienna as exactly the type to pull this shit. But she doesn't push it. Millie's got a soft spot for him, God knows why, and there's no sense upsetting her any more tonight. "We'll talk about this in the morning," says Priscilla. "But the good news, Millie, is that I think we can now rule out an angry ghost." Millie looks at least a little mollified, but Kate pulls her throw closer. "If a house were haunted, it'd be this one." "Not a spectre," declares Malcolm. "Just a jealous competitor." Sienna rubs the girl's back. "Do you want something?" she asks gently. "To help you sleep. I've got some pills." Has Millie ever taken sleeping meds, she wonders belatedly. If not, how much harm could one little pill do? On second thought, she doesn't know if they've expired. Do sleeping pills expire? She should check. She reaches on instinct for the cell in her pocket before remembering it isn't there. In the end, it doesn't matter. Millie shakes her head. "No thanks," she says, looking around her room. "I'll just keep the lights on." "Okay," says Sienna with another yawn. "We're just down the hall. Knock if you need us." Millie bites her lip. "Yeah, thanks." They leave her in her well-lit room and step back into the darkened hall. Kate trudges back toward the other wing, wrapped in her tartan shawl, and Sienna yawns yet again as she turns, the brief surge of adrenaline retreating like a tide, sleep dragging in its wake. A tide. It reminds her. She'd been having such a nice dream. She was sitting on a beach somewhere, a blank expanse of sand and shore and sun. Not a soul in sight. She was stretched on a beach chair beneath a bright blue canopy, laptop open, and she was writing. It was good, too, whatever she was writing. She knew that much, even though she couldn't see the screen. Her fingers flew across the keyboard, the idea tumbling out the way it used to, when she was first starting out, when there was no pressure, no one to impress but herself. She reaches their room, Malcolm muttering something about ungodly hours and piss-poor pranks, but she isn't listening. No, she's closing her eyes and crawling back into bed, convinced that maybe, just maybe, if she tries hard enough, she can get back there, to that empty beach, to that waiting chair, to that blinking cursor. Maybe, just maybe, she'll be able to see what she'd written on the screen. Dear insert name of Dean. My name is Millicent Mitchell, and attached you will find my application to the fiction program there at Insert University, along with a sample of my current novel in progress, The Weight of Dreams, a semi-autobiographical work of literary fiction, inspired by my experiences growing up in a deeply religious household. For as long as I can remember, writing has been an escape, both from the confines of a restrictive childhood and from the challenges of being a young adult thrust into the world. Putting pen to paper has been an act of both catharsis and imagination, and it is my fervent dream that one day I will be able to consider it my profession as well. To that end, I believe this program will not only help me hone my sense of craft and structure, but help me find my voice and my place in the narrative. Thank you in advance for both your time and consideration. Millicent Mitchell. Cover letter intended for Millie's MFA application, found on old laptop, finished but unsent. Chapter 2. Tat. Tat, 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 tat. Tat, tat, tat. Crink. Tat, 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 tat. Ding! Sienna lurches up in bed, the sound of the typewriter echoing in her ears. Beside her, Malcolm rolls over without fully waking. Lucky bastard. She cocks her head, listening, is just beginning to think the noise was part of a dream, one she can't remember, when... Tat, tat, tat! It starts again, devolving into a harsh flurry of keys, and Sienna finds herself flinging back the covers. Arthur Fletch might have found the typewriter a fun effect, but the sound is jarring, travelling through wood and bouncing against stone, a painful reminder that one of her competitors is already up. Already writing. She tugs on a pair of sweats and her soft old hoodie, the one she always packs because it feels like comfort, the one she'd never dream of wearing around other people, thanks to the hole in the pocket, the bleach stain like a drip down the front. But it's the first thing in reach, and in that moment all she wants to do is to get into the hall. She has to get into the hall and find out where the sound is coming from. Of course, by the time she stumbles to the door and tugs it open, the typing has stopped. She holds her breath, cocks her head, and listens. Listens. Nothing. Then it starts again. There are only 2 other rooms on this wing, Jackson's and Millie's. Both doors are closed. Sienna puts her ear to the wood of Jackson's door and strains to hear, but the room is quiet. She continues on to Millie's, but halfway there the typing stops. She holds her breath again, waiting to see if it will start again, and then begins to feel vaguely ridiculous. She closes her eyes, drags in a deep breath, and catches the all-too-welcome scent of coffee. Coffee. That's what she needs. Sienna ducks back into her room, where Malcolm's still snoring, and swaps the ratty old sweatshirt for a more fashionable sweater. Cashmere, a gift from him last Christmas. She pulls her hair up into a bun, swipes on mascara, and arranges her face into something that says, "Oh, I woke up like this," before starting out again, this time moving swiftly past the other bedrooms and toward the stairs. She's already at the top step when she sees Kate and Jackson near the bottom. Her immediate instinct is to jump back, retreat into the hall, out of sight, but not out of earshot. But Kate glances up, her hands wrapped around a steaming mug. "Good morning." Foiled. Sienna flashes a casual smile and jogs down as they trudge up, Jackson giving her an odd little salute as they pass. "Like I was saying," he goes on, and Sienna's ears perk up. Her steps slow as she rounds the table with its bouquet of antlers. "You shouldn't get in your head." "It's just, the odds aren't exactly in my favor." "Hey now, you wouldn't be here if you didn't have a shot." Is Jackson Knight seriously giving a pep talk? Sienna didn't know he had it in him. "It's not fair, is it?" murmurs Kate. "That only one of us can win." Jackson sighs. "Welcome to publishing, the land of the zero-sum game." As Sienna listens, she reaches out to touch a bony point and flinches, surprised by how sharp the antler is. She looks at her finger, half expecting to find a bead of blood welling up, as if she'd pricked herself on a thorn and not a gaudy, oversized sculpture. "Of course," Jackson says. "There are other prizes." Peering through the tangle of antlers, Sienna sees that they've stopped on the landing, their heads tipped back in twin relief as they study the roundel of stained glass over the gong. It must be a sunny morning because light hits the coloured panes, illuminating Julia Petrarch and her glowing golden book. Which must be the golden book, the one everyone was going on about last night. Sienna squints up at the image and wonders if it's real, or just another bit of Fletch's personal mythology. People forget that, don't they? That the stories on paper aren't the only ones we tell. That novelists can spin fiction well beyond their books. Everyone lies, of course, but writers lie well. Some lies are small, like the impression of success. A cashmere sweater instead of a hoodie. Photos taken in the only renovated room of an apartment in the city you can't afford. But some are grandiose. This house, this island, it's all part of Fletcher's narrative, a revision, a rewriting of his lore, as if he wasn't born to middle-class parents in Nebraska. She can't help but think of Arthur's adage, the one written over the door. He who holds the pen tells the truth. Maybe it's just a good story, or maybe there is a golden book worth more than any deal. But Sienna Buchanan, formerly Wood and soon to be Wood again, isn't about to hang her financial hopes on the chance that it exists. She's here for the real prize, a future, a fresh start. "Here's a question," muses Kate. "If you got your hands on Fletch's golden book, would you even care about getting the deal?" "I'd take both. Of course that would mean finding the book. Might be easier than finding the end to Fletch's novel. Or maybe that's just how it feels right now." Jackson laughs. "Speak for yourself." As they part ways on the stairs, he glances back, not at Kate, but at Sienna, a crooked, courtier smile on his face. She tries to act surprised, like she definitely isn't lingering on purpose, like she's forgotten they were even there. Sienna turns and hurries from the foyer, and nearly collides with Priscilla in the hall. The romance author is dressed in a plush-coloured jumpsuit and cradling a cup of coffee, a few blank sheets of pastel pink paper folded into a makeshift notebook and tucked under one arm. She's standing before a framed picture, head cocked slightly to one side. Drawing closer, Sienna sees it's a map of the island. There's the jetty where they stepped off, the steep stairs and the house perched on the cliff. But as big as the house is, and it is big, it only takes up a fraction of the landing. According to the map, it hugs the sharpest corner, the rest of the island sloping down and away. There are hills and valleys, a handful of structures, little more than sheds, a copse of trees like a shadow in the middle map, and a handful of narrow trails crisscrossing the slopes before running down to a second, smaller dock. "Huh," she says. "It's bigger than I thought." She could spend the whole weekend exploring the island, if she had time, which she doesn't. "Have you seen anyone else?" She looks around. "Those typewriters are so loud. I heard someone working." Priscilla takes a slow sip of her coffee. "Don't worry about them." Sienna studies the other woman, marveling at how calm she is. Maybe Malcolm was right. Maybe she simply knows she doesn't have a shot. After all, romance is a far cry from crime. But there's something about Priscilla, her placid lake pose, that makes Sienna nervous. She must be staring outright because Priscilla finally looks away from the map, one brow lifting behind her pink frames, and the question spills out. "Do you even want this?" Sienna says, and Priscilla inclines her head. "I mean, Fletch was a thriller writer, which is about as far from your genre as it gets." And I'm not saying that romance is easy or anything like that, but, I mean, it's so different, and you don't think I deserve to be here? Heat rushes to Sienna's face. No, that's not what I mean. Priscilla looks at her, clearly content to let her dig her own hole. Sienna feels herself getting flustered. It's just, you're so calm. Priscilla shrugs, turning her gaze mercifully back on the map. You know, the best piece of advice I ever received was to keep my eyes on my own paper. Which is a nice idea, thinks Sienna, but easier said than done, she murmurs, especially when there's so much at stake. Priscilla nods. It is, but don't you see, that's when it matters most. Sienna sighs, trying to breathe the way she learned in yoga, slowly, like the sea is there in the back of her throat, to imitate the other woman's stillness, as if the calm beneath will rub off too. She tries, she really does, but every time she blinks, she sees the blank sheaf of paper stacked neatly beside the untouched typewriter in her room, hears her pulse ticking like a clock, along with the echo of someone else's keys, and I need coffee, she says, escaping down the hall, away from Priscilla and her maddening poise. On the way to the kitchen, she passes Fletch's office, the time blinking on the safe now down to 52. Sienna groans inwardly. The ticking clock is one of the most popular tools in a writer's shed, a surefire way to create narrative tension, but it turns out it's the kind of thing that may work better inside a novel than in the making of one. The weight of it looms over her, makes her skin prickle with nerves and her mind begin to race, because she doesn't have a solve. Not yet. And, get it together, she mutters, forcing herself on, past the office door and into the kitchen, where Kenzo, hands braced on either side of the espresso machine as if to guard it, is being accosted by Jackson, who's traded his boxers and robe for a pair of sweatpants and a hoodie with the sleeves hacked off. I don't know why you drink that stuff. Because it fuels me, says Kenzo, as the machine grinds and brews. He spots Sienna and smiles, obviously thrilled to have backup. Morning, he says. Kettle's hot, I think, if you're the tea type. Actually, I'd kill for coffee. Strong as you can make it. A woman after my own heart, he says with a wink. Your gut biome deserves better, warns Jackson. My gut biome doesn't write books, counters Sienna, opening the fridge. And my brain doesn't work without caffeine, so I think I'll take my chances. Actually, says Kenzo, numerous scientific studies have shown that you should bite me, offers Jackson. Sienna finds a selection of pastries and tarts in the fridge. Speaking of biting, she says, setting the tray of goodies on the counter before snagging a croissant. Oh, yes, please, says Kenzo, laying claim to an apple tart and eating half in one go. He sighs and stands, eyes closed, coffee in one hand and pastry in the other, looking like a saint. After a long moment, he opens his eyes. You want one? Kenzo holds a plate toward Jackson, who physically recoils, as if the calories might leap out and attack him. No way, he waves his hand. No food before noon. I do intermittent fasting. Of course you do, says Kenzo around a mouthful of tart. Jackson begins a series of stretches, declaring he's off for a run around the island before he starts writing. Clear the mind, clear the way, he adds. It has an air of recitation, though if it is a saying, it's not one Sienna's ever heard. He reminds her of Malcolm. Not the fitness-obsessed health nut, but the restlessness, the inability to put butt in chair and do the work. The kind of person who wants to be an author, capital A, more than they want to sit and write. Kenzo brews 2 more cups and hands one to Sienna, sipping his own with a happy sigh. How many of those have you had? Demands Jackson. 2. Kenzo runs a hand lovingly down the side of the machine. Soon to be 3. Nah, man, says Jackson, waving a bottle of water in his face. "You're poisoning the temple. You worship at your altar and let me worship at mine." Kenzo drains the cup. "Just imagine, it's rock juice." Sienna has never heard of rock juice, but Jackson, who has the water bottle to his lips, promptly chokes. His face does a weird thing, caught somewhere between horror, surprise, and delight. She's trying to figure out the best word to describe it as Jackson lowers the bottle. "Did you just reference the Galactic Trials?" Kenzo stares at him, as if bemused. "What? Holy shit. Have you actually read my books?" Jackson is now bouncing on his heels like a manic puppy. But Kenzo only shrugs. "I have no idea what you're talking about." Jackson looks suddenly uncertain. He glances at Sienna, who shrugs. "Don't ask me." "But you heard him say it, right? You heard him say rock juice, as in the most popular beverage on the Tourmaline?" Sienna crinkles her nose. "Like the stone?" "No, like the ship." Kenzo and Sienna share a blank look, and Jackson scowls, like a kid who suspects he's being teased but can't prove it. "Whatever," he mutters, jogging out of the room. "Did you really read his book?" she asks Kenzo when they're alone. "Who cares?" says Kenzo. "That ego doesn't need the boost." "Oh my God, you did." Kenzo gives another lopsided shrug. "Your coffee's getting cold." Sienna lifts the espresso to her lips, no longer burning but pleasantly hot, and for a moment she forgets about Jackson and Malcolm, about the scream in the night, about Fletch's death and the whole competition. Her world reduces itself to the welcome heat against her palms, the small, perfect pool of darkened water. She drinks and feels the floor steady beneath her. She didn't realize how badly she needed this. Not the caffeine, but the ritual, the tiny dose of daily normal amid all this weird. "Good?" asks Kenzo. "Good," Sienna sighs. "Great," he says. "Come on. I want to show you something." She follows him out of the kitchen and down the hall toward the drawing room where they first gathered. But before they get there, Kenzo turns right, leading Sienna into a room she's only glimpsed in passing. The library. Sienna's never been in a house with its own library before. Is library even the right word? Shrine might be more appropriate. The walls are lined with books in different sizes and colours and languages, but they all have the same name on the spine. Arthur Fletch. There are first editions, special editions, foreign editions, some in languages Sienna can't even begin to identify. Multiple copies of each and every book Fletch published in his 30-year career. 20-odd books multiplied into hundreds, thousands, enough to fill each and every shelf. It's impressive. Narcissistic, but impressive. Fletch didn't start at the top. His star rose with each successive and successful series. But the Petrarch books are the ones that made him stratospheric. It gives her hope that the same thing could be possible for her, that it's okay not to be a big deal, or have a big deal, from the get-go. Kenzo doesn't move toward the shelves. Instead, he beelines toward the object in the center of the room, the model on its marble pedestal. Even from the doorway, she could tell it's ornate. Up close, it is extraordinary. The entire mansion in miniature, from the turrets and peaks to the tiny flecks of gravel in the walk and the stained glass window on the landing, rendered in tiny coloured panes, to the wooden front doors with their brass knockers. A darkened floor lamp looms like an unlit sun over the house that Petrarch built. Sienna's fingers itch to touch the sculpture. She feels like she probably shouldn't, even though it's not behind glass, and there's no one to stop her. And sure enough, as she watches, Kenzo reaches out and pokes at the weather vane mounted to the top, a small dragon that turns on its post. "It's amazing," she breathes. "Wait till you see this." Kenzo pushes a hidden clasp on the outer stones, and the house splits along a seam, hinging open to reveal the insides of the mansion exactly as they are. The picture frames in the halls, the copper pots in the kitchen, the trophies mounted in the drawing room, the weapons dotting the walls, the antler bouquet, small and as sharp as a thistle, on the front table, the gong on the landing, the library they're standing in now, down to a miniature of the miniature between them. Sienna feigns a sigh. The dollhouse of my dreams. Huh? Says Kenzo. She looks up. What? Nothing. It's just, I didn't picture you as the dollhouse type. She blinks in surprise, not because he's wrong, but because he's right. Not that most people would guess, given the time she puts into looking nice. Time she would much rather spend writing. But that's apparently not enough anymore, now that you have to market yourself as well as the work. And it's such a fucking hypocrisy that Sienna's expected to spend hours getting ready for each book event while Malcolm runs a hand through his hair and slaps on some cologne and calls it done. And somehow, that's fine. No one judges him. But if her hair's not perfect, if her dress isn't flattering, some arsehole on the internet is going to comment. Because God forbid it be about the work. And half the time, even when she does try, it doesn't matter. She's been to enough conferences with Malcolm, stood at his side while readers and writers alike spoke to him as if she wasn't even there. Moderators on panels who directed their questions to him instead of them. Maybe because his face is on the back of the book, or maybe because men get to be seen as artists or geniuses, whether they're wearing moth-eaten sweaters or designer suits. What she knows is that only one of them is allowed to age without it impacting their worth. And anyone who says that looks shouldn't apply to authors has never tried to break out of the mid-list, where everything matters, even when it shouldn't. All that to say, Kenzo's right. Sienna wasn't the kind to throw tea parties for her dolls. Instead, she hacked off her Barbie's hair and made a torture chamber for her Kens. And if her parents had ever given her a proper dollhouse, she would probably have turned it into a crime scene. And it would have been great. She sighs, running her fingertips along the roof, tracing the pitches. So much detail, she says, marveling at the tiny grey tiles. It's not all for show, says Kenzo, gesturing to the tiny model library, a perfect double of the one they're standing in, the books little bigger than grains of rice. A record player sits just behind an armchair, and Sienna thinks it's an inconsistency until she looks up and, sure enough, there is one. Its cabinet the same dark wood as the shelves. Kenzo smiles. Watch this. He proceeds to touch a button the size of a pin, and the thumb-size record begins to turn. No way, she breathes. Way. He lifts the tiny arm and sets it down, and a moment later, a soft, tinny song begins to waft from the miniature player. It's like a magic trick, but a creepy one, because the music that spills out is an old-fashioned tune, made eerie by the fact it's playing in a whisper, like the soundtrack to a scary movie. Sienna shivers and reaches to turn the music off. In the silence, the room around them suddenly feels heavy, like the house is holding its breath. On one shelf, a book has been turned round, so a portrait of Fletch stares out from the back cover. His eyes seem to catch hers, peering out beneath the brim of his signature hat. It's black and white, the photograph, but she knows the hat is red. She's seen it in interviews, and on website headshots, and on the figure she and Malcolm saw when they arrived. The one standing on the cliff. The one that could have been, but wasn't, Arthur Fletch. Do you really think he's alive? She whispers. Kenzo frowns. I honestly don't know, but bodies are like punctuation marks. Without them, he trails off in a meaningful way. Sienna shakes her head. Hard to believe that the most famous author in the world would fake his own death. Is it? Kenzo gives her a weighted look. You've never dreamed of starting over? Sienna's mouth opens, but before she can say too much, she shuts it again, forcing her attention back to the model house. Her gaze drifts up to the second floor, both wings laid bare. She recognizes the bedroom she shares with Malcolm, draped in yellow, as well as Millie's, awash in blue, and what must be Jackson's, the only room rendered white. She gets her first look at the rooms on the other wing as well. A cozy green nook, that must be Kate's, a room in shades of pink for Priscilla, and a room as purple as a bruise, Kenzo's. It feels voyeuristic, being able to see inside the other writers' rooms, to reach in and touch the beds, part the tiny curtains, which is silly, since they aren't really theirs. And that's the model's failing. This is the house as it belonged to Fletch, not as they're currently inhabiting it. The rooms are there, but not the typewriters or their stacks of coloured paper, not Kate's oversized cardigans or Priscilla's fuchsia-coloured suitcase, or the giant bag she heard Jackson lugging up the stairs. Sienna watches Kenzo pull back the violet curtains in his model bedroom, moving so carefully, as if a sideways breath might upset the whole thing, and she finds herself saying, "I can't believe you write horror." He glances up at her, one black brow lifting slightly. "It's just," she adds, "you seem so normal." Kenzo shrugs, prodding the model sofa in the model drawing room, the one that was trying to swallow him when they arrived. "Maybe I just get all my demons out on the page." "No deep, dark secrets, then?" She knows she's fishing, but she can't help it. Kenzo strikes her as the type who keeps his cards close to his chest. "What can I say?" He gingerly lifts a miniature crossbow from its mounting in the model foyer. "I just like scaring the pants off of people." But Sienna can tell it's more than that. And sure enough, after a moment of studying the tiny weapon, he goes on. "Reading horror is like hitching a ride with a stranger. You're on edge, guessing all the things that could happen, but never knowing if or when they will. But writing horror means being the one behind the wheel. So it's all about control." He considers. "Mostly. Not all. I also like the fact that anything can happen." He replaces the crossbow on its hook and withdraws his hand from the model. "Horror isn't just jump scares and haunted dolls. It's myth and lore, and family secrets. It can be scary, sure, but good horror doesn't happen without heart. And sometimes there are monsters, but those are just constructs, foils. At its core, horror is about humans, what we're capable of, and what we're capable of surviving." Sienna smiles. "Wow." "What?" "Nothing," she says. "It's just a great answer." "Did it sound too rehearsed?" "Not at all." "Good." "Was it?" she asks. "Entirely." Sienna laughs. "But it's still true." Kenzo nods at her. "Your turn. Why did you choose thrillers?" Sienna hesitates. "I didn't really choose," she says. "It was just what Malcolm wrote, and then I started helping him, and changing course never felt like an option." She hears the words as they leave her mouth and hates them. "Don't get me wrong," she adds, trying to salvage her pride. "I like the challenge, and the work was fun. Until it wasn't." "It's not too late to change course. We're all just works in progress." She gives him a look. "Too cheesy?" "Way too cheesy." Kenzo chuckles. "I mean it. If you could change now, which you totally can, what would you write?" She studies the mini marble squares on the foyer floor. One corner of the little rug beneath the foyer table is rucked up, and she smooths it down. The truth is, she doesn't know. She likes novels in all shapes and sizes. She's always read widely, unlike Malcolm, who won't even look at other genres, always cared less about where a story's shelved than how it makes her feel. She doesn't think it matters what she writes, so long as it excites her. That's what she misses, the electric shiver of a great idea. the whir of her thoughts as her mind races through the possibilities, the pride of a perfectly worded line, the way time stops and falls away, and it's just her and the story. That's what she wants to get back. And maybe she can. After all, Sienna Buchanan, soon to be Wood, doesn't have to follow in her husband's footsteps. Sienna Buchanan, soon to be Wood, could write anything. She could write romance, or historical, or she could write thrillers because she wants to. She realizes Kenzo is still waiting for an answer. She lets out a nervous laugh. I guess that, she says, is the $1 million question. 2 million, counters Kenzo, if you count the money for Fletch's ending. Sienna has just opened her mouth to marvel at the sum when she notices something odd about the model house. She was so taken by the other details, but still, she can't believe it took her so long to pick up on it. There's a third floor. Not a big one, but a kind of attic space, a hollow turret on her side of the house, large enough for a single room. The other bedrooms are all neat and tidy. This one alone has been rendered differently, as if it's lived in. The bed, small enough to fit in the palm of her hand, and yet so detailed she can see the carvings in the wooden headboard. The duvet thrown back, as if its occupant has just gotten up. There's something oddly ascetic about the space. It's smaller than the other rooms and sparsely decorated. A black typewriter sits on a narrow desk before the open window, and a handful of loose papers are scattered like leaves over the rug, across the floor, as if the breeze has blown them off the table. But it's the tiny red hat hanging on the desk chair that tells Sienna what she already suspects. That was his room, she says softly, and she can't help but imagine that this is how it looked, the day he died. She pictures Arthur Fletch flinging back the duvet, getting dressed and heading out for his swim, rapping his knuckles on the stack of pages on his way out, a promise that he'd come back and finish what he started. There's a door leading onto a hidden set of stairs that runs down from the attic room to the second floor, her wing, which doesn't make sense. There are only 3 doors on that wing, Jackson's, Millie's, and theirs. But then Kenzo leans in and touches a spot on the patterned wall between Millie's and Jackson's rooms, and a small door, disguised by the paper, pops open. I found it last night. The actual door, I mean. He says it like it's nothing, but for the first time, Sienna feels a nervous prickle. Last night. For a second, she's back in bed, being woken by the scream, rushing toward Millie's room where someone, somehow, got in. I spent most of the day looking around, trying to get inspired. This isn't my genre, after all. I needed to get in the right headspace. Kenzo's tone is still casual. I found the door on the model first and went to check it out after everyone went to bed. But it was locked. Sienna frowns. Was that before or after you snuck the note into Millie's room? Kenzo's expression flickers. First surprise, then hurt. That wasn't me. You said you liked scaring the shit out of people. The hurt vanishes, replaced by his usual dry humor. Ah, mine own words come back to haunt me. I do. In books. But I don't make a habit of, has anyone seen Sissy? Malcolm's voice echoes through the house. For a moment, Sienna stays where she is, crouched behind the model. Need me to fall on the sword? Asks Kenzo. Or send him on a wild goose chase? Or lead him down the garden path? Sorry, I'm running out of sayings. She sighs and gets to her feet. Thanks, but I'll bite the bullet. Or face the music. Fight my own battles. Or... fuck. I can't think of any more. And they call us wordsmiths. Kenzo swings the model closed and follows Sienna back into the kitchen. Ah, there you are, says her soon-to-be ex, who has the audacity to look well-rested, his salt-and-pepper hair swept back, dressed in slacks and a sweater with the elbows patched, a look she used to think of as sexy professor and now feels more like belligerent grandpa. He's standing at the counter with Priscilla and Millie, 3 sheets of paper laid out between them, 1 yellow, 1 blue, 1 pink. Kate arrives, handing over a 4th, the same 2 words printed on pale green paper. Get out. Malcolm's gone into full detective mode, scratching his chin, a tick he insisted on giving to their latest PI, the devil being in the details and all that, and humming thoughtfully as he hinges forward, examining the letters in search of the damning misaligned G. She didn't see Kenzo duck out, but now he returns holding 2 pieces of paper, one lavender, the other white. The lavender is his, which means the white sheet belongs to... I took the liberty of getting Jackson's too, he says, as if saving them the trip. Sienna studies Kenzo. What? He adds. The door was open. Excellent, says Malcolm, even though it's not. If Kenzo were the one behind the message, he could have just framed Jackson. Or he could have used Jackson's typewriter to make himself look innocent. Not that any of this has occurred to Malcolm. Sienna shakes her head. He really would make a terrible detective. Malcolm adds the samples to the set. They stare down at the counter. 6 pages, each with the 2 words typed in hard black capitals. Get out, get out, get out. The effect is disconcerting, but so is the fact that they're all identical. The G is perfectly in line with the rest of the letters. Sienna steals a glance toward Kenzo, but he doesn't look guilty or relieved, just perplexed. Huh, he says, cocking his head. What does it mean? Asks Kate, eyes wide. Malcolm rubs her shoulder. It means, dear Kate, the game is afoot. Millie sighs. Thanks for trying. She looks up at Malcolm. And thanks for your help earlier. A little warning light goes on inside Sienna's head. She's seen enough doe-eyed novices look at Malcolm that way over the years. She clears her throat. With what? She asks, trying not to sound like a jealous wife. It's not a big deal, murmurs Millie, blushing in a way that doesn't help her cause. It's nothing to be ashamed of, says Malcolm, letting his hand come to rest on the girl's shoulder. Sienna glares at the point where skin meets cotton and forces her mouth into something like a smile. Go on, then. Share with the group. Priscilla cocks a brow. Kenzo and Kate stand there in rapt attention. Malcolm chuckles, but he must be able to feel the heat radiating off Sienna because he removes his hand from Millie's shoulder as he explains. I heard some distress coming from Millie's room. Turned out she was having a spot of bother with the typewriter. I made a mistake, she cuts in. On a laptop, you know, it doesn't matter, you just go back, but these things are so clunky. And if I went too fast, my fingers kept tripping, so I'd gone slow and I'd made it all the way down to the bottom of the page, and I couldn't believe I'd have to start over. Sienna stares at her, bewildered. But why not just use whiteout? Malcolm nods. Exactly what I said. And Millie here goes, what out? Between the arching brows and the earnest look, his impersonation is spot on. He laughs, returning to himself. So, I showed her how to use it. Kate's the only one who looks like she's taking mental notes. Sienna feels bones groan beneath her skin. Kenzo just shakes his head. Priscilla takes off her pink glasses and pinches the bridge of her nose. My God. What? I'm sorry I wasn't alive before computers. Millie claps her hand over her mouth. Priscilla and Sienna exchange a tired look before the reality of it hits Sienna. Whether or not Millie's typewriter is the one who woke her up that morning, she's already started writing. Panic winds around her ribs. Tick-tock goes her heart. She and Malcolm better get to work. Similarity. I look up and see nothing and everything. The dark, a spark, a great game of freeze tag playing out against the sky, like light against the inside of my eyes. And I feel lucky to know we are both made of stardust. Poem by Oswald Jackson, Jr., 15. published in North Dallas High's literary journal, Highlights. Chapter 3. Sienna tries. She really does. But after 2 hours in the yellow room with Malcolm and 7 of his half-baked ideas, she feels like she's inching closer to a cliff and more than ready to jump. Instead, she paces the room, carving a straight line back and forth, as if trying to cut through the noise, while Malcolm sits in the desk chair, swivelling in a way that drives her mad as he spits out every solve that comes to mind, as if she hasn't already thought of them. The difference being she knew right away that none of them would work, and he seems convinced that they will. "That doesn't even make sense," she snaps when he suggests a Scooby-Doo level misdirect. "It could work if—" "No," she says. "It's banal. It's exactly what everyone will expect. At least it's in keeping with the series. Did you stop to think that maybe that's why we're here? Because our books keep to the formula. Because the formula works. If that was even remotely true, we'd be a whole lot richer by now, don't you think?" The arrow hits its mark. When she met Malcolm Buchanan, he was young. Well, younger than he is now, and hungry to make a mark. He came from the kind of family that measured its history in generations, and it was impressed upon him from an early age that he and his brother Hamish had a legacy to uphold, one that included private schools in Oxbridge and twin careers in finance, their lives paved as neatly as a road. Hamish had done his part, and Malcolm hadn't. He'd gone off and gotten a degree in literature, declared himself an artist, which was apparently tantamount to treason. He'd hardly been disowned, but the full extent of his family's disapproval had been communicated to him, and the family money had been cut to a trickle in a misbegotten attempt to force him to get a real job. Things between Malcolm and his parents had been frosty ever since. "Sod them," he'd said, recounting the story to Sienna over drinks on their first date. "They want a legacy. I'll have a legacy. A whole catalogue of work, enough to merit its own shelf in every bookshop." Sienna had loved the boldness of it, been seduced by his hunger, his drive. He had that defiant gleam she'd always been drawn to, the light of a person ready to carry their own torch, a famous crime writer. He managed half, landing a book deal with a small press before his 30th birthday, which was something, of course. He sent a copy to his father to show off the family name in print, but the old man wasn't impressed. Apparently, Buchanan was a name to be whispered in the boardrooms and gentlemen's clubs of the City of London, not plastered across the front of a pot boiler. Malcolm published 4 more books, none of them bestsellers, but still sales were pretty decent. Well received, and so was he, an absolute charmer with energy to fill a room. But then the press folded, and it wasn't Malcolm's fault, but it put his ledger in the red, marked him as someone who didn't earn out, and it was a slow slide down a steep hill after that. It's hard to start fresh once the shine has worn off. But then Sienna came along. Sienna, with a fresh take and a good eye for story, and they were good together. His brass and her brain, his big swings and her tight prose. In some ways, Penn Stoneleigh was a victory. Certainly a step up from the small press to a larger imprint in Manhattan, even if the publisher wasn't exactly a household name. But in others, well, his father was right. He hasn't lived up to the family name. Hamish Buchanan now lives in London and has 3 homes and 4 cars, one of which is a Bentley, while they have 1 tiny apartment, twice mortgaged, and no car, because it doesn't make sense to have one in the city. Not that Sienna cared. She didn't want houses. She didn't want cars. She wanted to write, and she knew if they worked hard enough, they would get there. She was in it for the long haul. She thought he was, too. But somewhere along the way, as the road went up instead of down, Malcolm got tired of climbing, and his ambition weakened. Too much water over too little tea. He didn't want to make it. He wanted to have made it, to be appreciated, recognized, revered. He was always less interested in the writing itself than the accolades he assumed would inevitably follow. Malcolm didn't dream of blank pages and fresh pens, of hours alone with new ideas. No, he dreamed of newspaper profiles, of magazine pieces, of headlining at big fancy festivals and being invited to literary salons like Arthur Fletcher's. In short, he didn't want to be a writer. He just wanted to be famous. "Well," mutters Malcolm, crossing his arms, "it's better than making Petrarch the killer. Poof!" Sienna groans in sheer frustration and the fact that he's probably right. But it's the only idea she's had that's even close to working. There's something there, she insists. And there is. She just hasn't cracked it yet. She tears a sheet from the notebook and casts it aside. Malcolm bends to take it up. He squints, trying to read the words. "Cry, Sienna," he says, tossing it aside with a scowl. "You could at least try to make it legible." And she could. But the truth is, she keeps it messy on purpose, so he can't read what she's writing. A tiny island of defiance that dates back to before they were married. In retrospect, that might have been a sign. Hindsight, she muses with a small internal sigh. Malcolm surges to his feet. "Aha!" he says. No one actually says, "aha," she mutters, but of course he isn't listening. "What if Julia finds a secret door down into the tunnel?" "She's already in the tunnel," says Sienna. "If you'd actually read the pages. So, sum it up for me." "Oh, sure. While I'm at it, shall I recap the last 4 books, in case you forgot?" "That would certainly be helpful." Sienna throws up her hands. "We don't have time for this. I don't know what you want from me. Brainstorming is part of the process." "Maybe if you'd read the book instead of taking a goddamn nap." She flings a pillow at his head, but he catches it. "You don't have to be a bitch about it." Sienna rounds on Malcolm. He's never called her that. Not ever. She waits to see if he'll flinch, apologize. But he doesn't. And Sienna realizes she's done. You know what? Fuck this. I'll break the story on my own. She starts toward the door, but Malcolm grabs her arm. "We're supposed to be a team." Sienna looks down at the fingers circling her sleeve. "A team," she hisses. "We haven't been a team in years, Malcolm. Not since you started whining more than working and expecting me to pick up the slack. I'm sorry you don't have the career that you want, but that isn't my fault. Now let go." He looks down at his hand on her arm, as if he doesn't know how it got there. His fingers twitch, then loosen enough for her to pull free. "We're done," she says, glaring at the disheveled man who used to be her husband. "Penn Stoneleigh is officially dead." His face darkens. "We had a deal, Sienna." "Fuck your deal. I'm done propping you up." "I'll take the dog." "I don't care what you do, Malcolm," she snaps, realizing it's the truth. He's obviously bluffing. He really hates that dog. But even if he wasn't, she's so tired of playing by his ridiculous rules, of making herself small enough to fit inside his shadow. "From now on," she declares triumphantly, "I'm writing alone." She eyes a typewriter, gauging its weight, but when she makes a move for it, Malcolm brings one hand down on the device, the other lands on the stack of yellow paper. "These," he growls, "don't belong to Sienna Wood." She shakes her head. "Unbe-fucking-lievable," she snaps, grabbing her notebook and slamming the door behind her. Sienna decides, then and there, that she is going to win. Not just to spite Malcolm, though that will absolutely be the icing on the cake. This is her chance to break out, to break free, to start fresh with the backing of a major publisher and a 7-figure deal. Money's never been a motivating factor for Sienna. She used to write all the time, even when no one was paying her, and then, after she met Malcolm, she had his safety net, so it never mattered to her. That the advances were modest, that they hardly ever earned out. The work was enough. But now that she's taking an axe to the ropes of that net, she needs a soft cushion on the ground, a way to land safely, so she can get to her feet. Not as one half of Penn's Stoneleigh, but all of Sienna would. Thanks to Arthur Fletch, she has a chance to do just that, and she's not about to let Malcolm stand in her way. Her plan is to head straight to the cottage and tell Fletch's editor she needs to write alone. Rufus will understand, she hopes, especially since it means having more samples to choose from. At least, that's what she tells herself. Because the alternative is that he'll say no. That they invited Penn Stoneleigh, not Sienna Buchanan, soon to be Wood. That without Malcolm, she's got no publishing clout, no credits to her name, no proof that she's good enough to... Sienna digs her nails into the notebook. She knows that the voice in her head is more Malcolm than Mr. Beaumont. Even so, she feels herself deflating, doubt slashing her sails. She's still moving toward the stairs, but her steps are dragging now, her feet leaden, and her mind scrambling to stay afloat. Maybe that's why she slows between Jackson's and Millie's rooms, then stops, eyes sliding over the wallpaper. Her memory flashes back to the library, the dollhouse, the hidden stairs leading up to the little attic room, Fletch's room. She runs her hand along the wallpaper, her anger momentarily displaced by curiosity. Not just curiosity. Research. After all, what better way to get insight into the late Arthur Fletch? As for Rufus Beaumont, well, he isn't going anywhere. Sienna glances around. The floor seems empty, then traces her hand back and forth, studying the patterned wall until she sees it. The slightest offset in the paper, the faint outline of a door. It's flush, but she can feel the wood beneath, the slight give as she presses down. There's no handle, of course, and the paper is ornate, an overlapping pattern of flowers, so it takes her a moment to find the keyhole, tucked like a shadow in the centre of a bloom. Sienna glances around again, then plucks the ballpoint pen from her notebook and kneels, popping off the cap and unscrewing the casing, tipping out the thin ink-filled chamber and sliding it into the keyhole, along with the clip on the cap. She thinks about the time she first performed this party trick at a writers' symposium outside Chicago, the night she met Malcolm, when a fellow conference-goer got locked out of their room. She didn't admit then, of course, that it only works with this pen, or that it wasn't a talent she just picked up in the throes of research. Sienna had learned it as a way to impress the other writers. And it did. Voila, she whispers now, even though there's no one around when the lock clicks. She stands and presses on the door, and this time it bounces back, hinges open, revealing a steep coil of stairs that go up and out of sight. Sienna slips inside, pulling the door shut behind her. For a moment, she's plunged into darkness, but as she climbs the stairs, one hand on each wall for balance, the darkness thins, and when she reaches the top, the light spilling through the window is more than enough to see by. She steps carefully, reverently, the floorboards groaning softly beneath her feet, as she takes in the narrow bedroom with its peaked ceiling. It looks like a larger version of the room in the model, and yet, in person, it feels smaller. The bed is narrower than the others in the house, and while there are no papers spread across the duvet, it hasn't been made. The sheets are flung to the side as if Fletch just got up. Kenzo mentioned that Arthur wrote in bed, but there's no sign of a laptop or a notebook, only a polished black typewriter on a simple wooden desk beneath the window, a rickety old chair half tucked beneath, turned at an angle as if recently abandoned. Sienna has been to 3 crime scenes in her life, all of them for research, and while there's no blood here, no body beneath a sheet, the room has the same eerie pall. There is a stillness to the room, which holds the faint smell of unaired spaces, dust just beginning to settle. She realizes she's holding her breath, as if a single exhale might upset the balance of this space. But when she finally lets the air slip out, nothing changes. She drifts around the room, hoping to soak up something, anything, to be inspired. A blue and yellow robe, soft but well-worn, sags on a hook beside the wardrobe, and Sienna shrugs it on, closing her eyes as the fabric settles. "I am Arthur Fletch," she whispers, taking in the scent of sandalwood aftershave and sea salt air. She opens her eyes. "What am I thinking?" she asks, crossing to the desk, running her hand along the wood as if it were a Ouija board. There's no hum of energy, no answering spirit. Sienna grits her teeth as she considers the typewriter. "What were you thinking?" she asks again, touching the keys. Her hand stops, gaze dipping to the desk's 2 drawers. She didn't break into Arthur Fletch's room looking for clues about the book, but now that she's here... She hooks her finger into the handle of the right desk drawer and tugs it open, hoping to discover... what? The ending of the book, finished and waiting to be found. But there's nothing but a stack of blank paper. Her heart sinks until she checks the left drawer, which holds a small leather notebook. She snatches it up, fingers shaking slightly as she flicks the pages, searching for answers. Fletch's handwriting is even worse than hers. On one page, she's able to make out Julia Petrarch's first name, but the 2 lines after are crossed out so viciously they can't be salvaged. There are scribbles about places and times, references to earlier sections of the book, but none of the notes go past the pages she's already read. Sienna lets out a strangled sound as she puts the notebook back and shuts the drawer a little too hard. She shoves her hands into the pockets of the robe, startling as one hand brushes crumpled paper. Pulling it out, she smooths the pages against the desk. It's a typewritten letter. Well, part of one, abandoned mid-sentence. But unlike Fletch's illegible penmanship, this is readable.
"Eleanor, forgive the delay. I know you're impatient. God knows everyone is. But the harder I try to find the end of our dear Julia, the more she pulls away. I feel like I'm chasing shadows, and I'm beginning to fear that I can't..."
Sienna stares down at the half-finished letter. Was Arthur making excuses? Or had the master of mystery, the titan of twists, written himself into a corner even he couldn't escape? Even without the slash and press of pen, there is a quiet desperation to the printed words, to the fact that they were abandoned, torn off the typewriter roll and crumpled, shoved into the pocket of his robe. How long ago did he write this? A month before his death? A week? A day? Sienna's gaze flicks to the window over the desk, the unbroken view of the sea, white caps churning with the waves, and for the first time she wonders if it was indeed an accident, or if there's more to the story. She swallows, feeling suddenly like a trespasser. She's about to fold the paper and slip it back into the pocket, when she notices something. The capital G in God Knows is out of line. Its bottom curve sitting just below the other letters. Her attention flicks back to the typewriter. She grabs a sheet of blank paper from the drawer and feeds it onto the roller, then types the 2 words in all capitals. Get out. To prove what she already knows. Whoever wrote the note to scare Millie, they used this typewriter to do it, which means that either Arthur Fletcher's ghost really is fucking with them, or someone else broke into this room before she did. Her mind instantly returns to Kenzo. Kenzo, who's been nothing but nice since the moment they met. Kenzo, who didn't have to tell her about finding the secret door. He also told her he couldn't get in because it was locked. But he could have picked it, like she did. Sienna rubs her eyes, trying to work through her suspicions, one by one, the way she would a tricky plot. He still doesn't strike her as the type to pull a silly prank. But was it just a silly prank? Or a subtle way to rile up the competition, to put them all on edge? There's certainly enough at stake. Writers are a neurotic lot, easily thrown off their game. It's why they like rituals, routines, a special mug, a specific pen, a white noise app. Some call them crutches, others tools, but the fact is, a bad day's focus or a bad night's sleep could mean the difference between winning and losing. Sienna chews her lip and looks around. Whoever was up here, and someone was, could have done more than type a message. They could have found something, taken it. But given the state of the room, it's impossible to tell what's been disturbed. She pulls a sheet of paper free of the typewriter, unsure what to do with it. All this proves is that she's not the only one who broke into Fletch's room. A dry voice in her head points out that this is the kind of energy she should be putting into writing, and the voice is probably right. Sienna peels the robe off and hangs it back on the hook as a second voice chimes in. The book that Fletch couldn't even finish. She shakes her head, trying to banish that thought. But as she rounds the bed toward the steps, crossing a threadbare rug, the floorboards beneath it let out a different sound, more a squeak than a crack, the way a wall sounds different when you knock against it, depending on whether there's empty space or a stud. She toes back the rug to find a trap door. Her breath catches as she pulls it up, revealing a ladder running straight down into the dark. How many secrets, she wonders, does Fletch's house have? She climbs down, pausing every few steps to listen, since she has no idea where the ladder leads. When she reaches the bottom, she sees a door, light seeping beneath the cracks. It's small, little wider than she is, and she presses her ear to the wall until she's sure that no one is there. Then turns the little knob. The narrow passage leads not onto a stretch of hall, but into a bedroom. Millie's bedroom. Sienna freezes, shallow horror lapping at her skin. Because it's one thing to sneak into a room through the door. It's another to climb out of the wall, while the person behind it is sleeping. She shivers, foot hovering off the floor, until she's sure the room is empty. Then she steps through and swings the hidden door shut. It disappears, pattern flush with the wall. She makes a mental note to revisit the dollhouse in the library and see if there are more passages burrowing through the house. The thought of someone climbing through the yellow wall into her room makes her queasy. Sienna's about to leave Millie's room. She really is. But something catches her eye. A pile of pale blue paper sits beside the typewriter, face down, the faint echo of ink showing through. Sienna is not the kind of person to read someone else's work. That's what she tells herself. But her feet are already moving, her hand already lifting the top sheet. I look up, surprised to find myself in the dungeon of my own castle, the ground rattling with the tremors of giant steps beyond. The beating of dragon wings as loud as my heart. Sienna frowns. She has no idea what Millie's writing about, but it's clearly not the ending of Julia Petrarch. She puts the page back and starts for the door, hand halfway to the handle, when Jackson's voice comes spilling down the hall. Come on, Mill. You know it wasn't me. I don't, in fact. Sienna freezes. How bad will this look, standing in another writer's room, holding a piece of paper that says, "Get out," as if she's about to leave a second note? Not that she left the first one, but who would believe her? She backs away, folding the paper and putting it in her pocket as she retreats toward the hidden passage. Jackson's voice dips lower. I don't sneak into girls' rooms, he says. Not unless I'm invited. I'm like a vampire. You YA authors are super into those, right? Sienna scrambles to find the secret door, but her palm lands on solid wall. Jackson must have moved toward Millie because she says, Ew, you're so sweaty. At last, she finds the hidden spring.
"I'm gonna hop in the shower before I start writing," says Jackson. "Plenty of room in there for two."
Sienna presses down on the catch, willing the secret door not to groan as it opens, even though that line deserves it. She hovers one foot in the hidden passage. "Thanks," says Millie, "but I better get back to work." Shit, thinks Sienna, willing the girl to go with him.
"That's right. Miss 3,000 words a day."
"Rain or shine," she says in a sing-song voice.
Fine. But if you change your mind..."
Jackson's voice trails off as he heads for his room. Sienna watches in horror as the doorknob starts to turn under Millie's hand. "Oh, shit," she says to herself. "I forgot my tea." The knob springs back. "Silly Millie," she murmurs, before her steps trail off down the hall, away from her room. Sienna counts to 10, 20, 30, then steps back into the room, the hidden door closing behind her as she crosses the rug. Her heart races as she escapes into the hall. She moves briskly toward the stairs, nearly tripping on the runner. Reaching the landing, she steadies herself on the gong, then forces herself to take the rest of the stairs more slowly. Despite the party trick with the pen, Sienna's always been a stickler for following the rules, and the whole thing has left her head light and her hands shaking on the rail. And yet, there was a thrill to it, too. A humming energy, like the kind she feels when she's got a good idea. And even though she doesn't have one yet, she's suddenly eager to get to work. Alone. Enough stalling. Voices ripple through the house, but Sienna heads for the front door, past the foyer table, where Jackson's sweaty hoodie is hanging from one of the antlers, like it's a coat rack. Men are such slobs, she thinks, putting the house and its problems behind her as she escapes into the fresh air.
Wow, what a twist. I like to think I'm good at writing those, but I never could have seen this coming. Hold for applause. I should have written something, shouldn't I? Look down at a ward, pensive pause. You know, a lot of my dreams have come true over the years. But this one, I was beginning to think this one wouldn't. But here we are, and for insert winning title, no less. My thanks go out to a man whose work I discovered my first year at uni, and whose career I've admired ever since. A man I've always thought of as a mentor, long before he became a friend. Arthur Fletch. It's an honour to walk in your footsteps and to see my name beside yours. I'm also endlessly grateful to my editor and the whole team at Insert Current Publisher for helping make Insert Winning Title what it is. To the booksellers for putting it in readers' hands and to the readers themselves. After all, without an audience, an author is just a madman telling himself stories in the dark. And of course, Sienna, my partner in crime, pause for laughter. She couldn't be here tonight, but Cece, my love, Penn Stoneley, would only be half the man he is without you. You know, as Artie Fletch is fond of saying, he who holds the pen tells the truth. And I've got the pen, so here's the truth. I should have won this years ago, for my own work. Back when this award meant something. Back when it was judged by a panel of legends instead of a jury of our peers. Back before it became a bloody popularity contest and a PC one to boot. But no, we can't let the most talented author win because he happens to be a straight white... crossed out. You know, as Artie Fletch is fond of saying, he who holds the pen tells the truth. And that might be so, but I like to think that lies are far more... crossed out. You know, as Artie Fletch is fond of saying, he who holds the pen tells the truth. And that might be so, but I like to think that lies are far more... crossed out. Insert closing zinger.
Unfinished draft Edgar's acceptance speech .docx, found on Malcolm Buchanan's desktop. Chapter 4. The sun is out and the wind is up, a buffeting breeze that half drags Sienna down the steps and onto the gravel-lined drive. To one side, the cliff. To another, a path running to the editor's cottage. She knows it's firmly off-limits, but the image of Malcolm laying claim to the typewriter and the sheath of paper rekindles her anger, and the breaking and entering has made her bold. As she starts across the drive, she builds the argument in her head, concocting what she'll say, what he'll say, running the dialogue options the way she does when she's building a scene, working backward from the crux of the conversation. More than once, she looks over her shoulder, half expecting to see someone watching from one of the castle's many windows. For some reason, she expects it to be Priscilla, arms crossed in pink cashmere. Priscilla, who strikes her as even more of a rule-follower, who has somehow assumed the role of parent in the group, despite the fact that she and Sienna are probably around the same age. But the grounds are bare, and the many windows stare back, blank and empty. As Sienna heads toward the cottage, she finds herself wondering, too, if Eleanor Vandenberg is part of the deal. No offence to Phil, but he represents Penn Stoneleigh, and come to think of it, she can't remember the last time she and Malcolm got a message from their agent, let alone saw him in person. But she knows that the few times they've met, he directed the entire conversation toward Malcolm, even though he'd signed them as a team. So actually, yeah, fuck Phil. Sienna Wood is going to need her own representation. But first things first. She reaches the cottage, takes a deep breath, runs a hand through her hair, a useless gesture given the gusting wind, and knocks. But there's no answer. She knocks a second time, and a third, starts to worry that no one's home. But where else would he be? She slips around the cottage to a window. The glass is old, rippled, and she has to cup her hands and press her face close to see in, and... Sienna lunges back, surprised to find the editor standing so close. But he didn't see her. He's got his back to the window, a pair of headphones clamped over his ears, and his head bowed over a stack of paper. Pages. The angle and the warped glass make it impossible to see the colour, but it's obvious. Someone has already turned in their ending. Rufus turns, shuffling the pages, and Sienna ducks below the glass, her mouth going dry in a way that has nothing to do with the prospect of being caught, and everything to do with the knowledge that while she's been wasting time with hidden doors, other writers are doing their work. They're finishing. She creeps back around to the front of the cottage, stands there for 1 minute, 2, willing herself to knock again, and harder this time. But the sun dips behind the clouds, the temperature plunging in its absence, and Sienna, hand frozen halfway to the door, suddenly feels very, very foolish. What is she doing? Not leaving Malcolm, that part she knows is right, but she's going about the rest of this all wrong. She shouldn't ask to write alone. She should just do it. Come up with an ending so good, so undeniably good, that Rufus Beaumont has to accept it. Better to ask forgiveness than permission, she thinks, backing away from the door. She turns and marches back toward the castle, feet crunching on the gravel. Kenzo's standing on the front steps, cradling an espresso and staring out at the sea, and something in her loosens at the sight. She wonders if he saw her, coming from the cottage. But when his gaze shifts from the cliffs to her, he doesn't mention it, just cocks his head and flashes her an affable smirk. Sienna wants to tell him everything, about going into Fletch's room, about the half-written note and the misaligned G, about the secret ladder down into Millie's room. She wants to, but something stops her. A tiny warning tightness in her chest. She likes Kenzo. She wants to trust him. But the sight of those pages in Rufus's hand reminded her, There are millions of dollars at stake. This is a competition, and only one of them can win. So when Kenzo asks her how it's going, Sienna swallows and smiles. It's going well, she lies, then slips past him into the house. She sags back against the library door, rubbing her eyes. Get a grip, she mutters to herself. Are you okay? Sienna jumps, heart pounding in her chest. She thought the room was empty, but Kate's standing on a footstool in the corner, hand raised like a kid, reaching for a cookie jar, fingers skimming one of Fletch's many books. Oh my God, Sienna's nerves are still jangling. I didn't see you there. She glances at the shelf, a run of special editions, their spines glinting like brass. I think those are in German. Kate lets out a shallow laugh. Oh yeah, I know. She tugs one free, revealing a silhouette of Petrock, backlit by streetlights. I thought the covers might trigger some ideas. She returns the book to its spot and sighs. Grasping at straws. I know, she adds, hopping down. Sienna's gaze flicks toward the dollhouse, fingers twitching with the urge to find the hinge, search the model for more secrets. But she doesn't want an audience, and besides, secrets won't write this goddamn book. Sorry, she says, reaching for the door. I'll find somewhere else to work. No, please stay, says Kate with a weak smile. Who knows, maybe your creativity will rub off on me. Like narrative osmosis, ventures Sienna. Kate bobs her head, dark hair skimming her shoulders. Exactly. She pads back across the room and takes a seat on the floor beside the model, all 4 books in the Petrarch series spread around her. The manuscript, too, fanned out like a summoning circle, though, judging by the tired tension in Kate's face, not a terribly successful one. The silence in the room is muffled, heavy. I'm surprised you're not playing music, says Sienna. Kate glances up, confused, and she points to the record player tucked in the far corner. When we were loading our stuff in the safe, you said you needed your phone because you listen to music when you write. Kate blinks. Oh, yeah, she says. And Sienna realizes she's probably too young to know how the record player works. She's about to offer to show her when Kate gestures at the scattered books on the floor. I don't think you can call this writing. It's more like quiet panic. Sienna joins her on the floor. When I get stuck, I find it helps to remember why I wanted to be a writer in the first place. Kate frowns, a small furrow between her brows. Sometimes it's hard, Sienna knows, to find the right words. At dinner you said something about your mother. Kate straightens at that, a fresh light shining in her eyes when they find Sienna's. Yeah, she says. My mum cared about writing more than anything. Her gaze escapes back to the work spread on the floor. She dreamed of being a famous author, just like Fletch. But it didn't work out. Kate's fingers tighten on her knees. No, she swallows. She went into debt because of it. She went part-time at work, so she'd have time to write. She spent money on courses and retreats, paid for freelance editing, and travelled to seminars. She made so many sacrifices over the years. Her voice trembles slightly as she adds, but no matter how hard she tried, she just couldn't break through. A sad laugh escapes Kate's chest. And here I am, further than she ever got. Sienna studies the girl. So you're doing this for her? She asks, trying to pin down the expression that ripples across Kate's face before vanishing beneath the surface. Maybe I am. Sienna bites her bottom lip. She should let it lie, let Kate keep doing what she's doing, or failing to do, and go back to her own work. But she can't. Look, she says, some unsolicited advice from someone who's learned the hard way. Working so hard for someone else's dream won't make you happy. You have to want it for yourself. Kate ducks her head, eyes shadowed by the hair that falls into her face. You're right, she says in a soft, sad voice, so Sienna adds, Hey, you've obviously got the chops. I mean, you're what, 22? When did you sign with Eleanor? Oh, Kate looks up. A few months ago. She was the first agent I queried. Sienna struggles to hide her surprise. Oh, as if she didn't send her work around for years, as if she doesn't have enough rejection letters to paper a bathroom. Mad, isn't it? I don't know what I was thinking. I probably just wanted to get it out of the way. I didn't expect to get an offer from the first agent I asked. Sienna flinches, jealousy sticking like a splinter. But surely not your first manuscript. Kate flashes a sheepish smile, which is answer enough. Jesus Christ. Wow, that's... Sienna resists the urge to say ridiculous and manages... Incredible. Kate shrinks inside her cardigan. I know, and now I feel a bit like a child flung into the deep end without knowing how to swim. Sienna laughs. I hate to break it to you, she says, but that's basically publishing. Kate bites her lip and looks down at the array of paper, and maybe it's that she looks like she's about to cry, but Sienna finds herself adding, hey, in some ways, I think it's easier at the start. When your whole career is still ahead of you, you don't really know enough to know better. No offense. None taken, says Kate. And it's funny, but comforting her makes Sienna feel a little better. It reminds her that she can do this. She's done it before. My advice, she says, whether it's your first book or your 10th, there's no secret, no shortcut. You just sit down and do the work. Or, she adds with a smile, you could try to find that golden book. Kate cocks her head. You don't think it's real, do you? Sienna wraps her thumbnail thoughtfully against her teeth. Who knows? What I do know is that in this game, when something sounds too good to be true, it usually is. She drops her hand. There's always a golden book. It might be a marketing plan full of things that never actually happen, or a shiny award that turns out to be a popularity contest, or a promise that you're the next big thing, when the truth is, it's anyone's guess. You can spend your whole life chasing those things, or you can focus on the work. Kate nods and hugs her knees to her chest, staring at the work scattered on the rug. Sienna rises, trading her spot on the floor for a plush leather chair. She sinks down onto the cushion and draws her legs up beneath her. She flicks the notebook open, wrapping her pen against the page where it taps out a steady rhythm, like a heartbeat or a ticking clock. Hi, hello, Kate, Catherine, Lily, Newhouse. Hey, I'm here. What's going on? Oh, good, you are alive. Do I need a reason to text, besides missing my GF? Of course not. It's just, I feel like I never see you anymore, and even when I do, you're always on your laptop or your phone. I know. Sorry. And you won't tell me. What's going on? Nothing's going on. It's like you're dating your devices. Oh, God, are you cheating on me? Is that what's happening? 3 question marks. I'm not cheating on you, I promise. It'll all be worth it when I'm done. Trust me. Ruby? Excerpt from a text thread found on Kate Newhouse's phone. Chapter 5. When writing, there are 2 instances when time gets away from you. The first is if you're in the flow, so lost in the creative current of the work that minutes turn to hours, and when you finally stop, you discover you've traded the day for 1,000 words you don't remember typing. The second is when you're stuck. Sienna groans and flings the notebook down. It's not that she doesn't have an ending. She has several, and they're fine. But write long enough, and you learn the difference between a fine idea and the right one. The kind that sparkles, sends a heady shiver down your spine. She's managed to fill her notebook with the same ideas that are probably populating every message board. The kind of endings keen-eyed fans are betting on, which is exactly why Arthur Fletch wouldn't have written them. Fletch was infamous for pulling the rug out from under readers, for taking them by surprise, not with a quick gimmick, but with a long con, the kind seeded over entire books. Sienna runs her hands through her hair and feels herself cracking. That old familiar fear seeps in, the one what if that no writer wants to think, and few ever manage to avoid. What if I'm not good enough? Suddenly, claustrophobic, she pries herself free of the chair. It takes 2 tries, the leather cushions clinging to her, and stands, surprised to find the windows dark, the library empty. She didn't notice Kate leave, didn't notice her limbs growing stiff, or her stomach growling. A quick glance at her watch sends a fresh spike of panic through her. It's late. Tick-tock, whispers the traitorous corner of her head, as Sienna scoops up the notebook, desperate for a snack, and a very strong drink. She steps into the hall and shivers. There's a cold draught, like the wind has gotten in through the castle's many cracks, but that's not what frightens her. The lamps that cast a soft yellow glow last night are off, as if no one's been through since the sun went down, and an eerie stillness has settled over the house. She strains to hear something. Anything. Cheerful banter rolling down the stairs, the sounds of cooking in the kitchen. Even in a house this size, 7 people take up space. They make noise. So why does Sienna feel like she's the only person left in the castle? It's silly. They wouldn't just up and leave her. Not even Malcolm, she thinks. So maybe it's some kind of game. Maybe everyone just decided to play hide and seek. Without her. Come out, wherever you are, she whispers. But the sound of her voice, and only her voice, makes the surrounding silence even worse. Sienna turns on the lamps as she goes down the hall, feeling a little better with each pool of light. She reaches the kitchen, hoping to find someone, Priscilla or Kenzo, hell, even Jackson, sitting at the kitchen table lost in work. But no one's there. The only sign of life is on the counter, where someone has dumped the contents of the pantry as well as a selection of meats and cheeses from the fridge. But as Sienna reaches for a wedge of cheese, her senses prickle. She can't shake the feeling that she's being watched. She remembers the figure on the cliff and can't decide which scares her more. The idea that it is Arthur Fletch, still alive and scheming, or that it's someone else, watching, waiting. For what? She eyes the window over the sink, the darkness beyond, making a black mirror of the glass, reflecting Sienna and the kitchen at her back, the open doorway, and a figure peering out. Sienna lurches around, snatching up the nearest knife. But it's not a person. The hall lamp glances off the metal shoulder, the head. Not a head, but a helmet. The suit of armor. Sienna sags. She looks down at the weapon in her hand, a cheese knife, all 2 inches of impotent steel, and laughs. Not because it's funny, just to convince her heart, her lungs, that everything's okay. But she doesn't put the knife down. She turns back toward the window over the sink, takes a long, steadying breath before forcing her feet toward it. She leans in, cupping her hands around her eyes so that the flat reflective black dissolves back into glass, revealing the night beyond. The grass rippling in the wind, the cliff, and the bench facing it. Movement twitches in the dark and... "What are you doing?" Sienna nearly jumps out of her skin. She turns to find Millie, elbows on the counter, as if she's been there the whole time. Sienna considers telling her that she saw something. Well, that she thinks she saw something, but given Millie's hysterics over the note on her desk, she'd probably never sleep again. "Nothing," she says, as Millie's gaze flicks down to the cheese knife in her hand and then back to her face. "Just getting a snack." "Me too," says Millie, a little too loud, a little too bright. Her face is flushed pink, and Sienna realizes she's drunk. Great minds and stomachs think alike, she hears herself say, still caught in the whiplash between the awful stillness and its unceremonious puncturing. Tipsy laughter bubbles from Millie's lips as she stacks alternating pieces of salami and cheddar on a cracker. "Where is everyone?" Sienna asks as Millie pops the whole thing in her mouth. Millie tries to answer, fails, chews several times, and then manages to get the words out. "Games room." Sienna looks around. "I didn't know there was a games room." Millie bobs her head and swipes 2 bags of chips. "Follow me!" She sets off like a tour guide, leading Sienna briskly down a now lit hall and into the foyer, around the table with its antler centerpiece, and down another hall. By the time they reach a pair of heavy wooden doors at the end, Sienna can almost hear the muffled voices on the other side. Millie shoulders the door open, revealing a massive room, another motley array of furniture, along with a billiards table, a dartboard, and a wall-length bar. Kate and Jackson are playing pool, drinks perilously perched on the rim of the table. Kenzo is stretched out on a sofa, hands tucked behind his head, and journal face down on his chest. 2 slips of folded purple paper sticking out. Priscilla is leaning against the bar, glasses tucked into her hair, and Malcolm's behind it, making a considerable dent in a bottle of Macallan. Of course. "Look who I found!" announces Millie, 5 heads swivel toward her. Malcolm's expression darkens.
"Ah, there she is," he says, slurring slightly. "My murderer."
Sienna sighs. Malcolm has several modes when he's drinking, depending on how much he's had. There's chipper, bawdy, horny, and maudlin, which is by far her least favourite. "I think that's a bit of an exaggeration," she mutters. Millie flops down on a sofa near the pool table. "I have hunted, I have gathered," she declares, depositing the chips onto a low table. Sienna looks around. "What did I miss?" She tries to keep her voice light, even though the sight of them all makes her feel like the least popular kid in school. "Not much," says Priscilla, pouring 2 glasses of wine and drifting over. "I saw you working in the library," she says, handing her one. "It looked like you were really lost inside the work." Sienna knows she should put on a brave face, pretend the words are flowing, but she's too tired. "More like just lost," she says, hoping the words don't carry to the bar. Luckily, no one else seems to be listening.
"Rituals are bullshit," Jackson's saying as he lines up a shot. "They're just excuses not to write."
Kenzo's sitting up now.
Says the man who runs and meditates and fasts instead of working.
Millie giggles. Jackson scowls.
"Those aren't rituals,"
he says, hitting the ball too hard so it skips.
"I'm talking about scented candles and special cups and all that stuff." "Potato, potato,"
says Kenzo. Jackson straightens, flexing the cue across his shoulders.
"Interesting choice of root vegetable, given that potatoes are the main ingredient in the fermentation of rock juice. Which you know, of course."
Kenzo rolls his eyes. "What's going on?" Millie asks in a stage whisper. Sienna smiles. Jackson suspects that Kenzo read his book.
"He did,"
snaps Jackson, leveling the pool cue like a gavel.
"Innocent until proven guilty,"
declares Kenzo, lying back down.
"Speaking of guilt,"
growls Malcolm, and Sienna knows her husband well enough to see him working himself up. A train threatening to go off the rails. "Malcolm," she says through gritted teeth, but it's too late.
"You tell me, Cece," he presses on. "Did you always plan to knife me in the back?"
Jackson and Kate stop playing. Everyone's attention swivels towards Sienna. "What's this about?" asks Priscilla.
"Go on, Cece,"
sneers Malcolm.
"Tell them."
Sienna bristles in annoyance. She wanted to wait until she had her ending, something to show for herself. But Malcolm never lets her get what she wants. "You want to do this? Fine." She looks around, raises her voice so everyone can hear it loud and clear. "We split up," Millie's hand flies to her mouth. Jackson cocks his head.
Like personally or professionally?
Both. When? Asks Kate. Don't make any rash decisions, says Priscilla. Pressure makes people say and do things. Oh no, we called it quits last month. She looks around. Malcolm made me come along because he worships Fletch. Wanted one last hurrah. But Penn Stoneleigh was over way before we got here. She shakes her head. I tried to make it work. I really did. She's talking about this book, sure, but also them. She holds Malcolm's gaze. But I can't. He stares back, wounded.
You could have tried harder.
You. Not we. Not I. And that's the problem, isn't it? Suddenly, Sienna feels unbearably tired. You know, when you've been working on a story for months or years and it's just not coming together, no matter what you do or how hard you try to force it, maybe it's the plot, and maybe it's the characters, and maybe it's all of it, or none of it. But at some point, you know, even if it's hard to accept, that you can't save it. You have to start over. Malcolm's cheeks are red, but before he tears his gaze away from hers, she sees the glassy shine. Does that mean you're dropping out? Asks Kate.
I'll toast to that,
says Jackson, raising his beer. No one joins him.
What? It's one less person gunning for the prize.
Sienna crosses her arms. Actually, it's not, because I'm not dropping out.
Neither am I,
says Malcolm. Annoyance curdles into rage. When's the last time you wrote anything without my help? Everyone else retreats, but Priscilla steps between them, a referee in pink. I think, she says, it's been a long day and everyone's tired. Let's get some food and sober up. This last with a pointed look at Malcolm, who responds by swiping the bottle of Macallan from the bar and tucking it under his arm, scowling like a bratty child as he marches out. The change of scenery doesn't help. The easy camaraderie of the games room has given way to something more tense. They stand around the counter, grazing and refilling their glasses again and again, moving away from sober instead of toward it, which is fine with Sienna. For some inexplicable reason, Jackson has brought the pool cue with him and is leaning on it like a staff.
I still think they should have given us a chef, he mutters. Let us focus on the work.
The work. It's clear that no one wants to talk about the work, but no one seems able to talk about anything else either, so the air gets stiffer by the second as Malcolm drinks and Millie loads ingredients one by one onto chips before popping each one in her mouth.
Well, says Kenzo, I'm having fun.
Seriously? Asks Kate.
No, I'm not a fan of riding under pressure. Pressure makes diamonds, says Jackson. And dirt, mutters Malcolm.
Have any of you seen those videos of the hydraulic press crushing household objects? Asks Millie. Some things are pretty beautiful, she shrugs. But by the end, everything breaks. No one has anything to say to that. The silence starts to settle again, and Sienna can't take it. Well, she says, cradling a glass of wine filled way past the usual mark. Someone's already done. She hates the bitter tinge in her voice, hates that she said it, but it's too late. Everyone's looking at her. Someone turned their ending in.
How do you know? Asks Priscilla.
I saw the editor reading. Through the window. She's about to explain that she was on her way to ask if she could write alone, that she wasn't spying. But nobody cares. They're too busy eyeing each other, suspicion crackling like static, as they try to guess who it was. Sienna's money is on Priscilla, or Kenzo, but Jackson flashes a conspicuous grin.
All right, you got me, he says.
There's a single taut second, and then the silence splinters, giving way to chuckles, and even a few full-throated guffaws. Jackson's smile falls.
You didn't have to laugh that hard.
he grumbles. But Sienna catches the look on Millie's face. She's the only one who didn't find it funny. In fact, her arms are crossed, colour rising to her cheeks, and Sienna knows, even before she says it. "It was me." She lifts her chin as she speaks, clearly bracing for another round of mockery. When it doesn't come, she hurries on. "I've always been a fast writer, and after the whole thing with the typewriter, I couldn't go back to sleep, so I figured I should just stay up and get it done, so—" Priscilla lays a hand on her sleeve. "You don't have to explain yourself," she says tightly. "But well done, Millie." A shallow echo of Priscilla's words rolls through the room. Sienna forces herself to say it too, even though the idea of someone being done makes her feel a little sick. "Thanks," says Millie, clearly embarrassed. She reaches for another chip, but she must be rattled because her arm clips Jackson's beer, which spills onto the counter and his moleskin. "What the hell?" he snaps. "It was an accident," she yelps, rushing to help before he shrugs her off. "More like an act of sabotage," he says, frantically wiping off the journal. "Oh, chill out," says Kenzo. "You haven't opened that thing since you got here." Jackson rounds on Kenzo. "What is your fucking problem?" Kenzo shrugs. "You're an asshole." Priscilla pinches the bridge of her nose as Jackson steps toward Kenzo, knuckles white on the pool cue, and Malcolm, drunk as he is, has the decency, or at least the sense, to step in front of Jackson and plant a hand on his chest. "No, son. I'm not your son," says Jackson, shoving Malcolm off him, and then Sienna is stepping forward, reaching for her husband, soon-to-be ex, and Kate's shuffling back out of the way as all the nervous energy that's been building is channeled into the fray, and "Enough!" The moment staggers. Millie stands there, hands on her hips, chest heaving and eyes bright. It's the loudest voice she's ever used, and it lands like a bucket of ice water, sudden and cold enough to snap everyone back to their senses. "Enough!" she says again, and the tension begins to leak away. Malcolm looks down at Sienna's hand on his arm. Kenzo folds his arms and leans back against the counter. Sienna exhales in relief. And then, the lights go out. 4 of the tropiest horror tropes that I still love. By Kenzo Gray, author of the forthcoming Don't Look Down. Let's split up. No matter if it's on screen or in a book, the inevitable words, "let's split up," are sure to earn a groan from the audience, and for a good reason. 95% of fictional murders, absolutely not a made-up statistic, could have been avoided if the characters stayed together, put their back to a wall, and waited out the danger. But half the fun is seeing characters get picked off, so choose your team, hold your breath, and hope the killer doesn't find them first. The unkillable killer. Whether the monster is flesh and blood or a spectral horror, the figure behind the metaphorical or literal mask isn't going down easy. Bullets never seem to hit their mark, knives only graze, and what should be a fatal wound never seems to faze them, leaving characters and readers wondering, why won't you die? But no one's invincible, killers included. And the fun becomes seeing if you can guess their Achilles heel before the final girl. Behold, the final girl. A trope of campers or a high school class, a group of friends on holiday, or a family at a cabin off the beaten path. Horror is a numbers game, specifically one where the numbers go down. It's not a matter of when they'll die, simply in what order. From the moment you meet the cast, it's a veritable guessing game. Who will be the first to go, and who will be the last one standing? There's a subtle commentary woven through the violence, a question being asked. Who deserves to make it to the end? Never trust technology. If it relies on a battery, like a flashlight, a signal, like a cell phone, or any kind of power grid, like a house,
rest assured it's going to fail at the worst possible moment. Maybe it's a natural disaster, like the storm of a century. Or maybe it's foul play. Watch out. The killer might already be inside the house. Roll your eyes all you like and cry Deus ex machina, but there's a reason it's so popular. Everything's scarier in an analog world. And horror thrives in the dark. Article first published on jumpscare.com, July 2018. Chapter 6. "Alexa," calls Jackson. Sienna feels herself let out a nervous laugh. Says Kate over the sound of a switch being frantically clicked back and forth. "I'm really not good with the dark." "I'm sure it's just a fuse," offers Malcolm. "Old houses and old power." "This is definitely the start of a horror novel," says Jackson. "A lazy one," offers Kenzo. "Not helping," hisses Priscilla. "A good one would have started yesterday." Sienna finds herself still holding on to Malcolm, as if for balance, finding comfort in the shape of him, solid and warm and familiar in the dark. She hates her body for leaning into him when her mind is still very, very mad, but she doesn't let go. Just then, Millie yelps, and everyone jumps. "Jesus, Mill," says Jackson. "It's just me." "Why did you grab me?" "You're standing in front of the drawers. I'm looking for a flashlight." The rustle of wooden spoons and silverware. "Shit. No luck." "The fuse box is probably in the cellar," says Malcolm. "Some of us should try to find torches, while the rest see if we can—" "We are not splitting up," snaps Priscilla. And honestly, Sienna agrees, even as she feels as much as hears one of them moving away. Kenzo, she thinks, though she can't tell. It really is very dark. She blinks, trying to make her eyes adjust, but there's no moonlight coming through the windows, and she can barely make out the outlines of the other people. Her other senses sharpen, fighting to make up the difference. Which is how she hears the front door groaning open. A comically loud noise, exactly like a sound effect in a shitty horror movie. "Oh my God! Oh my God!" shrieks Millie, and then everyone is moving, a tangle of limbs as they crash into each other, spilling into the hall, and Sienna thinks they're all running away from the sound until she feels a body shove past her toward the foyer and the front door. It's Jackson, letting out an animal yell, pull cue raised like a sword as he plunges into battle. Sienna doesn't have the chance to be impressed because two things happen at once. The lights come back on, and Sienna hears a collision, a loud thwack, and a strangled cry. "Oh, shit," says Jackson, and by the time they get to the foyer, the pull cue is on the ground, and so is Fletch's editor. Rufus Beaumont sits on the foyer rug, dressed in a pair of silk pajamas and groaning in pain. A line of blood trickles down his temple. Millie's hands fly to her mouth. "Oh, shit, man," says Jackson again, kneeling beside him. "Is it bad?" asks Rufus, right before a fat red drop falls onto his silk pajamas. "Head wounds do bleed quite a lot," offers Kate. Millie looks queasy. "I'm really sorry, man," says Jackson. "Instinct took over. You know how it is." He pats Rufus's shoulder lightly, wincing as if he's the one who caught a pull cue to the head, and Sienna can tell by the look on his face that he's clearly more worried about how bludgeoning the editor will affect his chances than whether Rufus Beaumont is actually hurt. "It was the generator," says Kenzo, wiping his hands on his pants as he arrives. "Must be using too much power." He trails off, taking in the scene, as Kate ducks past him holding a kitchen towel, which Rufus gratefully accepts. He pats at his head, flinching a little as he does, then, realizing he has an audience, puts on a brave face. "Really, I'm all right. It's my fault for coming in unannounced." "What are you doing here?" asks Priscilla, sounding less worried than annoyed. "The power went out," he says,
as if they didn't notice. "Old houses," echoes Malcolm, shaking his head.
"This whole island runs on that generator," says Kenzo. "I got it up and working again, but it's holding on by a thread."
He trails off when it's clear no one is listening. Their attention is squarely on Rufus.
"I just wanted to make sure you were all right," Rufus says.
"How considerate," says Priscilla. "Even if you scared the shit out of us." She waves a hand. "But the power's back on now." Sienna frowns, watching something pass between the two of them. Not a spark, but the opposite. A chill, which strikes her as odd, given that he's the man deciding their future, their fate. She thought Priscilla was just a stickler for the rules, but there's clearly something else at play. Then again, Priscilla is a black romance author. Maybe she simply knows how much the blind part of the judging matters. Rufus nods.
Yeah, you're right. I should be getting back. Behind the curtain, so to speak."
He gets to his feet, only to groan and sway a little. Malcolm and Kate rush forward to steady him.
"Easy now," says Malcolm. "You better stay here for a wee while. Let us keep an eye on you. Make sure there's no lasting damage." "Yeah," says Jackson, a little too chipper. "I bet you could use a drink. I know I could."
Priscilla stares, icy air rolling off her, until she notices Sienna watching. Her mouth twitches, trying and failing to find a smile. Rufus nods.
"Well, I suppose one drink wouldn't hurt." "Not as much as a pool cue to the head," says Kenzo dryly. No one laughs. "What? Too soon?"
10 minutes later, they're all back in the games room. The offending pool cue has been returned to the rack, and Rufus is sitting in the middle of the sofa, pressing an ice-cold bottle of vodka to the side of his head. His outfit really is peculiar. Burgundy silk pyjamas and a paisley smoking jacket, slippers muddy from the walk up from the cottage. And even though he's clearly in his 30s, Sienna can't shake the image of a kid playing dress-up. The others flit around him dotingly. Kate's the one who fetched the cold bottle. Millie keeps asking Rufus if he's warm enough. Even Kenzo, who was all about not pandering to the editor, asks Rufus if he wants something to eat. Sienna shakes her head. The arse-kissing could not be more overt.
"What'll you have, sir?"
asks Malcolm, rounding the bar. Rufus opens his mouth to speak, but Malcolm cuts him off.
"Wait, let me guess. You strike me as a whiskey man."
The editor swallows and manages a wan smile.
"Guilty as charged,"
he says as Malcolm strolls over, holding 2 glasses, each with no ice and what looks like a very generous pour. He hands one to Rufus and clinks with the other, even though Sienna's pretty sure that the last thing Malcolm needs is more scotch. The editor takes a sip and nearly chokes, grimacing visibly.
"Oh, wow, that's smoky," he coughs.
Priscilla snorts, then plucks the vodka bottle from his hand and pours herself a drink. She lifts the bottle Sienna's way in silent question, and she nods, abandoning the wine she was about to pour. It's been a weird night. Millie and Kate perch on chairs, and Kenzo and Jackson lean side by side against the pool table, nursing beers, the confrontation from the kitchen seemingly forgotten. Or at least squashed in the editor's presence. Everyone suddenly on their best behaviour. The resulting atmosphere is awkward.
"Can I just say again, that was totally my bad."
It's the 5th time Jackson has apologised to Rufus. And like the last 4 times, the editor waves it away.
"It's my fault. I should have announced myself instead of just barging in."
He rubs at the bloodstain on the thigh of his pyjama pants.
"So, tell me, Rufus," muses Malcolm, who's already emptied his glass and is filling it again. "What do you think makes for a good relationship between an author and their editor?"
Sienna notices the pointed use of singular.
"That's a very good question,"
Rufus says, rolling the whiskey between his hands.
"A very good question indeed. What I'd say is..."
He pauses, checking that he has everyone's attention, And of course he does. Everyone's hanging off his every word, or pretending to, at least.
I always say that a good author/editor relationship is like a good marriage.
That is so interesting, says Sienna. I've never heard that before. The sarcasm rolls off her tongue before she remembers she's not talking to Malcolm, but thankfully Rufus doesn't seem to clock the tone. He looks around the room.
So, how are you all getting on?
Priscilla clears her throat and he flashes her a smile.
Not that I'm asking about the work, of course. I'm sure it's going swimmingly.
Kenzo stifles a short, sharp sound, halfway between a cough and a laugh, and at the same time, Jackson grins in a way that makes Sienna think, oh no, right before he declares,
Penn Stoneley broke up.
If looks could kill, Jackson would be a bloody carcass on the floor. Instead, Sienna and Malcolm can only glare. Rufus's face is the picture of surprise.
What? Really?
And since there's no point in hiding now, Sienna takes her shot, plunging into the fray. I know we were invited as a team, she says, but given the situation, I was hoping it would be okay if we each submitted a sample alone. Malcolm has the audacity to look betrayed, and Sienna summons the image of him hoarding the typewriter to steel herself. But then he says,
Of course we know the rules, so we understand if the only choice is to write together.
And any sympathy goes right out the window and off the cliff and drowns in the cold tide below. The editor frowns.
Well, this is certainly a shock, he says, looking down into his glass as if it holds the answer.
It's been a long time coming, says Sienna, surprised by the sadness welling in her anger's wake. She refuses to cry, not here in front of the editor, but she's not above letting the wetness show in her eyes as she says, But I really want the chance to show you what I've got.
Cold,
Jackson says in what he must think is a whisper, and is in fact loud enough for everyone to hear. The editor hums to himself.
This poses an interesting dilemma, he says. I'm not sure Eleanor would approve of widening the pool. At the same time, this challenge is designed to find the best person for the job.
He trails off and the silence that follows is painful. But then Priscilla intervenes. For what it's worth, she says, polishing her glasses, I think they should be allowed to submit their own samples. Sienna shoots her a grateful look, but Millie glares, visibly annoyed. But it's not up to you, Millie catches herself. I mean, it's not up to any of us. We can't just go around changing the rules. That isn't fair.
My point precisely, adds Malcolm.
Kate bobs her head in agreement. Sienna tries not to feel wounded, but it's hard when even Kenzo avoids her gaze.
You're right,
says Priscilla pointedly.
It's not up to us. It's up to him.
She flicks a pink nail at Rufus.
Mr. Beaumont?
Fletch's editor seems to consider. Behind his glasses, his eyes slide from face to face.
I understand your points, he says. But I think I agree with Priscilla.
Sienna's heart surges in her chest, even as Malcolm throws up his hands. Millie sulks and Jackson groans.
Great, he says in a deadpan voice. More competition.
Millie says, Yeah, and Kate wilts a little. But Kenzo rallies, lifting an imaginary glass to Sienna in a toast.
May the best writer win. We don't have any extra typewriters, continues Rufus, so you'll still have to share, but that seems like a pretty minor cost.
Sienna thinks about the black one sitting abandoned on Fletch's bedroom desk, but she can't mention it, not without making herself look a trespasser and potential saboteur. There is, however, another solution. Maybe I could use Millie's, she ventures, since she's already turned in her ending. The YA author looks at her in abject horror, and it takes Sienna a moment to realize what she's done. Priscilla closes her eyes and sighs.
I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that, says Rufus with an indulgent smile. So much for bland judging, Jackson mutters into his beer.
Sienna flushes, but whatever guilt she feels is quickly subsumed by the reminder that she gets to write an ending, on her terms, in her words, for herself. Malcolm looks like he wants to throw something, even if it's just a fit. Instead, he fills his glass again, and all Sienna can think is, go ahead and drink. It's not my problem anymore.
All right, then.
Rufus swings his hand down in an odd gesture, as if cleaving the space between Sienna and Malcolm.
And so, he declares, 1 becomes 2.
And just like that, Sienna's mind kind of snags. It's so silly, so small, but that's the thing about inspiration. People ask where it comes from, like there's one reliable place, a depot where every author goes to find their ideas. But the truth is, they come from everywhere. From the last line of a song you caught on the radio, or a snippet of conversation overheard on the subway. From the way a poster peels away from an old brick wall, or the sound of a teacup crashing to the floor, or the scent of smoke on the air at night, or any one of the 1,000 little things that snag your senses and change the course of your thoughts. It's just the strange magic of ideas. And Sienna will never know if it's the way Rufus said the phrase, or the gesture he made, or if the thought was already there, perched at the edge of her mind, waiting to be tipped. But suddenly, Sienna's bringing her thumbnail to rest between her teeth, her thoughts whirring because she knows. She knows. She knows. She knows exactly how to end Arthur Fletch's final book. Hey, Budden, we're so proud you've caught the reading bug. This will help you keep track of all the stories you finish. And who knows, perhaps it'll even inspire you to write your own. Love, Mom.
P.S. I've already made a space for you on the shelves at the library. Daddy-O, X.
Inscription found on the inside cover of Priscilla's first reading journal. Chapter 7. Sienna doesn't open her mouth, doesn't make a single sound, and yet she might as well have shouted, Eureka! Because everyone is now looking at her with varying degrees of envy and surprise. Kenzo offers her the corner of a smile. Malcolm scowls.
Uh-oh,
says Jackson. They know. Of course they know. Every writer recognizes that moment, that spark. Sienna doesn't care. In that moment, she wants them all to disappear, wants to go rushing from the room right then and there, but she knows she shouldn't, not with the editor still holding court. So instead she reaches for her notebook. But somewhere in the course of the night, her pen's gone missing. Priscilla notices and tugs hers from the collar of her top, handing it over without being asked. And Sienna doesn't even care that the ink is red. She takes it gladly, scribbles a few notes, wants to write more, but forces herself to stop and smile, and hand it back with a thanks. Her mind is already racing from the room, running through the halls of the house, shouting, Yes, yes, yes! But she forces herself to count to 10, then 20, before she can't take it any more. She yawns and rises to her feet, aiming for casual and falling several paces short, judging by the look the others give her. But Rufus seems to take it as his cue. Well, he says, patting his pajama legs, I really should be getting back. He gets to his feet, and this time he seems steady enough. I thought it was dangerous to sleep right after a concussion, says Millie. That's been pretty well debunked, says Kenzo. Just take a couple Tylenol. I have Tylenol. Priscilla's voice is slightly too loud. Everyone stares at her. In my room, if you want to come grab it. Sienna arches a brow. After giving him the cold shoulder, she can't possibly be flirting. Then again, that is a trope in romance, isn't it? Enemies to lovers and all that. But Priscilla seems to hear the words shortly after they leave her mouth. That, or she sees the shock on Kate's face, the amusement on Jackson's. "Oh, for fuck's sake," she mutters, rolling her eyes. Rufus offers a beatific smile. "That's very kind, Priscilla, but I'm sure I have some in the cottage." They trail him out of the games room back toward the foyer, but Sienna catches Priscilla's arm, holding her back as the others drift ahead. "Hey, thanks," she says, "for speaking up back there." The other woman blinks behind her pink glasses, and then she smiles. "When people hold us back for too long, we start doing it for them." She pats Sienna's hand. "No excuses now." "You're not worried?" "About what?" Sienna hates to say the obvious, but only one of us can win. Priscilla cocks her head. "As far as I'm concerned, we're not competing with each other," she says, and before Sienna can get her feelings hurt, she adds, "Good writers only compete with themselves." They join the others at the front door as Fletch's editor, who could be hers, if she gets this right, ambles down the castle steps. "Break a leg," he calls out, slippers crunching on the gravel. "Or a spine," he adds, clearly delighted by his own book-related joke. He trudges back toward the cottage, wishing them all a good night, his paisley robe billowing in the breeze. Kenzo shuts the door and locks it, and they all retreat to the kitchen. Sienna forces herself to follow, even though what she really wants to do is go right. Her thoughts are racing now, tripping over themselves as the pieces click into place. But she can feel the others watching her, and besides, she decides she needs to sober up, clear the wine and vodka from her veins so she can think and write. Someone's fixed a pot of tea, and she gratefully pours herself a cup. She takes a sip, half expecting something herbal, but she's grateful to find it's black tea, so strong it's almost bitter. She downs the cup, and as everyone else retreats to their rooms, she fills it up again and heads to the kitchen table. Armed with pen and paper and her second cup, she gets to work, savouring the way the pieces start to click. Kenzo passes through at some point, making himself a coffee. Priscilla comes in to get a piece of fruit. But soon Sienna's alone with her notebook, her thoughts, the minutes in the house melting away as she locks in, filling page after page with slanting shorthand, finding her way from the last words Fletch ever wrote to her own ending. Not just a way, but the right one worthy of Julia Petrarch and Arthur Fletch. This is why Sienna does what she does, because of how it feels when it works. At some point the teapot is empty and the house is quiet, and she's made all the notes she can. All that's left is to find the words themselves, to write. She closes the notebook and slides off the stool, and it's probably just the relief of knowing what to do, the aftermath of all those hours of anxiety, but fatigue suddenly rolls over her, leaving her light-headed. She closes her eyes, waits for the worlds to steady, and then starts for the stairs, expecting the dizziness to fade. But it clings on, weighing her down as she climbs. Each step feels a little steeper, and she has to stop more than once to steady herself. When she finally gets to their room, Malcolm is passed out on the bed, cheek pressed into the pillow, snoring the way he does when he is very, very drunk. The bed. Did it always look so soft, so welcoming? She blinks, or at least she means to blink. Manages the first half just fine, but once her eyes are closed, they don't want to open again. The darkness stretches out behind her eyes. The notebook slips from her hand, lands with a soft thud on the floor as she stumbles toward the bed. She doesn't remember lying down, but she must have, because when she comes back to herself, she is curled on top of the duvet, Malcolm snoring steadily somewhere behind her. How long was she out? It could have been 5 minutes, or 5 hours. She can't make out Malcolm's watch. The darkness in the room is absolute. Even through the window there's no moonlight bouncing off the waves. No lights on the mainland in the distance. No stars. She sits up, head spinning, but through the fog the idea is still there, waiting to be written. She has to get it down while it's still fresh. But when she stands, the floor wobbles, rocks, like she's back on the little boat, cutting through swells, the island like a promise in the distance. And when she spots her notebook on the floor and bends to grab it, she ends up on her hands and knees. And there's a tiny voice in the back of her brain saying, "Weird," saying, "Wrong." But Sienna shoves it aside. She grabs the back of the desk chair, waits for the world to steady before sinking into it and bringing her hands to the keys. Blowing out a breath, she starts to type. But the first clack, clack, clack is so loud that Malcolm grunts and rolls over. Sienna holds her breath and waits for him to settle, but when he does, her fingers hover over the keys. If she types, he'll wake up. And if he wakes up, there will be a fight over the book or the typewriter or the marriage. And she just needs to get the ending down in peace. Sienna looks down at the typewriter, wishing she'd had the sense to grab Millie's earlier, deposit it somewhere safe and quiet. But she didn't. So now she'll either have to wait until tomorrow or haul this one somewhere else. She stands and grabs a stack of paper, jams it in the crook of her arm before hauling the typewriter off the desk. She nearly stumbles. It's heavier than she thought it would be. A solid block of metal, she nearly drops it on her toes. She stops for a second, gazing down in wonder at the amazing wiggliness of her toes inside her socks. Sienna shakes her head, then adjusts the typewriter and shuffles toward the door, fumbling it open. The library. She'll go to the library. She creeps along the hallway, and it's actually kind of fun, like being a kid again, sneaking out of your room in the middle of the night. Her foot is skimming the top stair when she remembers whiteout. It was right there on the desk, and she forgot it. She should go back, but between the call of the bed and the presence of her soon-to-be ex, it's too risky. She'll just not make any mistakes, be perfect, like God or John Hamm. She met him once. Well, met is the wrong word, but she saw him across the room at a restaurant, and good Lord, who knows, maybe when she's a best-selling author, when she's the next Fletch, John Hamm will come to her, begging to be in the movie adaptation, and of course she'll say yes. And then he'll fall in love with her. Sienna giggles softly to herself. She'll have the last laugh, she's sure of it. And she who laughs, last laughs. Just then she hears something, the wind against a shutter, or a door creaking open, or a footstep on the wooden floor. But when she turns toward the sound, the sudden motion makes the hall tip, and Sienna tips with it, thrown off kilter by the weight of the typewriter in her arms. She doesn't mean to step back, but her body does it anyway, and her heel hits the edge of the top stair, and there's a horrible moment when she's caught between falling and finding her balance. At the last second, she manages to steady herself on the landing, nervous laughter escaping in a puff of air. She waits for her heart to settle, for her vision to clear, and then she turns, ready to start down the stairs, when a pair of hands slams into her shoulders, and she falls. She goes down like a sack of bricks or books, blank pages scattering as she crashes, stair over stair, something snapping, something cracking before she hits the landing, all the wind rushing out of her in a gasp. Sienna coughs, her ears ringing and her vision sliding in and out, as she tries to see the figure still standing at the top of the stairs. But all she sees is a blur, and all she hears is the sound of herself going down, as if she's still falling, until she realizes it's not her. It's the typewriter, that block of metal and keys, clack, clack, clacking, as it tumbles toward her, end over end. And the last thing Sienna sees is Julia Petrarch, looking down from the darkened window with that knowing smirk before everything goes. Rufus. Chapter 1. He can't sleep. His head hurts and the bed creaks every time he turns, and all the lights are on, which is probably not helping, but he can't bring himself to turn them off. When he told the crew in the main house that he simply came to check on them, that wasn't entirely true. The truth is, the power also went out in the cottage, and he might have panicked. Just a little, but it was pitch black and the wind was whistling through the cracks, and it sounded like far-off howls or ghostly wails, and he's never been a fan of the dark. It was fun getting to hang out with them. They were all so nice to him. Well, after the incident with the pool cue. He rolls over, the bed groans, and then so does he, because there's a spring poking into his side. Springs. He didn't know they even made mattresses like that anymore. His kingdom for memory foam. He tries scrolling on his phone, but the blue light makes the headache worse, and the service is so spotty that half the sites won't even load. He flings the phone aside and sits up, wincing at the ache inside his skull. It turns out he did not, in fact, have any Tylenol in his toiletry kit. By the time he searched his bag and came up empty, he couldn't face going back to the main house. He wonders if he has a concussion, and probably would go down an online rabbit hole, but see again, no service. So he gets up, hoping the medicine cabinet is stocked. Sliding on his slippers and robe, he pads across the room to the alcove that constitutes the cottage's only bathroom, only to find that there is no medicine cabinet, no drawers beneath the sink even. He mentally deducts a star from his rating before remembering that this isn't, in fact, a hotel. He relieves himself and washes his hands, pausing long enough to consider his reflection. The robe is a little much, a half-joking gift from a friend during college, but it covers the monogram on the breast pocket of his pajamas. His mother buys a new pair for Christmas every year. His glasses sit on the edge of the sink where he left them. He slides them back on, admiring the subtle change in his reflection. They make him look studious. That's a great word, isn't it? He always wanted glasses, never needed them, much to his chagrin. Growing up, he'd even squint, hoping to erode his vision just enough. It never worked, but then he found out you could just get the frames, swap real lenses for plain glass, and there you have it, instant Professor Chic. He touches his head, wincing at the flash of pain. He took a lacrosse stick to the temple once back at prep school, but that was a glancing blow, and in the heat of the match he'd hardly felt it. Now he pushes his hair back, examining the gash along his hairline. He wonders absently if it will leave a scar. He's always wanted a scar. Nothing disfiguring, of course, but his older brother, Wyatt, has a line through one brow, the result of catching a water ski on the lake, and it makes him look a little rugged and perpetually amused. Also, according to Wyatt, young women find it rakish. That's another great word, rakish. He's always loved great words. That's what drew him to the field. Well, that and the fact that he couldn't quite make it as an actor, much to his sorrow and his father's relief. He'd have loved to be a writer, but his mother said there was no money in books, which is a funny line to take, considering his uncle's name is on the building. He supposes she meant no money in writing books. There's certainly quite a lot in publishing them. Not that he's seen more than 5 figures of it yet. Still paying his dues and all that. The wind picks up again, leaning on the cottage, making it whisper. He doesn't think he's ever going back to sleep. So he wanders the room, running his fingertips along a row of battered paperbacks on a bookshelf. He tugs one out, eyeing the old-fashioned cover, a trench-coated figure walking down a rainy street, the Midnight Devil, printed across the road. He peels back the cover, starts to read. But he's stuck in that terrible place between tired and awake, and his eyes skim the words without reading. He sighs, tossing the book aside, and decides that what he needs is a good old-fashioned cup of tea. He's more of a mocha with an extra shot of espresso kind of guy, but when in Rome in this case being an island off the coast of Scotland, he heads downstairs. The cottage is really just 2 rooms, stacked one on top of the other, the bedroom and toilet above and the sitting room/kitchen/dining room below, and he has to duck to keep from hitting his head on the way down. At first he found the cottage charmingly rustic, with its old stone walls and its old wooden furniture and its kitchen that feels like something from another century, which he guesses it is. There are whole accounts online devoted to this aesthetic. But he read a think piece, well, he skimmed it, about the difference between the idea of a rustic lifestyle and the reality. Now as he stands at the sink with a pounding headache, filling a kettle with not quite clear water, and struggling to light the stove with a match while the room fills with the scent of gas, well, the charm is wearing off. A mug sits waiting on the counter, and after digging through the cabinets, he finds a box of chamomile. He can't remember ever drinking the stuff, but it smells like the soap his mother used to put in the summer house in the Hamptons, which is promising. He pours the water over the pouch, then closes his eyes and folds forward, letting his forehead come to rest against the cool countertop as he waits for it to brew, the room slowly filling with the scent of somewhere nice and warm and well-appointed. Perfect, he thinks, lifting the scalding potion to his mouth, grazing his bottom lip as a weight slams against the door. He yelps, spilling hot tea down his front, hissing in pain and saying, "Shit, shit, shit!" as he fumbles the cup and it shatters against the floor, chamomile tea splashing against his pajama legs and soaking into his slippers. He sighs and crouches to collect the shattered pieces, forgetting the source of the sound, until it comes again, a series of short, hard knocks. "Coming!" he calls automatically, the way you say good when someone's asked you how you are, even if you've had a terrible day or you've just spilled burning chamomile water down your front. Halfway to the door, he stops dead, one hand raised, as the facts catch up. It's the middle of the night, and he's staying alone in a run-down cottage on a dead man's island where everyone has strict instructions not to visit him. The knocking comes again. 3 rhythmic thuds. The bolt rattles in the lock. Then so does the handle. Fear plucks at his skin and he starts to back away. Maybe the best thing is to go back up into the bedroom, crawl beneath the blankets and pretend to be asleep. He's taken a step toward the stairs when a familiar voice snaps, "For fuck's sake, open the door!" He sighs. At least it's not a ghost. Though, judging by the tone, he might honestly have opted for the haunting. He pads over, throws the bolt and pulls the door open, to be confronted by the sight of his boss, standing there in pink pajamas. "Priscilla," he says brightly, "what a surprise to see you at this hour. Come to deliver your manuscript. I must admit, I can't wait to see how you—" "Drop the act, Holden," she snaps, pushing past him. He considers saying, "Holden? Who's Holden? You must be confused. Holden is the name of my charming and tireless assistant. I'm Rufus Beaumont." Back in drama school, he was good at improv, rolling with the punches and the pivots, never breaking character, but the look on Priscilla's face is cold enough to kill any temptation. He closes the door and lets his head fall back against it, forgetting the damage already done. The ache starts up again. He pushes his glasses out of the way and rubs at his eyes. "I don't suppose you brought any Tylenol?" But she's not listening. Priscilla, or rather Ava Paulson, senior editor at Merriweather Press, briefly eyes the wreckage of the mug, the shallow pool of chamomile leaking like a bloodstain across the stones, before turning on him, eyes cold as ice behind her rose-pink glasses. "You almost ruined everything." Chapter 2. 3 weeks earlier. Arthur Fletch is dead. Holden's head snaps up at the words, pen hovering over the notepad. He is perched on a stool in the corner of Ava's office, taking notes. when Eleanor Vandenberg drops the news. 5 minutes earlier, Fletch's longtime agent swept into Merriweather Press and up to Holden's desk, declaring she needed to talk to senior editor Ava Paulson. In private. Now. Holden wavered, unsure what to do. Ava had spent the morning in back-to-back meetings, was behind on at least 3 different authors' edits, and had just snatched up the sad desk salad he'd gotten her and escaped into her office with the order that for the next hour she was not to be disturbed on pain of death. But death was probably better than denying Eleanor Vandenberg, especially since she never trekked across the city when a phone call or a curt email would do. He's seen most of those emails, and she never once used an exclamation point. It's periods across the board, and he is pretty sure that is the sign of a modern-day sociopath. The fact that she was there, in the flesh, meant something was either very right or very wrong. Holden stood and knocked, bracing for Ava's withering look, and it was there, but as soon as she saw Fletch's agent, it slid right off, replaced by something stiff but welcoming. "Eleanor, what a surprise," she said, and Holden mouthed sorry as the industry's most powerful agent walked right in and took a seat. "Aveline," she said, and Holden's mouth twitched, because he knew for a fact that Ava hated when anyone called her that. But Eleanor was one of the few people she wouldn't correct. Still, she shifted a little in her seat, her expression tightening like a face mask that had started to dry out, and Holden wrote a tiny 3 in the corner of his legal pad. Some people had a range of smiles. His boss, Ava Paulson, had a whole spectrum of frowns. Holden had been classifying them since he started working as her assistant 6 months before, cataloguing each and ranking them from 1 to 10 on a scale that ran from mild disapproval all the way through mental flaying. He spent the first 2 months trying to win his boss over, to no avail, and the next 4 months trying to avoid looks on the scale of 7 to 9. "Close the door, Holden," Ava ordered. He hesitated just for a second, unsure which side of the door he should be on when it closed. Normally, private didn't include him, but he knew for a fact that his boss was vaguely terrified of Vandenberg, so he entered and tugged the door closed in his wake. Now he's on the footstool in the corner, which is so short it makes his knees brush his elbows, and his slacks inch up enough to show his socks, which today are covered in ducks. And for the record, there are 2 chairs in front of Ava's desk, but whenever he starts to take one, his boss points to the stool, like a teacher sending a kid to time out. Senior editor Ava Paulson seems determined to hate Holden Merriweather, as if it were his fault that he went to Yale, or that when his theatre career didn't pan out, his uncle did what family does, and helped him get this job. It's not like he walked in the door and was given a spot in the C-suite. It isn't his fault that his name is on the building. In fact, if anything, he is pretty proud of himself for still taking the job when his uncle made him start as an assistant. Proud of the fact he's working his way up just like Ava did. He knows it will take time, and he has never complained, even though it's been 6 months, and she is still making him do book reports like he is back in school, insisting it is part of the job, when he is pretty sure she just doesn't want him to get ahead. He doesn't even complain when she gives him one of her withering looks, like last month when she handed him a manuscript and told him to come up with some copy, and he asked how many, thinking she wanted him to use the Xerox machine. How was he supposed to know that copy meant the pitch for a book's plot? Someone should have told him. He doesn't complain because his uncle has said that if Holden can stick it out a year, he will be promoted. "Can't climb too fast," he said, patting his nephew's shoulder. "Wouldn't want it looking like I'm playing favourites." He winked, like it was a joke, but Holden doesn't get it. Why shouldn't he play favourites? Empires are built by keeping business in the family. Besides, Holden is good at this. He likes books. Sometimes he even reads them for fun, It's just, Ava keeps giving him the most boring work. He wants to do more. He wants to pick cover art and present titles at launch and take authors out for fancy lunches. He's always been a people person, and he thinks his time would be better spent out there as the future face of the company, instead of perched on a stool, pretending to take notes. Ava eyes the manuscripts on her desk and the untouched salad. Then she sighs and scoots them both out of the way, lacing her hands in their wake to keep from fidgeting. "What can I do for you?" she says. Eleanor doesn't beat around the bush. She simply comes right out and says the words, "Arthur Fletch is dead." Holden's head jerks up at the news, and Ava's hand goes to her mouth, not fast like, "Oh, God," but slow like, "Oh, God." The expression on her face halfway between a "why me" and an "I don't have time for this." He scratches a tiny 5 in the page corner, and then the penny drops. According to Uncle Ellis, Arthur Fletch is Merriweather Press, at least as far as finances are concerned. His books had saved the house from going under once back in the day, and ever since, they'd single-handedly kept Merriweather in the black. If there's no Fletch, there's no publisher. And if there's no publisher, what will happen to Holden? He's not about to start over again. The thought alone is exhausting. He does have another uncle, in finance, but the prospect of that... Ava's voice cuts into his thoughts. "I'm so sorry to hear that." "As was I," says Eleanor blandly, in a way that makes Holden wonder if she's ever cried. About anything. Ever. "When?" asks his boss. "Yesterday." Ava shakes her head. "I'm amazed it hasn't hit the press." Eleanor snorts. "It's hardly luck. The groundskeeper rang me before the authorities, thank God, since I'm listed as Arthur's next of kin." That strikes Holden as unbearably sad, a man of Arthur Fletch's station and his age, with no family of his own. Holden has family, of course, siblings and parents, uncles and aunts and cousins, but he'll be 30 in 2 months. By the time his father was 30, he had a wife and 2 sons. Holden doesn't even have a cat. How long has it been since he logged on to a dating app? He should really make an effort. "Of course," Eleanor is saying, "I could barely understand a word the man said, but I got the gist of what happened." "What are you going to do?" asks Holden. He isn't supposed to talk in meetings, but he can't help it. The question just comes spilling out. Arthur Fletch is the biggest name they have, arguably the biggest in the world. Uncle Ellis has the covers blown up and hung as posters on his office wall. Eleanor and Ava swivel toward Holden. He can't read Eleanor's expression, but Ava's says, "I should have kicked you out before this started." He smiles back in a way he hopes says, "Too late now. We're in this together, boss." She gives him a follow-up look that says, "You are now sworn to secrecy. Do not write anything down." He hasn't actually been taking notes, just doodling his Ava Paulson annoyance scale numbers in the margin. But he now makes a display of laying his pencil down as his boss turns her attention back to Fletch's agent. "Tell me he finished the book," she says slowly, a pleading note in her voice. The book is the book, apparently the last one Arthur Fletch will ever write, the one that everyone is waiting for, the one that is, at last count, 18 months late, and the one that will keep Merriweather afloat for the foreseeable future, or at least until Ava finds the next Fletch, which she has been trying to do for as long as Holden has worked here, as if her whole job depends on it. Which, now that he thinks about it, maybe it does. Publishing is weird. Eleanor shakes her head and Ava groans, tucking her glasses up into her hair so she can dig her thumbs into her eyes. "What are we going to do?" she mutters, repeating his question word for word, but for some reason no one glares at her. "Well, the way I see it, we have 2 choices." Eleanor spreads her hands, palms up, as if weighing the options.
We can let the press know that Arthur died without finishing his greatest work, the book that he and Merriweather have been hyping up for the last 3.5 years, a book he was more than 2 years late on because even he was over his skis and couldn't figure out how to stick the landing. And the publisher can eat tens of millions in sales, causing a cascade failure that will cost you your job before it goes on to bury the entire company. Ava groans audibly. Or, says Eleanor, we find someone else to finish the book. Holden isn't sure how that would work, but it certainly seems like the better option, and yet Ava is shaking her head. The public would revolt if they knew that we gave the series to someone else. So don't tell them, says Eleanor bluntly. Let them think that Fletch died after he finished his opus. The news of his death is going to come out, but we can hold it off for a little while, long enough to find a replacement and make sure the book is done and ready to go to print by the time the in memoriams start rolling out. You know, she adds as if it's an afterthought, you could finish it yourself. Holden watches his boss consider, briefly, then shake her head again. No, I don't think I can. Even with your job on the line? Especially with my job on the line. There's a reason I became an editor and not an author. The steady paycheck? Ava snorts. Hardly. I haven't written anything since college. You think Arthur was over his skis? I'd be tumbling down the mountain straight into a tree. Look, says Eleanor, uncrossing her legs just so she can make a point of crossing them again. We both know Arthur was difficult. Brilliant, but difficult. Not to speak ill of the dead, of course. Of course, echoes Ava. Holden thinks it's funny how once people are dead, you can't say mean things about them, even if they are true. Last week Ava went on a full-blown rant about Fletch, calling him a grade-A arsehole with a god complex and an ego the size of his backlist, who couldn't get it up, literarily speaking. And, continues Eleanor, I think we both know that credit for the success of the Petrarch series goes to you as much as Arthur. I wouldn't say that, says Ava, even though her expression says, obviously. You are the reason those books made the splash they did, declares his agent. And I know he didn't make it easy. A muscle ticks in Ava's cheek. He was a man. They rarely do. Holden shifts on his stool in case they've forgotten he's here, but neither woman looks his way. After a long beat, Ava shakes her head more forcefully. I can't finish the book. Come on! You could. Not happening, says Ava. I'm good at my job. I'm a shepherd. In that case, says Eleanor, we need to find a sheep. A ghostwriter. Holden smiles. He loves that term. He knows it doesn't refer to an actual ghost, just a writer who does the work without the credit. But it always makes him think of a pen, moving of its own accord, words appearing like magic on the page. Plenty of writers out there would quite literally kill for the chance. The midlist is full of them. Ava wraps her pen on the desk, the way she does whenever she's thinking through a plot hole. Most ghostwriters are mimics. They may be able to copy Fletch's voice, his style, but who's to say they'll be able to think of an ending worthy of the series? Even he was running out of ideas. We need fresh blood. Maybe even someone from another genre, or at least another generation. Ideally more than one, so we can see who's best. So, we audition them, says Eleanor. See who comes up with the best ending. Throw in a book deal to sweeten the pot. A way out of the midlist. They spend the next few minutes batting the idea back and forth until they settle on its shape. A weekend-long contest. After all, time is of the essence. On Fletch's private island. 4 authors to be agreed upon, all of whom have the chops but not the sales record. 5, amends Eleanor. I just signed a new client.
Kate Newhouse. Very promising. Her writing has a flair that rather reminds me of Fletch. Fine. 5. We'll have them sign non-disclosures, of course, says Eleanor. Secrets don't stay secret for long in publishing, and we'll judge it blind. Let the work speak for itself. Ava cocks her head, considering. What? Presses Eleanor. I agree. About the samples needing to stand on their own. But if we're being honest, it's not just about craft. I have to work with them, and I'm sick to death of hand-holding old white men and their egos. So, you go along. Spend the weekend on the island with the writers. Get to know them. Ava twirls the pen. I've been to my share of conferences. I've been bribed and flirted with, and followed into bathrooms. Had writing samples shoved under stalls. Writers turn into different people when they get near someone who can change their lives. I want to see who they really are, how they act around their fellow writers. I can't do that if they know I'm the editor. What are you thinking? Ava digs around in her desk and finally comes up with a set of glasses. She has 5. Holden knows because he makes a note every time she wears a different pair. He really is very bored. There is leopard print, mint green, polka dot, a pair that is golden rod and round, and another that is teal with gold tips. But this pair is pink. It's funny, in the 6 months he's been working for her, he can't remember ever seeing his boss wear pink. But back at Yale, an acting teacher taught them that they could build whole characters around a single thing. An umbrella, for example, or a hat. And he wonders if Ava has ever taken an improv class, because when she sets the pink glasses on her nose, her whole face seems to change. One eyebrow goes up, giving her a look of dry amusement, one he's never catalogued. He promptly makes a note of it on his legal pad, along with the new glasses, as she says, "Meet the 6th author vying for the job, Priscilla Renee Fox." Eleanor raises a single silver brow. "And what do you write?" Ava considers and then declares, "Romance." Eleanor gives her a look. "Not the most obvious choice, I know," she goes on. "But that's a plus as far as I'm concerned, and chances are they won't see me as a threat." Holden raises his hand. Eleanor doesn't see it, but Ava clears her throat. "Yes, Holden?" "Won't they still recognize you?" "That is a risk," ventures Eleanor. Ava snorts. "Please," she says. "First of all, the only time anyone might have seen me and Arthur in the same place was at the Edgars, which I never got to attend because your uncle always insisted on being his +1. And second, do you know how many black female fiction editors there currently are in New York?" She doesn't wait for either of them to answer. 4. Holden frowns. "But that's a small number." He feels suddenly uncertain. "Isn't it?" "It is," she says, her voice bone dry. "And yet somehow I am always being mistaken for someone else. Last year an agent confused me with Miranda Lester, who is 6 inches shorter than me and 65. "Point taken," says Eleanor. "But if you're going as Priscilla, we'll still need someone to pose as Fletch's editor for the purposes of the competition. What about him?" Holden is surprised to find Eleanor pointing his way. Me?" he asks at the same time Ava says, "Him." Eleanor gives him a once-over. "He certainly looks the part." Holden glances down at his Tuesday outfit, a blue cashmere sweater vest over a pinstripe shirt, tan slacks, and a gold watch, a gift from Uncle Ellis last Christmas, and smiles, glad that someone's noticed. His glasses have begun slipping down his nose, so he pushes them up again. "He looks ridiculous," says Ava, which honestly stings. He got 2 compliments on the way into work that morning, both from very professional-looking men. "You know what I mean," says Eleanor with a flick of her wrist. "He looks like Central Casting's idea of an editor." "You mean he looks like a white man?"
Exactly. Holden frowns. He doesn't like when they talk about him as if he's not there. It's not my fault, he starts to say, but halfway through, both women shoot him a look and he swallows the retort. Eleanor Vandenberg steeples her fingers. What do you think, young Mr. Merriweather? Are you up for pretending to be Arthur Fletch's new editor in order to save his legacy and, by extension, your own? Holden brightens. Yes, he says, delighted by the prospect of doing more and seeing Scotland in the process. And he is even qualified. You know, he explains, I almost became an actor. Of course you did, drawls Eleanor. Can I pick my name? I was thinking Rufus. Or Rufus Beaumont. That's got some gravitas and... Holden, says Ava sternly. This is very important. If we go through with this, you make your appearance and then you stay out of the way. You don't engage with the authors or with me. There's a guest cottage on the island. You will stay there until the weekend's over. Can you do that? To be honest, it sounds a little less exciting when she puts it that way, but it is still better than book reports. Holden straightens. Absolutely. Eleanor smiles. Ava blows out a shaky breath. Okay, fine. She nods at the door. Give us a minute. He rises cheerfully and doffs an imaginary cap, already wondering what Rufus will wear. Ava. Chapter 1. A few moments later. As soon as the door swings shut, Ava sinks back in her chair and pinches the bridge of her nose. She feels a headache coming on. This, she says, blowing out a long breath, is a disaster. It's certainly not ideal, hedges Eleanor. But given the circumstances, it could be worse. Oh, really? Of course. Arthur could have died somewhere public. Ava lets out a small sound. It might be a laugh or a sob. She isn't sure. Eleanor's mouth twitches a little ruefully. Thankfully, she goes on, Skel Bray is remarkably remote. Ava swallows. She doesn't want to ask, but she has to know. How did it happen? For an instant, Eleanor's notorious composure actually falters. Real emotion flickers across her face. She glances down at her hands. He drowned. The words land like a blow. Ava flinches. Oh, Arthur, she says, almost to herself. He was truly a titan, says Eleanor. End of an era, Ava murmurs. In truth, the end has been looming for some time, between Arthur's stalling and his insistence that this would be his final book. She's honestly been torn between hope that he'd really retire and free up the space for new talent, and fear of the void he'd leave behind. What will this mean for the publisher? For her? She thought she'd be prepared for the end, no matter what it looked like. But now the end is here, and everything feels wrong. Trying to make sense of it, her mind keeps going back to the beginning, the day she first met Arthur Fletch. His longtime editor, posh white male, had just retired, and Ava was up for the job. She was secretly thrilled. She'd long been a fan of Arthur's work. In fact, she even kept an excerpt from his very first book tacked over her desk. It read, People say that pain is a gift because it reminds you that you're alive. That is, as far as I'm concerned, a crock of shit. Pain is a gift because it makes you angry. Angry at the ones who hurt you. Angry at the world. And angry people fight. Now she was potentially being handed the reins to what she'd been told was a talented but stubborn old horse. So she wasn't surprised when Arthur insisted on meeting her first, an unofficial vetting.
Most authors wouldn't have had the power to strike an editor from the list, but Arthur Fletch wasn't most authors, and by then he was making Merriweather enough money that they'd have given him his pick. Ava felt the pressure as she made her way uptown, the weight of the moment, one when her career would either surge forward or stall out, depending on the humour of a middle-aged white man from the Midwest. There was an awkward moment when she first arrived. It had been a terrible morning, cold in a way only the city seemed to get, the buildings magnifying the chill. She'd been rained on, then splashed by a passing bus, and she was soaked to the skin by the time she strode up to the doors of the private club he'd chosen. One of those members-only places, modelled on the good old days when men could drink and smoke and read the paper cocooned by wealth and safe from the intrusion of the fairer sex. These days the club admitted women, but the man at the door looked at Ava like she must be lost.
"Can I help you?"
he sneered, blocking the entrance. She explained as calmly as she could that she was meeting someone. His gaze scraped over her like a dull blade.
"Are you quite sure?"
he said, and Ava felt her face go hot, a torrent of words rising like bile up her throat. She knew she shouldn't be surprised. She'd lived in this body for 32 years. She'd seen and heard and felt horrible things, but she still felt the furious tears pricking her eyes. If this was the kind of place where Arthur Fletch felt at home, then she should quit right now.
"Is there a problem?"
came a low voice, edges rough. She turned and saw him coming up the steps. Arthur wasn't a particularly large man, but he carried himself like one, coat billowing around him, grey hair curling at his temples. This was just before the introduction of the red wide-brimmed hat.
"You must be Ava,"
he said, eyeing her with curiosity but also warmth.
"Mr. Fletch," said the man at the door. "She didn't tell me she was with you."
"You didn't ask," Ava said through gritted teeth.
"Please,"
the man continued, as if he hadn't heard her.
"Come in, both of you."
He pulled open the door as he spoke, revealing a hall of warm, dark wood, smelling of coffee and leather. Yet Ava felt physically repelled, and Arthur must have been in earshot longer than she realized, because he gave the man at the door the same withering look the man had levelled at Ava.
"You know,"
he said, turning toward her,
"I've lost my taste for this place. Would you mind terribly if we went somewhere else?"
Her whole body loosened in relief, but she only smiled. "Of course, Arthur." The man at the door visibly reddened, his mouth opening and closing like a fish as they walked away. They'd spent the next hour trading stories over coffee at a nearby diner, and by the time she got back to her apartment, there was an email in her inbox. Attached to it was Arthur Fletch's newest manuscript, the first in a series about a woman named Julia Petrarch, the start of a new chapter for both of them. It wasn't all sunshine and flowers, of course. Arthur was a difficult man, stubborn to the point of intransigence when it came to his work. But Ava was an excellent editor, and she convinced him, word by word and scene by scene and year by year, that she was there to make it better, to make sure his ideas, his brilliant original ideas, made it from his mind onto the page. And he was sharp. He never forgot a plot device he'd used or a piece of dialogue he'd given to a character. He held on to details on and off the page. Ava once told him, in passing, that she'd loved The Velveteen Rabbit as a child, worn the pages thin from constant turning, and nearly a year later, he handed her a first edition. Not for Christmas or her birthday, simply because he saw it and remembered. He could be that kind and then that maddening when it came to covers or type treatments. He would throw a fit if a copy editor changed an M- to a semicolon or, God forbid, questioned the potency of a line. And then there were the dark spots, the patches of time where she literally couldn't get him to answer an email or a phone call or a text. The dark spots had gotten longer in recent years, stretching from days to weeks, and then...
He lived alone,
Eleanor is saying, all business again.
Save for the groundskeeper and a handful of staff, all of whom have been dismissed.
You don't think they'll go public? The agent looks at her, affronted.
Give me some credit, she says. Papers were signed, and they were all well compensated. By the time the authors arrive, the island will be empty. As for the house itself...
As Eleanor delves into the state of the building and the necessary preparations, Ava Paulson wonders how she got here. She grew up bouncing between her mother's classroom and her father's library stacks, where she learned not only that she loved to read, but that most of the faces on the covers and the heroes on the page didn't look like her. She got into publishing to change that, to make a difference, however small, in the literary landscape. And sure, Fletch's books weren't exactly breaking any boundaries, but the sheer scale of their success gave Ava the leverage she needed to work on titles that did, to take chances on new talent. Now she's listening to Eleanor Vandenberg explain this plan as if pitching a book, and Ava finds herself searching for plot holes, stress-testing the idea, even as she knows that it's crazy. It's a kind of corner Fletch loved to back his main characters into, a devilish bind that will require cunning and creativity to escape. She can practically hear him, teasing her now, the way he did whenever they disagreed, when she'd point out that something wasn't working and the hackles would come up.
Well, he'd say, crossing his arms, have you got a better idea?
Even though they both knew that wasn't the editor's job, she was there to poke, to prod, to point out when something could be improved upon. The author's job was to figure out how. But now, the author is dead. And Eleanor is looking at her, lips pursed, the question plain on her face. Have you got a better idea? And truth be told, Ava doesn't. And if she doesn't find a way to get Fletch's final book to shelves, the damage will be even greater, to Merriweather Press and, by extension, to her. If only she had gotten him to turn the manuscript in on time. Hell, 6 months late, even a year. That's what they'd say when they laid the blame at her feet. But resting words from Arthur Fletch had been like trying to pry honey from a bear. Ava blinks. Eleanor is rising to her feet, running a hand absently over her dress to smooth out any creases, even though the fabric is apparently nice enough it doesn't even wrinkle.
This is going to work,
Eleanor says with such unnerving certainty that Ava almost believes her. After all, if the universe is going to bend for anyone, it's probably Eleanor Vandenberg. As she stands in the office doorway watching the agent walk away, Ava wonders how she had agreed to any of this. It's madness. But maybe, just maybe, it could work. If it does, they'll close the loop, put Fletch and his story to rest, and never speak of it again. Eleanor reaches the corner and waves without looking back.
I was thinking,
says Holden. Ava jumps at his sudden reappearance. Jesus, Holden, she mutters, one hand flying to her chest. She's had enough surprises for one day.
What if Rufus is English? He goes on. I've always wanted to be English, and I think it suits the character, don't you? Plus, I'm rather good at accents.
As he speaks, he slips into a posh English voice that, Ava has to admit, isn't as horrible as she expected. Ava sighs and looks at him, this young white man with all the eagerness of a golden retriever and the conviction that things will work out, because they always have. This, she thinks bleakly, is a terrible idea.
Rufus. Scratch that. Holden. Chapter 1. Now. You had one job, says Ava, pacing the cottage in her pink sweater. All you had to do was look the part and stay in this cottage and keep your mouth shut.
Holden wants to point out that technically that's 3 separate jobs, but the look on her face is a solid 8 on the Ava Paulson annoyance scale, so he bites his tongue and looks around the room for a life raft instead, landing on a shallow stack of pale blue paper on the kitchen table. He stands and hurries over to pick up the pages.
You know, this really isn't bad, he says, scanning the first page. Millie changed the she's to I's. What's that called again? First person? Which is a departure, I know, but it does give the final scene some urgency and...
Ava snatches the pages from his hand.
You're not the editor, Holden. You're just pretending to be one. Hey, I'm doing you guys a favor. I'm pretty sure this, he gestures at the dilapidated cottage, isn't in my job description. And yet, you jumped at the chance. Yeah, well, he says, crossing his arms. Maybe I've changed my mind. I swear to God, Ava shakes her head. It must be nice, knowing you can just pull some bottle B, the Scrivener shit, and say I'd rather not, and be sure that everything will still turn out all right because the whole world is tilted in your favor instead of stacked against you.
Holden throws up his hands.
It's not my fault. I didn't ask to be... Don't, snaps Ava. Just don't.
She sucks in a breath.
No, she mutters, backing away. No, you are not about to make me raise my voice.
She heads for the cottage door.
If you come up to that house again, you're fired.
Holden laughs, realizing only as the sound leaves his mouth that it was probably the wrong one. His boss stops in her tracks and turns, one eyebrow cocked. Holden shifts his weight from foot to foot.
Sorry, it's just... You can't fire me,
he says, and he was at least 70% sure that was true until he said it.
Pivot,
warns a voice in his head, so he musters a smile.
Look, it's only a few more months.
He might as well have thrown open all the windows and doors and let the night air come rushing in, because the temperature plummets by several degrees as his boss narrows her eyes.
Excuse me?
He should lie. He knows he should, but she's being really mean, and he's already 1 foot in, and his mum used to say that at that point, you might as well jump.
My uncle said that if I stuck it out a year, he'd promote me.
Promote you?
To what?
He feels like it's a trick question, or a trap, but he answers anyway.
Senior editor.
Ava blinks sharply, as if someone's blown dust in her eyes. Her mouth opens and closes more than once, before she finally shakes her head and mutters, Unbelievable. Some people really do say the quiet part out loud. Holden considers asking what she means, but she seems to be talking to herself. Unbelievable, she says again, turning her back on him and marching toward the door, and he knows he should just let her go, but he's not quite clear where things stand.
So should I...
Just stay here, she orders,
and try not to ruin everything.
She slams the door in her wake so hard that Holden's head starts to ache all over again. For a moment he just stands there, frustrated and a little hurt, and then something inside him comes unstuck.
Screw this,
he announces, heading for the narrow stairs. He doesn't have to put up with this kind of treatment. He went to Yale. He deserves a job with an office and a chair and a door with his name printed in neat capitals. He'll talk to Uncle Ellis as soon as he gets back. Up in the bedroom, he collects his things. He packed several outfits, one for each day, just in case he had a reason to go up to the castle, and then, of course, a nice suit for the final morning. He had this idea of wearing it when he announced the winner, assuming Ava had chosen by then, and if not, at least to open the safe. Now he shoves the clothes unceremoniously into his bag.
Screw this,
he says again, punctuating the silence every few moments, so he won't forget he's mad. He changes back into the clothes he wore the first day for the announcement ceremony, as he likes to think of it, and adds the pyjamas, robe and slippers to the bag before putting on his shoes. He bends over to collect a pair of socks, yellow with small purple umbrellas, and his glasses slide off for the third or fourth time. Instead of picking them up, he stomps on them, hard, and it would have been pretty satisfying if the glass had shattered, but it turns out the lenses must be some kind of plexi, because they just pop out, the plastic frame buckling under his shoe, sides jutting up like the mangled legs of a shiny black bug. Holden frowns and then kicks the sad mess across the bedroom floor. Because he knows, okay? He knows he didn't get this job on his own merit, just like he didn't get into Yale on grades alone, not when his father's name is on the law school, just like his uncle's is on the publisher. He knows, but it's not his fault they don't want him to struggle. Not his fault they keep opening these doors. He'd be a fool not to walk through them. He feels bad, of course, that Ava had to work so hard to get where she is, but if she would just give him a chance. Holden sniffs as he zips up his bag and trudges back downstairs, and he's no longer muttering to himself, which is why he hears the noise. Somewhere beyond the house, a scratching sound like footsteps on the gravel trail. His spirits lift because it's probably Ava, come to say sorry, to admit she's been too hard on him, that she knows he's trying and they're in this together. He adjusts the bag on his shoulder and opens the door, ready to forgive her. But Ava isn't there. "Hello?" he calls out, the wind making his voice sound thin and frightened, even though he's not. No one answers. Holden frowns. "Hello? Ava?" He can't see beyond the light of the doorway, which only reaches 5 or 6 feet before ending in a wall of black and crunch, crunch, crunch. The sound of boots on the gravel walk. Holden's always loved when writers do that, the simple efficiency of sound in place of long description, but now it sends a shiver down his spine because his eyes, which have always been sharp, are beginning to adjust, and there's a man, trudging toward him. Holden Merriweather has never believed in ghosts. He may be gullible, but he doesn't have a whole lot of imagination. Plenty of guys tried to haze him back at Yale, make him go down into the crypts, and it was fine because all he ever found down there were cobwebs. But he once heard someone say that it's hard to believe in ghosts until you meet one, and then it's pretty easy. So when the figure in the dark comes stomping up the path, when it grazes the edge of the cottage's light, and Holden finds himself looking at Arthur Fletch in his famous trench coat and wide-brimmed hat, he becomes a believer. Holden feels his knees go a little weak, but then he remembers that ghosts aren't flesh and blood. They're not there in the technical sense. The figure stops and Holden steps forward out of the doorway. "You can't hurt me," he calls to the spirit in the dark. "You aren't real!" And he's feeling pretty smug about that until the wind whips the blood-red hat from the spectre's head, and it tumbles up the path toward Holden, coming to a rest against his shoes with a weight that's undeniably real. Holden looks up again and sees a flurry of grey hair caught in the wind, twisting like wet weeds across the dead man's face. "Screw this," he says, right as the wind changes direction with a sucking force, and the door slams shut behind him, knocking him off balance. He spins, clawing at the door, but it's jammed. Somehow it's jammed, and Holden can hear the boots crunching again, the dead man moving almost certainly toward him. But when he spins around, there's no one there. And somehow, that's worse. "Screw this! Screw this! Screw this!" pants Holden, taking off into the near-perfect dark, away from the castle and the cottage and the ghost. The bag bounces on his shoulder, and his nice shoes sink into mud and wild grass as he angles himself across the green toward the steep stone steps that run from the cliff top down to the dock and the yacht. Holden runs, harder than he has in years. He stumbles more than once, the ground unsteady and pitted with rocks, before nearly pitching headfirst down the stone steps. Somehow he makes it to the dock before he loses his balance and trips, skinning one knee on the weather-warped wood. The tide is up, High enough, it's splashing up over the dock with every swell, ice-cold water soaking into his pant legs as he stumbles toward the royalty check, which sits bobbing in its berth at the end of the short dock. He hauls himself up over the side, onto the yacht, heart pounding and head sore as he drops his bag, throws off the anchor, and hurries for the wheelhouse. Because Holden Merriweather may not be a great actor or even a great editor, but he knows how to sail a yacht. Admittedly, it's been a few years, but he can see the mainland from here, small lights twinkling along the coastline in the distance. How hard can it be? Harder than he thought. He was hoping the key would just be there, jutting out of the ignition, but it's not. He groans, bracing himself against the control panel. Blood drips onto the glass. The cut on his head must have opened again. He touches his temple and watches the drop of blood as it slides down the console and onto the mat. The mat, which is decorated with a pen and one of Fletch's slogans. Starting is the hardest part. Something tugs in his gut, a hunch, and he kneels and pulls back the mat. There, in a little groove, is the key. Holden shoves back to his feet, breathless and dizzy, but victorious as he slides the key in the ignition and turns. The yacht sputters, but doesn't start. "No, no, no!" he pleads, turning the key again and again, and at last, the royalty check comes to life, and Holden thrusts both hands into the air and lets out a victory whoop. He throws the boat into gear and it lurches forward. He guns the engine, spins the wheel, and flings himself and the yacht onto the dark water, putting the island and its angry ghosts firmly in his wake. Malcolm. Chapter 1. Fucking foxes, fucking! The thought works its way up through the flat black shell of sleep. Malcolm was 12 when he first heard the noise. A scream so violent and sharp it seemed to split the night wide open, had him bolting upright out of bed, convinced someone was being brutally murdered in the back garden. A sound that cut right down to his core and made young Malcolm suddenly brave. He sprung up and grabbed a cricket bat from under the bed, hoping it was a young woman, and he would get there just in time to save her, like the men in the comics he read under the sheets, a torch propped beneath his chin. The shriek came again, and he rushed down the stairs and into the garden, nearly slipping on the damp grass as he searched the plot and saw not a damsel in distress, but a pair of mangy foxes going at it right in the middle of the freshly mown lawn. The sight was so jarring, so unexpected, that the cricket bat slipped from his fingers and he stood there while the two small forms writhed and tangled and let out that uncanny, ear-splitting wail. Fucking foxes, fucking. 40 years later, Malcolm doesn't spring out of bed at the sound, cricket bat in hand. He simply grumbles in annoyance and rolls, ready to drape his arm across Sienna's side. But his palm finds only the empty bed. Malcolm cracks open an eye. There's a Sienna-shaped groove worn into the duvet, but his wife is gone. He sits up and is relieved to discover that he's still, in fact, quite drunk. The scotch hasn't turned on him just yet, but it will. It always does. The sweet bliss giving way to sour stomach, pounding skull, a betrayal at once wretched and inevitable. But for now, at least, he's good. The world is still soft, padded, his head full of fog. Malcolm scratches at his stubble, trying to remember why he's awake. He grasps, but the thought dances out of reach. The world is black beyond the windows, but butter yellow spills through the open door. He looks down at the indent in the bed. Where the devil is Sienna? His thoughts are sluggish, but slowly they haul themselves together to form a hazy memory. Ah, that's right. The fight. His marriage, Over. Pen stonily. Dead. He scrapes a hand across his face. Why did he open his mouth? If he hadn't told the others, they'd have never told the editor, and he and Sienna would have, gotten through this. But the indignity of his wife, his literal partner in crime, declaring in front of everyone that she wants to write alone, and even worse, the editor agreeing. No loyalty these days. None. But as the emptiness of the room settles over him, so does panic. Oh God, what has he done? He can't do this alone. He needs Sienna. She's the thing that makes them work. There's still time. He can apologize, beg if necessary. He'll do whatever it takes. Pride be damned. Voices are rising from the foyer now, an unholy commotion, given the hour. Malcolm levers himself upright, still dressed in last night's clothes, now crumpled. The room tips once, precariously, and he throws out a hand, bracing himself on the desk chair. As his gaze scrapes over the desk, it lands on the place where the typewriter should be, where it's obviously not. Unbelievable, he thinks. It feels deeply symbolic, this theft. Not enough to leave me. You have to take the bloody tools of my trade too. He shoves the chair aside and trudges toward the doorway. He can hear crying now, loud, gulping, childlike sobs, as he struggles to cram his feet back into his shoes. Millie. If this is another prank, he'll find the culprit and throttle them, both for upsetting the poor girl and for dragging him out of a perfectly good sleep. He'd bet money that Jackson was to blame the first time around. After all, nothing like a good old-fashioned scare to make a young lady seek comfort in your arms. But enough is enough. "What in God's name?" he rasps, mouth dry, as he storms down the hall. Millie's standing, shoulders hunched, at the bottom of the stairs, Priscilla just behind her, rubbing her back. The poor girl sobs so hard that she lets out a little hiccup before turning and burying her face in the woman's pink sweater. But Priscilla's head snaps up at the sound of his arrival, a stricken expression on her face. Her palm shoots up into the air. "Malcolm, stay right there. Don't look." He bristles at the order. Whatever it is, he's sure he can handle it just as well as a romance writer. So, as he rounds the top of the stairs, he looks down. Yellow sheets of paper trail like breadcrumbs down the carpeted steps, leading his eyes, piece by piece, to the landing where the staircase pivots before continuing to the foyer. A typewriter sits, overturned in the center of the landing, bent oddly as if someone's flung the contraption down the stairs. But there's something else. Malcolm blinks, struggling to make the image coalesce into something he can understand. It's not that he doesn't see it, the pale limbs at odd angles, the sweep of mahogany hair. It's simply that there are things the eye sees and the mind rejects. Brain and body refusing to work together, and then, which one do you trust? He doesn't remember starting down the stairs, but now he can't stop. He is on the landing, staring down at Sienna, her cheek turned away. Malcolm sinks to his knees. "God, no. Please. God, no," he whispers. He goes to brush stray strands of his wife's hair from her face, but then stops, his hand hovering over the terrible wound just above her ear, the place where her skull caves in instead of out. At last the scotch turns on him, and he scrambles back just in time to heave his guts into a potted plant. Priscilla was right. He shouldn't have looked. If he'd only listened. Sienna's always complaining that he never listens. Malcolm will regret not listening for the rest of his life. Chapter 2. 14 years earlier. Malcolm Buchanan is well and truly fucked. It's almost midnight and he is sitting at the hotel bar, nursing his third scotch and tapping his pen against the paper, as if the steady rhythm might coax the words out. So far,
no luck. He parted ways with his agent, Harry, 3 months ago. It was mutual except for the part where Harry said, "It isn't working out," and then explained that what publishers were really looking for was something that hadn't been done before. "No shit, Harry," he said, before trying to explain that crime was as much about the formula as breaking it. The agent, no longer his agent, pressed on, as if to drive the point home. "The work's not bad, Mal," he said. "It's just not good enough to stand out. Not in this market." This market, which cares more about novelty than novels, and has publishers pushing out good old-fashioned crime for books that, half the time, don't even open with a body. "Crime still sells," insisted Harry. "It just has to do something unexpected. Take Arthur Fletch. He always finds a way to make it new." Great, thought Malcolm, then and now. All he has to do is take a page from one of the most successful names in publishing. All he has to do is be Arthur Fletch. He looks down at the scribbles in his notebook, his conference pass shoved between the pages as a makeshift bookmark. It has been 3 years since his last book, which feels like a lifetime, especially since sales are dipping dangerously low, and he is spending more time on the road, filling out panels and giving guest lectures to bored college students who care less about the craft than seeing their name on a book. If he isn't careful, he'll become one of those writers who teach more than they write, and then one of those writers who teach and never write, and eventually the writing part will be forgotten, a footnote in his history. There is a reason, after all, for the saying that those who can't do, teach. And Malcolm Buchanan will be damned if he lets that happen. He's about to tip back the last of his scotch when a hand lands feather-light against his shoulder, and an undeniably female voice says, "Is this seat taken?" Malcolm looks up. The first thing he sees is her hair, a sunny shade of blonde he assumes, wrongly, as it turns out, is both natural and permanent. Of course, later, when she asks him what he noticed first, he'll lie and say it was her eyes. That's what women want to hear, even though the truth is that her eyes, pretty as they are, registered last, after her perfect breasts, the way her black dress hugged her waist, and the fact that she smelled like French vanilla. But now he gestures at the stool beside him and says, "All yours." As she peers around for a bartender, he puts her at 25, maybe a youthful 30. Younger than he is, thank God for that. But not as young as the college students that sometimes flirt with him, the ones that hang on his salt and pepper looks. Gray strikes the Buchanan men early, and romanticizes the age gap in a way that he, admittedly, does little to dissuade. When it's clear that the hotel bartender has retired for the night, she flashes Malcolm a smirk and, much to his surprise and delight, leans across the vacant counter and liberates a bottle of red wine and a glass from the other side. "Don't tell," she says, opening the bottle between her knees in case anyone else is looking. But it is just the two of them. "I wouldn't dare." She fills her glass and raises it toward him, and he tries to think of something to say, a flirtatious barb or clever toast, but finds himself at a loss for words. A bad thing for a writer. But it's late, and he's one sheet shy of drunk. And in the end, it doesn't matter. Sienna beats him to it. "Two secret keepers," she says, clinking her wineglass against his tumbler. They both take a sip, but as she sets her glass down, her gaze flicks toward his pen. "Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt." Malcolm glances down at the notebook. The last thing he's written, more than an hour ago, is "like Bond, but cop." So, safe to say, she isn't interrupting much. He flips the notebook shut. "Well, that's all right," he says. "I think I'm finished for the night." She settles into her seat. "I'm Sienna."
2 small words, and yet somehow they are the 2 sexiest ones anyone has ever said. She blushes and looks down into her glass of wine, adding, "I saw your talk." His hope falters. Ah, yes, his talk, on the legacy of British crime. There was a decent crowd, but Malcolm quickly learned that it had very little to do with him, and far more to do with the next 2 speakers, an agent and an editor. The audience was packed full of hopeful writers, hungry for secrets, shortcuts, anything but the grim truth. When it comes to writing, revising, selling books, there is no way out but through. "You're a writer, then?" he asks. He would have preferred simply an adoring fan, but still, she knows his name. Sienna bites her lip and wavers. "I write? Sometimes," she says in that nervous way so many do when they are starting out, after they've put in the time and before they've gotten anything out. Whenever writers demur, he wants to shake them, to say, "How can you expect anyone to take you seriously when you won't show them how?" Instead, he looks her in the eyes, holding her gaze as he says, "If you write, then you're a writer. Simple as that." She smiles. "Then yes, I guess I'm a writer." Her cheeks blush pinker and she takes a larger sip of wine. "No," Malcolm is getting frustrated. "It's not a question. Say it like it's true." She straightens on her stool and lifts her chin. "I'm a writer." Malcolm smiles. "Good girl." Light kindles behind her eyes. They really are quite lovely. A layered blue, like... Malcolm fumbles. Description has never been his forte. He usually lets the action and the dialogue speak for him. It's crime, after all, not poetry. "Maybe that's why your books aren't selling," hisses a snide voice in his head that sounds like Harry, but he doubts that's the reason. She rests an elbow on the counter as Malcolm eyes the last dregs of whiskey in his glass. The bottle glints on the far side of the counter, and he finds himself wishing it were in reach. "I read your last book," she says. In a moment of rare self-deprecation, Malcolm says, "I fear you might be the only one." He hates the words as soon as they are out. He had a mentor once who liked to say, "Never let them see you sweat." But Sienna only laughs, a sweet, bright sound. "Well," he asks, turning to face her, "did you like it?" She shifts so her knees are between his. "I'm sitting here, aren't I?" Later that night, after they've twisted up the sheets, Malcolm slips into the bathroom to freshen up. When he comes back out, tying the hotel robe around his waist, he finds Sienna sitting naked at the desk, lamplight bouncing off her thigh, her cheek, her breast, as she skims the pages of his latest draft, the one he'd been writing when Harry gave him the sack. "It's not bad, Mal. It's just not good enough to stand out." Panic flutters through him, followed quickly by annoyance, and he is about to march across the room and snatch the paper from her hand when she says, "This is really good." His anger vanishes in the face of praise. In fact, as he watches Sienna turn the page, admiring, he feels himself starting to get hard again. He strolls toward her, hands in the pockets of his hotel robe. She chews her thumb. It is a tic, he'll learn, whenever she's thinking, and says, "It's the neighbor, isn't it? Who killed the girl?" That knocks the wind out of his sails. He'd been proud of that twist, and she's pinned it in what? 3 pages? 4? Bloody hell, maybe he is losing his edge. "That obvious," he mutters, and Sienna must clock the frustration in his face. "But you can use that," she adds brightly. "If I guessed it, the reader will too. So, make it a red herring, and have the killer be the friend instead. Put him right there on the page, front and center, at the hero's side, and it will be so bold the reader doesn't guess." Malcolm blinks. "That," he says, "isn't half bad." She breaks into a smile. "You think?" "It's a good idea." "No, it's a great one." Of course, with enough time and the right amount of focus, he could have thought of it himself. He would have, probably. But now he doesn't need to, because Sienna has. "I think," says Malcolm, wrapping his arms around her naked shoulders, "it's exactly what the story needs. You're an angel," he adds, planting a kiss on the top of her head. Sienna lets her head fall back against his chest, looking up at him with a mixture of surprise and delight. "You really think so?" she says, as if he's handed her a prize. And he has, hasn't he? After all, he is Malcolm Buchanan, published author, public speaker, crime historian, and she is just Sienna, a young woman who doesn't even have the guts to call herself a writer yet. "I do," he says, smiling into her hair. He looks past her at the paper in her hands and sees what the story is, what it could be. With Sienna at his side, he can prove old Harry wrong. Who knows? Maybe one day he'll be even bigger than Arthur bloody Fletch. Chapter 3. Now. He is drunk, and he is dreaming. That explains it. Malcolm has always been prone to vivid dreams, especially when he's overindulged. Once he dreamed that he was on an old-fashioned hunt, foxes and hounds, fucking foxes, hoofbeats pounding and horns on the air, and when he woke clutching the sheets instead of reins, it took a solid 10 minutes for him to be sure he was awake. The dream was still clinging to his senses, and every time he closed his eyes, he could see the fields racing by, hear the barking, smell the damp earth. Some dreams are real enough to touch, so maybe that's what this is, and "Jesus fucking Christ!" shouts Jackson. He looks up in a daze to see Kenzo and Jackson standing on opposite sides of the staircase, Kenzo fully dressed in his usual black, and Jackson nearly naked, in nothing but a pair of boxers. Judging by the look of horror on Jackson's face, Malcolm isn't dreaming, after all. Millie's still crying, as if she has more right to grief than he does. Jackson looks green around the gills. Kate and Priscilla, shocked but steadfast. Kenzo, sad but stoic. Priscilla says something about going to wake Rufus down in the cottage, since he must have a phone. But Malcolm isn't listening. Not really. He's staring at the floor and thinking about the fact that he's made it 50-odd years on this earth, writing crime, no less. And this is the first time he's ever seen a dead body. Sienna was never squeamish. She could visit a morgue or a crime scene and never lose her calm. And that one time Malcolm stepped on a rusty nail, she'd been more than eager to pull it out, rather than waiting until they got to urgent care. It was rather embarrassing, actually, how stoic she was compared to him. He told her he had a condition, but the truth was, Malcolm simply never had the stomach for gore of any kind. He doesn't even like the sight of blood. And there's so much now. On the landing, on the rug, on the typewriter, the keys, flecked red, one whole corner shining wetly where it met Sienna's skull. "Who did this?" he growls, looking at them all. "Which one of you did this?" His voice begins to rise. They stare back at him, all of them, and they have the nerve to look surprised, as if he's the mad one for saying what they should be asking too. "One of you murdered my wife!" he roars, voice breaking on the final word. Millie sniffles. Jackson's eyes go wide. Kenzo shakes his head. "Malcolm," he says, "I'm pretty sure this was an accident." He takes a cautious step toward the stairs, toward Sienna, toward Malcolm. He tips his head, as if studying a puzzle. "It doesn't look like she was bludgeoned." "How do you know?" demands Malcolm. Kenzo frowns. "Well, the denting on the typewriter, for one. It's not localized, the way it would be if the force was concentrated on a single or repeating blow. The damage suggests it crashed down the stairs as or immediately after she did.
and I doubt someone would have relied on the accuracy of bowling it in her wake and hoping for a strike.
"How can you tell all that just by looking?" asks Kate.
He sighs. "Because it's my job." "Wow," says Jackson. "You must take your research pretty seriously." Kenzo shakes his head. "I'm not talking about writing."
He reaches the landing and carves a cautious path around the body. He crouches so that he's almost eye level with Sienna's face.
"I'm talking about my day job."
Malcolm wants to push him away, even as the words register. "What exactly is your day job?" asks Kate.
"Forensic technician." He cracks his neck. "I study crime scenes."
"Wait," says Millie. "So you're basically that super weird guy who was like an expert at blood spatter and then murdered bad guys on the side?"
"If you mean Dexter, then yes," says Kenzo flatly. "Aside from the serial killing, and the fact that he is fictional."
And you didn't think to mention that you had a whole other life?"
"Very sus,"
adds Jackson as Malcolm reaches for Sienna's hand. He's not actually planning to take it, can't bring himself to feel the warm, smooth skin already beginning to cool. But it doesn't matter. Kenzo catches his wrist. The horror writer meets his gaze.
"Malcolm," he says calmly, "please don't touch the body."
Indignation flares through Malcolm.
"How dare you tell me what to do? That body belongs to my wife."
A hand settles on his shoulder. He didn't hear Kate coming, but she's kneeling beside him now, speaking softly in that lovely Yorkshire tone that always struck him as gentle, homey, like strong cups of tea and slabs of cake, warm from the oven. "Malcolm," she pleads, "why don't we go downstairs? Come on, nice and slow. That's it." He finds himself standing, not because he wants to leave Sienna, mind, but Kate's so young, she shouldn't have to see this, and she won't move away till he does. So he lets her lead him. 14 steps, from the landing to the foyer, but it feels like 400, legs leaden with grief. A moment later, Kenzo follows. Jackson is the last one to come down, and he keeps his back pressed to the wall, putting as much distance as he can between himself and the body on the floor, as if it might spring up and grab him. The body. How abstract. How distant. Not Sienna's body. That would suggest possession. A house where the tenant was still home. And she's not. She's gone. He braces himself against the foyer table and bows his head, trying to erase the image from his mind. He tries to swallow, but his mouth is so dry, he could use another drink. Climb back behind the safety of that wall. A cool breeze rolls over him as the front door swings open, and Priscilla returns, cursing under her breath.
"Rufus Beaumont is gone." "What do you mean, gone?" demands Jackson. "The cottage is empty. His bags aren't there. It looks like he took off."
"Why would he do that?"
whimpers Millie. Priscilla scrubs her face. "I honestly have no idea."
"What about the boat?"
"Gone." "Fleeing the scene," Malcolm mutters.
"Doubtful," Priscilla counters. "But without him, there's no way to phone the mainland, and we won't be able to get our own devices back for another." She checks her watch and the air hisses through her teeth. 36 hours. Millie begins rocking back and forth.
"What if whoever killed Sienna got to him too?"
Priscilla's brows shoot up. "Nobody killed Sienna, Millie. She obviously fell." The other heads all turn toward Kenzo.
"What?"
demands Priscilla. "What did I miss?"
"Kenzo here's been keeping secrets,"
says Jackson. Kenzo straightens and rubs the back of his neck.
"Choosing not to volunteer irrelevant information is not the same as withholding it."
"Seems pretty relevant now," murmurs Millie.
Priscilla sighs. Someone please explain. I have a day job, offers Kenzo, which, last time I checked, was not a crime. Right, except your day job is in crime, counters Jackson. Crime scene analysis. Priscilla blows out a breath. Okay, so in your professional opinion, was it an accident? Kenzo waffles. Without more evidence, it's almost impossible to know. Hypothetically, someone could have pushed her, or she could have simply slipped. Malcolm shakes his head. Sienna was many things, but clumsy wasn't one of them. She's always had a dancer's grace. He'd come into their kitchen and find her standing on one leg, the other folded up like a bird's. He was the one always knocking into things. She was the one always writing them. Writing. He stares at Sienna's curled fingers. Beneath the flecks of blood, he can see the telltale smudge of ink. Remembers the look on her face last night, the electric brightness of a new idea. Was it good enough to kill for? If she had simply stayed with him, if she hadn't been so proud. But given that we're the only ones here, says Kenzo, and I don't think any of us are murderers, I'd say this was a terrible accident. Or that's what it's supposed to look like, says Malcolm. Not helping, warns Priscilla. What would help, says Jackson, is getting our shit back so we can call for help. The romance writer sighs. Mr. Knight is right. We need to get into that safe. Malcolm hears them go, the shuffle of bodies moving toward the office, but he's made the mistake of looking again. At the stairs. At Sienna. He hears Millie sniffling. She must have stayed behind, sweet girl. But he can't tear his gaze from his wife's left hand, the fingers curled gently around nothing. Quiet settles like a veil, a shroud, an overused image. But he can't think of anything clever. Description is her forte. Was. The tense is a missed step, a lurch in his stomach. Is that what Sienna felt when she... Malcolm tears his gaze away and realizes Millie's gone. He's alone now. He doesn't want to be alone. He drifts toward the hall and the half-cocked door of Fletch's office. Unlike the foyer, with its painful stillness, this room is a riot of activity, most of it concerning the safe. We've got to get it open, says Kate. There's no way to guess the code, counters Priscilla. If there even is a code. After all, it's a time-lock safe. Right, says Millie. Wouldn't a code defeat the point? The time on the screen reads 35 hours, 42 minutes, 7 seconds. As he watches, the seconds tick past. 6, 5, 4. Every system has a back door, says Jackson. A way to override. We might as well try, says Millie. Maybe it's like deceptively simple. Like how most people's phone passwords are just all zeros, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Kenzo's voice rises from the floor behind the desk. Doubtful. Aha! He straightens, holding the cord of a landline. I knew there had to be one. Now I just need to find the phone. He starts tugging open the heavy oak drawers. Anyone know Fletch's birthday? Asks Jackson. June 5th, answers Priscilla to everyone's surprise. She blinks. It's the same as mine, she adds, but I don't know the year. 63, offers Malcolm through the churning fog of grief. He remembers because Arthur threw a party for his 50th back in 2013, a rooftop affair attended by the best and brightest of the thriller scene. Malcolm had tried, unsuccessfully, to snag an invite. Jackson claps his hands. Okay. 060563. What if we get it wrong? Asks Millie. Then we keep trying. I don't think that's a good idea, says Kate, but Jackson is already approaching the safe. At the desk, Kenzo lets out another, aha, as he drags out a clunky device, at odds with the elegance of the rest of the office.
No wonder Arthur hid it. But when he plugs it in and lifts the receiver to his ear, his face falls. Malcolm can hear the absence of the dial tone. "Well," Kenzo says softly, setting the phone back on its cradle. "That's not ideal." Just then, Jackson finishes punching in the numbers on the keypad. The safe lets out a negative beep, and then, before he can try again, the countdown disappears, replaced by a message. 0 attempts remaining. "Shit," mutters Jackson. Something grinds behind the metal door, as if the locks are somehow clamping tighter, and then the safe begins to speak. A voice pours into the room, like smoke rolling over all of them. A voice Malcolm first heard more than 30 years ago. A voice they've all heard at some point, in TV interviews, in Edgar speeches, in online clips. A voice at once ominous and intimate, frayed by age but weighted with gravitas.
"Well, well, well," says the disembodied voice of Arthur Fletch. "You've really gone and fucked it now."
No one speaks. No one even breathes. The 6 living writers in the room stand still, held fast by the dead man's voice.
"Are you really so pathetic?"
Kenzo comes unstuck, silently circling the desk.
"Are you really that afraid?"
Malcolm, who'd been bracing in the doorway, drifts toward the others gathered around the safe.
"I'm not angry. I'm just disappointed."
A weary sigh, like static.
"Has the idea of work become so daunting? You can't face it for a few measly hours. Pathetic. This is why you don't know the override, remember? It's for your own good."
Too late, Malcolm realizes that Arthur Fletch hasn't recorded some prescient message from beyond the grave. He isn't talking to them. He's talking to himself.
"Get out of your head. It's books, not bodies, Arthur. So go back to your desk, sit down, and do the goddamn work."
The message ends, Fletch's voice dropping like a call, replaced by heavy silence, until Jackson says,
"Fuck me."
One hand going to his chest.
"That was eerie."
"It was also good advice," murmurs Priscilla, looking like she's seen, well, heard, a ghost. "It really is all writers, huh?" says Millie. Malcolm stares at the safe, desperation rising like a tide inside his chest as his legs carry him forward. The others shift aside to let him pass. He brings his forehead to rest against the cool steel of the safe. Even though Sienna's body is on the stairs, all he can think is that she's in there. What's left of her? Her voice on his phone, a handful of voicemails he never bothered to delete. Her own cell and her laptop with her ideas. Their ideas, their work. Behind him, the others are back to bickering.
"Someone tried to open it," says Kenzo.
Yeah," says Jackson.
"We did, just now. Your powers of observation are staggering. It said 0 attempts remaining, and there's no way it only started with 1, which means someone has been trying to get in."
Millie's voice rises in pitch.
"Why are you all looking at me?"
she squeaks.
"Come on, Mill," says Jackson. "You practically hyperventilated when they took your phone."
"You did turn in your ending," adds Kate, sounding apologetic. "Maybe you were bored."
"This is bullshit."
"It doesn't matter," snaps Priscilla. "The fact is, we're locked out. We have no boat, no internet, no phones, no way to get help." "So what do we do?" asks Kate.
"I mean," says Jackson, "the contest is still on."
Malcolm pushes off the safe and rounds on them.
"My wife is dead," he roars, "and you're worried about whether or not you get a book deal."
Jackson holds up his hands in mock surrender.
"I'm sorry, man, I really am, but I can't be the only one thinking it."
Malcolm glowers at them all. He wants to put his hand through the wall, to rage, to drink, He needs to see the same pain on their faces, or at least indignation. But they don't look ravaged by grief. The only thing painted over them is guilt. Kenzo rubs the back of his neck. Kate stares at the floor. Millie shifts from foot to foot, and Priscilla takes a deep breath and looks up at the ceiling. Unbelievable, thinks Malcolm. I mean, says Jackson, someone still has to win, right? And last time I checked, 6 of us are still here. Malcolm launches himself at Jackson, tackling him around the waist, and even though it's been 3 decades since he set foot on a rugby pitch, he makes contact, wrapping his arms around the bigger, stronger, younger man, savouring the oof that escapes Jackson as he staggers backward into the office wall. He shoves Malcolm off, and before Malcolm can get his balance and take him down, Kenzo steps between them. Hey, this is not the time. Kenzo's tall, but there's not much meat on his bones, and Malcolm knows he could lay him out if he wanted. But instead he turns, storming back toward the foyer. The others trail behind him. Jackson's not wrong, says Priscilla. Even if Rufus doesn't come back, Eleanor will. The contest is still on. Malcolm shakes his head. I can't believe what I'm hearing, he says, bracing himself against the round table. Jackson mutters something too low for him to catch, but Millie flinches and Kenzo sighs. What did you say? Demands Malcolm, but the little prick has lost his nerve. He turns his glare on Millie. What did he say? The blonde girl looks from him to Jackson and back again. He said... Jackson winces. Mel, come on, don't. That you're mad because you know you won't win. Not without... Malcolm lunges for Jackson again, but catches his toe on the rug and stumbles. He staggers to his feet, but Priscilla is already there. Enough, she snaps at Jackson, pointing to the hall. Go. Where? I don't care. Just go. Jackson frowns. I'm sorry, okay? He says, holding up his hands. I make jokes when I'm stressed. It's like a defense mechanism. I'm sorry, he says again before trudging off toward the kitchen. Millie begins quietly to cry again, as if she's the one whose wife is dead. Malcolm scowls as Kate rubs her back. He doesn't want to let his mind drag him back to the stairs, to Sienna, but he can't seem to help it. His legs carry him around the antlered table. His head tips, eyes trailing up to the landing. The stained glass portrait of Julia Petrarch looms over the body like a saint. He isn't alone. The others are there, most of them lingering a respectful distance. But Priscilla comes close enough to touch his arm. I think we should move her. You shouldn't disturb a crime scene, warns Millie. Right, Kenzo? This wasn't a crime, says Priscilla through gritted teeth. And we can't just leave her there on the landing. She deserves to rest somewhere more. She searches for the right word, but before she can find it, Kenzo says, temperature controlled? Millie and Kate share twin looks of horror. It's a body, he says gently. It's going to... He has the decency not to finish, but he doesn't have to. Malcolm's stomach is already turning at the thought. His head begins to pound, a hangover knocking on the door. He's not about to answer. He really, really, really needs another drink. He looks up at the landing, Sienna's fingers trailing off the edge of the stair. Then he swallows and says, I have an idea. Chapter 4. The cellar is a thing of beauty. Malcolm first admired it the night before, when he came to find something to go with dinner. It's cool but not damp, rustic but clean. Rough stone walls arch overhead, just high enough he didn't have to duck, and old-fashioned lights hum faintly as they fill the room with an amber glow. The walls are lined with racks of bottles, their top sides filmed with dust. Reds, whites, champagnes, rosés. And in an alcove at the end, a wall full of stronger spirits, not the usual fare, but the kind that occupies the top shelves of fancy shops. Only the best for Arthur bloody Fletch. Malcolm liberates a bottle of Macallan 30 still in its wooden case. It's a sin to drink the stuff and a crime to leave it undrunk. Given the circumstances, Malcolm chooses sin, freeing the bottle from its coffer. He sinks into an old wooden chair a few feet from the table where Sienna has been laid. They bundled her in the yellow tartan blanket taken from the bed he and Sienna had shared, and he and Kenzo did the carrying, while the others formed a kind of procession, making sure the doors were open and the way was clear, reminding them to duck, so they didn't hit their heads while going down the cellar steps. More than once Malcolm had to readjust his grip. Sienna was surprisingly heavy, and Malcolm couldn't help but think of the phrase, dead weight. How many times had she told him a killer's method wasn't plausible, or at least not as effortless as he'd wanted to portray it? Bodies are unruly things, she'd say. They're harder to get rid of than you think. But they got her down here in the end. At which point he told the others the truth. He wanted to be alone. To grieve, yes, but also to drink, claw his way back to the safety of that muffled state, and yet he cannot help but marvel at how easily they all retreated to the safety of their rooms, to sleep or, more likely, write their bloody chapters, as if the world hadn't fallen apart. Amazing how people simply carry on. Malcolm shakes his head and lifts the bottle toward the table. To you, Cece, he says, before taking a long swig. It goes down bitter and lands sweet. The room is so quiet he can hear himself swallow. Malcolm in the cellar with the whiskey, he thinks, like it's all a game of Clue. Except, of course, Malcolm didn't kill Sienna. Not directly. It wasn't the husband on the landing with the typewriter. He might have driven Cece to those stairs, but he didn't push her down them. Maybe the others were right, and nobody did. Maybe it was the worst of all things, an accident. Writers rarely deal in accidents. Readers don't like them. They find them unsatisfying. They want explanations, motives, cause. But sometimes in life, things just happen. What are we going to do? He says, because he can't yet bear the weight of saying I, the fact that she's not there to help him anymore. He knows, of course, that there hasn't been a we since well before the trip. He knows, but he wanted her to come along because deep down he thought there was something to salvage, that whatever had happened to them, it could still be fixed, that if they had a chance to spend the weekend in this place, surrounded by all the symbols of success, it might pull them back together, remind Sienna why she'd fallen for him all those years ago. Malcolm, for his part, needed no reminding. Turn back the clock a day, a week, a year, to whenever things were good, or at least good enough. But he was wrong. Sienna had made that painfully clear. There was no fixing it. The cracks had spread so deep, and this place was just the final bit of pressure. They'd gone and shattered like a cup against the floor. That was one of Sienna's favourite turns of phrase. She has a gift. Had. Grief washes over him again. He wants to rend his clothes, to beat his breast. But to what end? It won't bring her back. What a mess, he says, taking another swig. Their last fight, rising as the scotch goes down. We haven't been a team in years. I'm done propping you up. Is that how you remember it? He asks the body on the table. After everything I did. He'd plucked her from the early stages and let her skip half a dozen grueling steps. She'd added a finesse, a flair, but he had the expertise, the experience, the personality, the face. The face. How she'd held that against him. You know, Cece, he muses now that she has no choice but to listen. You always had a way of rewriting everything you didn't like. Revising history. In one of their last fights, she went off about how everyone thought of him as Penn Stoneleigh, because it was his face on the back jacket. But what she conveniently managed to forget was that putting it there had been her idea. She knew as well as he did that male authors were taken more seriously by reviewers. It was simply a fact, hence Penn Stoneleigh and not something silly like Penelope. He'd been magnanimous, offered to find them a stand-in, pay for a headshot with some stranger's face. But she'd said why bother when he had such a handsome one. How was it his fault, then, that people came up to him instead of them at conferences, that they asked him instead of them to sign their books? It wasn't as if he didn't correct them almost every time. And yet he'd let her voice shine through on each and every page, deferred to her on matters of pacing and plot, let her take the creative lead, and she turned around and accused him of resting on his laurels while she worked, of taking her for granted. For granted? Really, Cece? The wooden chair groans as he slumps back. Even if he had begun taking her for granted, toward the end, well, it was only because she was good. No, not just good. Better than he was. Better than he'd ever been. Would ever be. And he was afraid that if she knew, she'd be the one to leave, and he would simply be the one who had been left. And now it doesn't matter. Because she's gone. Their star had risen, sure, but it hadn't gone as far as he'd hoped. And now it never would. Malcolm sighs and shoves himself up to his feet. He shuffles up to the table, the bottle landing with a heavy thunk beside the tartan quilt. Feeling bold, he folds back one corner of the blanket, forces himself to look. "Oh, Cece," he murmurs. It isn't so bad from this angle. Her hair is tumbled across her face in a way that hides the worst of it. He brushes his knuckles against her cheek. Her skin is cooling, waxy to the touch. He takes another swig. It really is good scotch, and he's reaching that perfect state where he feels liquid, a melting butter kind of warmth. But even though the face is tipped away, her disapproving look is burned into his mind. I know, he mutters. But it won't save you. And right now, it might save me. He lowers the bottle. It's not a half-bad line. It tickles something in his head, the pleasant flutter of a promising idea. Not for Fletch's book, no, but something else. Something new. Malcolm begins to pace as he says the words again. It won't save you, but it might save me. There's something there. He raps his knuckles on the table. A once-hardened detective, softened by the love of a good woman. Maybe he's even out of the game. He's happy, he's sober, he's left that world behind. He pauses, waiting for Sienna to reply before remembering she can't. The whiplash of it stings, but he presses on. Then someone from his past shows up and kills his wife. He can practically hear Sienna's sigh. She tried to convince him more than once that axing a loved one for the plot was called fridging, and it was to be avoided. But in Malcolm's opinion, that was just good old-fashioned storytelling. Now, he continues because Sienna can no longer interrupt. He swore he wouldn't go back to that life, but he can't rest until he figures out which of the criminals he put away has done this to him. Her death is the start of his new story, the catalyst. That could work, right? No answer, of course, but that's okay. He just needs to talk it out. We'll call him Hardwick, Leo Hardwick, and he's standing over her, just like this. He positions himself flush with the table, full of helplessness and rage and scotch, when he swears he'll find the killer. He thinks he'll be able to rest once he does, put that life to bed for good. But we know better, because this is what he's made for. What he loves. His heart is pounding now with the promise of it. Malcolm looks around the cellar for a scrap of paper, a pencil, some way to capture the idea before it escapes. But his own pockets are empty, and the cellar isn't much help either. He scours the floor and comes up dry. His gaze drags towards Sienna, still dressed in yesterday's clothes, a rumpled sweater and jeans. She never goes anywhere without a notebook and pen. He can't see either on her now, but he can't imagine she'll mind if he checks. The drink has steeled his nerves, but he still tries not to think of words like rigor mortis as he pats her down, lets out a small aha when he frees a pen from her back pocket, and then, miracle, a piece of folded white paper in a front one. He jots down the bones of the idea, hoping that when the whiskey wears off, it doesn't lose its shine. More than once he's scribbled something down mid-drink, convinced it was the next great work, only to look at it with sober eyes and find only half-formed nonsense. But this is good. It's only when he runs out of space and turns the paper over that his world comes slamming to a stop. There are 2 words in the center of the blank page, one misaligned letter at the start. Get out. Malcolm's heart begins to race. The bottle sloshes, the whiskey somehow half gone, but his mind is stunningly clear. Life and art in perfect parallel. Proof that Sienna's death was no misfortune. She was murdered by someone in this house. I knew it, he growls. He knew it couldn't be an accident, not with so much at stake. And Malcolm, loving husband that he is, will not rest until he finds out who did this to his wife. Don't worry, Cece, he mutters, gripping the table till his knuckles hurt. I'll find them. He shoves the paper in his pocket and marches up the stairs. Hardwick's case will have to wait. Right now, Malcolm has to solve his own. Chapter 5. You're drunk. That's neither here nor there, says Malcolm, standing in the kitchen. At some point, when he was in the cellar, the sun came up, and now morning light cuts through the windows. It's too bright, so he angles himself toward Priscilla instead. She's standing with her back against the island, both hands wrapped around a steaming cup, looking as if she, at least, never went back to sleep. You need to sober up. She puts a mug of black coffee in his shaking hands, but he slams it down on the counter. I need to find my wife's killer. Malcolm, she says steadily. I know you're upset. You're not listening. He drags a sheet of paper from his pocket, waves it in the air. I have proof that someone in this house typed a note. So does Millie. That doesn't mean... And I intend to question everyone. Priscilla pinches the bridge of her nose. Just then Jackson walks through the door, takes one look at Malcolm, and immediately starts to turn around. Wait! Demands Malcolm. Can't, calls Jackson as he heads down the hall. I was just heading out. Malcolm stalks after him. I have some questions for you. Sorry, big guy. Gotta get my run in. Malcolm claps him on the shoulder. Your run can wait. Technically, so can your... But Malcolm doesn't let him finish. Instead, he pivots, shoving Jackson through into Fletch's office, which would serve as his interrogation room. One way or another, he was going to crack this case. Chapter 6. Malcolm drags a chair into the center of the room. Sit. Jackson Knight glances over his shoulder at the door, as if he's thinking of making a run for it, but after a moment he sighs and sinks into the seat. The safe in the corner emits a soft electric hum, at odds with its old-fashioned style. The hours on the digital screen, 29. The age Sienna was when they got married. Malcolm lets the silence settle, thicken until it starts to weigh. How would Leo Hardwick play this? He wonders as the seconds stretch on. He'd take his time. After all, without his wife, that's the only thing he has. Malcolm lifts the glass sculpture from the corner of the desk. the one from Fletch's publisher, commemorating the first Petrarch novel. It's heavier than he expected, and sharper, too. It would make a fine weapon. The thought intrudes, old habit having little respect for present circumstance. He returns the glorified paperweight to its place and looks around. How high and mighty old Artie must have felt sitting here, flanked by all the trappings of his success, literally haloed by the light of his creations. How close to immortality, secure in the knowledge that his work would almost certainly endure the test of time. So many copies sold in so many countries that, barring a nuclear catastrophe, his stories would live on for decades. Lucky man, thinks Malcolm. Penn Stoneley may be clinging to a spot or two on bookstore shelves, but the 3 books Malcolm wrote himself, the ones that could have, should have, formed the foundation of his legacy, instead slipped out of the world as quietly as they entered. Not with a bang, but a whimper. When he found out they were going out of print via a single-line email from an assistant he'd never even met, Malcolm couldn't bear the thought of all that work being destroyed. So he'd bought the rest of the copies from the publisher. Had to rent out a storage unit in Queens just to house them all. When Sienna found out, he told her he hadn't paid a penny for the books, when the truth was they'd made him pay wholesale. It had come out to the cost of a small car. The thing was, Malcolm always planned to tell her when time took the sting off the wounds, when they were successful enough that it became a funny story, the kind they could tell packed crowds one day at sold-out signings, instead of what it was, humiliating. He never told Sienna, and now he can't. Jackson clears his throat. Can we get this over with? Malcolm sets the sculpture down again. Jackson's left knee has started to bounce. Are you nervous? Asks Malcolm, leaning against Fletch's polished desk. You're making me nervous, man. Look. Malcolm pulls a page from his pocket. Do you know what this is? A piece of paper? Wait. He's caught sight of the type. Oh, shit. Is that another note? What's all that writing on the back? Malcolm frowns. That's no concern of yours, he says, laying the page on the desk so that only the threat is facing up. It is if you're accusing me of something. It's a sheet of white paper, Mr. Knight. The colour you were given to type your pages on. Jackson throws up his hands. Dude, almost all paper is white. That's like the default shade. Ah, but not in this house. And I found this one on Cece's body. Whoever killed her. Jackson's eyes widen in what seems like genuine surprise, voice dropping as he says, Wait, you really think somebody killed her? The penny drops and he lets out a nervous laugh. Holy shit, you think I killed her? Malcolm folds his arms. Jackson's a talkative guy, and now that he's going, it's only a matter of time before he digs the hole himself. So wait, you think I did what exactly? Sent your wife a menacing message and then caved her skull in with a typewriter? That doesn't make any sense. Why would I use my own paper? And then, if I was dumb enough to do that, and I was trying to scare her into leaving, why would I then go and kill her? Sorry, but I don't get the logic. Malcolm frowns when he puts it that way. And if I knew she had the note, why didn't I take it back before Millie and Priscilla found the body? Well, I'm not. And how did I have time to get back to my room before they showed up without anyone hearing my 6'2" ass hauling it down the hall? Malcolm shakes his head. Which they didn't, because unlike Millie and Priscilla, I was asleep. Malcolm's thoughts snag. That's right, they were the only two downstairs instead of up. Besides, I've never hit a lady in my life, let alone bludgeoned one with obsolete technology and then pushed her down a flight of stairs. Malcolm sags back against the desk, rubbing his chin. A good detective doesn't just look at the facts. He listens to his gut as well, and Malcolm's gut is telling him that Jackson Knight may be a shithead, but he's not the one who murdered his wife. Jackson runs a hand through his hair. I mean, I guess people have done more for less, but still, that's cold-blooded. Hey, he adds, leaning forward in his chair, if it is one of them, my money's on Kate. Malcolm frowns. If Jackson was going to point the blame at anyone, he'd have thought it would be Kenzo. Why do you say that? I once dated this girl who barely said a word, and then, when I dumped her, she cut holes in all my jeans and lit my bed on fire. He leans back and shakes his head. Quiet girls, man. Never trust them. That's why I like Millie. She's an open book, a loud one, an audio book. He smiles, clearly pleased with the analogy, lacking as it is. Malcolm sighs. Thank you, Jackson, he says dryly. Oh, that's certainly enlightening. Jackson brightens as if he thinks he really helped. Can I go for my run now? Malcolm nods. Jackson heads for the door, pausing before he steps into the hall. Hey, who should I send in next? Chapter 7. Some people grow in the sun, and others shrink. Kate Newhouse is a shrinker. She looks even smaller in the chair, pulling her cuffs down over her hands in a way he might think suspicious. Out, damn Spot, and all that. If she hadn't been doing it since the moment she arrived on Skel Bray. Malcolm looks at her and sees what could have been. If he'd met Sienna 10 years earlier, they might have had a daughter like her. Malcolm thinks he would have enjoyed being a father. Sienna disagreed. She liked to use his feelings toward that dumb chihuahua, Edgar, as proof he wasn't parenting material. But he never thought that was a fair comparison. Most kids stop pissing on the floor at some point. The irony, of course, is that now, with Sienna gone, the ratty little dog is the closest they'll ever get to having a child. Not exactly the legacy he imagined for himself. But Malcolm will do his best, in Cece's absence. It's what she would have wanted. Besides, Edgar is what, 16? With any luck, he'll kick the canine bucket before too long. Kate shifts in her chair and smiles weakly. How are you holding up? Malcolm blinks, returning to himself. Funny, even though she's the one who asks, he can't shake the urge to comfort her instead. That old British need to smooth feathers instead of ruffling them. But he can't bring himself to lie either, so he asks something else instead, to put her at ease. How long have you wanted to be a writer? Kate frowns a little, perhaps thrown by the direction of the question. But when she replies, there is no waver in her voice. All my life, she answers earnestly. And he's impressed. Sienna was so shy about it, as if she didn't want to lay claim to something she hadn't earned. Who doesn't like telling stories? She looks down at her fingers where they poke out from her sleeves. But there's a difference, isn't there, she adds, between making things up and being a real author. Seeing your name on the cover of a book. There's a hungry look in her eyes when she says it. Malcolm understands that hunger all too well. Not that any of our names will be on the last Petrarch book, she adds. Malcolm nods. I imagine that's why they're offering the other deal. Kate bobs her head, dislodging a chunk of blunt brown hair from behind her ear. Right, she says, but I don't think I have a chance at winning that. You never know, he says. But the words ring as hollow as they feel, and Kate doesn't strike him as a type to fish for comfort, so he changes tack. Even if it's not this time around, you're young. You have all the time in the world. Kate frowns, picking at the hem of her green cardigan. What is it? He asks. Her hands go still. It's just, Sienna said the same thing to me yesterday. She doesn't have to finish. And look at her now. Malcolm looks down at his notepad, wishing he'd brought the bottle of scotch with him into the office. The shroud of warmth is slipping, and he's in no mood to face sobriety. He clears his throat and tries to summon Leo Hardwick. "Do you know why I wanted to talk?" Kate goes back to picking at the hem of her cardigan. She doesn't look strong enough to lift a typewriter, much less murder someone with it. Doesn't even look strong enough to shove a full-grown woman down a flight of stairs, but a keen eye considers all the angles. "Jackson said you were conducting interviews about what happened to Sienna. But surely it was just an accident." "Ah, but it wasn't," he says, reaching behind him. "And I have proof." He means to flash the paper with the killer's message, only his fingers don't quite catch it, and he ends up having to look over his shoulder to find it, which admittedly steals a little of the flair. But Kate's eyes still widen when she sees the page. "A note," he says, "found on her body. Just like the one on Millie's desk. But that was just a prank." Poor thing, thinks Malcolm. He forgets how young she is. Young enough that she still sees the best in people, instead of the worst. "Was it?" he says, arching a brow. "Or was it a warning?" Kate swallows. "You really think someone would be willing to kill for this?" Malcolm finds himself recalling what Jackson said. "I don't know, love," he says. "But people have done more for less." Kate shakes her head. "I really hope you're wrong." "Why's that?" "Because if you're right, and someone's willing to murder for this prize," her voice drops to a whisper, "what's to stop them from doing it again?" Chapter 8. Malcolm takes a swig from a half-drunk bottle he found, quite handily, inside the desk. Good old Fletch. It's not the best, but it's doing the trick. The room has taken on a bit of an aura, and his head is starting to thud in a dull, distant way, a warning that at some point it will get closer. At some point it will catch up. But he can't rest now, not with the killer still at large. "Is it true you found a note like the one in my room?" asks Millicent Mitchell. "Oh my God, that is so creepy. Like, I'm sorry, I did not sign up to be in a horror film." And yet a moment later, she lets out a movie-worthy gasp. "Oh my God, do you think it was because of her idea?" What idea, thinks Malcolm, struggling to remember. Last night is a muddle, more broad gestures than clean lines, but it comes back to him now. He'd forgotten, or rather, he hadn't thought of it because he'd been so focused on the fight. The fight was what started him drinking, after all, but things escalated after the editor gave Cece the go-ahead to write alone, and she got that light-bulb look in her eyes, the look he had cherished once upon a time, the look that curdled in his gut last night because it was hers and hers alone. They were no longer a team. "I mean, that's motive, right?" says Millie. "I mean, not for me. My ending was already done, but for everyone else." Her eyes flick to the safe in the corner, where the countdown has carried on, the hours slipping from 29 to 28. "She might as well have painted a target on her back, but of course I'm sure you already thought of that." Millie chews her lip. "It's so awful," her voice falters. "Every time I think about it, I hear the sound. It was like a sack of books being thrown down the stairs." Malcolm doesn't know how he slept through that sound, but he's grateful. "And then I see her lying there and—" She hiccups and buries her face in her hands, and then Malcolm is somehow kneeling beside the chair, patting her shoulder. He likes to think he's fairly skilled in the art of managing young women, but he's never done well with tears. "Millie, dear." "I mean, it wasn't the first time I've seen a dead body. My grandfather had an open casket, but that was different. He had a lot of makeup on, and this thing they do so your eyes stay shut, so he looked peaceful, I guess. But I still sometimes wish they just kept the box closed, like they did for my parents." Malcolm flinches as she trails off. Poor thing, he feels like he should ask, but the look on her face says this, like the coffin, is a trunk best left closed. Before she can start crying again, Malcolm rounds the chair and gets down to brass tacks. "Millie," he says, trying to muster a fatherly air, though not too fatherly, given what he's just heard.
You were the first one on the scene. Is that correct?
A shadow crosses Millie's face, and for the briefest instant, it's perfectly blank. Then, just as quickly, it contorts with feeling.
I mean, yeah, but I obviously didn't do it. I was already downstairs.
All right, he says. Can you tell me what you were doing? The girl sniffles.
Okay, yeah.
She takes a deep breath as if about to blow out candles, and then begins.
So what happened was, I turned in my pages, right? Like everyone knows, and I was feeling pretty good, and in fact, last night I was having the best sleep of my life. Like the bed in my room isn't even that comfy, but my body didn't care. I was drifting off to sleep, and then all of a sudden, I sat bolt upright in bed because I realized I'd written it all in first person, which, duh, Mills, is so dumb, but it's just a habit at this point. I did it without thinking. But then I was like, oh my God, what if I lose because they think I can't follow directions? Even though, I mean, no one really gave us directions, but you know what I mean. And I thought about going down to the cottage to tell the editor, but that's against the rules, and I'm lying there like crap. What do I do? But I have, like, a scary good memory for anything I've ever written, so I decide I can just rewrite the ending in third, so it fits the rest of the book, and put it through the slot with a little note saying, my bad, please disregard, or whatever. So I get up and start typing, and the desk in my room is right in front of the window, which I love. But I'm a couple pages in when I see something move outside, and I nearly jump out of my skin because it's the middle of the night, and I'm like, why is anyone outside?
Malcolm tenses. Wait, you saw someone? Millie hesitates, and he can practically see the cogs turning behind her eyes.
Well, I wasn't sure, and I thought it might be an animal because of the time, like a fox or a stoat. Because I remembered you telling me yesterday about how invasive stoats are, and I still can't picture them, but you said you saw one, and I thought, how does anything get anywhere, Mills? Someone brings one and it multiplies, like in that old movie with the dinosaurs? Life finds a way, you know?
So you got up to see, he says, trying to guide her back on track.
Right, but I couldn't, so I went downstairs and then outside and...
She trails off, shifting in her seat. She's clearly hiding something.
Millie, he says, soft but stern. My wife is dead. So if you saw anything at all, it was Priscilla, she yelps.
Chapter 9. Priscilla Renee Fox may dress like a piece of candy, but he isn't fooled. There's a sharpness there, a bitterness lurking beneath the confectionery pink. I'm not doing this, she declares, folding her arms. I know what's happened is truly awful, Malcolm, but this, she gestures around at the room and then at him. This isn't helping, turning people against each other, planting seeds of suspicion and fear. All right, then, let's stick with the facts. I know for a fact that you were skulking about right before it happened. Care to explain yourself? You're right. I was up. Last time I checked, insomnia isn't a crime. I got a glass of water. But that's not all you did, is it? First you went outside. He studies her face for guilt, but Priscilla only shrugs. I needed some fresh air. That's all. I swear, I didn't see anything or anyone. I'd tell you if I did. She leans forward and says in a sympathetic voice, Look, there's been a tragedy, but you're making it into something else, and I get it. It's natural to look for meaning, to make sense of it all. She adjusts her glasses. But what if you can't? What if it was just a terrible accident? Malcolm shakes his head. That's not how stories work. No, see, he says, clinging to the slip of paper with those two ominous words. Someone put this in her pocket to send a message. Priscilla shakes her head. I don't know exactly what that is, she says, but I know what it's not. If someone did push Sienna down the stairs, they wouldn't leave a note. Real people generally want to get away with crimes, not leave clues.
Then how?
Maybe she found the note earlier and pocketed it. Hell, maybe she typed it out herself.
Why won't you allow for the possibility?
Because this is a house of novelists, not murderers. You dream up crimes, you don't commit them. But a writer has, and so who better than a writer to catch them? Besides, writers write crimes and writers solve the crimes they write about. He closes his eyes. If he can just find the missing piece, if... Malcolm. He drags his eyes open. His vision is swimming with fatigue, and it takes a few blinks before he manages to focus. Priscilla sighs. When's the last time you were sober? He doesn't see what that has to do with anything. Hemingway wrote whole novels drunk, but Priscilla sits forward. Look, we can't open the safe, and that asshole Rufus took the yacht. So there's no way to get off the island, and no way to get hold of anyone till the contest ends, and Eleanor comes back. But I don't think you should be here, in this house. If you want to go stay in the cottage, since the editor's no longer using it... No, he thinks. He won't retreat, and he must be saying it aloud because Priscilla is there at his side, putting a hand on his shoulder, at once gentle but firm. If you won't leave, then please go upstairs and get some rest. Her hand falls away. Malcolm scrapes his palm against his face, thoughts blurring from fatigue. But as Priscilla heads for the door, something lodges in his mind. You. She glances back from the door. What? You said you. Talking about writers. You dream up crimes, not we. Priscilla's face goes blank. Then her mouth twitches in a bleak smile. Yeah, she says. I write romance. Remember? Malcolm nods, realizing she's right.
Good point,
he says, refilling his glass.
Send in the horror writer.
Chapter 10.
How long is this going to take?
Asks Kenzo Gray.
What's wrong?
Asks Malcolm, sipping his scotch.
Somewhere to be?
Kenzo eyes a safe in the corner, the countdown blinking on its front, then looks down at the coffee nested in one hand.
You can have till I finish this cup.
Malcolm frowns, wishing he had a spotlight. The overhead light in here is too warm, the light through the windows too diffuse, the room itself entirely too welcoming, and that must be why Kenzo looks too comfortable, sitting in the chair, one foot crossed against his knee. It's true. He doesn't strike Malcolm as the type to murder competition, but then there's more than one reason to want someone dead. Well, he says, leaning back against his desk. He's come to think of it as his these last few hours. Things would go faster if you simply confessed. And what exactly am I confessing to? Malcolm grips the filigreed lip of the desk as he leans forward. To killing my wife. Kenzo sighs. Oh, but that's right, continues Malcolm. You think it was just an accident, or so you claim.
It was an educated guess based on the circumstantial evidence.
Convenient, isn't it, that you're the only one with the expertise to say. Expertise you kept to yourself until it came in handy.
Because up until last night, no one had died.
But why? Presses Malcolm. Why would you hide something so, he almost says interesting, but catches himself. Important about yourself. Kenzo meets his gaze. Because authors are assholes, he says flatly. They're assholes about money. They're assholes about sales. They're assholes about work. Specifically, they see having other work as a surrender, a mark of shame, even though almost no one can make it in this business without another source of income. An affluent spouse, a plush inheritance, or, yes, a day job. He blows out a breath.
Look, Malcolm, I'm sorry for your loss. I really am. I didn't get to know Sienna all that well, but I thought she was pretty great. I bet you did, sneers Malcolm. Kenzo cocks a brow in question, raising the espresso to his lips. I saw you two together. I saw the way you looked at her. Kenzo chokes on the coffee. Got you, thinks Malcolm smugly. Words can lie, but the body always tells the truth. A good line, he makes a note to write it down after this whole mess is sorted. But as Kenzo wipes his mouth, Malcolm realizes, with frustration, that he's trying to suppress a laugh. Is that supposed to be my motive? That I was hitting on your wife? My guess is she told you we were splitting up. You told me, counters Kenzo. Remember? You told everyone. Ah, but I think she told you first, and you tried it on, but she rejected your advances. I wasn't hitting on Sienna, Malcolm. I was talking to her. She was bright and funny and easy to talk to, and I liked her a hell of a lot more than I like you. But I can assure you, I had no interest in coming on to your wife. Why's that? Because I'm gay. Ah, a convenient excuse. Kenzo stares at him, his smug calm giving way to something colder. How so? Well, it's your word. You can't exactly prove it. Kenzo holds Malcolm's gaze. You want a timeline of my coming out? A breakdown of my sexual history? A detailed description of the first time I let a guy suck my... Malcolm recoils. No, that will not be necessary. And besides, it would prove nothing. A good writer knows how to spin a yarn. And I think we're done, says Kenzo, getting to his feet. No, we're not, says Malcolm, but Kenzo only waves the empty coffee cup and heads for the door. Malcolm means to go after him, but the room wobbles a little when he pushes off the desk, so he decides it's best to hold his ground. You're still a suspect. Kenzo pauses at the door. You can play detective all you want, but if I were you, I'd want the rest of us to think it was an accident. Why's that? Because if Sienna didn't fall, she was pushed. And if anyone in this house had a reason to push your wife down these stairs, says Kenzo, pointing his thumb and index finger like a gun, it's you. Chapter 11. Malcolm watches Kenzo go, taking the last lead with him. Only it's not the last one, is it? He sags back in Fletch's chair, scrapes a hand over his face. A good detective has to examine every angle, even when it's hard to look at. Malcolm didn't kill his wife. He's sure of that. And yet, in stories like this, it's almost always the spouse, isn't it? But he would never. Never. Can't even fathom it. But he racks his brain, trying to account for every moment of last night, and he can't. There is a window. There are several windows, if he's being honest with himself, during which the view gets hazy. He always enjoyed a tipple and had always been able to hold his drink, but then again, he hadn't drunk that much in years. Not since the Edinburgh incident, the memory of that shot through with holes as well. But last night, he was just so angry. She made him so angry, knew exactly which buttons to push to get a rise, and he didn't want to lose his temper, not with the editor around. Still, he's never laid a hand on her. Never would. How dare Kenzo even suggest such a thing? The idea's enough to turn his stomach, make his anger flare again. He reaches for the whiskey bottle on the desk and then stops, disgusted with himself. Here it is, the source of all his troubles. If he hadn't been drinking, if they hadn't fought, if Sienna hadn't left the room, then she would still be here. He wouldn't be alone. Malcolm lobs the bottle across the room, hoping it will shatter when it hits the wooden floor,
burst into 1,000 shards of sharpened light. Instead it thuds and skids limply to a stop against the rug, as if to say, "See, you can't even break something right." Malcolm shoves up to his feet and abandons the makeshift interrogation room, legs dragging, leaden, beneath him. He's no Leo Hardwick, and no closer to finding his wife's killer. He crosses the foyer, starts up the stairs, and is on the landing before he registers that he's walking right over the spot Sienna lay. The landing, of course, is empty now, marked only by a dark stain on the runner, and maybe Priscilla was right, and he should have gone to the cottage. But he's already come this far, and fears that if he stops, he might not have the energy to start again. So he keeps going up, 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 retracing the steps he took in the wee hours of that morning until he's at the bedroom door. The room has taken on a different air, a shrine-like atmosphere. The window shut, the last dregs of Sienna's scent still hanging on the air. He holds his breath, as if afraid to disturb it. Someone has returned the typewriter to its place on the desk, even taken care to clean the blood off the keys, which he should take issue with. It is, after all, the murder weapon. But a quiet worry is burrowing into the back of his head. A troubling what if. What if Priscilla's right, and it really was an accident? What if the truth is, Cece simply fell? He sinks onto the bed, touching the indent of her body before flopping down on top of it. What would Leo Hardwick do in this position? What would he do if he based his whole identity on finding his wife's murderer, only to learn it was nothing but cruel fate? No criminal to catch and punish. Only the universe to blame. Would he feel like his purpose had been taken, or would he simply feel as if he'd been cut free? Malcolm would never admit it, of course, but he does feel a little lighter. The last few weeks have been so miserable. A silent war, a systematic destruction of everything they'd built, all because Sienna declared she was no longer satisfied, that she wanted more. It was her own unhappiness that made her decide to leave, her own unhappiness that made her drive a spike into their lives, cleaving them apart, her own unhappiness that drove her from Penn Stoneleigh and from Malcolm, and, if indeed there was no killer, her own unhappiness that made her heft that typewriter from the desk and lay claim to it. Malcolm cannot help but wonder. Did she pause with it over his sleeping form, contemplate even for a moment, bringing the weight down upon his head, or had she simply taken it from him and fled, only to lose her balance on the stairs, felled by her own ambition? A grim smile plays across his tired lips. In that case, it is a rather twisted kind of karma, leaving Malcolm, alive but alone, to carry on without her. A tragedy, to be sure, but then tragedy is the font from which great stories flow. He chuckles softly. Perhaps he's not so bad at coming up with metaphors after all. He simply has to be inspired. And he is, truth be told. He's felt more creative stirrings in the last 4 hours than the last 4 years. He could write the Leo Hardwick series and finish Fletch's work. He rolls onto his side, studying the desk, and sees something he missed before. The typewriter isn't sitting flush atop the wood. It's propped up on something, a shallow stack of pale yellow pages, and something else, something blue. Malcolm sits up, too fast, the room spotting black and white for just a moment. He waits for the world to steady before he stands and shuffles to the desk, sliding the object free. It's Sienna's notebook. Do you think it was because of her idea? His heart begins to pound, and he clutches the notebook to his chest as the knowledge of what he's holding washes over him. Her sudden spark of inspiration. Priscilla, handing her a pen. Her brilliant ending, the one she couldn't wait to write. Without him. Ironic, isn't it? Dear Cece, he murmurs, thoughts racing now. It would be a crime to let good work go to waste. If anything, he tells himself, she'd probably want him to go on, to finish what they started. Malcolm snorts, if only to himself. The truth is, Sienna was petty enough that she'd probably set fire to the notebook just to spite him, but she's not here to do it. She left him, tragically, to carry on, and he intends to do just that. Sienna may be dead and Penn Stoneleigh with her, but Malcolm Buchanan could have a second shot. A phoenix rising from the ashes. What a story it would make, the pain behind the prose. He'll dedicate the book to her, of course. To my late wife, he'll write. With me still in every word I write. He can see the articles already being written. From grief comes greatness. No one needs to know divorce was ever on the table. The papers hadn't been drawn up. And as long as none of this lot spill the beans, but that's right, the NDAs they signed will cover it, he can make the best of this bad situation. But first, he has to win. Malcolm flips through the pages, eyes struggling to focus. Reluctantly, he puts on the reading glasses Sienna made him get, but it doesn't help him decipher her cramped and slanted script. A door slams somewhere in the house, and he jumps and drops the book as if burned, nerves jangling. Not that he's doing anything untoward. After all, what's hers is his, he thinks, as he fetches it back up. But he doesn't open it again, not here. The room's too still. He needs to clear his head. Maybe take a nap. No, he can't imagine sleeping now. There will be plenty of time for that when this is done. Right now, he'll settle for a cup of strong black tea and a dose of fresh air. Nothing like a crisp Scottish breeze to clear the head, blow away the dregs of whiskey. He'll be sober as a saint in no time. He tucks the blue notebook under his sweater and sets off, jogging down the stairs and stepping neatly around the dark spot on the landing. No sign of the others, but that's well and good. He needs to focus on the task at hand. He brews a cup of tea and steps outside, fills his lungs as he crunches over the gravel toward the bench that looks out at the cliff and the sea. The weather's changing, a storm front moving in. Dark clouds hang over the mainland in the distance. The wind has a cold edge, and Malcolm wishes he'd brought a coat. But no bother. If anything, the chill will clear his head. He takes a long sip of tea and looks out at the water, frothing white caps over grey waves. The wind tousles his hair. This would be the perfect spot, he thinks, for a new author photo. He'll need one, after all. Not for the back of Fletch's last book, of course, but for the ones he'll write after. He takes a long, steadying breath and sinks onto the bench, confident no one will bother him here. If anyone looks out and sees him sitting by the cliff, they'll think he's simply mourning, lost in contemplation. And in a way, he is contemplating, deciphering his late wife's final words, even if they weren't to him. Malcolm takes a last glance around, then slips the blue notebook from beneath his sweater and cracks it open, thumbing until he sees yesterday's date scratched in a corner. He spreads the book out on his knees and starts to read. Or rather, he tries. But he can't seem to make sense of the scribbles, and after a moment of furious squinting, he understands. It's not his tired eyes that are the problem. It's Sienna's shorthand. A mixture of atrocious penmanship and some private system of demarcation. Malcolm feels his temper rising in frustration, heat breaking out across his skin. How many times has he asked her to write more clearly? How many times did she insist that this was the only way for her pen to keep pace with her thoughts? He's long suspected she carried on to spite him. He holds the book inches from his face, desperate to decode the chicken scratch that passes for her writing. He makes out a jagged F that might be the start of Fletch. Or fire. Or flying? and a P in front of a scribble that he's guessing is Petrarch. But it could also be pacing or plot. There's also a horizontal line branching in two, the markings at the end of each prong about as legible as someone testing their pen to see if it's run out of ink. And is that an asterisk or an A, or is it short for something else? He can hear Sienna laughing at him now, cackling harshly. When he looks up, it seems to be coming from a nearby crow, but it has the exact same tenor of disdain. He picks up a rock and hurls it at the bird, and misses. He looks back to the book. There has to be something. Some words. He thinks there are words, but they are really just letters, followed by wiggly lines. Have boxes around them, and some have circles. There are arrows every which way, some solid, some dotted, and halfway down the page there's a single illegible sentence, important enough that she's underlined it twice. But no matter how hard Malcolm stares, he can't make out more than the number 2, and a symbol that might mean U-turn. He holds it to the sun, as if that will somehow illuminate the message. The longer he looks at the marks, the less resemblance they have to words at all. He turns the page, desperate for something, anything, but it's more of the same nonsense, and Malcolm feels a roar rising in his throat as he grips the blue notebook in one hand and begins to tear the useless pages out. "You fucking bitch!" he growls, as the sheets of paper come free. He flings them from him in disgust, letting the air scatter them along the narrow strip between the bench and the cliff. He drops the notebook to the ground between his feet before collapsing forward, his head in his hands. She's gone. She's gone and left him nothing. Nothing he can use. The bloody book stares up at him, and he's about to kick the thing away when the breeze flutters the blank pages at the end. And he sees it, scribbled on the inside cover, heavily slanted but undeniably legible. A key. A key to all the little shorthand symbols, the meanings behind the letters and the scribbles, and only then does he remember the last time they fought about her penmanship, and she told him, didn't she, that it was right there. Malcolm looks up as the pages he's torn out flutter away toward the cliff, caught up in that crisp Scottish breeze. "No, no, no!" he stammers, scrambling after them. He catches 2, stumbles before snatching up the 3rd, but the wind steals the 4th out from under his fingers, whipping it toward the edge of the cliff. He lunges, shoes skimming the loose pebbles at the land's brittle edge, and manages to catch the corner of the paper before the breeze can drag it out of reach. Malcolm lets out a triumphant roar, hands shaking as he looks down at the paper he's just caught, the one with the diagram. And maybe it's the surge of panic that's cleared his head, sobered him right up. But suddenly, even without the key, he sees the shape of it, laid out on the page. The ending that lit up Sienna's eyes last night, and now he knows why, because by God, it's good. Genius, even. Unexpected and yet inevitable somehow, like all the best endings. And it's his. Malcolm clutches the papers to his chest and laughs and cries because he's going to win. He's finally going to... "Don't!" screams a nearby voice. Malcolm's head whips toward the sound, and as it does, his left foot shifts back ever so slightly, and the ground beneath it crumbles. His arms windmill, and the pages fly up into the air as he clings to balance, and he might have gone right over the edge if not for the wind, gusting like a pair of hands against his back. He regains his footing and sees Jackson, of all people, running toward him, hands outstretched, as if Malcolm means to jump, which is absurd, and he's about to tell him so when the cliff's edge gives way beneath him. And he falls. He falls, cold air rushing past him, and it's true what they say, time really does slow down. The heartbeats stretch, and he sees the crow now wheeling overhead, and in the churning sky beyond, he sees his life. Not the mistakes or the missed opportunities. No, he sees his life rolling forward. Sees himself sitting at a dark wood desk, his characters immortalized in glass behind his head, and the shelves full of books with his name printed on the spine like a chanting crowd. And Malcolm smiles right before he... Jackson. Chapter 1. If Jackson had his phone, he never would have heard it. If he'd had his phone, he would have had the music up all the way, his senses drowned and his mind a galaxy away. But all Jackson has on that day's run is the pound of his feet and his own shallow breath, which is how he hears the wail, an almost animal sound. He picks up his pace, rounds the corner, and mounts the last rise just in time to see a shape standing at the edge of the cliff. Jackson left his glasses back at the castle, but even from here, he can see the figure facing the sea, hands clutching at his chest, head bowed as if in grief. And all he can think is, oh shit, he's going to jump. Don't! He shouts, surging forward, even though his legs are spent. He runs as fast as he can, but it doesn't seem to matter, because time is slowing down, seconds stretching out as the shape, which is now resolving into Malcolm, turns, and Jackson sees that he's holding sheets of paper to his chest, because he lets go, and they go flying in the wind, and he steps backward, the loose rock skitters at his feet, and... maybe he meant to do it. Maybe he slipped. Jackson can't tell. He just knows that he's almost there, his hand literally skimming Malcolm's, when he goes tumbling back over the edge, and Jackson's hand closes over nothing but air. Fuck! He stammers because for a second he thinks he won't be able to stop, that he'll follow the other man over the side. But then his heels dig in and he staggers to a stop a few inches from the edge, heart pounding. And he doesn't want to look, but he already is, so he sees Malcolm's body hit the bottom, caught not by white-capped waves, but jagged rock. He's glad he's not wearing his glasses now, because his mind won't be able to haunt him with the details, the places where flesh collides with stone, where vital bits spill out. Jackson scrambles backward. Oh shit, he mutters, running his hands through his cropped hair, and he's still trying to steady himself, to wrap his head around what just happened, when he somehow hears another sound over his raging pulse. A gasp. He twists around and sees Millie. For a fraction of a second her face is perfectly blank, before horror washes over it. Oh my God, did you see that? He starts toward her, and she takes a step back, away, as if she's scared of him, as if she thinks, What did you do? She asks, and Jackson blinks, trying to catch up. His brain feels sluggish, his thoughts muddy. Running usually clears his head, helps him think, but his runs don't usually end with watching someone die. Whoa, he says, putting his hands up. It's not what it looks like. He's close enough now to see the tears streaming down her face, the fear bright in her eyes. He's dead, isn't he? The sun has vanished behind thick, dark clouds. Jackson swallows, nods. I tried to save him, he says quickly. I tried. I was finishing my run, and I saw him standing at the edge, and I thought he was going to jump, and I tried to get to him before, but I couldn't. Maybe if he'd gone faster, if he hadn't used it all up on his run, if he'd been able to shave a second off that final sprint, he would have gotten there in time. Oh, God. Mill, you've got to believe me. She's shaking her head, as if she doesn't, her gaze flicking from Jackson to the cliff and back again. You know me. Not that well. It stings. Well enough to know that I can be an asshole, but I'm not a murderer. Do you? She shifts her weight. Do you promise that you didn't push him? Jesus, yes, I promise. Please, he says.
Please say that you believe me. She looks at him, hesitates, then nods. Okay, she says with a shaky voice. I believe you. Relief floods his body. The air comes rushing out. Thank God, he says, bending double. But we've got to tell the others. And just like that, the panic is back. Tell them what? He asks, because they've got to get on the same page, don't they? It was an accident. Millie chews her bottom lip as the first drops of rain begin to fall. That he fell. Right, Mill? Asks Jackson, and even though he feels like throwing up, he finds her eyes and attempts a rueful smile. That's what happened. So that's what we'll say. Just then, something catches his eye. The dragon weather vane is spinning with the wind, and just below, a person-shaped shadow is looking out from the top window. Jackson frowns. Hey, do you see? But Millie's not there. She's bolting, sprinting away from him and toward the front door. Fuck. He tries to beat her to it, but his legs are shot and she's faster than she looks. Millie, wait! He calls out, ribs cramping as she flings the door open and disappears into the house. He finally catches up in the foyer and she's heading for the landing and the gong, but he reaches her at the bottom of the stairs, catches her sleeve and spins her around to face him. Calm down, he says, squeezing her arms. And this close, he can see every detail etched into her face, can see the cogs turning, and knows what she's about to do. He tries to put a hand over her mouth, but it's too late. She's already started to scream. The sound tears through the foyer, bouncing off the walls. God damn it, Mill! He snaps, gripping her tighter. Let go! She shrieks, and he has to fight the urge to shake her. They had a deal. Don't be like this, he pleads. Get your hands off her. Priscilla's voice cuts through the chaos like a whip, and it turns out a scream is just as good as a gong, because when he looks up, they're all there at the top of the stairs. Kate, hands to her mouth in shock, Kenzo holding what looks like an antique axe, freed from one of the walls, and Priscilla, eyes blazing and arms crossed. Jackson lets go and Millie stumbles backward, breath hitching. He puts his hands in the air as Kate hurries down the stairs toward Millie, who's sitting on the bottom step. I can explain, he says. Get away from her first, warns Kenzo, but Jackson ignores him because Kate's rubbing Millie's back and she's dragging in dramatic breaths like she's about to have a panic attack, even though he's the one with a reason to freak out. Hey, he says, lowering his voice. 3 green things. Fan them. Look around. He does it with her, scanning the foyer, letting his eyes land on a potted plant, a pair of boots, Kate's sweater, and by the time he looks back to Millie, she's breathing normally again. Which is weird, but also kind of impressive. He's never recovered that quickly. Now, says Priscilla, what the ever-loving hell is going on? Malcolm, says Millie, sniffling, and Jackson flinches as she says, He's dead! Even without his glasses, Jackson can see the horror roll over the group. Priscilla's hand flying to her mouth, Kate's mouth falling open. Kenzo shakes his head in dismay. What happened? Suddenly Millie won't meet his gaze. I saw Jackson! I didn't push him! He cuts in, but Kenzo lifts the axe in warning. Hey, you're not talking right now. He looks back at Millie. Go on. Tell us what you saw. Millie takes a shallow breath. Malcolm was standing at the cliff's edge, just past the bench, facing the sea. Her gaze flicks toward the floor, and he thinks, believe me. And then I saw Jackson running at him. Only he was running toward, not at. And there's a big fucking difference between the two. But it's okay, he tells himself, because he didn't do anything wrong and then he pushed Malcolm over the edge. God damn it, Mill. That's not what happened, and you know it. Jackson doesn't remember moving toward her, but his body must have twitched in that general direction, because suddenly Kenzo's standing in his way, a look like, try it, and Jackson remembers how much he hates guys like Kenzo Gray.
Guys who don't even have the decency to be insecure about their looks or their work, whose heads aren't full of static and shitty voices telling them they're nothing because they had nice, happy childhoods with parents who told them they could be whatever they put their minds to, and moms who didn't get hooked on Oxy after foot surgery, and dads who didn't fuck off to other families. Guys who never had to become somebody else. That must have been so awful, Kate murmurs to Millie. I can't even imagine. She's lying, Jackson cuts in. That's not what happened. Kenzo and Priscilla exchange a glance, and they're acting like he's not even there, which is so fucked up, considering he's the one who tried and failed to save a man, who watched him plummet to his death. He doesn't deserve this. I tried to stop him. He looks around. Please, you have to believe me. For a moment, no one speaks. Then Priscilla looks past Jackson to Kenzo. Do you think he could have jumped? From grief or guilt? Asks Kenzo. Kate frowns. You really think he could have killed his wife? This is a lifeline. Jackson knows he should grab it with both hands, change his story, say that he'd seen something in Malcolm's eyes, desolation or resolve, or some combination of the two. He knows he should say whatever it takes, but he can't do it. Even if Malcolm was an arsehole, even if he tried to excuse Jackson of pushing Sienna down the stairs, Kenzo said he thought the man was searching for a suspect to save himself. But Jackson doesn't think Malcolm killed his wife. He's known men willing to hurt women. Hell, his father was one. And Malcolm didn't have it in him. He didn't kill Sienna, he says. Millie's eyes go wide. How do you know? Unless you did that too. Jackson rolls his eyes. Seriously? What? You're the one who talked about improving the odds, knocking out the competition. It was a joke, he shouts, throwing up his hands. I make shitty jokes when I'm anxious, so sue me. Priscilla at least seems to hear him. She levels her gaze at Millie and asks in a slow, clear voice, Are you sure you saw Jackson push Malcolm? No, she's not, snaps Jackson. But that only earns him a sea of scornful looks from everyone but Millie, who's now looking at the floor. I mean, it happened so fast, but I'm pretty sure Jackson can't take it. Look, believe women and all that. I'm a feminist, but this is total bullshit. I didn't push Malcolm off the cliff, so first of all, fuck you guys for even thinking that's something I would do. Truly, fuck you to the moon and back. And secondly, fuck one of you in particular, because one of you saw what really happened. Millie's head jerks up, but he seems to be the only one that catches her surprise. Kenzo frowns. What do you mean? He jabs a finger at the ceiling. One of you was in that room upstairs, the one at the very top. He looks from Kenzo to Kate to Priscilla. And whoever it was, I saw you, which means you saw us. So you know I was trying to save Malcolm, not push him over the edge. The room at the top? Asks Priscilla, looking around. It's Kenzo who answers. Fletch's room, but I doubt anyone was up there. Oh, yeah? Sneers Jackson. Why's that? What do you mean it's locked? Jackson runs his hand over the hidden door, pushing to see if it will bounce open like those fancy kitchen cabinets that don't have any handles. But the door doesn't give. How did you know it was here? Asks Kate. Yeah, echoes Jackson, thinking it's about time someone looked at Kenzo instead of him. The question is almost enough to wipe that smug, self-righteous look off Kenzo's face. I saw it on the model in the library. His face darkens. I showed Sienna, too. How convenient, mutters Jackson. He turns back to the group. Millie's hanging behind the others, still avoiding his gaze at every opportunity. Well, I know what I saw. Someone was up there. Are you sure? Asks Priscilla. It could have been a trick of light. Someone was standing in that window, and since Millie and I were outside and Malcolm was, he swallows, changing tack. Well, it had to have been one of you. He looks at Kenzo, Kate, and Priscilla.
My money's on Kenzo.
The horror writer rolls his eyes.
But whoever it is,
Jackson presses on.
They seem to be fine with people accusing an innocent man of murder. So that's nice.
We're not accusing you of murder, starts Priscilla.
Well, Millie is,
offers Kenzo.
But,
continues Priscilla with a warning look, given everything that's happened, I think for now it would be best, Jackson, if you stayed in your room. Jackson flinches.
Is that really necessary?
He scans the group, which is admittedly smaller than it was 2 days ago.
I think I would feel safer,
whispers Millie, refusing to meet Jackson's gaze.
If he was locked in.
Jackson tries to back away, but there's nowhere to go, not with them all blocking the stairs.
But I didn't do anything wrong.
Kenzo rubs his neck.
Look, 1 body is an accident, 2 is a pattern.
3, adds Kate, if you count the editor going AWOL. Jackson snaps his fingers.
Maybe Rufus killed Sienna before he took off with the boat. Has anyone considered that?
But no one's listening, at least not to him. Priscilla lets out a world-weary sigh. It's nothing personal, Jackson, but...
Like hell it's not, he says. You can't just lock me in.
Kenzo flexes his fingers on the axe, and the next thing Jackson knows, he's being corralled down the hall toward his door.
Come on, Mill,
he says, but she's turning away, letting Kate lead her down the hall.
In you go,
says Kenzo when Jackson stops outside his room. Jackson looks to Priscilla, who at least has the decency to seem conflicted about all this.
You're seriously going to lock me up because of something Millie might have seen?
She rubs the furrow between her brows. It's not forever. But until we get to the bottom of this...
Okay, but there's no bottom, because it was an accident. Think about it. Why would I push him?
You didn't exactly get along, says Kenzo.
I don't get along with you either, he snaps. But I haven't tried to kill you.
Yet, says Kenzo. As for motive, well, he took that pot shot at you yesterday. Maybe you wanted to finish what he started. Or maybe you just thought you'd tip the odds further in your favor. Jackson shakes his head.
You're wrong,
Kenzo shrugs. Better wrong than dead. He prods Jackson with the blunt side of the axe, and Jackson grits his teeth as he shuffles back across the threshold into the room. He spots the key jutting out of the lock and lunges for it, but Kenzo gets there first.
Cool old doors, he says. They lock from either side.
Jackson looks to Priscilla.
Someone's lying, and it's not me.
But it's no use. Her expression is now set. Her stomach growls.
What about food?
Don't worry, she says. We'll send something up.
Look at it this way,
adds Kenzo, one hand on the door.
Maybe you'll finally get some work done.
He's about to close the door when Jackson says,
Wait!
Kenzo hesitates.
The Galactic Trials, says Jackson. You read it, didn't you?
The corner of Kenzo's mouth twitches up in an unmistakable smile. Jackson's heart quickens.
What did you think?
I think you're a great writer. He nods toward the typewriter.
So right.
With that, the door swings shut. Jackson feels a moment of happiness, relief. But as the silence settles, his heart, like his head, begins to turn on him. He rattles the handle, but there's no point. It's already locked. Chapter 2. 20 years earlier.
Let me out!
He pleads, rattling the handle, even though he heard the bolt slide home. Oswald Jackson, Jr., a name he hates not just because it regularly gets the shit kicked out of him on the playground, but because a name is supposed to be yours. It's supposed to mean something, and this one makes him feel like a crappy photocopy of Oswald Jackson, Sr., a.k.a. the world's biggest arsehole and the one who just locked him in this shitty excuse for a bedroom. Slaps his palm against the doorframe. He knows better than to kick the door itself, because if he so much as scratches the paint on the shitty wood, his dad will come back and tan him instead. He's not even sure what set his old man off this time. One minute Oswald was sitting on the ratty sofa, feet up on the table, reading a comic book Mum got him at a trunk sale, and the next, Dad was yelling at him to get up, and he must have taken too long or looked at him the wrong way, because the next thing he knew, one of his dad's meaty hands was ripping the comic book out of his grip, and the other was around the scruff of his neck, and he was being hauled down the short hall and shoved into his room. His room is barely big enough for a bed, but he swears as soon as the door's locked, it starts getting smaller, like two giant hands are pressing on it from the outside, pushing the walls together, and at the same time those hands are pressing on his chest, squeezing the air right out of him. Panic. That's what the school counsellor called it after Dale Parker shut him in a locker, and even though the principal got the locker open 10 minutes later, a horrible thing had happened in the darkened cabinet. Oswald's lungs had forgotten how to work. He'd sobbed, convinced he was going to die, and when they called his parents, Dad was the one who answered. And when Oswald got home, he said he didn't raise a pussy, and next time he better fight back, and it'll be a few years and a 10-inch growth spurt before Oswald learns how to throw a punch, but he'll never get over the fear of small spaces. Oswald backs away from the door into the centre of the room, trying to convince himself that he has space, that he's not stuck. That afternoon, when he sat shaking in the school counsellor's office, she told him to try and take slow breaths, to count 5 green things and 4 yellow ones and 3 red. But all the colours in his bedroom look faded to the point they're just different shades of grey, and the panic's getting worse, so Oswald tries something else. He climbs beneath his bed. It shouldn't help, swapping a small space for a smaller one, but it does. Maybe it's because he's choosing this one, or because when he was little, it was like a second secret room, one where no one else could fit. It's tighter now, and he has to lie on his back, but once he's under, his chest finally begins to loosen. There, a foot over his head, is a small galaxy of plastic stick-on stars. His mum found them in the dollar bin, a sheet of 30 for $1, and they're supposed to go on the ceiling so they can soak up sunlight and then glow in the dark, but Dad wouldn't let him put them there, said it would fuck up the paint. That's okay. Oswald likes them better here. They may not glow the way they're supposed to, but they still emit a faint hum of fluorescent green, and as his eyes slide in and out of focus, he lets his mind drift, far beyond the double-wide, until he's somewhere else, someone else, rocketing through space, the captain of some grand galactic vessel, battling alien monsters in the dark. Somewhere beyond the door, his parents are fighting now. Somewhere beyond the door, his mum is yelling, and his dad is drinking, and a glass is shattering against the wall. But Oswald Jackson Jr. is safe inside his spaceship, surrounded by stories and stars. Chapter 3. Now. Fuck this, Jackson mutters, kicking the base of the door. He turns, surveying a room he's barely set foot in except to sleep, and the typewriter he's been avoiding since he got here. He goes to open the window, desperate to let in some air, but the rain is now a deluge, the wind blowing it sideways, the clouds gone from grey to black on the horizon. He starts to pace, but that only reminds him how small the room is, and he doesn't want to think about that. He looks at Fletch's unfinished manuscript and the stack of blank paper sitting untouched beside the typewriter. He swears every time he looks, there seems to be more of it, then decides he needs to finish his workout instead. Digging through his bag, he finds the black resistance band, the stiffest one he brought, wraps it around his shoulders, and starts doing push-ups, counting as the burning turns to pain and he begins to sweat. He adds in a few dozen burpees for good measure, then 3 sets of lunges and 3 sets of squats and 3 rounds of boxing, each exercise chipping away a little at the anxiety, the dread, the voices in his head chanting failure, chanting weak, all with the resistance band like a weighted albatross, making everything harder. But harder is better, if it's hard enough. He can't think of anything else. An hour later, he's sprawled on the floor, breathless, staring at the ceiling. He feels as close to calm as he ever does these days. He rolls up to a sitting position, pulls his knees into his chest, and stares at the typewriter waiting on the desk. "Just do it," he mutters, sounding like the voice recording on the safe. It should be comforting to know even a great writer like Arthur Fletch struggled to get out of his own way. It should be, but it's not. Just get up and go over there and write. If only it were that easy. It was once. When he sold his first book at only 23, he sent his mum a check and his dad a fuck you copy, convinced that he was just getting started. Back then, the future was as bright as a collapsing star. In the months before the book came out, he'd strolled through bookstores looking for the place where his work would sit, surrounded by the likes of Asimov and Sershin and Le Guin. He even made a wide space among the K's for himself. He'd told his agent he wanted to use a pen name because the J's were so full, but the truth was he refused to be immortalized as Oswald Jackson, with or without the junior. He wouldn't give his father any credit. So when The Hearkening Sky hit the shelves, his new name debuted along with it. Jackson Knight, Jackson with an X, just to set himself apart. The first book didn't do that well, but hey, that was to be expected, right? It took time for new authors to find their audience. He didn't really expect his star to shoot up overnight. Okay, maybe he did, maybe he hoped. Maybe he saw his whole career unspooling like a red carpet. But didn't everyone? What mattered was that he kept writing, waiting for his readership to grow beyond that first shallow little splash. But it didn't. Not after the second novel or the third. But series did better than standalones, didn't they? So he came up with the Lightspeed Saga, an epic deep space trilogy that promised to be ambitious, operatic, from the opening salvos of the galactic trials to the crescendo of the Starborn Fleet, to the finale of the third, as yet untitled work. A chance to build something, to stake his claim. His editor had bought all 3 books, albeit for a smaller sum than his debut, but his agent said that was normal, and reminded him that the most important thing was to just keep writing. You never knew which book would be the one to take off and send you stratospheric. So that's what Jackson did. He just kept writing, because he could, and then because he had to. His whole life, writing had been a lifeline, an escape. And then, one day, it wasn't. No one tells you that you write your first book in a tower only you can reach, and your next one in a crowded room, agents and editors looking over your shoulder, whispering words like expectations and returns, while readers crowd around and shout everything from praise to hate to theories about what you should do, and the clock is ticking on the wall, and suddenly the thing you've always held onto, the thing that's helped you escape, begins to feel less like dreaming than drowning. And then your editor emails to say that sales aren't what they should be, but hopefully the second book will help find new readers. But it doesn't work. And then your agent stops answering your calls, and you tell yourself they must be busy. And you can see, thanks to their social media, that they're negotiating massive deals for other clients, and somehow you feel more alone than you ever did when you were just writing for yourself. And then, halfway through the third and final book, the one that will bring the whole trilogy together, you get the message you've been dreading, the one still on the laptop, locked in the safe downstairs from your now ex-editor, telling you that it's such a difficult decision for them. For them. But the publisher is cutting its losses 2 books in. That they still believe in you and your work, just not enough to let you finish it. That the Lightspeed Saga, the series that was supposed to help you out of the black hole, has officially been cancelled. Jackson was devastated. Beyond devastated, actually. He didn't leave his apartment for 3 days straight, not even to go to the gym. On the third dark night of the soul, after his second pint of Ben & Jerry's, he had the idea. It only took a few minutes using an AI image generator, an hour or 2 of Photoshop tinkering, and he had it, his Hail Mary, a photo of Timothée Chalamet engrossed in the galactic trials as he chowed down in Chipotle. After that, he'd shared it across a dozen trusty sock puppet accounts. Adaptation, ahoy! OMFG, these books would make the best movies. Movie out when? Better than Dune, am I right? The photo didn't exactly go viral, but it got decent traction, especially after Jackson shared it from his official account, @SpaceboyJackson, with the caption, "My boy Timmy's got taste." He thought the hashtag #DoYouWantGuac with that, was a nice touch. And if he'd still had any dignity left at that point, he would have hated the idea that a single well-timed photo could do what years of work, hundreds of thousands of words, could not, and gain the books a following. Not that it mattered in the end. The campaign didn't move the needle. The series was officially dead, taking the last hopes of his career with it, like a black hole, until he got the invite from Arthur Fletch. A ray of hope that someone, somewhere, still thought he was special. And now here he is, with the chance of a lifetime, a way to salvage everything, and all he has to do is write. The problem is, Jackson hasn't written a word in more than 6 months. He's tried. Of course he's tried. But every time he sits down to face the work, he hears that voice in his head, that one that sounds at the same time like his editor and his dad, telling him that no one cares, that he's not good enough, that he will never break free of this orbit, he will never escape, never soar among the stars. And when the bad feelings bubble up, he can't focus, so he gets up and goes for a run, lifts weights, listens to a meditation app, starts to feel calm enough to tackle it, but then, well, it's time for lunch, or dinner, and if he stays up too late writing, then he won't be able to sleep. So he puts it off until the next day, and the next. It turns out, it's easy to not write. Creativity is like inertia. When you're going, you keep going. But if you stop, well, something has to push you into motion. Jackson stands, limbs aching from the workout. Maybe that's why it's so hard to drag his body across the room to the desk. He pulls back the chair and sits down, gaze immediately escaping to the window, and the sky beyond, the clouds churning low and dark. The weather here has a mind of its own, jerking between moments of stillness and jagged rain with a kind of whiplash that makes him think of tornado season back in Texas. One moment the world is holding its breath, and the next, it's ripping up the trees. Storms this strong are dangerous back in the flatland outside Dallas, but this place seems solid enough to withstand anything. The shutters rattle in the wind, but otherwise the castle seems unbothered. Jackson could sit there watching the storm rise and fall for hours. Instead, he drags in a breath and forces his gaze down to the single sheet of crisp white paper sticking up out of the typewriter. It stares back, daunting in its blankness. He listened to this podcast about habit hacking, and the guy said that 99% of writer's block is just the mind looking for distraction. But there's nothing to distract him now, and he's still stuck. His gaze flicks to the moleskin. He started buying them after he saw an author he admired talking online about fresh starts, beginnings and middles and ends, multitudes contained within each single, slim, soft cover. He has a whole stack of them, the first few pages used, the next 200 blank, but he can't stop buying them, each time hoping this will be the time the habit sticks. This one he bought to finish the series. It looks battered, thanks to months spent in his back pocket or the bottom of his bag, but the pages inside are blank. He's never even cracked the cover. Fuck up, he thinks, even though his therapist frequently reminds him to exercise compassion with himself. But compassion isn't going to fix his broken career. Compassion isn't going to win this competition. You don't have a shot in hell. That was his first thought when he heard about the challenge. It's been his only thought, every passing hour since. But awful as it is, the pool of applicants has gotten smaller. When it comes to the people standing between him and the prize, Kenzo is probably the one to beat. Man, that would feel good. He puts his glasses on, as if that'll bring things into focus, and in a weird way, it kind of does. A little Pavlovian response inside his head, a voice so much smaller than the others, whispering, "Hell yeah, it's time to write." He cracks his neck and brings his hands to rest on the black and white keys. That's progress, isn't it? Of course, there's still one glaring problem. When it comes to Fletch's magnum opus, he doesn't have a fucking clue. He reads the pages, and it's not like they aren't good. They are, and he can see a dozen ways the story could have gone. But compared to what he's always done, the genre is so grounded, so down to earth, so small. The lives are measured in the ones and twos, not millions. The stakes likewise condensed. Jackson frowns, fingers rapping on the keys, not hard enough to call the letters, just enough to feel the give, the metal resistance before the stroke. Tap, tap, tap. Tap, tap, tap. He rereads the last page Fletch ever wrote, the tension mounting as Julia Petrarch enters the tunnel, having finally cornered the killer she's been stalking for the last 4 books. The concrete chamber, silent save for the drip of old pipes and the voice in her head as she opens the door. I should have known. Jackson closes his eyes, trading the room for the dark behind his lids, a darkness he has always thought as deep space. But it could be something else. Take away the grand set pieces, the interplanetary war, and the central core has more similarities than differences. It all comes down to ego, to arrogance, and to legacy. Whether it's the captain of a battleship in space or a detective in over her head, both stare into the darkness and find their own reflections staring back. His eyes pop open. There's something there. It wavers like an aura at the edge of his thoughts. The truth is, this is when he'd usually fuck off. When the nervous energy of almost, but not quite, having something would make him abandon the task, escape into his phone, or take off on a run. But the phone is locked in the safe, and he's locked in this room, and there's nothing else to do but face the work. So, Jackson takes a deep breath and begins to type. The first few lines are halting, but then a strange thing happens. He begins to find his stride. It's like legs loosening after the first mile of a run, stiff at first and full of doubt, but then a kind of flow. And holy shit! How long has it been since writing felt this good? Since the words came tripping out? Since he felt the alchemy of converting thoughts to squat black letters, to words, to people speaking, to scenes building, to movies playing in his head? It's just Oswald Jackson Jr. and the space under his bed. It's Jackson Knight and the blank page, which isn't blank anymore because the story's spilling out. And it's good. It's really fucking good. So good, he's kind of annoyed when he hears the bedroom door swing open beneath the rat-a-tat of keys, the outside world intruding on his flow. Priscilla, probably, bringing him food. And now that he thinks of it, he is hungry. "Just a second," he says, eyes locked on the page. He finishes the sentence and sags back, exhausted and elated. There's still a lot to do, but he can see the ending now. He blinks, surprised to see how dark the room has gotten beyond the lamp-lit desk. The rain lashes the window as he turns toward the door and the promise of food. But the bedroom door's still closed. He swore he heard it open. Jackson frowns. He's just about to get to his feet when a shadow flits across the floor, a human shape behind the chair. He's starting to turn when something loops around his neck and cinches. Sudden, and so tight that all he gets out is a wheezing sound of surprise before his whole throat closes. He tries to stand, but the angles are all wrong, and he's forced back into the chair, hands scrabbling for purchase on whatever it is, but he can't get his fingers under the edge. It's slippery and stiff, like rubber. The black resistance band, the strongest one they make. He claws at it, mind and muscles screaming as he runs out of air, cranes his head back, trying to get air, trying to see his attacker. But his glasses have fallen off in the struggle, and the room is getting even darker. No, not the room. His eyes, his vision blurring, blackness creeping in. And then, stars. Not dull green plastic stickers on the bottom of a child's bed, but nebulae glowing with the light of suns, whole galaxies collapsing and reborn, a supernova blooming in front of his eyes, right before a black hole finally reaches out and pulls him in. Millie. Chapter 1. 2 years earlier. Millie can't remember the last time she wore black. No, wait. She can. It was Halloween, 3 years ago. Her publisher threw a costume party, and since being close to them was the reason she moved to New York, the reason she lives with 4 other people in a 3rd-floor walk-up in the bowels of Queens, she went as a witch, complete with stuffed animal cat and a pointy black hat, which might not have seemed edgy to anyone else, but if they'd known the shit she'd gone through growing up, they would have given her a prize. She'd spent the party taking photos with a dozen other YA authors, smiling like she was having the time of her life, and she was, as far as social media was concerned. Then shoved the outfit in the back of her closet, where it had lived. Until now. Millie picks at her nail polish as across the room her aunt begins to sob again. She left the hat at home, for obvious reasons, but it says something that this is the only black outfit she even owns. She doesn't like the colour. Is it even a colour? She's never been sure, in part because it makes her look washed out, and in part because it feels tethered to the white she was always forced to wear growing up. They're both so bland, so muted, muffled, stifled, smothering. These days, her closet is full of bright, happy colours, like the nail polish. Robin's egg blue. She started painting her nails so she'd stop biting them, but it didn't work, so now the peppy blue paint is chipped, and the nails themselves are bitten to the quick. And if her mom was here, she'd tut about that, but she's not, obviously. If she were writing this scene, she would start with the smell, the odour of well-meaning food mingling with the thick scent of the lilies, as if they're trying to cover up the smell of death, even though the death isn't here. They already did that part, with the caskets closed, thank God. The last thing she needs is that mental image, living rent-free in her head. And now she's sitting on her dead parents' sofa, while people weave between the furniture like some kind of grieving stream. She can feel their whispered words, their eyes hanging on her as if to say,
What kind of daughter doesn't cry at her parents' funeral? What kind of monster isn't sad? The judgment comes wafting off them, because she isn't grieving the right way, even though every website says that there is, in fact, no wrong way to grieve. But society says otherwise. They want her to cry, just like they wanted her to stand up at the funeral and share some happy memories, to talk about what wonderful parents Tom and Martha Mitchell were, so loving, so warm, so full of grace. She couldn't. She can't. It's not because she isn't sad. It's just, when it comes to Tom and Martha Mitchell, she put her love and her anger and her longing and all her bitter, ugly feelings in a box, inside a box, inside a box, inside a box, until they were safe enough to pack away. And she's not about to bring them out again. Not here, not now. It was a car accident, in case you're wondering. Not terribly creative, a drunk driver who veered into their lane. He died too, for what it's worth. Comeuppance matters in the narrative sense. It's certainly more satisfying as a reader when the scales balance out. Then again, if this were a book, Millie Mitchell would be crying. The irony is that Millie's always been an easy crier. A boyfriend once said he felt like her feelings were a jack-in-the-box, just waiting to pop up and scare the shit out of him. They broke up a few weeks later. The point is, Millie's more than capable of crying. She just doesn't feel like crying now. Her younger sister, Freya, is being the good daughter, making the rounds, dark hair scraped back, eyes bloodshot, like she hasn't slept since the accident. She's wearing pencil-thin slacks and a black cashmere sweater, and Millie feels a tiny pinch of anger as she picks at her tights. She was never allowed to wear pants. Her fingers start rapping on her dress, restless to go, to get to work, to write. She needs to get her daily words down. 3,000. That's how many she needs. Rain or shine, she does them every day. It started as a form of discipline. It helped her finish her first book, helped her make her deadlines, and somewhere along the way, it became a bit of a ritual, an obsession. And it's not like she thinks something bad will happen if she doesn't do it, but she also can't be sure that something won't. As far as what the bad thing is, who knows? After all, 3 days ago she wrote her words and her parents' car still crashed. But maybe it could have been worse. Freya could have been with them. Her hands twitch at the thought, and instead she tries to think of where she left her characters, of the scene waiting to be finished. Lestrand, her latest hero, the dark and brooding heartthrob ordered to slay her heroine, Nadina, only to fall in love with her instead. Not that they've gotten there yet. Right now he's warring with himself, his duty. There was a ball, and in order to get close enough, he asked her to dance, and a hand falls on her shoulder, and Millie jumps. A well-meaning neighbour, or maybe a friend. Theirs, not hers, obviously. They say how sorry they are, and she musters a sad, tight smile, a perfect mirror of their own. "Do you need anything?" they ask, and she wants to say, "Yes, I need to write." When she published her first book, a book she wouldn't have even been allowed to read in the house where she grew up, the publisher asked if she wanted to do a signing in her hometown, and her heart tightened. "Surely your family would love the chance to come out and support you," they said. And Millie did an awful thing. She lied and said her parents were both dead. And now, they are. And sure, that was 4 years ago, but it feels like she whispered it into the universe, and somehow, eventually, the universe heard. And the universe answered. Mercifully, the neighbour, friend, colleague, drifts away. Millie goes back to tapping her thigh. How long is she supposed to sit here? Surely it's been long enough. She's going to leave at some point. It might as well be now. She gets up from the couch and heads for the front door. She makes it halfway down the front steps when she hears the door slamming in her wake. "Where are you going?" She turns and finds her sister, Freya, cheeks flushed,
hands fisted at her side. "Back to the hotel," she says. She booked a room in downtown Richmond, couldn't bear the thought of staying in that house, even for Freya.
"I can't believe you're just going to leave,"
Millie sighs.
"What do you expect me to do?" "Stay!"
she snaps, like it's the most obvious thing in the world, like it's the easiest. They stand there on the front path of their dead parents' house, scowling at each other. Millie is 27 to Freya's 19, and those 8 years might as well be a chasm. It's not just the age or the fact that in Millie's mind, Freya will always be a little kid, a smaller, dark-haired carbon copy trailing in her wake, one hand on her favourite teddy and the other on Millie's sleeve. It's that sometime before Freya hit double digits, their parents changed. Not like they got older and a little more lenient, more like they'd been body-snatched. While Millie grew up going to church 4 days a week and being told she couldn't read fantasy novels because that was how the devil gets in, Freya's adolescence either coincided with or brought about some tectonic shift within the Mitchell house, something Millie would obviously have been grateful for if she hadn't already left. Instead, she came home from college that first Christmas and found a house lit up with lights, a tree with presents underneath and Santa ornaments, even though Santa had been banned her entire childhood because he took the Christ out of Christmas. But her parents had had some kind of falling out with their church, a church she had been begging them to leave for years, had broken free and taken Freya with them, but left Millie behind. She'd stood dumbfounded in the living room, tears sparkling in her eyes, not because it was beautiful, which it was, but because it wasn't fair. It felt like some kind of punishment, like they were saying Freya deserved something Millie didn't, and when she called them out on it, her dad accused her of being dramatic, and her mum told her she was being selfish. Freya was oblivious, humming Jingle Bells. Not even Drummer Boy or God Rest Ye Merry Gentlemen or any of the ones Millie had been forced to sing. And Millie spent the whole holiday putting on a smile and pretending to be happy instead of hurt, pretending this was the life she had instead of the one she'd always wanted, now given to someone else. And she tried not to turn that anger on her sister, to keep it focused on Mom and Dad, but it was hard. When Millie turned 13, she was given a purity ring and told to keep her knees together when she sat. When Freya turned 13, they let her have a sleepover at the nearby roller rink, with boys. And every time Millie so much as brought up the absurd disparity, her parents acted like she was blowing her own past out of proportion, misremembering her life. And she couldn't take feeling gaslit every second she was home, so she stopped coming. 3 years without a visit. And it was awful. And it was easier. And then they went and died, and she didn't really have a choice. So she's here, but she can't get her little sister to understand. They may be at the same funeral, but they're not mourning the same people. Freya doesn't get why Millie doesn't love them, and Millie doesn't get how Freya can. Freya doesn't remember Millie's parents, and Millie doesn't recognize Freya's. "I have to go," she says, keeping her voice steady. "I'm on deadline." Freya throws up her hands.
"Oh, forgive me for thinking Mom and Dad are more important than dragon porn."
Millie rolls her eyes.
"There are no dragons in this one, and it's not porn," she hisses. "There are a few very tasteful fade to blacks, which you'd know if you ever read—" "I have," snipes Freya. "And you know what I think? I guess you're going to tell me. I think you're better than that. You used to like my stories. When I was a kid. But I grew up, and you should too."
Millie flinches. She used to sit on the edge of Freya's bed and make up fairy tales. And sure, most people grew out of that, went to parties, had a life. But if she'd done that, she wouldn't have gotten an agent before she was old enough to drink, wouldn't have sold a book, even if it wasn't the kind she'd thought she wanted to write.
"You could be really good, Mill," says Freya, which is about as backhanded as a compliment can be. She must have learned that from their mom. "Instead, you're dumbing yourself down, on the page and off. You think I haven't seen those videos you make, and the voice you put on, like you're still in high school." The arrows hit their mark. She doesn't know a single writer who wants to spend every waking hour shilling for readers, trying to be shiny enough to catch their attention in 10-second chunks, putting in 100,000 words of work, only to be told they're not doing enough. But it's the way it is. Millie grits her teeth and tries not to let it show. "Yeah, well," she growls. "Who do you think is going to pay for you now that Mom and Dad are gone? I am, with those books. So if I were you, I'd stop shitting on my life and let me get on with my work." Freya flinches, as if slapped. Millie wants to pull her close, to tell her everything will be okay. But saying it won't make it so, and she still has 3,000 words to write. Chapter 2. Now. The sound of the typewriter echoes off the walls. She's finally getting the hang of the keys, with their deep indents. She still can't go as fast as she would like, but it's miles better than when she started, and there's something deeply satisfying about the volume of the clack, clack, clack. Her own keyboard is nearly silent, but with this one, you really feel the story being brought into the world. She slows to a stop, rereading the last few paragraphs. In some ways, it feels like the first time. The words pour out of her so fast, she hardly knows what she's written until she goes back and reads. She knows some people like to plan ahead, but she's always believed in letting the story surprise her, getting to know the characters as they come into the world, discovering the plot twists as they do. More than once, she's gasped in shock, or been genuinely mad at the characters for misbehaving. She goes back over it, of course, finds and cinches all the threads, but the first draft is for dreaming. And apparently for processing trauma. She's written the love interest, Harlow, at the edge of the cliff, a bloody dagger hanging at his side. He looks into the heroine's eyes and says, "Cassia, I didn't do it." He comes toward her, knife in hand. "I didn't do it." The tip angled toward her heart as he steps closer still and... yeah, there are definitely parallels. Millie rubs her eyes and lets herself look out the window. The weather has gone from bad to worse, the wind up and the rain coming in jagged bursts. But even through the storm, she can see the stone bench at the end of the drive and the jagged line of cliff beyond. She knows what she saw. Jackson, rushing up toward Malcolm. Malcolm going back over the edge, arms flailing in surprise as Jackson pushed him over. "Are you sure?" Priscilla's voice echoes through her head, paired with that look, the one that says, "I don't believe you." Millie slams her hands down on the desk. Fine, okay, so she didn't technically see Jackson's hands on Malcolm's body, didn't see him physically force the man over the edge, but you don't need to see every moment in a scene to piece the story together. And if she's not entirely sure that that is how it happened, she's not sure either. Experience is subjective, after all. She can only tell her own version of the truth. Which, as far as anyone is concerned, is now the truth, since whoever was up there in that room clearly isn't coming forward to say otherwise. Which is as good as confirmation. And Millie has no reason to feel guilty for doing the right, or at least the responsible thing and warning the group. Unless you remembered wrong. This time the voice is Freya's, the words said during one of their first fights, when Millie explained why she wouldn't come home, when she tried to make her sister understand what her parents had been like, and instead of believing her, Freya had said those words. "Maybe it wasn't that bad. Maybe you just remembered wrong." At the time, Millie had hung up in frustration. Now she shakes her head, imagines hitting end on the call in her head. "I know what I saw," she says aloud, and her voice, is enough to make her feel steady, feel sane,
feel heard. She drags her gaze from the window to the words on the page, to the world that she's made. Her fingers fly as fast as they can across the heavy keys as she pounds out the remainder of the scene. Has Cassia draw her own blade at the last moment? Parry Harlow's murderous thrust? As it's revealed that he wasn't her love interest after all, but the villain enchanted to deceive her. She slides the paper out, adds it to the stack of pages already on the desk. There are actually 2 stacks. Her own work on the right, and the ending for Fletch's novel on the left. She gathers the pages she's just written and starts to count the words. This is the downside of working on a typewriter instead of a computer. No shortcut for tallying the work. She knows there's a way to calculate a ballpark, but a rough estimate won't do. She needs to know exactly how many words she's written. 3,000. That's the magic number. She tallies softly as her finger slides along the words. And yes, okay, maybe it's weird to work so hard, given all that's happening, but rain or shine means rain or shine. And besides, she's on deadline. A book a year. That's what it takes, just to stay afloat, to keep her readers satisfied. She was hoping this new trilogy would be the one that helped her break out of the mid-list, but so far, not really. Which sucks, because it's the best thing she's written. Not that that seems to matter as much as whether it's on trend, which it was back when she sold it, but the publisher's excitement has dwindled in the time it's taken her to write the second book, and the headline on the latest marketing plan they sent her started and ended with, "Millie's social media?" They had the nerve to write it just like that, down to the goddamn question mark, and the industry is so saturated with courts of blood and blades of stone and crowns of blah 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 that it seems like the only way to stand out is to have a promo post go viral, and even then, the comments instantly fill up with trolls, and who knows if any of it even leads to sales, or if they're all just performing for each other while some random book by a lady in Iowa about selkies is somehow taking the YA world by storm, even though there's nothing sexy about seals. And she's lost count of the number. Millie groans and starts again. The counted pages gather on the desk, but she's careful not to let them mingle with the other stack. She's not sure what to do with the new pages since the editor took off. But Rufus Beaumont will come back. He has to. And when he does, she'll just explain the situation. And if he hasn't read her ending yet, even better. She can just tell him to swap the pages out, say she wanted to deliver a more polished draft. Maybe he'll even appreciate that she went the extra mile, see it as proof that she's willing to do the work. It was actually pretty fun, getting to climb into Julia Petrarch's head. Figure a way out of the corner Fletch had forced her into, find out what, or really who, was waiting behind that tunnel door. It was the kind of high-stakes, held-breath drama that Millie Mitchell understood, the kind of place she thrived, and before she knew it, she'd crashed into the finish line, those 2 glorious words printed on the pale blue paper. The end. She couldn't wait to turn it in, and when Rufus showed up last night, it took all her strength not to ask if he'd gotten any entries yet, even before Sienna went and spoiled the mystery. Millie was mad about that, but also a tiny bit relieved. It wasn't until later, when she was pleasantly buzzed and drifting off to sleep, that it hit her with a sudden, sinking horror. She'd written the ending in first person. It was just habit, really, muscle memory. And it hadn't helped that the last line Fletch had written was, "I should have known." I, not she, thanks to the fact it was an internal thought. But oh God, Rufus was going to think she was a fucking idiot. And she's not. There was nothing to do but start over, rewrite it all in the third-person POV. Luckily, her memory has always been good, and even if she couldn't recreate what she'd written word for word, that was fine. It came out even better the second time around. She pulled the last page from the typewriter and stood, buzzing with excitement. From the window, she could see that the lights were on down in the editor's cottage, which meant he was still up, even though it was late. If she wanted to, she could knock, explain the whole situation, and hand him her new ending. Of course, that would be breaking the rules, but maybe if she made enough noise putting the pages through the door, he'd hear and come out, and then it wouldn't be her fault. Millie was still weighing this option when the cottage door opened, and who should come swanning out in pink pyjamas? Priscilla. Confession. When it came to Priscilla, Millie was not a fan. It had nothing to do with the fact she wrote romance, and obviously nothing to do with the fact she was black. Millie had literally donated to 2 separate fundraisers for diverse books and called out a panel one time for having no writers of colour. However, it did have everything to do with Priscilla's unshakable, holier-than-thou attitude. The way she radiated disapproval, eyeing Millie with a kind of teacher's scorn. The way she jumped at the chance to take control of every single situation, like she was the only designated adult in the room, and went out of her way to always remind everyone about the rules. Millie's therapist had told her that she has a problem with parental figures, that people with complex childhood trauma either go around looking for replacements or distrust them, and Millie admittedly falls squarely into the I don't need your mothering camp. But also, what kind of psychopath uses a red pen? So she experienced a private spike of outrage at seeing Priscilla herself breaking the cardinal rule, striding right out of the editor's cottage in the middle of the night, bold as you like, as if the rules she cared so much about didn't apply to her. And Millie was not about to let her get away with it. She didn't bother with a jacket or shoes, bolted out of her room and down the stairs, making it to the front door just in time for Priscilla to walk through it. Well! Priscilla just about jumped out of her skin. Sweet mother of... Her hand flew to her chest. It was the first time Millie had seen the woman looking anything but serene. It was reassuring to know that her poise could be shaken. Millie, what are you... She looked over her shoulder through the open door. I was just... Millie arched an eyebrow, waiting for the excuse. Priscilla sighed and retreated back through the doorway onto the front step, and Millie followed, leaving the door ajar behind them. So they could talk. Go on. I just needed a little fresh air, Priscilla explained with condescending calm. My head was a little fuzzy. Too much wine at dinner. So I took a little walk. In the middle of the night? Asked Millie, twisting her face into a mask of innocent surprise. To the editor's cottage? That wiped the smugness off her face. Millie smirked. I thought we were given strict orders not to interact with Mr. Beaumont, she said, feeding Priscilla's exact words back to her. I wasn't, she rolled her eyes. I was worried he might have a concussion. Didn't want him going and dying on us in the middle of the night. Her tone had slid into something chummy, almost conspiratorial, and Millie might have bought it, if she didn't sound so flustered. She gave the woman a once-over, and then it dawned on her. Oh, my God, she said, dragging out the words with giddy glee. You were trying to seduce him. Priscilla recoiled. What? It made so much sense. That's why you tried to get him up to your room earlier, isn't it? No wonder you didn't want any of us fraternizing with Rufus. You wanted to fraternize the shit out of him. Millie shook her head. I guess that must be one benefit of writing romance, knowing a trick or two in the bedroom. Priscilla's mouth hung open, but she didn't deny it, which, in Millie's humble opinion, was as good as confirmation. I knew it, said Millie under her breath. I knew there was something up with you. People got a lot of things wrong about YA writers. They said they weren't mature, that on some level they hadn't grown up, were still working through their high school trauma, most of which was bullshit. But one thing was true. Like real teens, YA authors lived for gossip. They treated it like currency. They bought and sold and bartered. They knew the value of a piece of news, when to share and when to hold it. Don't worry, said Millie. I won't tell. She even meant it. At least for now. She expected Priscilla to be grateful, but the woman let out an exasperated breath. "Do whatever you want, Millie," she said, heading for the door. "Some of us have a contest to win." Her hand was on the knob when she looked back. "Not that you need to worry, of course. Must be feeling pretty confident. I mean, you already turned in your pages, and with so much time to spare." "God damn it!" snaps Millie now, sitting at the desk. She's lost track of the number of words. Again. Millie groans in frustration. She was past 2,500, with a page and a half still left to scan. Surely it's enough. She throws the pages down and gets up, stiff from sitting in the wooden chair. She needs to stretch, and there's a new character to introduce, one who doesn't have a name yet. Normally she'd go online, find a list of creative baby names, and pick one exotic enough to be memorable, but not so weird that it looks entirely made up. She racks her brain, before remembering the shelves of books in Fletch's library. Maybe she can find something in there. Millie heads for the door. In order to get to the stairs, she has to go past Jackson's room. It shouldn't be hard, but tell that to her body, which slows down as it reaches his door, the air going thick around her limbs until she comes to a stop. Just then, she glimpses Priscilla across the way, on the opposite side of the stairs. She doesn't know if she's coming or going, and doesn't really care. Millie presses her ear to Jackson's door, but she can't hear anything. "Jackson?" she calls into the wood. No answer. Millie clears her throat and raises her voice. "Jackson!" she says louder. Still nothing. Her hand goes to the handle before remembering it's locked. She frowns. "Look, I'm sorry, okay? But it isn't my fault. You really scared me, and I know this sucks, but it's not like you're in prison. It's a castle bedroom, and you have everything you need to write, so don't be mad at me, or if you are, I don't know, channel it into your work." She trails off, met only by silence. "Fine," she snaps, kicking the door. "Be an ass about it." Millie storms off down the stairs. She reaches the landing, is already pivoting toward the second set of steps, when she realizes she's standing on the spot Sienna landed when she fell, the dark patch on the runner where her head had stopped, the bloodstain no longer red, but not yet brown. She gasps and jumps out of the way, horrified by the way her shoes leave fresh stains, because the blood's still damp, the death still fresh. Thud, 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 goes the body. Clack, 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 go the keys, as they both tumble toward the end. "Millie?" Her head snaps up, Kenzo standing halfway down the other set of stairs, his typewriter wedged under one arm and the axe in the other, a look of worry on his face. "Are you okay?" Her full wattage smile clicks back into place before she realizes it's the wrong expression to be wearing, given all that's happened. Old habits. She tamps it down, softens the edges into something sad, a small furrow in her forehead. She used to practice in the mirror, so she wouldn't look weird in the candid photos that made the rounds after every YA festival, but over time it just became a kind of habit whenever other authors were around. Lights on, showtime. Millie Mitchell, charming, happy, sweet. A little ditzy, maybe, but hey, it's better to act dumb and be smart than the other way around. Kenzo's still looking at her, and something about it makes her go cold. Maybe it's the casual way he's holding the axe, the wooden handle hanging from his fingers, or maybe it's the fact that two people are dead, and he doesn't seem that bothered, or surprised. What was it he said at dinner? "I get to kill people. For fun." "Millie?" he asks again, with just enough concern in his voice that it makes her wonder if he practiced in a mirror too. "Oh, yeah, sorry," she shakes her head. "I guess my head was somewhere else, and I was rushing down the stairs and I forgot. Isn't that weird?" She nods down at the stain. Kenzo looks at it too, and as he does, she studies him, searching for any sign of guilt. But there's nothing. She pushes a little harder.
How can you forget something so awful?
She trails off, frowning at the typewriter under his arm.
Recreating the crime scene?
Kenzo shakes his head. Didn't feel safe up there. All alone. Thought I'd set up in the kitchen.
Good idea,
she says, even as she takes a step away from the stain, and from him.
Careful, she adds. It's still wet.
Kenzo's head bobs. It takes a while, he says, for that much blood to dry.
Spoken like a crime scene analyst, or a horror writer.
One corner of his smile tilts. You should see my search history. She laughs, a bright, nervous sound. And then she turns and escapes, as calmly as she can, down the stairs. Chapter 3. The blinking red hours on the front of the safe tip from 24 to 23. As Millie passes Fletcher's office, the house is weirdly quiet. No laughter echoing down the hall, no sound of cooking in the kitchen. It feels hollowed out. And sure, they are 2 down from where they started, but it feels like more. She reaches the library and bursts in, accidentally startling Kate, who's over by the dollhouse.
Oh my God!
Millie gasps, her own heart surging in surprise.
I didn't mean to startle you.
Kate lets out a shaky laugh, puts the same hands to her chest.
Sorry, I'm a little jumpy after, well...
She gestures vaguely at the room, the house, everything. Millie blows out a breath.
I don't blame you. It's been a lot.
Kate bobs her head, tucks a chunk of dark hair back behind her ear, her eyes glassy with tears. It hits Millie then. Kate is only a year or 2 older than Freya. No wonder she's struggling to cope. She thinks of hugging her, but then she remembers that the British are all stiff upper lip, no touching please, emotions, how untoward. She learned this the hard way after meeting one of her favourite authors at a festival last year, a British literary legend, and when Millie went in for the hug, the woman looked at her like she was a wild animal and backed quietly out of reach before offering a limp hand, and Millie definitely cried in the elevator after. So instead Millie pats Kate gently on the shoulder.
How are you holding up?
Kate chews on the inside of her cheek and tugs at the hem of her cardigan.
I honestly don't know.
Millie's been keeping her distance out of, not jealousy exactly, though it would have been if Kate had chosen young adult, which loves nothing more than an actual young adult to hype up, even if they don't have the chops. The younger the author, the bigger the budget, all that pressure and promise, until the shine wears off, which it always does, eventually, the machine moving on to the next big thing, leaving the author to pick up the pieces, or a pen name. No, it's more that Millie doesn't know quite how to perform around Kate, which version of herself to be. Now she wonders if she should just be herself.
Hey, she says. It's okay to be overwhelmed.
Kate's brow furrows and Millie's worried she's said or done the wrong thing, but then Kate nods.
Thanks.
Millie takes Kate's hand, gives it a little squeeze, then flinches when something sharp jabs into her palm.
Ow!
Kate pulls back suddenly.
Oh, sorry. I guess I broke a nail.
Sure enough, her pointer finger has a jagged edge. She puts it in her mouth and starts to chew. It makes her look like a mouse with a morsel of cheese. Millie pulls back and looks around. She's never actually been in the library before. She does a loop around the room, scanning the shelves in vain for a single book that does not have Arthur Fletch written down the spine. Well, she thinks, so much for finding a character name that hasn't been used yet. She lets out a small, exasperated huff.
Looking for something?
Asks Kate, glancing up from the model.
It's just, when I walked past this room before and saw the walls of books, I thought they were by other authors. I didn't realize it was just 1,000 copies of his own. Mad, isn't it? Says Kate. Try narcissistic. Like, dude, do you even read other people's books? Or do you literally only own copies of the ones you wrote? It's pretty impressive, though, having enough work to fill all these shelves, to see your name staring back at you from every single spine. I guess, says Millie, even though Kate's right, it is impressive. But it's also ridiculous. A grim reminder of the chasm between someone like her and someone like Arthur Fletch, back when she was just starting out. Like Kate, the sight probably would have inspired her. Now it just feels like twisting the knife. But wouldn't you get bored? Think I'll grab something to read. She plucks an Italian edition of the first Petrarch novel from a nearby shelf and flips through it with a groan. God, even the paper quality is better. She tosses the book onto the leather chair and strolls up to the model, running her finger across the tiny roof tiles. Now this I can get behind. The model house is creepy, but it's also impressive. No wonder it's been given pride of place in the middle of the room. It sits mounted on a pedestal, a copper floor lamp arching over it, the unlit bulb like a sun that's gone out. Up close, the detail is amazing. Kenzo's the one who mentioned that it was a perfect replica of the house that Petrarch built, and like the house itself, the model's full of secrets, like the hidden door to Fletch's room. She leans close, peering into the other chambers. Did you have a dollhouse growing up? Asks Kate. Millie laughs, not a funny ha-ha laugh, but a short, sharp ha, no. It wasn't that kind of childhood, she says. What about you? I had something that might have been a dollhouse once, but by the time Mum salvaged it, it was more duct tape than plastic. Kate shakes her head. She used to say there had been an earthquake, that the house was even more impressive because it was still standing. Millie smiles. Sounds like she was doing her best. Kate keeps her eyes on the miniature. Perhaps. There's a lot of sadness in that word, and Millie can practically feel the girl's thoughts sliding somewhere dark. So she says, Hey, at least she tried. My mom thought toys were earthly burdens that kept us from focusing on God. That does it. Kate looks up at her, her face torn between horror and shock. Millie makes a point of shrugging to show she's over it and leans closer to the house, putting her face right up against the window of the room at the top that must be Fletch's own, the one Jackson insisted he saw someone standing in. But for all the tiny furniture and tiny weapons, tiny pictures on the walls and tiny pots in the kitchen and tiny pillows on the tiny beds, there are no tiny people. Not that she can see. Do you think it opens? She glances at Kate. I mean, it has to, right? How else did they get the pieces in? They spend the next few minutes searching for a clasp, and then Kate runs a hand along a miniature drainpipe, and the dollhouse lets out a soft click, one half swinging open. The two of them gasp in twin delight. No way, breathes Millie. Kate stares, eyes wide in childlike wonder, as Millie reaches in and runs a fingertip along the shelves of tiny books in the tiny library, its own tiny model sitting in the centre. It reminds her of nesting dolls, like if she could see inside that tiny model, there would be another, even smaller. Kate is examining Fletch's office, where even the miniature safe has little red numbers on the front. But they're painted on, permanently set to 0 hours, 0 minutes, 1 second, a single second away from opening. Millie's gaze drifts up to Fletch's bedroom, the sloping roof, the papers scattered on the unmade bed, the rug askew, the infamous red hat, the one from all his author photos, hanging from a bedpost. And there's the hidden staircase running down from the 3rd floor to her hall. Kenzo was right. On the model, the door is clearly there, right between her room and Jackson's. There's something else between the walls, but even with the model open, it's too dark to make it out. That must be what the lamp is for.
Millie switches it on, and warm light spills onto the house, illuminating the rooms, casting shadows on the tiny furniture, falling through the stained glass windows on the landing like late afternoon sun. She tries to move the light so she can angle it into the secret stairs, only to find it doesn't move. The lamp has been mounted to the floor, the light angled just so. "Huh," Millie says, as Kate crouches down, entranced by the way the multicolored light lands on the foyer floor. But her own attention keeps going to those stairs, or rather, the space behind them. The patch of shadow that looks at first like a solid wall, but on closer inspection turns out to be hollow. A secret passageway, and not the only one. The model house is riddled with tunnels, narrow gaps that run between each and every bedroom on both sides of the stairs, which strikes her as weird, but then again, she grew up in a ranch house, not a castle. Millie blinks, eyes tired from squinting. The light, the real light outside the real library windows, is getting thin, and her stomach has started to growl, and she can smell something good wafting down the hall. So she leaves Kate still studying the dollhouse and heads for the kitchen. Priscilla's at the stove, grinding black pepper into a huge pot of spaghetti sauce. Kenzo is sitting at the long wooden table, tapping away on his typewriter, a few sheets of light purple paper face down on one side and the axe resting on the other. Millie glances at the counter, the knife block in Priscilla's reach, and wonders if she, too, should have a weapon handy. The house has enough to choose from. "How are you holding up, Millie?" asks the romance writer as she stirs the pot. Kenzo stops typing long enough to look up and give her a salute. "Okay, I guess." Millie nods at Kenzo's typewriter. "Sounds like the writing's going well." He shrugs. "Turns out that being reminded of my own mortality is excellent for productivity. Silver linings and all that." He goes back to work, filling the kitchen with the harsh clack of keys, and Priscilla looks at Millie. "Kenzo seems to think it's a bad idea to be alone." "I know a pattern when I see one." He glances up, sounding vaguely wounded. "Besides, you said you liked the company." "Did I?" asks Priscilla, but she flashes him a smile before turning back to Millie. "Have you seen Kate? I do think it's good we keep an eye on each other, all things considered." "She was in the library just now." "Writing?" Kenzo ventures. Millie shakes her head. She lowers her voice. "I think she's too upset to write." Kenzo grunts. "What about you, Priscilla? Have you found the ending yet?" The romance writer wavers. "I'm still considering my options." Millie wanders over to the stove. "That smells great." "It's my ex-boyfriend's mother's recipe. The only good thing to come of that relationship." "Hand me that colander." She strains the pasta, then adds it to the sauce. "I may have slightly over-catered." Millie pulls 4 bowls from the cupboard, but Priscilla frowns. 5, she says. "Jackson needs to eat too." "Of course," says Millie, smacking her forehead. "Sorry. Long day." "I'll take him up a bowl," says Kenzo, pushing back his chair. "I'm stuck on this beat. Plus, I want to see his face when I offer him carbs." "I'll come with you," offers Millie. Behind her glasses, Priscilla lifts a brow. "Are you sure that's a good idea?" Millie chews her lip. "Well, I mean, Kenzo said it wasn't a good idea to be alone. Besides," she adds as Priscilla loads the pasta on a tray, along with a glass of water and a fork, "if Jackson tries anything, I'm sure he'll protect me." Kenzo lets out a full-throated laugh. "No offense, Millie, but Jackson Knight could probably snap me like a toothpick. If he tries, you're on your own." "Some hero," she rolls her eyes. "Hero? Who said anything about being a hero?" Kenzo takes up the tray. "There are no heroes in horror. Only people who get out alive." Kenzo leads the way, Millie trailing in his wake. It's so quiet now, especially compared to the noise of that first day, the bustle of 7 strangers vying for rooms, telling jokes and taking up space. Now the whole place has an awful stillness, but it's not the kind that feels empty. If anything, it feels full. Heavy, the way your lungs are when you're holding your breath. Inside, the castle may be quiet, but outside the storm is really picking up. Wind whistles through the gap beneath the front door, and she can hear the dull roar of waves against the cliffs, even through the walls. She thinks of the placid beach where she found Jackson, the water cold but almost still, and knows that if she could see it now, it would be churning. They pass the library, Kate's no longer there, and Fletch's office, where the number of hours on the safe has somehow slipped from 22 to 21, time melting away. They're halfway across the foyer when a gust of wind slams into the house, so hard it sends a window somewhere crashing open, a door slamming shut. She jumps and Kenzo trips, nearly fumbling the tray of food, as he stumbles straight toward the mass of antlers on the table. Millie's hand shoots out at the last second, steadying him as he, in turn, steadies the tray, somehow managing not to lose the pasta, upend the water, or impale himself on the morbid sculpture. His breath comes rushing out in relief. That was close. He looks down at the rug as if it's hurt his feelings. It's gotten rucked up. Millie smooths it and then notices Jackson's hoodie, the one with the sleeves hacked off, on the table. She thinks of taking it up to him, some kind of peace offering, but then thinks better of it. The two continue up the stairs. This time, both of them avoid the bloodstain on the landing. Millie's heart starts to beat a little faster with every upward step, and by the time they reach the top, she wishes she'd stayed down in the well-lit kitchen with Priscilla, instead of here, alone with Kenzo. But it's too late now, and at least he didn't bring his axe. When they reach the room, Kenzo knocks, but Jackson doesn't answer. Millie rolls her eyes. "Moody much?" Kenzo knocks again. "Jackson, we have food." When there's still no answer, Kenzo shoots Millie a concerned look, which makes her nervous. She's never seen Kenzo worried before. He hands her the tray so he can dig the room key from his pocket and slides it into the lock. "Jackson, we're coming in," he says before he turns the key, and the door falls open. Millie half expects to find Jackson standing there, arms crossed by the window, his back turned as he sulks. But that's not what she sees. The tray slips from her hands, the contents crashing to the floor, as Kenzo curses under his breath. Because Jackson Knight is sitting at his desk, a length of black wrapped like a scarf around his throat. And he's dead. Chapter 4. I did this. That's Millie's first thought as she takes in the scene. Jackson sagging in the chair, his head slumped to one side, his face beet red and his eyes wide open, empty and staring at her. I did this. Kenzo is saying something, but it's drowned out by the roaring in her head, waves crashing over her, trying to drown her. Just like they drowned Arthur Fletch. She lets out a breath she didn't know she was holding and nearly laughs, because, oh God, what an actual cliché. Then tries to take a step toward Jackson, but her legs have turned to stone, so all she can do is stand and face what she's done. Millie. If she had just kept her mouth shut, or at least admitted that she wasn't 100% sure what she saw on the cliff, Jackson wouldn't have gotten locked in here, alone, like a sitting duck or a sacrificial lamb. Why are there so many animal metaphors? She giggles and immediately realizes how unhinged that is. She clamps a hand over her mouth.
Oh, God, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. It's not funny. It's obviously not funny. It wasn't that kind of laugh. Millie, take a breath.
Kenzo steps in front of her, putting himself between her and the rest of the room, trying to shield her from what she's already seen. Millie feels her knees go soft, and the next thing she knows, she's sitting on the edge of Jackson's bed. The spaghetti lies abandoned in the doorway, the tray upended, the bowl and glass both shattered on the floor, and the crash must have echoed through the house. Or maybe they're just all wound tight enough at this point, their senses tuned to trouble, because Priscilla and Kate are suddenly there. Kate sees Jackson and physically scrambles back, hands to her mouth, while Priscilla gasps, but manages to steady, sucking the shock back into herself. Millie blinks, but it's like she's double screening, watching a movie while scrolling on her phone, missing important dialogue, but this time there's no way to rewind. She catches snippets of what the others are saying, interspersed with the roaring in her head. "The door was locked," whispers Kate, "just like Millie's. So, how did they get in?"
"Well, someone had a key," says Priscilla, eyeing Kenzo. "I was in the kitchen with you," he snaps back. "Not the whole time, though," says Millie. "I mean, I saw you coming down the stairs." "I went to get my typewriter." Millie looks to Priscilla. "You were up here, too." "Sure," she says, "but I don't have a key." "Well, I'm not a murderer," counters Kenzo. And if Jackson were here, right now, like, alive, he'd point out that that's exactly what a murderer would say. The thought makes Millie's throat go tight. "Someone stole his pages." Kate's voice is soft, but it cuts cleanly through. And she's right. The sheet in the typewriter is gone, and the stack of blank paper beside it is way smaller than the one waiting for them all when they arrived. A bottle of whiteout is tipped over, leaking onto the desk. Jackson was finally writing. Sadness tightens Millie's chest. Kenzo heads for the door. "Where are you going?" demands Priscilla. "I don't intend to wait around another day and hope we're still alive to get our shit out of the safe. We tried hacking it, but we didn't try good old-fashioned force. I'm going to get my axe." "What happened to not splitting up?" asks Millie, and the look that crosses Kenzo's face says it all, the way his eyes flick from Millie to Kate to Priscilla. Because either Arthur Fletch's violent ghost is haunting the house that Petrarch built, stalking and picking off the guests, or one of them is a killer. Kenzo storms out of the room, and Millie wants to rush after him, but one thing stops her: the fact that it could be him. He vanishes down the hall, footsteps thudding on the stairs, and then it's just the three of them, and Millie's looking from Priscilla to Kate, trying to figure out which of them could do a thing like this. "None of this makes any sense," says Priscilla, pinching the bridge of her nose. Millie searches her face for any hint of guilt, but she's good. She's very good. "Do you think someone saw him as a threat?" asks Kate. And maybe Millie's imagining it, but Kate flashes her a look, like she might be suspecting Priscilla, too. Why else would she have moved to the opposite side of the room, standing against the wall, about as far away from Priscilla as she can get, and still keep an eye on her, unless she thinks Millie's the killer? But that's ridiculous. A soft click, swiftly followed by an "Oh!" from Kate. She steps away in surprise. Millie gets to her feet. Priscilla turns. Kate must have leaned back against the wall, which turns out to be not a wall, but a hidden panel. One of those spring-loaded ones, like her mum's kitchen cabinets, revealing a sliver of darkness. "What the?" murmurs Priscilla as all three of them draw closer. It's not just a panel. It's a door. "Be careful," whispers Kate, as Priscilla pulls it open, revealing a narrow passage just like the ones she saw on the model. "Well," she says, "I think we know how they got in." Millie's mind starts to race. "Where does it go?" "Only one way to find out," says Priscilla. But no one moves. Millie's not about to go first, in case there's something in the tunnel.
Also because it would mean turning her back on the people behind her, and there's a 2 out of 3 chance one of them is a murderer. After a moment, Priscilla sighs and steps forward. For once, Milly's grateful for the romance author's need to take control. Once Priscilla has stepped into the wall, Kate follows, which leaves Milly bringing up the rear. She holds her breath as she steps out of Jackson's white room and into the dark. It's pitch black inside the passageway, and Milly puts her hand on Kate's back for balance as they shuffle forward until something clips her left shoulder. She feels for it and finds a ladder running up into the dark. She can't see where it leads, and there's no time to find out because there's another door a few steps in front of Priscilla, a thin line of light seeping from the edges. Priscilla nudges the door open, and they step through, into Milly's room. She blinks, thrown by the sudden appearance of her own blue walls, her blue bed, the blue duvet and pillows piled in the centre, her clothes spilling out of her open suitcase. And now Priscilla and Kate are looking at her, as if she had any clue the secret passage was here, as if she had anything to do with Jackson.
"What?"
she squeaks.
"I didn't kill him."
But, judging by the look on Priscilla's face, she clearly doesn't believe her.
"Kate?"
she pleads with the other girl, but Kate stares back, panicked and a little tearful. A kid, caught in the crossfire when Mom and Dad are fighting.
"I was literally the only one who even liked him,"
Milly snaps.
"Why would I do it?"
"Why would anyone?" counters Priscilla. "To win the book deal," ventures Kate. "It's an awful lot of money." Milly scrambles.
But, I wouldn't steal his pages. I already turned mine in."
"Then what are those?" asks Priscilla, pointing to the typed blue sheet sitting on the desk. Milly's stomach drops at the sight of her rewritten work. I... She would rather die than admit her first-person mistake.
"I wasn't entirely happy with my first draft. I thought I'd give it a bit of a polish since I had the time. Not that I need to explain myself to you."
"Actually, you do," snaps Priscilla, "since your room is the one with the secret passage into Jackson's."
"There are secret tunnels all over the place,"
counters Milly, before realizing that's not helping her case. Priscilla arches a brow. "And how would you know that?"
"We saw it on the dollhouse. Right, Kate?"
But Kate shrinks back a little. I didn't notice," which gives Priscilla the ammunition she needs to press on. "Is that how you found the door in your wall?" she demands, gaze fixed on Milly.
"What? No,
But she cuts off as Priscilla lifts a blue page from the desk, frowning as she skims, and a different kind of panic floods Milly's chest.
"Hey, no cheating!"
She strides over and rips the page from the other woman's hand before grabbing the rest of the blue sheets and clutching them to her chest. She looks around, scrambling, then shoves the paper into her open suitcase and slams it shut, spinning the digits of the combination lock. "Yeah," says Priscilla dryly. "That wasn't suspicious."
"It's a draft,"
snaps Milly.
"And I'm not about to let you judge it."
"Oh, for the love of..." "I don't care about your ending, Milly. I care about staying alive." Her eyes drop to the suitcase, now locked, at Milly's feet. "Is that where you've hidden Jackson's pages?"
"What? No!"
"Why don't you show us?" Kate's voice is gentle, coaxing, as if she's on Milly's side. Just to put Priscilla's mind at rest. Anger bristles in Milly's chest.
"Why don't we take a good look at Priscilla?"
she growls, eyeing her. Even after everything, the woman is still somehow so composed, as if she knows she has nothing to be afraid of. And the only way that's true is if it's her.
"She's the one whose bags we should be searching," spits Milly. "She's the one I caught sneaking around right before Sienna."
"You're not doing yourself any favors here," Priscilla cuts in smoothly. But Milly can see Kate's certainty faltering. Milly puts her foot on the suitcase and pushes it toward Priscilla. It glides smoothly on the polished wooden floor.
"The code's 0907.
Priscilla crouches down and thumbs the lock. "And I'm sure you won't mind me searching your bag, too." Before Priscilla has a chance to say or do anything, Millie dashes out of the room and down the hall. "Millie, wait!" But she doesn't. She reaches the other wing, flings open the door to Priscilla's room. Just like the woman who's been staying there, it's painfully neat. Her bed is made from the fuchsia tartan throw arranged just so at the foot of the bed, to the decor pillows. Her clothes hang neatly in the open wardrobe, and her typewriter sits, untouched, on the corner of the desk, the full stack of pastel pink paper tucked neatly beneath, like it's just another piece of decoration, an afterthought. Millie was going to search for the suitcase, but there's no need. Jackson's white pages are right there, on the dresser, filled with lines of neat black type. "I knew it!" she says triumphantly as Priscilla and Kate arrive. Kate gasps and recoils from Priscilla, whose face blooms in mock confusion. No, this is not... For once, she is well and truly flustered. "Someone must have put them..." Kate shakes her head, backing away as a familiar shade of blue catches Millie's eye. A sheet of paper sticks out from under the pillows on the bed. Millie rushes forward, flinging the cushion aside to reveal her pages, the ones she delivered to the cottage yesterday. Priscilla's eyes widen in a different way. Gone is the confusion. This is guilt. She's a thief, a plagiarist, and a murderer. A cold-blooded killer wrapped in shades of warm, blooded pink. "I should have known," hisses Millie. Priscilla shakes her head. "Calm down," she says, taking that condescending tone. "This isn't what it looks like." Priscilla starts toward her. Millie scrambles back, searching for something to protect herself with. The decorations in each bedroom are eclectic, but luckily they all seem to feature weapons. A sword over the bed, a pair of daggers by the desk, a decorative mace, a half-step to Millie's right. She wrenches it off the wall and plants her feet like a heroine ready for battle. Priscilla lets out a nervous sound, halfway to a laugh, but Millie doesn't find it funny. She puts herself between Priscilla and the door. In a voice that shakes only a little bit, she tells Kate, "Go get Kenzo. Now!" Kate wavers, unsure, then looks at Priscilla, who's slowly backing toward the desk. "Do what she says." And for some reason, Kate listens to her, even now. Unbelievable, thinks Millie, fingers flexing on the mace as Kate hurries out. She has no intention of using it, of course. She's not a murderer, but the weight in her hands is reassuring. She knows she feels a lot. Jack in the box, her boyfriend said. What an arsehole. She really should have left him then and there, but Millie Mitchell has never been an angry person. Frustrated, sure, bitter, overwhelmed, but not angry. A lot of the time she wishes she could feel that unfiltered rage she often gave her female leads. It always seemed simple, pure. But the way Priscilla is looking at her now, lips pursed, that narrow crease between her brow, makes Millie furious. Because she's so clearly not afraid. Even though Millie is standing here holding a goddamn mace, she is so fucking tired of not being taken seriously. And there's that little voice again, Freya's voice, so high and mighty, as it points out that it's what you get for always putting on a show. What did you expect? You can't have it both ways. Why don't you grow the fuck up? Millie grits her teeth and grips the mace more tightly. Priscilla doesn't even flinch. Cool as a fucking cucumber. Cold as ice. All the cliches wrapped up in one pastel package. But Millie's not falling for it now. She is done being manipulated by her parents who spent 18 years telling her she'd go to hell if she so much as looked at the wrong book, by her author friends who smiled to her face and spread rumours behind her back, by her two-faced editor who promised that her new series would be lead title, only to give the slot to a vampire book at the last minute, as if the market really needs another one of those. Priscilla puts her hands out, palms up. Millie, I need you to listen to me. How dare she treat her like a naughty child or a misbehaving pet? Put the weapon down, Priscilla says firmly. You'd like that, wouldn't you? I just don't want you to hurt yourself. You know what I think? The air slides between Priscilla's teeth. What? I think you never went to the cottage to seduce Rufus. I think you're the reason he disappeared. Priscilla shakes her head. That's not. You were the last person to see him, says Millie, gaining steam. And then we all just took your word for it when you said he stole the boat and left. But maybe he didn't. Maybe you killed him and dumped his body on the yacht, and... Why would I do that? Asks Priscilla, still maddeningly calm. If I'm trying to win, too. Millie falters. No, there's a reason. There has to be a reason. It's like a plot problem, a tricky bit she needs to wrap her mind around, and then she'll get it. Just let me think. Go on, Millie. Tell me, presses Priscilla. Why would I do it? Just stop, she snaps. You think you're so much smarter than everyone else. You think I'm so dumb. I don't think you're dumb, Millie. In fact, I think you're an excellent writer. Hollow praise, that's all it is, and yet she feels a small traitorous flutter. How pathetic. I did read your pages, Priscilla admits. You have a gift for urgency, for emotion, and— Shut up, demands Millie. Just shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Priscilla's mouth tightens. Okay, you're right. You didn't have anything to gain by killing Rufus, but you sure took advantage of his absence. Did you really think you could get away with it? That he and Eleanor would come back to a house full of dead bodies and be like, oh, well, you're the only one left, so I guess that makes you the winner. Priscilla takes a deep breath. Think about it, Millie. I was still downstairs when Sienna fell. I came out of the kitchen when you screamed. And you saw Malcolm die with your own eyes. I wasn't there, was I? And Jackson. Well, I don't know who did that, but I promise you it wasn't me. I didn't steal his pages. But you stole mine. Priscilla hesitates. I didn't steal them. She glances toward the door. Put the mace down, and I'll explain. No! Millie snaps, hating that she sounds like a petulant toddler. Put it down, orders Priscilla, as if she's still the one in charge. And Millie has had enough. You know what, Priscilla, she says, stepping forward. I am sick to death of you telling me what to do. Priscilla finally steps back, only to find the desk blocking her retreat. Also, just because I write young adult, that does not mean I'm still a child. I'm a grown-ass woman with serious grown-ass thoughts. So, don't you dare patronize me. Priscilla's expression finally cracks, her composure splintering. And there it is, in her eyes. Fear. Stop! She yells, throwing up her hands, and Millie actually does. Slams to a halt, confused by the sudden turn, until she realizes, too late, that Priscilla's not talking to her. Her attention is locked on something, or someone, behind her. Millie sees a flash of movement out of the corner of her eye. She starts to turn and sees a massive glinting object rushing toward her. A flash of gold, followed by a wet crunch, a sound that somehow echoes in her ears, her eyes, her heart. And before she can make sense of it, the room is tipping, her vision blurring into streaks of light and shades of pink and green and red, before giving way to her least favorite color, black. Priscilla. Chapter 1. She could have gone her whole God-given life without hearing the sound of metal meeting skull, of bone giving way, of dead weight hitting the rug. Millie goes down hard, the mace falling from her hand as she collapses to the floor. Priscilla, whose real name is of course not Priscilla, but Ava, though she's been thinking of herself as Priscilla all weekend to make the image stick, watches, frozen with horror, as Kate lifts the massive block and brings it down a second time with a horrible, heavy crunch, even though Ava can clearly see that Millie isn't getting back up. She opens her mouth, unsure what will come out, a string of curses or the mouthful of pasta she stole while Kenzo was taking Jackson his tray, or a blood-curdling scream. But what she manages is, "Kate, I think that's enough." The girl stops and straightens, cheeks flushed, clearly winded from the effort. She looks from the weapon in her hands to the body and then to Ava, and the question, the sheer what the fuck of it, must be written on her face, because Kate says, "She was coming at you with a mace. I saw her. She was going to... She looks back down as if noticing for the first time that blood has splashed against her cardigan, stained her hands. A few flecks have even reached her face, dotting her pale skin like freckles. "I thought she was going to..." She trails off, as if losing steam. And here's the thing. If Kate had hit Millie only one time, Ava might have believed it was a desperate primal act or a poorly considered attempt at heroism. But Kate hit her again. And now that she's stopped, Ava notices two things. The first is that the object she used to bludgeon Millie Mitchell is in fact a book. Not just a book, but the book. The one made entirely of gold. The one she honestly did not believe existed, because even for Arthur Fletch, it seemed a bit much. The second thing she notices is that Kate Newhouse does not look upset. Annoyed, a little jumpy, but not like a girl who's just committed murder for the first time. Too late, Ava realizes why. Because it's not the first time. She feels the smallest spike of vindication because from the moment she met Kate, something's rubbed her the wrong way. No, if she's being honest, she hasn't liked Kate since well before they met, when Eleanor insisted on adding her newest author's name to the list of contenders, insisting that she was special, a word agents too often used when what they meant was green. See, she thinks as Kate pushes her dark hair out of her face, leaving a smudge of blood along one cheek, this is why you listen to your gut. But the validation doesn't erase the fact that she's now here, in a room, with a body on the floor and the killer blocking the door. "Kenzo!" Ava calls out, her heart sinking as the name echoes and trails off without answer. Her suspicion soon confirmed by the amused look on Kate's face as she cocks her head, pretends to listen too, then smiles. "I don't think he's coming." Panic twists through Ava then, coiling around her ribs, her heart, but she forces herself to breathe evenly, to do what she's been doing since she first arrived, faking a calm she doesn't feel. She forces her attention to the golden book in Kate's hands, even as she tries to think of what to do. "I can't believe you found it," she says. "I know, right?" muses Kate. "I honestly didn't know it would be so heavy." She shifts it in her arms. "I barely got it out of the floor." "Floor?" asks Ava's mouth, while her mind begins sorting through possible plans that all start with getting out of the room, alive. Her gaze lands on Millie's mace. "In the foyer," explains Kate, nudging the discarded weapon out of reach with her foot. Shit. I looked everywhere. I was starting to think of calling it quits when Millie, she glances down at the girl on the floor and grimaces a little at the sight, turned on the light, the one over the dollhouse, and I saw it. She shifts the tome in her arms again. "It's really quite clever. You see, the light goes through the stained glass window on the landing. the one with Petrarch holding the book, and hits the foyer floor. X marks the spot. She studies the prize balanced on her hip, scrunching up her nose. It's actually pretty gaudy. Honestly, the things rich people spend money on. Oh well. Kate takes a step toward her.
What are you doing?
Ava asks, edging back before remembering the desk behind her. She shifts sideways instead, trying to keep at least an arm's length between their bodies. She's bigger than Kate, but she's also wearing kitten heels. Ava curses herself for deciding that Priscilla Renee Fox would wear cute shoes instead of sneakers, while Kate is young and fast. And worse than that, she's clearly not afraid of getting her hands dirty. Tying up loose threads, says Kate. But you don't need to, chirps Ava, hating the way panic finally creeps into her voice as Kate comes toward her. Wait, she adds, trying and failing to retreat because there's nowhere to go.
Listen to me, Kate.
There's no point, says the girl with a world-weary sigh, the girl barely old enough to drink, the one plucked out of Eleanor's slush pile, the one writer there who shouldn't be desperate enough to do something like this, because the game hasn't had a chance to break her yet. And yet she's the one, hoisting the golden book over her head, clearly intending to bludgeon Ava too, and there is no way on God's green earth she is going out like that.
Wait,
pleads Ava, fingers skating over the air behind her, searching for something, anything she can use to save herself before accepting that the best weapon she has is the truth.
I'm the editor!
That puts a hitch in Kate's step, but she quickly recovers. Nice try, Priscilla.
It's true,
says Ava, the words spilling out.
And my name's not Priscilla. It's Ava Paulson. I've been Fletch's editor since the beginning of the Petrarch series. Eleanor and I designed this whole weekend. I pretended to be an author so I could see what everyone was like and who I could actually work with.
If that were true, you would have stopped the whole contest when the first body dropped.
No, I mean yes, in hindsight I should have, but I was stuck here, just like the rest of you, when Rufus took off with the boat. And by the way, his real name is Holden, and he was my assistant, and I will absolutely be firing him the second we get off this island.
Kate stops, an arm's length away from Ava. You know, she says, lowering the book, that's actually a pretty good twist. A small smile flits across her face. Maybe I'll steal it.
Don't you see, says Ava. You're the last author standing. That means you won. And as far as I'm concerned, no one else needs to know what happened here. The deal's yours.
Kate bobs her head, as if considering. I don't really need it, though, do I? She cradles the book. Now that I have this. That takes Ava by surprise. But that's not all you want, is it?
You want to be a writer.
A grim smile twists the corner of Kate's mouth. Why would I want that? She shakes her head. This industry is broken. Publishing can pretend that it cares about discovering talent, fostering talent, but it's just a machine, chewing people up, spitting out their work. If this weekend has taught me anything, it's that nobody's happy. Nobody wins. She looks down at the bloodied book. Not without getting their hands dirty. Ava frowns.
I don't believe you. You wouldn't be here if you didn't care about writing. You wouldn't have worked so hard if it wasn't your dream.
Kate sneers. My mum wasted her whole life, and mine, chasing that dream. She put everything else second, including me. She cared more about writing the next great novel than she did about taking care of her family. And do you know where it got her? A shadow crosses Kate's face. Nowhere. Her fingers tighten on the golden book. Rejection after rejection, which might have been enough to make her stop, but no, because every now and then someone would dangle the smallest crumb of praise. Don't give up. Try again. Maybe next time. Ava blinks, confused.
But you did the same thing. You wrote a book, too. You sent it to Eleanor.
I did send a book to Eleanor, but I didn't write it. She chuckles, a dry, humorless sound. I fed every one of Arthur Fletcher's books into a program, told it to make something that felt and sounded fresh, but familiar. And voila! Ava's head is spinning. You used AI. The humour drops like a sheet from Kate's face. Oh, don't act so superior, she says. You think my book would ever have made it out of Eleanor Vandenberg's bottomless inbox if it hadn't walked a path already paved? You can pretend that publishing wants things that are new, but it doesn't. It just wants more of the same. Her knuckles are white on the book. What do you want, Kate? Me? She muses. I want to get out of my shitty flat. I want enough cash to buy proper food instead of living off coffee shop scraps. And I want to show my mum how naive she was, how meaningless to waste all that time and energy when the fact was, no one really cared. Ava swallows. I know it's hard to believe right now, she says, but publishing isn't all bad. Some of us are really trying. Oh, please, sneers Kate. You can save that speech for someone who gives a shit. She reaches for the desk chair and grabs Ava's, Priscilla's pink satchel, looping it across her body. Ava can see she's losing ground. Her mind races as Kate wrestles the golden book into the bag. You're right, publishing is brutal. But you clearly have what it takes to survive. Kate pauses, seeming to consider. You know, on second thought, maybe I will take the deal. Another $2 million. That's icing on the cake. Ava holds her breath as Kate muses to herself. Yeah, I mean, it won't even be hard. Fletch is dead, but he wrote enough to feed the algorithm. I'm sure I can do a decent job of walking in his shadow. Ava nods. Exactly, she says, trying not to sound too desperate. We can make this work together. No one else ever needs to know. She knows as soon as the words are out, she's tipped her hand too far. Kate cocks her head, amused. Thanks for the offer, Ava. But given all that's happened, she gestures down at Millie's body. I think it's best if I start fresh. A new wave of panic rolls over Ava as Kate moves toward her, picking up the mace. You might get away with stealing other people's work, but you won't get away with this. Look around, Kate. An island full of dead writers. That's going to ring some alarm bells. The girl's veneer cracks just a little, and Ava quickly presses on. Forget the deal. Your best bet is to disappear with the golden book. It's worth more than the contract anyway. But for that to work, you'll need it to look like you were never here, which is going to be hard considering your phone and laptop are still in the safe. You could sit around and wait for it to open, but Eleanor Vandenberg will be here by then. And if I were you, I'd want to be long gone. The cracks deepen, spreading across Kate's face. But I can open the safe for you, says Ava, which is a bold-faced lie. As far as she knows, there is in fact no way to override the safe, but Kate doesn't know that. She watches the girl consider her words. After seconds that feel like hours, Kate smiles, a cold, humourless grin. Well then, she says, the mace wagging like a finger in Ava's face. Let's go. Ava starts down the hall, toward the stairs, empty hands flexing, desperate for a weapon or a plan. Kate is silent behind her, save for the mace tapping lightly on the wall. Outside, wind slams itself against the windows. Thunder rumbles like a growl. The weather has grown from a storm into something wild and unwieldy. Ava descends the stairs, Kate trailing like a shadow. She reaches the landing, starts down the second step, and lurches to a stop. Oh, God, she says, hand flying to her mouth. It's Kenzo. At first she thinks he's standing upright at the bottom of the stairs, but then she sees the way his head slumps forward, his body held up by the tangled bouquet of antlers sprouting from the table. Huh, says Kate. I guess he didn't find his axe. Ava stares in horror. His black clothes swallow the colour, but they shine wet, soaked through with blood, one pale bone protruding from his stomach. So gross, right? Says Kate, too close to her ear. I mean, who puts sharp objects at the bottom of the stairs? You're practically asking for an accident. What's that called again? When it happens in a book. Ava swallows, barely getting the words out. Chekhov's gun. That's right, says Kate brightly. Whoever he is. She prods Ava with the mace. Go on. They reach the bottom of the stairs. Ava slows as she passes Kenzo. She scans the floor at his feet, hoping for the axe, but there's no sign of it. She doesn't want to know, but she has to ask. Did you kill the others too, Kate? The girl's head bobs side to side. Jackson, yes. Malcolm, no. I did write the get out note for Millie, but honestly, I was just having a laugh. I found the typewriter in Fletch's bedroom and thought, why not? How did you get in? Please, says Kate, rolling her eyes. You can learn to do anything on the internet. I learned to pick locks using hairpins and a YouTube tutorial when I was 13. Mum used to lose track of time writing at the library and leave me locked out. Silly cow. Should have just given me a key, but she shrugs. Now, as for Sienna, that was an accident. Sort of. I knew about the sleeping pills, so I spiked her tea. Well, I spiked everyone's tea, so I could have some peace and quiet to look around. But Sienna was the only one I saw gulping it down before I went upstairs. How was I supposed to know she was going to mainline the whole pot? Let alone lug a typewriter down the stairs in the middle of the night. What a silly thing to do. Still, I felt pretty bad. So you didn't push her? Asks Ava. I mean, technically, I did, but she probably would have fallen anyway. She was really teetering. I barely even nudged her. For some reason, Ava doesn't find that reassuring, but Kate's already moved on. And with Malcolm, I was back up in Fletch's room looking for the book, and I saw him go over the edge, just fell right off. And everyone blamed Jackson, which I thought was pretty harsh, but also, at that point, in for a penny, in for a pound. Right? Right, echoes Ava, her gaze flicking along the foyer walls, searching for something, anything. But all she sees are framed tokens and notes from a dozen research trips, and there, at the edge of the hall, the map of Skel Bray. You should know. Kate's positively chatting now. I've nothing against you. I liked you. Ava does not care for the past tense. At least, I liked the person you pretended to be. Kenzo was pretty fun too, but at this point I figured it's better to be thorough. Ava doesn't hear the rest because in that moment, lightning flashes against the stained glass windows, followed a split second later by thunder loud enough to shake the house. Kate looks over her shoulder and Ava takes off running for the front door, wrenches it open and sprints out into the dark. It's like running into a wall. The wind is raging and the rain falls slantwise, instantly blurring her glasses. She pulls them off, trading one kind of blindness for another as she sprints across the gravel drive. Hearing Kate tear out of the house behind her, she makes the mistake of looking back, only to see her silhouetted in the doorway, holding what looks like a motherfucking crossbow. Ava runs harder than she has in years, heels sinking into the sodden grass until she finally kicks them off and sprints barefoot away from the light of the house. It was a dark and stormy night, she thinks absurdly, the line rising like bile in her throat, along with a horrible hiccuping sound, part hysteria, part primal fear. She points herself downward, heading not for the steep incline of the main dock stairs, but the other side of the island, toward the copse of trees and the rocky slopes and the small jetty she noticed, little more than a pair of black lines on the hand-drawn map, ornamented with a tiny boat. It's the longest of long shots, but right now it's all she has. She's soaking wet. Wet weeds tangle around her legs like icy rope, and rocks cut into the soles of her feet, and she can barely see where she is going. And just when she thinks it can't get any worse, a crossbow bolt goes whizzing past her shoulder and she stumbles in shock at the near miss as much as the fact that she is being shot at by a 22-year-old English girl who conned her way onto the island using ChatGPT. Come on, Ava! Kate's voice is high and thin and tangled with the wind. It's time to wrap things up! Ava reaches the copse and darts into the trees just as another bolt sings through the air, only this time it doesn't fully miss. It goes straight through Ava's sweater, sinking with a thud into the nearest tree. For one panicked second, she thinks she's been hit, but the bolt missed her skin by an inch, pinning her sleeve. Cursing Priscilla and the colour pink for standing out like a beacon in the dark, she fights her way free of the sweater, stripping down to her tank top as Kate crests the hill behind her and starts to reload. "This is a lot harder than it looks," Kate calls as Ava scrambles through the trees, the wind shaking the branches so hard they groan, threatening to break. She makes it through, out onto a downward slope, soaked to the skin from rain and bleeding from a dozen tiny cuts. But down there, in the distance, she can see it. The rickety jetty, just like on the map. And for the first time, Ava feels a flutter of hope. The flutter turns into a surge when she hears a small cry and looks over her shoulder to find Kate slipping in a boggy patch, the weight of the satchel clearly knocking her off balance. She goes down, dropping the crossbow, and Ava knows this is her shot. She takes off across the overgrown field, each step carrying her closer to safety, and as she sprints through the raging storm away from the house that Petrarch built, she thinks of all the things she'll do when she gets off this fucking island. She'll ask for, demand that raise she's been promised no less than 3 times. She'll use the newfound power to buy more of the books she loves, the strange and quiet ones, even though it means fighting twice as hard for half the budget. She'll train a new assistant, a better assistant, one who actually cares about the work. Ava runs, lungs aching and legs sore, but she can make it. She can make it. She can! Something cinches suddenly around her bare ankle, wrenching her off her feet. She goes down hard, ankle twisting. Pain flares up her leg. She scrambles, trying to find the source of the attack, and her hands close around the metal wire of a snare, hidden by the tall grass. She gasps as her fingers graze the place where the wire has cinched, her ankle already swelling. She feels her way down the snare line to where it's been staked into the ground. She gets her fingers under the post and starts to pry it out as Kate trudges up, winded and dishevelled, the crossbow hanging from her hands. "There you are," she says over the storm. "Ouch," she adds, seeing Ava's ballooning ankle. "That looks nasty." Kate crouches beside her as if to catch her breath, and slowly, methodically, begins to reload. "This thing is so fiddly," she says, prying the mechanism back. "This is my last bolt. So hold still." Ava's hand goes up to her collar, her fingers close over the decorative gold cap of her red pen, the petals biting into her palm. As Kate fits the bolt, Ava drags the pen free, shifting her weight onto her good foot. "There we go," says Kate, lifting the crossbow. But before she can fire, Ava drives the pen into the back of her hand. It sinks deep, breaking flesh, scraping bone, and Kate yelps and pulls the trigger, launching the last bolt uselessly into the dark. Ava yanks a stake from the ground as she surges to her feet and takes off, every step sending a wave of fresh pain up her injured ankle. But she doesn't stop. She calls to mind Arthur's words, the ones that spoke to her so many years ago. "Pain is a gift because it makes you angry. Angry at the ones who hurt you. Angry at the world. And angry people fight." Ava hobbles down the slope toward the jetty, and this time she doesn't look back. She can't. She needs every ounce of strength to carry her forward. At last, a rowboat comes into sight, tethered by a single rope, as if holding on for dear life. All she has to do is get there. Halfway down, a rotting wooden step gives way beneath her good foot, and she gasps, clinging to what's left of the rail, knowing that if it goes down, so will she. She's so close. So close. She doesn't know how she makes it, but she does. Down the crumbling steps and over the rotting planks and into a boat that hardly looks fit for fishing on a good day, but it's better than nothing. "This is suicide," warns a voice in her head as she fits the oars into the slots. "Better than being murdered," she snaps back, prying the wet rope from the post. Instantly, the churning water begins to peel the boat from the jetty. She tries to row, but it's like fighting sand. If she can just get to the mainland, Hell, if she can just get off the island, away from Kate, who is somehow running down the dock, lurching under the weight of the bag and the heavy book inside. But she keeps coming. This slip of an English girl who spent the whole weekend shrinking, making herself small, who seemed like a strong wind would bowl her over. This strange, angry, murderous girl who isn't slowing down, not even when she reaches the end of the jetty. Instead, she takes a running leap and lands in the boat. The dinghy rocks violently beneath the sudden weight, and Ava half expects it to tip and send them both into the churning sea. But somehow, it steadies. Ava scrambles backward, but there's nowhere to go. Half blinded by the rain and the pain and the dark, she feels along the boat's floor as Kate looms over her, glowering, dark hair clinging in wet ropes to her face, blood dripping from her wounded hand. "That wasn't very nice," Kate snarls as Ava's hand finally closes over something. "I thought editors were supposed to be support." Ava swings the oar like a bat. She was aiming for Kate's head, but the wooden pole is heavier than she expected. It dips and she ends up catching Kate squarely in the chest. Not enough to do real damage, but enough to knock her off the side of the boat and into the harsh tide. Kate goes in with a heavy splash, and for a moment Ava hopes the girl can't swim. But then she bobs up a second later, gasping for air. She clutches at the side of the boat, trying to find purchase, but there's no way in hell Ava is letting her on. She grips the oar, pushing Kate back, away. She's trying to tread water, but the bag, the book, is too heavy. It's dragging her down. Each time she goes beneath the waves, it takes more time for her to come back up. "Take off the satchel!" shouts Ava as Kate gasps, fighting and failing to stay above the water. But she shakes her head, clinging to it, as if it's the thing that will keep her afloat, instead of the one that's dragging her down. "Get rid of the book, and you can swim back to shore." "No!" Kate gasps, sputtering as she swallows more water, struggles, sinks. "God damn it, Kate! It's just a book!" But the girl shakes her head, tries to say something but can't find the air. The waves churn and crash, rocking the boat as she takes one last gasp and goes under. Ava stares at the white-capped water, clutching her oar, but Kate never comes back up. 0 hours, 0 minutes, 0 seconds. The safe makes a sound like a body turning over in its sleep. A grunt, a sag, something giving way. The time is up. The clock wound down from 72 to 0. The screen blinks once, then goes dark, the numbers replaced by nothing. The lock clicks, and a voice that once belonged to the most famous author in the world sighs, as if in relief. "Now," says Fletch's disembodied voice. "Was that so hard?" But no one's there to hear it. The safe door opens just a crack, but no one rushes forward to reclaim the contents left inside. On the shelf, where they were placed 3 days before, are the 7 writers' prized possessions. The devices sit there on the darkened shelf, unclaimed, their power winding slowly down as the hours pass and the light crosses the panels of the office window. The sun slides from Ashbolt to Creststone to Bellamy, hanging on Fletch's final and most famous hero, Petrarch, before dipping out of sight. They are still there, 2 days later, when Eleanor Vandenberg walks through the grand front door of Arthur Fletch's house. She looks around and lets out a weary sigh, as if to say, "What a mess." Her heels click as she crosses the polished foyer floor. They leave small dents on the runner in the hall, then on the threadbare rug that pulls before Arthur's desk and muffles the last few steps before the safe. She sets a weekender bag on the floor and kneels to collect the contents from the darkened shelf inside. She knows by now that no one else is coming for these things. One by one, she takes them out, a tablet with a pair of eyes stuck onto the back, like something from a horror novel. A laptop covered in stickers with sayings like, "My book boyfriend is better than your real one." A smartwatch softly warning that the movement target hasn't been met. A pair of computers with matching screensavers of a signature, the P and S, cut through with cursive. An iPhone with an AI-generated background. A dragon devouring books whole. One by one, they go from the safe into her bag and, like their owners, disappear. Ava. 2 weeks later. There's a special place in hell for tourists in New York, specifically the ones who amble down the sidewalk, 3 abreast, like they're forming some kind of shield wall. Even with her limping stride, Ava soon outpaces them. She steps off the curb to get around, nearly clipping a string of fast-moving bicycles. She twists, they veer. Disaster is averted, but Jesus Christ, one of these days she'll get out of this place. She knows she's been saying the same thing for more than 10 years, knows everyone has a love-hate relationship with New York, but more and more she finds herself fantasizing. Half of publishing seems to be working remotely these days. She could move upstate, get a house in the middle of nowhere. Ava thinks back to Skel Bray and mentally revises nowhere to a small town, one with emergency services and good cell coverage. But for the time being, she's still here, surrounded by tourists and locals alike. The trees are blooming, and everyone appears to be taking the same cue to go outside. Enjoy the few precious weeks before spring warmth gives way to summer heat, and the city becomes miserable once more. Her foot aches dully in its air cast. It's not broken, at least, but when it comes to injuries, New York isn't exactly an accommodating place. She briefly considered hailing a taxi before her pride kicked in, and she hobbled down and up 3 flights of subway steps before taking the last 2 blocks in limping stride. She passes a boutique window full of well-dressed mannequins, declaring that season's colour to be pink, which feels like a sick joke. A little on the nose, she'd say if it showed up in an author's book instead of in her life. Back at her apartment, a bag of clothes sits by the door, waiting to be donated. She never owned a lot of pink, and she left most of what she'd bought for Priscilla behind on Skel Bray as she was fleeing for her life. The pink cat's eye glasses swallowed by the long grass or dashed upon the rocks. But as soon as she was safely back in Brooklyn, she culled every trace of salmon, fuchsia, or blush from her closet, blouses, scarves, and shoes, as if she could purge the memory of those 3 days along with them. She even threw out a pair of perfectly good bath towels, despite the fact they were closer to coral than rose. By the time she reaches the chic Park Avenue bar, a film of sweat has broken out across her brow, and a drop runs like a finger down her back. Escaping into the caverned quiet, she sighs in relief. She's always amazed how New York affects that strange and sudden transformation, trading the too full, too bright streets for dim and intimate interiors. She beelines for a quiet booth in the back and slides onto the cushioned bench as gracefully as she can, navigating her cast beneath the table. She nestles her glasses, a new pair, peacock blue, up into her freshly styled curls and sighs. Her phone buzzes in her pocket, work emails still pouring in. It never stops. As if what she went through back on Fletch's private island wasn't bad enough. When she made it back to the mainland and the phone she'd left at the front desk of the hotel, she was rewarded with 193 new emails, half of them marked urgent, even though none were, in fact, emergencies. Her first call was to a hospital. Her second was to Eleanor. As if on cue, Fletcher's agent sweeps in, the scent of spring clinging to her tailored pantsuit, her silver hair swishing like a curtain around her face. "Aveline!" Eleanor says, using her full name, even though Ava is almost positive she knows it irks her. Eleanor, Ava replies as the agent slides into the booth beside her. Ava can't help but notice the dog sticking out of her bag. A geriatric chihuahua with a snaggletooth and a lolling tongue. "What is that?" asks Ava. "This? It's a Birkin." "Not the bag, Eleanor. The animal inside it." "Oh, that's Edgar." Ava pinches the bridge of her nose, knowing the answer before she asks. "Sienna and Malcolm's, Edgar." "I thought you hated dogs." "I do," Eleanor says, producing a small porcelain cup and a bottle of Fiji water. "I suppose that's why he's wearing an Hermes scarf." Eleanor gives a nearly imperceptible shrug. "I was going to take him to the shelter. I've just been so busy. You know how it is." Ava nods, knowing that dog will never see the inside of a shelter. At least, someone gets a happy ending. Eleanor holds up 2 fingers, flagging the server. When he arrives, he gives a pointed look from the pet in her purse to the no dogs sign, but makes a smart decision to say nothing. Eleanor orders a vodka martini. Ava asks for a glass of Chenin Blanc and is tempted to add, "the largest one you have." She doesn't, but apparently her expression says as much, because the glass that arrives is fuller than it should be. Once they have their drinks, the 2 women sit in silence, save for the sound of Edgar lapping at the water in his cup. Ava closes her eyes, a quiet exhaustion rolling over her. She doesn't know if she has ever been so tired. It's not just that she hasn't been sleeping since the island, or at least not sleeping well. It's that when she was running for her life, she made a list of all the things she'd do when she survived. And now she has. But she doesn't feel empowered by her second chance at life. Instead, the thought of going back to work exhausts her. It's not that she doesn't love working on books. She does. She always has. She loves the way a well-placed word can shift an entire narrative, the way meaning hides between lines, the way stories can change lives, change worlds. She loves disappearing into them. She loves making them better. And sometimes she even likes the people who write them. But in a way, Kate was right, at least about one thing. The industry is broken, and she's afraid it's broken her. Even Eleanor looks, well, tired is the wrong word. Ava is sure the agent spends a great deal of money to look as well rested as she does, close to what Ava clears in a year, just to wave away the constant praise that she looks exquisite for her age. But Eleanor's silence speaks for her. So does the long sip of vodka, and the sigh that slides through her lips as she sets the martini glass back on its coaster. "Well," she says at last, "that was a clusterfuck," Ava finishes for her. "Of epic proportions." "I knew Holden was a mistake," Ava mutters, fingers tightening on the stem of her glass. "But Kate..." "Yes, that one was regrettable." "Regrettable?" scoffs Ava. "She was a hack, a thief, and she tried to murder me." Eleanor takes another sip. "How's the foot?" she asks, with a politeness that says she doesn't really care. "It fucking hurts." "I bet. You've got to be careful, running around in the dark." "Yes, well, maybe if you hadn't fired all of Fletch's staff, someone would have cut the grass, and I would have seen the snare." Eleanor arches a tinted brow. "Be glad I did. This clusterfuck, as you so eloquently call it, would have been worse if we had witnesses to deal with." "None of this would have happened if there had been witnesses," counters Ava. "And honestly, how can you be so blasé? People are dead." Eleanor studies her glass. "I've been in this business long enough to bury my share of bodies." That saying is usually metaphorical. Eleanor's mouth twitches. She takes another pointed sip of her martini.
Regardless,
she says, voice tucked carefully beneath the current of the bar.
It shouldn't be too hard to keep it out of the press. Their mid-list status isn't the only reason I suggested them.
Ava shifts, maneuvering her cast between the table legs. What do you mean? Eleanor waves her now empty glass toward the bartender, and moments later another martini magically appears.
Well, she says, we had the NDAs once they got to the island, but there was the time before to worry about. I've never met a writer who could keep their mouth shut. Gossips, every last one. And since we had a veritable wealth of options, I made sure to choose candidates who didn't have many connections.
And now, thinks Ava, grimly, ones that won't be missed.
Jackson Knight's parents are out of the picture, continues Eleanor, stroking the dog's ear. Millie's too. She had a sister, but it seems they weren't close. Sienna and Malcolm had this little treasure, she had, stroking the dog's ear. Kate was estranged, but we did inform her mother. She was devastated, of course, but still managed to ask if I was open to queries. Kenzo. Well, he may be private, but he had attachments. By all accounts, he should have never made the list, but thankfully, that won't be an issue now.
Ava shakes her head in disbelief and horror, and, perhaps, a grudging admiration. So many steps gamed out like chess. You should be a writer, she says darkly. She doesn't mean it as a compliment, but Eleanor's mouth twitches.
That's what I wanted to discuss. There is still, of course, the matter of the book.
Ava groans and takes a large gulp of wine. I should have just written it myself. In the ensuing silence, she glances at Eleanor and finds her staring back. She's never noticed, but up close the woman's eyes are so grey they're almost colourless.
Well, she says slowly, you still could.
The moment hangs between them. Ava Paulson would be lying if she said she hadn't at least considered it. Hell, she'd considered it back when Eleanor first broached the subject. And if she'd said yes, then this whole horror could have been avoided. And sure, she does prefer editing, making order out of chaos, wrangling creative energies, though she could do without the egos. And if the weekend on Skel Bray has taught her anything, it's that writers are fucking crazy. Every single one of them. Ava shifts in her seat, wincing as her injured foot knocks against the table. I'm still on vacation, she says. Paid leave. I think I've earned it.
I'm sure you have, says Eleanor. But somehow, I doubt it's paid enough.
Ava sighs. Even as a senior editor, she doesn't get paid nearly enough, and Eleanor knows it. Sure, she's picked up the occasional bonus, but it's a paltry sum compared to what Fletch saw each and every time the royalties came in. $1 million. She knows the Petrarch books as well as he did. $1 million. Just to finish what he started. And she's earned it, hasn't she? What was it Eleanor said that day back in her office? That she was the reason for Petrarch's success. And looking back, maybe she was. None of those books would have even gotten done without her. She dragged Fletch across the finish line each and every time. At least this way, she'll only have to pull her own weight. Fuck it, she says as Eleanor picks up the bill. It's just a book. She throws back the last of her wine. How hard can it be? How hard can it be? She's back at her apartment, 2 blocks shy of Prospect Park, and it's late, but the words are ringing through her head. If she's going to do this, she might as well get it over with. She shrugs on a plush robe, lights a few candles as if to set the mood, thinks briefly back to a conversation in the games room about writing rituals, then puts it from her mind. The last thing she needs to see right now is Millie's face, or Jackson's, or fucking Kate's. She pours another glass of wine to steel herself and sits down at her desk, the unfinished manuscript at her elbow. She's just read it again for the third or fourth time, but it felt like the first, as she watched Fletch set the scene, introducing each and every thread, the story twisting switchback style as it climbed, a magic trick building toward a final flourish. The audience holding its breath. And despite herself, Ava found herself drawn along, then propelled with such compelling force as any reader would be, turning pages faster and faster to find out how he'd pull it off, how it all would end. And then it does. Halfway down page 293. It slams to a jarring stop, and so does Ava. For the 100th time, she finds herself wishing that Fletch had shared what he was thinking, that he had left some clues. But the problem, of course, is that he did. He left a dozen, and there's no way to know which were meant as red herrings and which would prove to be true. Ava wakes the computer, opening a new document, the cursor blinking at the top of the blank page. She skims the printed manuscript again, looking for the seams, the work behind the work. She can almost see Fletch smirking. She shakes her head. It doesn't matter. She'll come up with something. Her hands rest on the keyboard. How hard can it be? The cursor blinks. Arthur always said that starting was the hardest part. So she decides to break the seal, get the ball rolling. 2 metaphors in the same sentence, whispers her editorial side. Redundant, cut 1. But she hushes the voice and locks eyes with the screen. As her eyes adjusted to the dark, the thought that rang through Peatrock's head was this. She retypes the last words Fletch ever wrote, as if to trick her brain into picking up right where he left off. But her fingers come to a stop, right where he did. I should have known. The line looms at the top of the page. The cursor blinks, waiting, and waiting, and waiting. The minutes turn to hours. Ava Paulson sits staring at the page, her mind gone strangely, maddeningly blank. Ava Paulson left publishing shortly after. She moved to upstate New York and bought an old Victorian house, a fixer-upper with lots of light, a delightful porch, and excellent cell service. Oh, and she accidentally fell in love with a ruggedly handsome beekeeper named Guy. She has never been happier. Word of Arthur Fletcher's death finally hit the news a few weeks after the events on Skel Bray. Fans across the world mourned the loss of a beloved author. His house and private island have become a popular destination for fans of the series. As for the final Peatrock novel, in what would prove to be a brilliant publishing gambit, Merriweather Press made the decision to release the last installment as Fletch left it, unfinished, allowing readers to debate the author's intentions and ultimately choose the ending for themselves. T-shirts emblazoned with the phrase, "I should have known," were the fashion item of the year among the literati. The decision to release the unfinished manuscript was, surprisingly, Holden's idea. He has since been promoted to senior editor. The book has spent 24 weeks on the New York Times bestseller list so far. Epilogue. Kenzo. It's a full house. The bookstore ran out of chairs 30 people ago, but his parents got here early, his mom staking out front-row seats. Now a bunch of people, friends, sure, but plenty of strangers too, crowd the store. They stand against the shelves, line the stairs. A few even sit cross-legged on the floor, like this is some kind of children's read-along and not the release party for a horror novel. The publisher doesn't market it that way, of course. They prefer terms like literary thriller, speculative suspense. Some quippy sales mash-up that's shorthand for major cross-market appeal. But to Kenzo Gray, it's pure horror. He meant what he said to Sienna when she asked why he'd chosen this genre. Horror is about humans, what we're capable of, and what we're capable of surviving. He takes off his glasses, shifts in his chair. The ragged tear has healed into a thin pink seam, but it still bothers him. It hurt like hell, getting impaled. Weeks after, he was able to come up with a word of adjectives, revise and shape the details, describe it all in gory detail. But that night, when he came to and found himself skewered, the antler jutting between his hip and bottom rib, his favourite shirt torn and the pale bone slicked red, the only word Kenzo Gray could summon was fuck. For a moment, he honestly couldn't remember how he'd gotten there. It was such a strange place to be. But then it came surging back. He'd gone to fetch the axe from the kitchen table, but it wasn't there. He'd felt it then, from the top of his skull to the soles of his feet, the thing that washes over every character in a horror novel at some point. The bad feeling. He should have gone looking for another weapon, but he heard voices and pounding steps, and then his body was betraying his mind, carrying him back toward the stairs, and he was halfway up when he caught the flash of pale skin, dark hair, looked up in time to see Kate's face, her hands rushing out to meet his chest. He'd felt that single hard shove, and then the landing dropped away beneath his heels. He'd gone arse over heels, down the stairs, landing on his feet, which would have been impressive if the momentum hadn't slammed him back into the foyer table. And the antlers. He's done plenty of research over the years, both on how to cause wounds and on how to survive them, but it turns out there is a big fucking difference between real life and fiction. And the Reddit forums really don't do a good enough job conveying the visceral truth, the heart-racing, nerve-singeing, in-the-moment horror. He tried to move and promptly blacked out. When he came to, seconds, minutes later, he knew he had to do something. He tried to drag himself free, and the pain was electric. It made his vision go red and white, but at least he didn't faint again. He bit back the urge to scream, but only because the last thing he needed was for Kate to come back and finish the job. Kate. He'd never have cast her as the villain in one of his books, not because it was far-fetched, but because it was obvious. Which of these things is not like the other? But then, she was. She was there for the same reason they all were. Because she was hungry. But there was no sign of her, or Priscilla, or Millie. The house was dark and the front door hung open, cold wind blowing in. Kenzo had to do something, so he took a few shallow breaths and put his hands behind his back and pushed against the table. At which point he discovered that the only thing that hurt more than being impaled by one of Arthur Fletch's questionable design choices was unimpaling himself. He nearly blacked out again. And he did scream, he couldn't help it, but his voice rang through the house and no one came. He didn't know how long it took, but he'll never forget the sucking drag of the antler withdrawing, the sound that tore out of him when he was free. Kenzo stumbled, sank to his knees. Blood was soaking through his shirt, front and back, too much, too fast, not a trickle but a stream. He knew he had to staunch the flow, but when he pressed his palm flat to the wound, his vision went wavy. He looked around for something, anything to use, and ended up grabbing Jackson's abandoned hoodie and pressing it to the wound. He desperately wanted to sit down, but he knew he'd never get back up. His mind cleared enough to remember he was still in danger, that he probably needed a weapon, but the only thing in reach was an umbrella in a nearby stand. The front door hung open, cold air sweeping in, and Kenzo's only thought was, out. He had to get out. Easier said than done. Every step pulled at the hole in his stomach. Even bracing himself against the nearest wall, he had to stop twice to catch his breath, once to keep from fainting, and once to throw up in a potted plant. Which hurt. Funny how pain worked. In books it was something stoically endured, or else muted by adrenaline. Sometimes people didn't even know how badly they were injured until they looked down and saw the blood. Kenzo knew. He knew as he shuffled to the open door, as he staggered down the last 4 steps, as the fresh air bit into his sweat-damp skin, and his head spun and his blood soaked the hoodie against his stomach and ran down his back, and he realized bleakly there was nowhere to go. The storm was finally letting up, the wind dying to a nervous rustle, but that wasn't much comfort, because he was still on an isolated island off the coast of Scotland, in the middle of the night, without a way to call for help, or any form of medical assistance, and he was going to die. Kenzo had never really been the quitting type, but his body was calling it, legs folding for him, and then he was on the ground, his cheek pressed against the cold pebble path, and it should have been uncomfortable, but it wasn't. It felt good, too good, and the pain was starting to fade, and that sent a warning pulse through his thoughts, because that kind of feeling was probably a bad sign when you were bleeding out in the dark. He couldn't believe that he'd somehow become the final girl, only to die out here on the driveway, which really ruined the trope. His heart nagged at him, "Get up, get up, get up!" But he couldn't. Her shadow passed overhead, and he thought, wow, death really does have a flair for the dramatic. But then a bony hand grabbed his shoulder and rolled him onto his back, and Kenzo looked up and saw Arthur Fletch's infamous red hat. "Ha!" he thought bleakly. "Called it." But then the man knelt and the face drew closer, revealing different angles and more wrinkles than Kenzo remembered from Fletch's last author photo. And when he spoke, the voice that came out wasn't the bland Midwestern drawl Fletch was known for, but a thick Scottish brogue. "Och, what happened to you?" And since it was a question, Kenzo tried to speak, but he managed only a wheeze and a groan before the man patted his shoulder. "How'd you wished, son? And what are you planning on doing with that brolly? Nae the smartest weapon." Kenzo didn't have a clue what a brolly was, but he assumed it must be the umbrella, since that's all he was holding. He dropped it, still trying to figure out the meaning of wished, as the man looped an arm under his bloody shirt and helped him to his feet. A fresh swell of pain made him realize he wasn't quite as close to death as he first thought. "Bleeding," he said, as if that wasn't obvious. "Aye, I can see that right enough," said the man, shouldering most of his weight as he steered Kenzo, not back toward the steps, but down a narrow path, away from the house that Petrarch built. Kenzo's vision blurred, his memory dipping, minutes chewed up and swallowed by the fog of blood loss, and when his senses staggered back, he was in a small cottage, a single stone room, with a bed in one corner and a stove hugging the other, a narrow table halfway between where Kenzo was leaning to keep from falling over. The whole thing had taken on a dreamy haze. The man swam somewhere at the edge of Kenzo's sight, but he thought it must be some kind of figment, a ghost, even though he had never believed in spirits. He was a skeptic against his own wishes. He wanted to believe, had spent nights in haunted houses in Savannah, gone to grave sites in Paris, even a séance in New Orleans, hoping to be convinced. But the world was just the world. And it was scary enough. He heard the crackle of radio static and realized that the man, whoever he was calling for help. And for the first time he wondered if he'd actually get out of this alive. But a body only has so much blood to lose, and he was still losing. The man drifted back into focus. "Who are you?" asked Kenzo. "And why are you wearing Fletch's hat?"
"Name's Angus," said the man, "and it's my hat. Arthur liked to mooch it from time to time, for photos and that. Said it had an air of authenticity, whatever that's supposed to mean."
The man lifted a cup to Kenzo's lips. Kenzo took a long swallow, expecting water, only to discover it was scotch. He coughed, which sent a fresh wave of agony through his ruined stomach.
"Ah, Ken," said Angus, holding him upright. "It's rough, but trust me, it'll help."
With that, Kenzo saw what was in his other hand, a needle and what looked like fishing line. Nausea rolled through him at the sight.
"Need to sew you up," said the man, "to stop the blood."
Kenzo downed the rest of the scotch and held the cup out with shaking, blood-stained hands. The man smiled and filled it again. And then he got to work.
"Now,"
said Angus right before the needle sank in, and Kenzo's vision dappled black and white.
"Why didn't you tell me who stuck you?"
"Long story," hissed Kenzo, clutching the cup so hard it would have broken if it were anything but clay.
"Have time,"
said Angus with a crooked grin. So, Kenzo told him. Talked to keep from screaming as the old man sewed up his back. Told the whole weird tale of it. NDAs be damned. It felt like such a long story, but somehow it reached the end by the time Angus came around to look at the hole in his front. The old man stopped to refill the cup a third time before making him lean back and peeling the sodden cloth from his stomach.
"Have you been here the whole time?"
asked Kenzo.
"Aye," he said, "and then some."
Maybe it was just because Kenzo could see what he was about to do, could see the blood-slicked needle, the too thick thread. But he felt the room dip and pitch, felt his heart lurch, felt whatever tattered fragments were left of his courage giving way. But then Angus started talking. It could have been an act of kindness, giving Kenzo something else to focus on, or the old man might have just needed to get it out, and Kenzo was there to listen. Either way, Angus spoke, and it was funny. But Kenzo swore that the longer he listened, the more he started to understand the rolling rhythm of the man's voice. It was like a current, something you either fought against or let wash over you. And Kenzo didn't have a whole lot of fight left, so he listened. And that's how he learned that the island and everything on it had once belonged to Angus's family, that the castle used to be a modest house, one of several dotting the island, but sea and salt and wind wear away at places, and it takes a lot of money to keep them up. They'd come on hard times and had to sell, and then along came Arthur Fletch, who bought the lot and let Angus stay on, as a groundskeeper, since no one knew the place like him. Fletch had a fondness for the cranky old Scot, and the old Scot had a fondness for him, and the two struck up a kind of friendship, not the talking kind, more of a sit-by-the-fire-and-drink-in-silence kind, trading the occasional tale.
"Ah, was the last of mine, and he was the last of his," he said. "Would have let me live in the grand house, but I prefer my wee cottage, so that's where I've been."
"The agent," said Kenzo, catching his breath. "She said the island was empty. She said everyone left." Angus's face went dark.
"Arthur was my pal. I knew what he wanted. I knew what he said. I'm the one who called her, and she swooped in and said, 'Shoo!' Tried to scare me off, like I was vermin."
His head shook, but his hands were steady.
Arthur gave me his word that he wouldn't sail, that if and when he wanted off this island, he'd give it back to me. We shook on it. Was going to write it up, but never got around to it. He sighed. You put things off. You think you have time, and then I'm the one who found him. Washed up like driftwood on the beach. Stupid Egypt. Swimming on a day like that.
But the old man's eyes were wet. He cleared his throat.
Carrion, that bloody woman, he muttered, told me I had to leave. But I know this place, all its cracks and crags, all its hidden turns, and as far as I'm concerned, they can cart off my bones. That said, I'd have stayed away from ye lot, but he left me a note.
Kenzo stiffened, half in pain and half in curiosity. A note? What kind of note?
What kind? A puzzling one, of course. Bloody Arthur and his games. Told me to go and find his gilded book, and here I am thinking, they wouldn't let me have my house, so I might as well. Course, he didn't tell me where to find it.
Kenzo's head was spinning.
So it's real, then? Oh, aye. Daft thing to do, if you ask me. But Arthur didn't. Nae taste. For a coat and nae knickers, as they say. And after all that, I couldn't find it. Couple of close calls, sure some of yous lot had spotted me.
He kept working, hands steady, as if stitching a sock and not a man's stomach.
Didn't have a choice. Only found the note last week, tucked under a bottle of the good stuff by the hearth. Poor Arthur. Makes you think he knew his time was up.
The old man finished, tying off the stitch.
I'm nae surgeon, he said, but I'll hold ye.
Kenzo looked down. A little blood wept through the stitches, but it was no longer a river so much as a drip, as if Kenzo had sprung a leak. The thought made him chuckle, so maybe the scotch was working after all. Across the narrow room, the radio crackled. A staticky voice announced that a boat had left the mainland and help was on its way.
There are others, Kenzo said.
A girl. I don't know where she is, but the rest are in the house. I don't know how many, but I think they're all dead. Dead. A word he'd written 100 times, something he'd seen with his own eyes, surrounded by yellow tape. But now the thought rang through him like a bell, made his body start to shake, and he was stormed by the sudden fear that somehow it was too late, not just for them, but for him as well, that the wound was worse, he thought, and Angus was just trying to let him down easy, to make him think he had a chance.
"Steady,"
said the old man, gripping his shoulder. And Kenzo didn't remember asking if he'd make it, but he must have, because Angus squeezed his arm and nodded and said,
"Aye, laddie, it's just a wee scratch. All you'll be left with is a scar and a cracking story to tell over a dram."
Now Kenzo settles the glasses back on the bridge of his nose, and the bookstore comes into focus. At the front, on a makeshift stage, the moderator, his moderator, an elegant bookseller with earrings shaped like drops of ink, or blood, is introducing him.
"Ready?"
asks Eleanor, squeezing his shoulder. Eleanor Vandenberg, agent extraordinaire in a perfectly tailored cream pantsuit. Eleanor, who paid off whoever Angus radioed for help and kept the whole incident at the house that Petrarch built out of the papers, who struck a deal with the old Scot, his silence for the island, who came to see Kenzo in the hospital and slipped him her business card before reminding him in no uncertain terms about the NDA he'd signed, adding brightly that she'd love to see what he wrote next. Kenzo already had an agent, a middle-aged white guy who passed most of his emails off to his assistant, including the one where Kenzo fired him. And then he let Eleanor Vandenberg, buy him an overpriced lunch while he told her about his new idea. It took some convincing. It was undeniably a risk, but Kenzo had to do it. Even if no one was willing to publish it, he needed to get it down on paper to process what he'd seen, what he'd been through. In the end, he convinced her the safest place to hide the truth was in plain sight. Fact, masquerading as fiction. Now, as the audience applauds, Kenzo makes his way to the front of the room. His parents beam up at him. His dad gives a little whoop. His mom a smile that's equal parts pride and relief that he's alive, given what he's been through. As far as she, or any of his family, knows, he tripped and fell on a kitchen knife while emptying the dishwasher, which is a thing that can happen. He looked it up. He doesn't actually own a dishwasher, but thankfully no one seems to remember that. He lets his gaze trail over the rest of the crowd, gathered for the book's release. The publisher went all out. A massive lead-up, a pre-pub press tour, bound manuscripts and galleys so fancy they look like finished copies instead of paperbacks meant to be read and thrown away. Not that Kenzo blames them. There was too much buzz not to play it up. 2 giant placards of his book cover flank the stage, and he takes his seat between them, savouring the hush that falls over the crowd. He looks around, marvelling at the variety of faces, like a swath cut from the latest census. Young and old, and everything between. For years he sat before an audience of 5, 10, 15 if he was lucky, half of them readers and half writers wanting to be where he was, waiting for the Q&A session just so they could ask for tips or pitch their own ideas as if he held the keys to publishing. They didn't know. How could they know? That making it inside the house didn't mean you got to stay, didn't keep you from getting kicked back out. "Before we get started," announces the moderator, "how about a little reading to give us a taste?" She suggests this like it's a spur-of-the-moment idea, like every beat of this event hasn't been carefully prepared, planned, tested for cracks, like the hardcover on the little table beside him hasn't already been flapped to the right page. Kenzo smiles and nods, taking up the book and clearing his throat. He takes a breath, deep enough to feel the scars tighten on his stomach and his lower back. Amazing, the doctors back in Scotland said, that the antler did so little damage, that it went right through. He was lucky, they told him, again and again. So incredibly lucky. Kenzo looks down at the open book, takes a deep breath, and begins. When the boat pulled into the jetty, and Kai got his first sight of the castle on the hill, he knew his whole life was about to change. Maybe not the hows and whens and whys, but the what was clear. He looks up as he reads aloud. Kenzo has read the passage a dozen times, first while writing and then revising, and then in preparation for this very moment. That even though he's holding the book open, the truth is he can recite the words from memory. His future stretched ahead, weighted with hardship and buoyed by hope. And when he crossed from the water to the land, from the dock to the steps, from the polished oak door into the gleaming foyer of Patrick Gallows's house, he was one step closer to the life he wanted. Here the dramatic pause, a last knowing look at the crowd. And Kai knew he would do anything to get it. The audience draws in a breath, and Kenzo marvels, the way he always has, at the power of storytelling. Hearing people laugh when you want them to laugh, and gasp when you want them to gasp. Seeing the threads you've woven, connecting you in real time to your readers. It's the only time in his life that he believes in magic. As Kai enters the famous author's house, as he meets the other desperate writers gathered in the sitting room, the whole group so full of need, of hope, Kenzo sees them. Not Bridget and George, Poppy and Jasmine and Cass and Max. Get it? Not with an X. The thinly veiled avatars he's concocted. No, he sees Sienna, lovely and bright and tired. And her husband, Malcolm, the distance like a crack between their bodies. He sees Priscilla, whose real identity he wouldn't learn until after. And Millie, bubbling over like a too-full glass of champagne. And Kate, literally a wolf in sheep's clothing, in her oversized cardigan. And Jackson, hungry, like they were all hungry, but unable to hide it. Little did they know as they stood, gathered at the bottom of the stairs, that this was a game of life and death, and only one of them would win. Kenzo closes the book, and a fresh wave of applause rolls through the room. "Of course," says the moderator. "If you want to find out who, you'll have to buy the book." A pat phrase, but it garners a ripple of laughter. She starts off by asking a few softball questions about his process, whether he's a plotter or a pantser, someone who knows the end or finds it as he goes, whether he likes drafting or revising better, or if, like Dorothy Parker, he hates writing and prefers having written, early bird or night owl. Kenzo has never understood why people care about these things, or rather, he does understand. They're looking for a mirror, a way to say, "See, I'm doing it right," or hoping he'll spill the formula, the step-by-step way to get from where they are to where he is. When the truth is, there is no formula. No if P, then Q. Still, he runs through his answers. Plotter, because he needs to see the end to work toward it. Drafting, because so much of it is still potential. Night owl, obviously. The moderator nods and carries on. "How about your writing routine? Any rituals?" At which point, Kenzo pictures Jackson, mocking the need for this coffee cup or that candle, declaring that rituals are just excuses. Jackson, whose moleskin was battered but blank, who found every excuse possible not to sit down and write. Finally, when the moderators finished up with the easy round, she shifts in her seat and turns the page of her notes, and Kenzo knows it's coming. "Now, Mr. Gray," she says, twisting toward him, "the elephant in the room, so to speak. There seem to be some pretty obvious parallels between Patrick Gallows, the author at the heart of your story, and Arthur Fletch, both extremely successful and famously reclusive, both tragically lost before their final book was finished. Was that intentional, or simply a coincidence?" The silence in the room is thick as smoke, everyone holding their breath. Kenzo crosses his legs, arranges his face in a practiced smile. "In writing," he says, "it's best to assume that everything is intentional." His gaze drifts past the crowd to the back of the room, where Eleanor stands, arms neatly folded, head tipped to one side, the way it is when she's listening. At her side, his editor, Holden, though Kenzo still calls him Rufus sometimes in his head. First impressions are hard to shake. Dressed in a navy sweater vest, hands in his pockets, as he rocks heel to toe, like a nervous kid. "Like so many writers," continues Kenzo, "I was rocked by the news of Fletch's death. It's every writer's worst fear, aside from dying in obscurity, to leave something unfinished, to die before we hit the end. A painful reminder that time is never on our side. But it also got the cogs in my brain going. No matter what we write, authors don't exist in a vacuum. We're influenced by what we see in the real world. Imaginations need ingredients. Imaginations need ingredients." For all Eleanor and Holden's pre-approved language, that bit is his. A short, effective pull quote that will soon make the rounds as a soundbite and a headline. "I thought it was a brilliant idea.
to release Fletch's final book unfinished. A quick look at Holden as he says it. But there are 2 words spinning at the core of every writer's mind. 2 words that propel us, regardless of whether we write fantasy or thriller, sci-fi or YA, romance or horror. Do you know what those 2 words are? He surveys the moderator, the crowd. No one answers. Kenzo smiles. What if? He spreads his hands. What if there's more to it? What if I change one thing? What if I do it differently? What if is a seed we get to plant and grow a whole new story, or ending, or world? And while every now and then truth is stranger than fiction, most of the time reality is pretty boring. Fiction is where we get to play God, where we not only get to ask, what if? We get to answer. This book, he wraps the cover, is what happens when a horror writer sees the news and says, what if? He sits forward a little. So yes, to answer your question, which I'm sure is everyone's question, I was absolutely inspired by Arthur Fletch's death. The timing, the nature, the void it left. As horrible as the news was, it was also a perfect premise, a famous author, a private island, an unfinished book. Of course, he sits back. I was lucky enough to have the blessing of the late author's agent and the approval of his team at Merriweather Press. And the fact is, if I hadn't written this, someone else would have. I just managed to get there first. A tasteful laugh from the crowd. Kenzo exhales, feels his shoulders loosen a little. He was careful, of course. He had to be. It's a fine line between inspiration and a scandal, but good writers know how to walk that line. And Kenzo Gray has always been a good writer. He might have even been a great one, on his own, before the deal, and the buzz, and the cogs of the marketing machine spinning into motion, spitting out cloth and calling it gold. It's hard to tell, in this game, when success is 10% talent and hard work, and the rest is luck. The right eyes on the right story at the right time. Not that he's ever been bitter. And even if he were, spite is lighter than people think. It can buoy you, keep you afloat when others drown, if you know how to guard it. Call it grit. If you can weather the storm. One last question before we open it to the crowd, says the moderator. Kenzo tenses just a little, resisting the urge to look to his team. That's not what they agreed on when they vetted the bookstore. But the moderator only grins and says, "Is there a movie in the works?" He wilts in relief. Nods. "The rights have been sold," he admits, batting away the applause. "But Hollywood is even more fickle than publishing. I doubt it will ever get made. And that's fine with me," he says with a rueful grin. "After all, I'm in the book business." "Well," declares the moderator, "I think we have time for a couple of questions." Holden gives him a cheery smile. Eleanor cocks a brow that says, "Don't fuck it up." But there's not much risk. A dozen hands go up, but he recognizes Holden's new assistant, Eleanor's nephew, and an older bookseller planted in the crowd. It's rigged, he thinks, trying to muster some indignation. But it's not surprising, is it, when there's so much at stake? Besides, Kenzo's behind on his next book and has a red-eye flight to the second city on the tour. If anything, he feels relieved, the way a car must be after struggling down a gravel road when it finally reaches one that's paved. How smooth the ground must feel, how nice the ride. The moderator calls on Holden's new assistant, a woman in her late 20s. "What advice would you give to young writers struggling to break out?" Kenzo studies her. There's no resemblance, really, beyond the age, the light in her eyes.
But still, he looks at her and sees Millie sitting cross-legged on an ottoman, biting her lip. Millie, who wrote 3,000 words every single day just to stay afloat. And he wants to say, "This industry doesn't care how hard you work. It will break you, or you will break yourself." He wants to say, "Run." But he doesn't. Because this woman, who isn't Millie, isn't asking for the truth. She's just teeing him up for what all writers want and need, a reason to hope.
"Don't give up," says Kenzo. "That's the only rule you have to follow, whether things are going well or they're not. The biggest difference between those who make it and those who don't is luck, wealth, a head start, an editor with something to prove, a publisher with money to burn. Persistence."
She smiles and thanks him profusely, as if he's offered truly useful advice instead of something off a motivational poster.
"Next question,"
says the moderator, and another girl in the crowd stretches her hand higher, an odd look on her face, halfway between a frown and a glare, as if her being there is a need, not a want. But the moderator looks past her, points to the bookseller instead, who asks for a recommendation, something Kenzo's read lately, and Kenzo almost tells the truth, which is that he's been reading Penn Stoneleigh. He picked up the latest, the last, trying to pass Sienna's voice from Malcolm's, and ended up getting sucked in. Before that, he went back and read Jackson Knight's first novels, before the Lightspeed saga, and before that, Millie Mitchell's YA. And the thing that surprised him, even though it shouldn't have, was that they were good. They were all good. Instead, Kenzo lists a handful of other books that haven't broken out, authors who still can and should. And then the moderator is clapping her hands once, like a schoolteacher silencing a class.
"Well," she says, eyeing the clock, "I think that's all the time we have."
At the back of the room, his agent nods, and his editor lifts an imaginary glass, and Kenzo sees Malcolm, a crooked smile on his lips, as he raised his scotch that first night and offered a toast.
"To the man who brought us together, Arthur Fletch." "If you'd like to get your book signed," says the moderator, lifting her voice over the crowd, "please line up over here."
Kenzo uncaps his pen as the first person approaches the table and hands him the book, a little post-it with her name on it already tacked in the right place. "I don't usually read horror," she says, and he resists the urge to say that everything is horror, if you read it right. Instead, he just looks up and smiles.
"Well," he says, signing his name, "I'm glad you made an exception."
He hands the book back, and the next person comes forward, and the next, and the next. And from here, the line is so long, he can't even see where it ends. The end. Or is it? This is Fiona Hardingham. We hope you have enjoyed this unabridged production of The Ending Writes Itself, a novel by Evelyn Clark, presented by Harper and Harper Audio. This program was produced by John Marshall Media. Executive producer, Alison Elliott Yarden. Production manager, Peter Babinski. Text copyright 2026 by Kat Clark and Victoria Schwab. Production copyright 2026 by HarperCollins Publishers. All rights reserved. Without limiting the exclusive rights of any author, contributor, or the publisher of this publication, any unauthorized use of this publication to train generative artificial